Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me get set up. Test complete.
Some surprising results on Friday. Excited to see what the matchups have in store.
Yeah, we've lost one of our undefeated teams, but the other one is still here and alive. The Camelot Kings are ready to go up against the Leviathans, so I agree with you. It should be an exciting one.
And with how the Kings and the Leviathans both played yesterday, suddenly this becomes, I think, the most interesting matchup we'll have this week. I thought maybe the Kings and the Titans would be super competitive, but the Kings just looked too good. The Leviathans looked much better than the Bolts in 2 out of 3 games in that set. And so now those two teams, luckily for us, get to go up against one another today. So I imagine this is going to be an exciting matchup. And now that I've said that, it's going to be lopsided, right? Yep. But you're absolutely correct. The Camelot Kings up top at 4-0. A win here keeps them up top at 5-0. The Leviathans 2-2, but again, I don't think that the 2-2 is super indicative of how well this team is playing right now. And that's all. And we talked to Wrongyu yesterday. Wrongyu almost feels like the team maybe deserves to be 3-1 at this point. Fumbled the game against the Dragons, or mentally they feel like they're a 3-1 squad. But probably wouldn't argue they deserve to be 3-1 if you lose a set like that. At any rate, all besides the point. Leviathans feel like they've gotten their feet back underneath themselves a little bit. Trelly, the games yesterday, super low kills. Super high on like macro chess gamey style of Smite, and with that comes a lot of farm and getting your characters caught up, built up. And Shinto, one of the best in the world at doing that as far as farming the map, getting farm handed over to him. And the Leviathans looked really, really good yesterday. Their ability to play through mid was certainly strong. A couple Hunter games from Shinto. And the mid lane was a strong point for the Leviathans in their set win over the Bolts.
Yeah, this is the 1v3 that I just thought was insane. The rest of his team is dead or running away, and Shinto is consistently going in and jumped in by himself. Insane play. But yeah, you're right to highlight the fact that, you know, very low kill games, but the gold lead was anything but. The Leviathans just played the map simply better. And also, you're right to highlight, I think the wishy-washy would be the way to describe their performance thus far. Sure. Possibly a 3-1 team in their head, sure, but they're 2-2 on paper. They look really good at some points, not so great at other points. I'm sure the Leviathans, at their best, could easily take a set or two off the Kings. But right now, the Kings are playing their best, Smite. You know, there's a reason they're 4-0 at the top, so Leviathans can't bring that sort of wishy-washy style of play here today. They need to bring everything.
Yeah, agreed. Look, if you're the Leviathans going into this set, your macro game, your shot calling, playing around mid potentially is more important, I think, than it has been throughout this phase so far. Kings, now just purely record-wise, have proven that they're the best team of the phase so far. And so stepping up to that task, important for the Atlantis Leviathans, and other roles to play through on this team as well. And I think in a game, Trelly, where macro and potentially slow playing is going to be so important, that's where you got to look towards that man, right? The veteranship, the cool, calm, and collected head. Wrongyu as well, loves playing at the forefront and initiating for his squad. I think dual lane for the Leviathans, important always, of course, but in this particular matchup, maybe gets an extra boost of importance for me.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to let Netroid run away with some farm in that lane, and to do so, you got to shut down that lane and give Zap some farm of his own, give him some protection, because if it's anything that the Leviathans do consistently, it's get farm everywhere except in that duo lane more often than not, right? Zap, usually the one that is getting starved a bit, usually the one that's getting ganked a bit. The rest of the team can flourish while he's getting put behind, and then he always comes in at the end of the game and is able to carry for his squad because he's been around for a while. He's not going to he's not going to get upset about a few lost purple buffs, right? So
Right.
I think you're absolutely right to highlight the fact that Zap needs to, sit back in that lane
Yep.
and or play through him and trying to get him some extra farm because Netroid just yesterday was looking on point.
Agreed.
And you don't want to let him get off to an explosive start.
Let's talk about the Camelot Kings, why don't we, Trelly? Because this has been... was it Twitter? Was it on Twitter that somebody called them like the regular season
The regular
Kings or
season
something
Kings,
like that?
I believe, yeah.
I mean, there's some value to that. Look, the squad is so talented, so strong, and they are undefeated up to this point for a good reason. The conversation around this team, I think, has always defaulted back to their ability to play the map and their ability to play the objectives. And they're one of the best, if not the best teams in the league at
Agreed.
doing that. But this team is also very, very good at scrapping, finding pressure on the map, playing through Twig, playing through big man Tings, depending on the style of picks that Tings get. So I do think strongest in the league, with maybe an argument to be had as far as macro and objective control, Trelly. But I don't think you can ignore the Camelot Kings' ability to team fight and push leads early.
No, definitely not. That's the thing. I think they play the map so well, and they're also able to just control where you are on the map. It's
Right.
so interesting to see Genetics go for these trebuchet invades, right? Try to push the trebuchet with the squad, group up, force you over to that side of the map, and then go for a solid tower push on the left. And you're like, when did this happen? There's nothing to fight over. We're not in a Gold Fury or Pyromancer. This is just a trebuchet. How did they get 2 towers out of this? And I think that's what the Kings have done, better than anyone, as you said, just farming the map and making you react to their playstyle. You have to adhere to what they're doing, and even if Genetics is taking 5-6 bans, it doesn't really matter. He's
Yep.
able to make sure that his whole team can succeed. Big Man Tings is playing on ping. They're calling him Big Man Pings because he still doesn't miss.
Yeah, it's still working for him. And think back to, I guess the beginning, maybe I'm thinking of Season 8. It took a little while for this entire Kings squad to get here, so this squad had some time last year playing on ping and in different scenarios, so Big Man Ting's not a stranger to this type of environment. Of course, you want to be here in studio, but nothing that the team hasn't experienced before. Big Man Tings, let me just run you through some of the KDAs.
Go
Of
ahead.
course, we always reference the last 6 games for this team. 1-1-7 is the ugliest KDA that Big Man Tings has had in his last 6. He's had a 5-0-6 on a Poseidon, a 5-1-6 on a Poseidon, a 9-0-10 on a Poseidon, a 5-0-9 on a Yu Huang. You're getting the idea here.
No,
This guy,
I understand.
gotta admit, is incredibly strong and so good at playing around the setup and knockdown style of picks. Kukul Khan was thrown in there, and it's a 3-1-6 game for Big Man Tings. So I wonder, Trelly, if you are the Leviathans, because when I think of Shinto,
Right.
it's been a lot of hunters recently out of mid. Poseidon has shown up once or twice. Do you feel like there's a lot of overlap
I'm back,
between
anybody?
Shinto and Tings as far as God Pool goes? Or do you think the Leviathans might have to ban some of those specific Tings picks? Vice versa for Shinto? How much overlap do you think these two guys have?
Yeah, they both definitely like the Uller specifically, and that's something that I think they've both been playing a fair bit. But as of recently, Big Man Tings went to the Neath. That's something that you're not going to ban away. I mean, you certainly could, and it has been
You
before.
could,
but
right.
if you are banning away the Neath, you're letting through a lot of other strong picks that the Camelot Kings have been using quite well. And again, there's things that Captain Twig play that are not in the meta at all. So if you're wasting bans on that, you're letting a Vamana through, which is something that not everyone knows how to play through.
Yeah.
If you're drafting a comp that gets stomped quite literally by a Vamana, that's not going to be fun either. So there's definitely some overlap in their god picks and how they like to play the map. And they both are farm goblins as well. They just run, and you look up and you're like, how am I 2 levels behind? Oh yeah, because my mid laner never left the lane. I think they both have that same style of pick as well. So yeah, definitely some overlap.
Yeah, I think there is. Poseidon, I think, could play a big role here in this set. A game for Shinto in the last 6. A bunch of games for Big Man Tings on the Poseidon. Big Man Pings, according to
It was Hazer.
maybe Hazer, and now the official portrait we've got on BM.
Oh, you see, that's the name
Yeah,
now.
on the chair we've got there. All right, so lots of questions going into this set, Trelly. In a incredible matchup to start off this Sunday in SPL action. Camelot Kings up top of the league at 4-0, and the Leviathans trying to improve to 3-2. But both of these teams look like the best individual teams from the teams we've seen play so far this weekend. So it's only right for us that they match up against one another bright and early on this fine Sunday morning. You bring up the Uller, no more reason to. Ends up getting banned out by the Camelot Kings, showing us they don't intend to play it. Leviathans could have put that in Zap's hands, could have put that in Shinto's hands.
That's interesting.
But that is interesting and not something I expected to see banned out.
Yeah, we haven't seen Serket picked or banned, and I think even Twig had a puzzled look when that went through. So maybe the Leviathans worried about the, I don't know, the Serket support, the Serket jungle.
Yeah, I don't. Because we've only seen Serket support lately, right? Or jungle rather, right?
We saw Mike play Serket support once. It wasn't recent.
Our data pool is so small
Yeah.
on Serket in general that I genuinely don't know where she's getting played right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a while ago.
Okay.
And can I just say, if I looked across, if I'm in the player booth and I look across and see Rongyu doing wrist stretches, I'm a little bit worried about what's to come next. Why does he need so much dexterity?
Yeah, what support pick requires like the biggest mouse flicks in the game?
Yamoja Riptides, maybe? Yeah,
right.
He's getting ready to
Like,
place those
swing
at
'em
any
out.
point. I'm scared. He's still doing it, man.
Talk about overlap. I think there's a lot between Genetics and Rongyu, actually, as far as God Pool goes. Both of these guys love Yamoja. Both of these guys love Kepri. But Genetics has been the one getting those two gods. It's been Yamoja and Kepri dominoed throughout the last few games for Genetics, whereas Rongyu has had to get a bit more creative. Been a lot of Yamoja bans against Rongyu, so Fafnir, Ganesh, Baron, those styles of picks have rolled out as well. Yamoja's got to be a prioritized pick or ban in this set when you've got these two supports playing, but not picked or banned, or not banned rather, throughout the first few we've seen so far. Freya continues to dominate the duo lane here, Trelly.
Ooh.
And will take a ban. How about this? 3 Hunter bans in the first 4. Whether it's mid laners or ADCs in this matchup, we're gonna have to get creative with some of our picks at this rate.
Yeah, the Leviathan's last ban there will most certainly be the Yamoja, I have to imagine. If not, then the Kings are pretty happy about this one. But the Chiron, that's a shot at Neteroid. I mean, it can be played in the mid lane for sure, but given the way that he just prioritized, and the Chernobog, that global presence.
Lots of junglers are open right now.
That is true. That the Mercury I think, has fallen a little bit out of favor. You know, it's been getting through, even played a bit, and still not shown to be that successful. So I imagine won't be putting too much stock in that pick unless, you know, either one of these junglers can play it. It's just, I don't think it's as good as it was at the beginning of the phase. There's just more pressure to be had.
Wow.
And again, there's no way they just let Yamoja through. The King's even gonna put the stock in it. Let's see.
So every single jungler gets through, and Yamoja gets through. I think a 90% win rate through 10 games for Yamoja.
That's what I'm saying.
That is ridiculous. I think that's the easiest snap lock of the King's lives. Not only are you getting it for Genetics, you're taking it away from Rongyu. Again, still a lot left open, though. I mean, this is a calculated decision by the Leviathans, realizing that RDO, and in their mind, more important to take away. You have to know, as obvious it is as it was for the Kings to pick the Yamoja, probably felt obvious for the Leviathans that the Kings were going to take Yamoja as well. So Kepri left open. Yamoja and Kepri, the two favorite picks of these two supports. And no jungle bans means Nemesis gets left open. A potential Kepri counter is a counter to the Nemesis potentially is the Kepri, so I think the Leviathans get a nice couple of picks.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Levi's even picked Kepri there. The Kings already have Yamoja, so there's no way they could grab it.
Yeah, right.
They have time to ban it away. They hover that Cthulhu as something that they might want to go towards. I guess it doesn't really matter if the Leviathans they obviously knew, you know, banning that RDL would leave the Yamoja through. They get either Yamoja or Kepri. They're happy with either, it seems. And now the Kings get a chance to decide if they want to pick that Cthulhu. I guess that was hovering for a second, so the Leviathans. You know, we haven't seen too much of the Cthulhu, but given the way that the solo lane has been played, we've seen Yarkor back on the solo back. You know, maybe Guardians are coming back in a big way. That Conduit gem start has been bringing a lot of presence, so I imagine to see more Guardians picked and banned in that solo lane.
Yep.
As Variety hasn't really been adhering to that. Sure, the RDO, but he's been liking the King Arthurs, the Bellonas, things like that as well. And it looks like they won't put too much stock in that. Just grab that Poseidon, a contested pick, as you mentioned, and they're going to grab that before the second wave of bans.
Troy, it's almost like we have a decent idea of what these guys want to play, right? We're talking about a lot of Poseidon, Ullr we mentioned, that gets banned out, Yamoja and Kepri, a big topic of conversation. And Osiris has been as well, both through the jungle and through the solo lane. Just one game in the last 6 on Osiris for Captain Twig. Doesn't matter, though, because it's the Leviathans pick, and that's what really matters here. So the Leviathans end up picking up the Osiris here, Trelly. Have not seen Osiris for Panatom in the last 6 games. Yarkor has played it once. And so that'll be an Osiris solo lane. And with the mitigation style of builds, if that's what we see, can synergize with that pretty well and very difficult to deal with if you're the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, and just brings 100% anti-heal for the Emojo or anyone that she wants to heal.
Yeah,
You
like
can
that.
land that Lord of the Afterlife, and you can just walk through the River's Rebuke as well. Just a good pick into the Emoja in general, and just a strong pressure god that has been around for quite some time. You know, I don't think really leaves the solo lane meta all too much, and as of recent has been having a decent time in jungle as well. As the E set will be banned away just in case Zap is trying to reprise his role on the E set ADC as we saw yesterday. If you just tuned in and you missed that game,
Yeah, you're not kidding.
yeah, that was actually a Zapman E set ADC, and he confirmed every objective he went for. There was no misplays on that circle of protection. He's been
They
doing this
won
for a
dominantly.
decade on the Hunters, and his abilities on mages aren't bad either.
That was a very riveting game from Zap as well. Zap ends that game on E-set. Get ready for this, Trelly. 0-0-3.
That's insane.
An absurd KDA from Zapman on the E-set. That game 1 against the Bolt, I mean, you and J-Mac were casting it. That just dragged on. I mean, there were 4 kills in 35 minutes or something like that. But that's the style of game that these 2 teams now have been playing here lately. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially get that type
Do you even
of pace.
know who you're fighting?
There was a Neath hover for the Leviathans, ends up being a Rom pick. And on the flip side, Kings finish off their draft with a couple of picks that we have seen plenty from this squad. I think
Wow.
notably the Erlong Shen for Twig is a great look.
So the Kings let the Yu Huang through, and they had to know this was coming. They banned the Tiamat, a Shinto special for sure, something that's not too strong in the meta, but just something that Shinto loves to go to. They banned the E set probably because they have Kraken, and they don't want something that can out-confirm the Kraken. They want to always have the best objective confirm on the map. Banning that is going to be a good look. Forcing into the Yu Huang. Dueling Dragons does some decent bursts, but it is a little bit slow. It takes a bit. Kraken is instant. So I think the Kings, dissect what the Leviathans want here and get exactly what they want. Not to say the Leviathans didn't get a solid draft as well. You got Kepri and Nemesis for some prot shred. Osiris is going to give some decent pressure up against that Bellona. And then Yu Huang and Rom for late game hard carry damage. I don't think either of these teams are upset, but it looks to me like the Kings knew what they wanted going into this draft, and they executed it perfectly.
We've only seen one Yu Huang from the Leviathans in the past. One game, one loss, unfortunately, up to this point. So zoom me out here, Troy. A lot of what I've set up for this game is that both teams love the macro play. Both teams have pushed their recent games later on. Low amounts of early fighting, high amounts of high-pressure team fighting late in the game. Do you get that style of read from both of these drafts?
Yeah, it seems like the Camelot Kings are trying to play for objectives more. I think that's just why this Poseidon has come through. Of course, Big Man Tings is insane on the Poseidon, but I saw the E-set ban, and that's what it told me. They're like, we don't want better confirm. We want the Kraken to be the end-all, be-all for these objectives, so you have to play. You have to come to us. If we're on a Gold Fury and we're pulling it, you better be CCing this Poseidon or giving it up because we have instant confirm in that regard. And of course, the Leviathans have a decent amount of shred. They're playing for more picks off the back of
It's a really bright shirt.
Panatom. You want to make sure that your Nemesis is setting up as much as possible. Different styles of play, sort of, but I think you're right. They're both playing for that late game, and they want to make sure they're getting online and getting ahead early.
So with that being said, do you look at these two compositions and feel as if one is just blanket better later on into the game, or do you feel like it could be close?
I mean, if I didn't know these players, I would say they're pretty even. But
Take them into account.
Given the fact
Don't
that it's,
cover your screens.
I
Look
won't.
at it.
If this was, I know this is Genetics' Yamoja, and it's got this pick has a 90% win rate. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna give the edge to the Camelot Kings. Leviathans, they gave it up on purpose. Let's see if they have an answer for it.
Yeah, at this point, it is about playing your consistent smite. That is something the Kings have proven to us they are able to do all throughout this phase so far, and the Leviathans recently have started to prove to us again that they are able to do. Remember, this set, very important. The Camelot Kings up top of the SPL, undefeated at 4-0. The Atlantis Leviathans at 2-2, hoping to dethrone the Camelot Kings. And the Leviathans got a real good shot at it. Based on their set yesterday, will the Kings remain undefeated? Will the Leviathans grab a Game 1 win? We'll go to Hindu Man and Mifflin to find out.
We really will. Don't forget Dog as well. He'll be on the spectator through this game. Mifflin,
Two top teams, obviously Kings undefeated so far, but yesterday we did see Leviathans take down the Bolts, who are also undefeated. Can we see them do it here again?
Season ruiners, I suppose, for the Leviathans, if they are capable of doing so. And I think they've got a composition that is very capable of it. You look at the early pressure that you're going to expect from Shinto on the Yu Huang. You look at the great scaling come late game from Zapman on this ROM, the survivability that Khepri just brings to any composition, which has very quickly become frustrating for me personally because of the slower pace of the game already, and you're just waiting like 10 minutes in, first pick finally happens, oh, Scarab's Blessing. Unfortunate, try again.
Yeah. I will say with the Khepri pick here, I think the Yu Huang will have a bit of an easier time, because I was concerned for Yu Huang this game, mainly because of the amount of cripple and lockdown potential that we see coming out from the Leviathans here. Sorry, the Kings, I should say. The teams are backwards at the top, I just realized that. I was about to say Leviathans, I'm like, wait a second.
I already told production, man. You gotta call them out on live.
Dude. I will.
Fair enough. I think you bring up some good points. Good lockdown, certainly an aspect of the Leviathans draft that I think you have to be concerned about. But the Camelot Kings
draft,
or the Kings draft.
Yeah,
you got me swapped up now.
See,
well, they both have good lockdown, is the thing.
They do.
The Camelot Kings maybe slightly more slippery, I suppose. Hard to say that when there's a Yu Huang on one side, but the movement speed that Big Man Tings is going to have come late game, especially with this Bumba's Hammer build that he's been apt to go towards so often, the displacement tools not only for your enemies, but your allies, the genetics is bringing, just really makes it hard for you to hit Pater in this game. So I think the desk brings up a pretty good point. We might be looking at a late one.
Probably, especially with how the macro play really is between these two, focusing on objectives, trying to strip away some jungle. And obviously with a Nemesis and an Erlang Shen there in the jungle, I expect they will both be farming early as well, looking to try and find an out rotation of the enemy team if they're lucky. And, you know, if you see a Erlang Shen gang duo, maybe you'll see Nemesis invading around the speed.
Man, I'm hoping Erlang Shen is aiming for late game, right? Especially with the Golden Blade build. Is curious that Twig has elected to not go towards Mannequin Scepter. Very often when we see the Erlongs, the Osiris jungles, things like that, it's, hey, let's bring that early pressure. Let's be that bridge to the mid to late game. But maybe mid to late game is what Captain Twig's got his eyes on as well. Protector of the jungle, very, very strong for these elongated fights in the jungle, especially around the Fire Giant. Or even Seer. If you're fighting for vision, can't do much better than that.
Well, so far, Jolene is trending into Leviathan's favor at the moment. Is a blinking from Twig on the right-hand side towards Yarkor. Only level 3. Doesn't have beads available, but will have plenty of health with the new changes. Well, new at this point, I guess. Just
new for you.
Keeping him top. Not for me, really. I played more games than you, Biff, that's for sure.
Certainly. Look, I'm not even sure that that's true, but fine.
We can check profiles if you want. Definitely win.
Yarkor survives there because of Osiris policy. Just unfortunate timing for the Camelot Kings. He gets the full stacked passive right there just as the gank comes through. Had he even been like halfway through, I think the mitigation probably would not have been enough, especially with an Erlang Shen this early on. So unfortunate timing, but still going to get you a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
I would have thought we would have expected the Kings to continue that pressure towards the blue buff, but instead Twig resets himself back to neutral, goes back to farming his own.
Definitely throws off the timers on those blue buffs a little bit on the right-hand side too. And as you said, because of that pressure, they do get to go and get their blue, and Bologna gets back to lane again to continue farming up, not losing too much. Duralane still trending again into the Khepri and Rama's favor. Doesn't surprise me to see that though, with the amount of wave clear they've got. But look at this. Panitom hanging around the right-hand side now in Variety. Been whittled down in health, but at the same time, Panitom not feeling too aggressive with him being under the tower. Instead, he'll take some jumps.
Variety sticks around after this wave, assuming he doesn't tick over to level 5. I think Panitom will have a very good opportunity to step forward, but why stick around? You know, you've got teleport in that first slot. Just go ahead, head back to base. Hopefully he can afford to finish off that shield. Nope, not certain that that's going to be the case. Probably just a tower shield there, but decent farm. You don't give over first blood, and that's the Camelot King showing good presence of mind. Variety not going to give over first blood that easily, and even in just not stepping up, what was that, 20 seconds of Panatom's time wasted just taking away one Naga?
Yeah, difference is, though, that Yarkor is able to stay in lane a little bit longer if he wants to. Looks like he will base, however, once they get a couple of potions online as well, just to make sure he can sustain a bit longer in that lane. But I don't think he'll have for that Glad Shield that he's probably looking for, unless he goes for the Berserkers.
Maybe Berserkers, maybe Glad. We'll see.
There,
Tower
right?
Shield. You know, he's still got the option available. Generally, I'm so used to seeing like the Golden Blade start for these Soul Laners. I'm so used to seeing the Sovereignty start, but a little bit different, a little bit more aggression from both teams this time around. I am curious to see how this lane starts to evolve, especially considering how much presence we've seen from both junglers on this side of the map. Seems like Captain Twig has made the active decision to just not give Khepri the time of day. Doesn't want to play where a revive might happen. And Panatom's just matching the aggression. At this early portion of the game, just by nature of the jungle matchup, the proactive component should be Captain Twig. He's just that much stronger right now. So as long as Panatom can mitigate his success in ganks, you've done your job. And then you scale much better into the late game.
Well, Big Man Team's going to pick up his red buff now. Slight lead over Shinto in the mid lane, mainly because Shinto's wave play a little bit lackluster in comparison to Poseidon. Obviously, that mobility will come into play too, just to get him around the map a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, the dual lane from Leviathan's a little bit further ahead than that of the Camelot Kings at this stage, but things are starting to even up so far.
Yeah, this duo from the Kings is a bit strange in that Yamoja brings a whole lot of pressure, right? That used to be the reason you take her, is she's one of the highest pressure supports and has great scaling in the late game, but when you match it up with a Jingwei, who's a bit lackluster until she gets some of that crit online, all it's really doing is facilitating that laning phase, dealing with that hyper pressure that a Rom and Khepri can bring. And so far the Kings have done a good job of just maintaining their buffs on the left-hand side. I am feeling like we're approaching a tipping point where Captain Twig has now finished up his Golden Blade, so additional movement speed over to him as well as some power. Could be time to start looking for a gank.
Speaking of movement speed, that Doom Orb online now for Big Man Tings too. Keep an eye on him making these rotations to left and right.
Speedy.
I'd like to see him grouping up with Twig a little bit on some of these rotations maybe, especially with him being able to clear the waves so effectively and quickly, as we get a quick pause coming out from Variety here between the two. So far though, it's kind of gone as you expected. You know, we're going to see a bit of a farm off. Both junglers looking for pressure in the solo lane, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, that's just the MO of both of these teams, right? You go all the way back to the Sanguine days, and Atlantis Leviathans were a squad that just wanted to out-team fight you at the 30-minute mark. The Camelot Kings, no stranger to that style of play, especially recently with some of the changes in 9.5, making it so much more difficult to look towards Gold Furies, Pyromancers, which was the original MO of the Kings. Just, we'll pull ahead by doing more on the map. We'll get ourselves Gold Furies, Pyros, whatever it is. It's hard to do now, so wait it out, get to that 20-some-odd minute mark, then we're starting to look at the objectives. Until then, it's poking, prodding, controlling mid-camps, and Greater Scorpions have become very important recently. That is the main way to get global farm to your team.
Is that really just like the old mid-harpies of years gone by?
Oh
where
man,
the
I missed
contest is
that.
there?
Yeah, I mean, we're not really fighting over it like
We're not
OG
that
mid-harpies.
deep. Yeah,
Like
3 minutes.
mid-harpies were like 100 gold each, so you were fighting over those a little bit more. Greater Scorpions, I think, how they spawn up, you clear one on your side, then it spawns the other. It's a bit more of a trade, but if you find the opportunities to steal, you're certainly going for it.
So talk to me a little bit about, first of all, with Leviathans overall this season. Sure, we saw Bolts, right? Yesterday they did well, but before that, Leviathans have kind of struggled this phase, and honestly phase 1 as well. What is it for you that's made them struggle so much? Is it just adaptation to the new meta?
I think it's a couple. It's multifaceted, right?
World hangover.
World
well?
hangover.
Yeah.
Maybe it went to their head. Obviously not. Look, the
It went to your
Leviathans-
head when you won, so
Well,
it
of course
wouldn't
it did.
surprise me.
Yeah. Well, that's all I had. These guys are like SPL.
That's true.
But
That's true. You were
here's the thing.
SPL, weren't you? You keep talking about that.
Season 2, once upon a time.
What were you
But
talking? Yeah, okay.
the Leviathans, to keep derailing me, man. I want
Do it
to
on
get this
purpose.
analysis. The Leviathans are a squad that were really adept at controlling the meta. And I would say before Worlds and even leading up into the weeks after, the meta was a little bit stagnant in that they had a whole lot of time to just study it and realize what's the best. We call that stale meta or solved meta. Now in 9.5 and onward post-Worlds, everyone's still figuring out what the absolute best way to play is. The pros are always looking to
That's
break
true.
the game
For sure.
in the simplest
That's
terms.
always the goal, right?
And we haven't
and
got it just yet.
Keep it secret is the other thing, and from the other teams potentially, and unveil it at the right time.
SOT blew up the spot, right? Like the break to the
Yeah,
game
I
now
did.
is 80% mitigation build. He showed it in like week 2.
I mean, we see that, but then I didn't see Raven get picked today,
I know,
which is kind of a surprise if that's as good as he says it is. Funny enough,
so good.
there's a lot of talk at the moment that I've seen on social media regarding how good Warriors are doing again at this moment in time, seeing them back in the jungle, even today with Captain Twig on this Erlang Shen. But at the same time, all the bans were still focused towards Hunters in the early game. So people starting to realize Hunters, you ban them away, they're still important, but the Warriors are starting to climb up once more.
Yeah, I think Soul Laners were just the biggest proponents of pro propaganda, man. Warriors have not been bad. I can't remember
Listen,
the last time
Zapman.
a Warrior was bad.
Listen, Zapman, can you calm down, please?
Hey, look, I'm not Zapman. I think Hunters are real good too.
Yeah,
Here's
they
the
are,
thing.
They are.
Jungle's weak right now, and none of the junglers are complaining, and they should be.
Maybe they secretly know they're strong, and nobody's realized it yet.
No, they're weak. They're weak. If you're forced to go Crusher in a first slot, you're not feeling great, especially with some of the nerfs towards Crusher, right? Like, the jungle pathing, the TTK changes all really hurt your opportunities to look for these early ganks, which just keeps you in the jungle farming up. Nowadays, how farm split works, you don't really want to absorb too much in the mid lane. junglers are just the new supports, but supports have it the worst.
Well, you can see the difference in the junglers right now, where Panitom's taking a bit more farm away from Yorkor. They're split the difference over on that right-hand side, which has given him a bit of a lead over his counterpart in Captain Twig. Difference is, Bologna's got a level lead there because he's not been taking as much farm on the right-hand side. So at the moment, we'll see if that does end up making a huge difference. For the most part, 8 minutes, and you can see Genex trying to pressure this mid lane quicker using the effectiveness of Umoja there.
Genetics is so good.
Those Riptides over towards the minion
That was
wave.
a nice shit.
In some trouble. Airstrike, though. That's the strength of Jingwei.
Boy,
Phantom got his value. Blink for Airstrike. Now he's got to hope Zatman wins the 1v1. Or potentially, you could rotate back through in the next 60 or so seconds. But Jing's so safe. She's just going to head back to base, fly into lane, not even miss any farm.
Good work from Zap there. Sometimes underrated the cripple that he's got after that roll as well, because it did slow Jing from being able to get away and force the ultimate instead of the beats.
Yeah, well, taking away the... Oh, man. Instead of the beads. I'm not certain that's true, right? Like, you could have just beads dash, but ultimate's much better to use. It's like on a way lower cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. Your choice is it ult or is it beads?
And you pref ult every time.
Every time?
Every single time. Your ultimate,
Yeah, it comes up
anything
sooner.
that is a lower cooldown is more valuable to you. Or a longer cooldown, rather. So it's because beads takes 2 minutes, you kind of don't want to use that. Cooldown on ultimate, 90 seconds. Yeah, I'm using that every time.
Looking at relics real quick as well. Look at that. Rongyu already upgraded that shell all the way to the top very early on there. That takes me back to the old days of upgrading relics real early, but that is one. I'm surprised to see so much gold invested already there, Ben.
I suppose with the pacing of the game, right, you think the one thing that's going to really ruin your opportunities on the Leviathans is a great ultimate from Genetics. Just remove that opportunity early.
Oh, you think it's that? Oh, yeah, I guess you get more for the walls, obviously, with that.
Yeah.
I was also thinking it's pretty effective against the Kraken combo in the early game, too.
Yeah.
Support your team a little bit.
Shell like rank 2, like
just
greater
stood
Shell,
there.
you're probably getting the
He's
same
like,
value
"That's
you get
fine."
from Phantom Shell against
happy with
Kraken
that.
in particular. So I think the fact that he decides to upgrade it fully is just a nod to Genetics. Hey man, please don't ruin my team. I'll turn them into ghosts. Just don't even try.
Well, Kings in mid lane so far, still keeping pace with big man pings, I guess is the word at the moment. We've been playing online. And at the same time, Shinto still in the mid lane working on that Warlock staff. But I think the power spike for Shinto will start to come through once this Warlock is completed. Now working towards some penetration.
Yeah, we're getting through the rough point for Yu Huang. Level 1 through 3, Yu Huang feels very good in mid, has high kill pressure. Levels 3 through like 15, maybe a little bit weaker compared to some of these other mages.
You caught up the greatest Scorpion. You can see Kings getting aggressive around it, but now they're under a bit of pressure as Twig tries to get away, avoids the route, avoids the ult from Yorkor, but still being chased on down. And a good ultimate coming into play from Genex just to stop the chase continuing.
good.
And it's Rongyu focused. He'll ult himself and eat the Kraken. Perfectly topped up though. Bit of an overinvestment, I'd say, from Rongyu there. Both the shell and his ultimate on himself. I don't think he expected as little damage as he actually received.
Yeah, very tanky already, especially with like no penetration in Big Man Ting's build just yet. So maybe a slight overcommitment, but better to have used it and not needed it than the inverse. I am surprised that Yorkor was allowed to ult as aggressively as he did. We saw one auto attack from Big Man Ting's with a Trident. Did like 10 to 15% of Yorkor's HP. Kraken connects with Osiris, maybe you're getting a little bit more there.
But now Rongyu has used that relic and his ultimate too. Look at King stepping on the gas
pull.
again. Looking at Rongyu, trying to keep him trapped.
Can't get
inside
through.
that Pool.
Yikes.
He will have ducked away as Variety looks for the
Ah!
here.
I think he's
Should be able
dead.
to dive and find the kill, or rather Twig will, and secure it with the pin. But now Panitom and Shinto giving chase. Variety on the front line takes a ton of damage, but it's still live enough.
Got it.
No rotation coming
Got
out
out.
from Yorkor. First blood goes to Kings.
I love the mentality we saw from Shinto there. Sure, it came out a little bit too late, but the dueling dragons just to push Captain Twig out of the tower, we don't see that enough. Often it's dueling dragons just as engage, but as a peel tool for your own allies can certainly work. Had he been even a half second sooner, stops that pin, we're still talking about when first blood might happen, but just the idea of using it that way and how quickly he was able to respond certainly bodes well for the Yu Huang on the Leviathans. Unfortunately for the Leviathans, not quick enough. The Camelot Kings strike for first blood, but it still doesn't separate the game.
Well, I say that, but there's a 2k gold lead structure
Almost
for Kings
2K.
now off that first blood. I mean, a couple of invades here. Look at towards the Scorpion. I wouldn't say there's been a huge amount of invading stolen camps so far. So honestly, it's just Kings splitting the map better, farming up more effectively, and one of their strengths so far this phase.
Yeah, and I think the majority of that lead probably held by Big Man Tings right now, at least as far as just macro XP and gold. that massive movement speed build, do more in a Charon's coin, just allows him to do this.
Oh,
Hey, I'm going to walk up, clear the wave, clear the jungle, I'm already gone. Good luck. Like a bandit in the night, he makes it out.
And I think that's the biggest focal point to keep an eye on is just what level Big Man Tings is in effect to Shinto here in this mid lane. Just see how much farm he can really get and if he can really stretch a lead in this one. 12 minutes in though, Pyromancer's available, as is the Gold Fury now, but Leviathan's have good ward coverage across the map. But once again, they're dancing at the Greater Scorpion. Shinto, who's got to try and jump away. Still being chased by Twig and Variety. Ultimate available for Rongu on the backside though. Panitom gets to grips with Big Man Tings and gets back up from Yarkor too. Slipping in and out of that amazing Yamoja ultimate, but it's still not going to be enough to stop Yarkor from chasing. Fire Giant comes into play as Paddy blinks in and gets the kill. Yarkor gets credit. Now though, Netroid on this rotation looking for Panitom. Great route from Rongu to slow it down.
That was a great route.
Then goes Yarkor just to apply the tether and reduce the damage more than anything else. Shinto still staying in this fight as Twig is surrounded by 4 members now. Gets abducted in and Shinto credited with a kill. Meanwhile, Yarkor zones away 3 members of the Kings.
Yarkor's ridiculous.
The Leviathans just divide and conquer the Camelot Kings. Captain Twig left alone in an island is an easy turnaround for the Leviathans, who might be able to find some more. Rongu surging forward.
Don't know why we're still fighting now.
Yeah. They could have left.
Good riptide.
Good bit of riptide there as well from Shenanx to try and give him some feel, but Bright should still fall down and
Jeez.
Credit to that man. Pyromancer could be on the cards.
The Leviathans still 5 strong, maintaining the Scarab's blessing. If the Camelot Kings want to put up a defense, they're going to have to work through at least 2 lives before they hit pay dirt. Pyromancer pulled out. It's not burning so fast. Slight pressure here from Netroid. Going to keep him guessing.
Interesting to see Tings actually go to his red buff there, not rotate.
Okay, Yarkor, Jesus.
Made it the actual kill, but he could have found a killer too. Instead, went for the red, and Leviathan's bounced back.
Even up.
About a 2k gold lead a few moments ago. Back to even we are.
Right back to dead even. Just a phenomenal fight from the Leviathans. I loved Yarkor's presence there. Every time he initiated, the Camelot Kings would turn for just the barest of moments. Hey, maybe we can produce some damage to him. Not the case. This Osiris already incredibly tanky, but the Camelot Kings, even on the back foot, reset, rotate over towards the Gold Fury. It's not going to reestablish their lead, but it will at least remove the opportunity for the Leviathans to look towards it themselves. Now with both neutral objectives off the map and both teams at dead even, I think we might be in for a bit of a slowdown here.
Do you see that as a bit of a ball drop? I do for Leviathans there. All of them basing straight after that. Nobody keeping an eye on the Gold Fury, given that window for Camelot Kings to go, okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised they go for it.
Fight, sure. We'll just get the Gold Fury, which is technically still
Nice
better
short.
than Pirates.
It is.
Respawn
I'm not
time
sure
or
if
so.
I call it a drop. The only one I can imagine making the rotation to Gold Fury to defend there is Zapman. He's got the ultimate with the steal potential, still maintained his relic, so wouldn't be overly risky, but having your ADC one-man rotate into a 4-man squad probably doesn't feel so great. I think it is just by nature of the Leviathans taking the fight as long as they did, and then the objective. They essentially kind of burned their wick at both ends and didn't have much left in the tank.
Now as well, the jungle cleared out by Twig again as Yarkor steps up. Level 14 now for these solo laners, but mid lane at 15, as are the carries. So you can see where the farm is really going to, the 2 major carries of both these 2 teams. Netroid now has a bit of crit online with that Wind Demon, as does Zapman now. So we'll see how these builds come into play as these hunters start to crit.
Objective burn, certainly going to be a lot higher now for both teams. Crit, really important towards that, and will at least dictate the builds of these soul laners. Variety and Yarkor likely forced to look towards a spectral armor as the game goes on. Not much to be had in the lane itself. Variety and Yarkor are both incredibly survivable against each other and still have teleport both, so won't be that there's really any solo kill potential, but a bit of relic disparity. Variety goes towards Horrific Emblem in that first slot, meaning that he's going to have a bit more presence in these team fights, whereas Yarkor is going to act as a primary initiator for his team. Blink in, we saw it multiple times in that fight, tether and say, hey, leave my team alone.
Toxic Blade now online for mid lane for Poseidon. Sure, it's got, it's got a bit of penetration in that build. We did talk it needs some more pen. Obviously, has the Charon's coin working on that too. But at the same time, a Toxic Blade there, there's not that much healing on the side of the Leviathans to need 2 of them in the game, is there?
Objective burn, movement speed, it fits the build, right? That he just wants to go fast. Net, he's fine.
Deep here. Well, he has to ult away. Speed's coming up in a few more seconds, and with Twig and Tings behind him, he should be pretty safe. But Shinto and Panitom now marching over to the left-hand side. Bad news is the purple buff already taken down by the Kings, so more farm found.
Just a bit. The Camelot Kings doing a very good job of, in this neutral state, controlling vision on the duo side. You're allowed to go for those kinds of invades when you've got 5 wards around the purple buff alone. So the Leviathans, even if had they known So would have the Kings about the rotation. So low commitment play, step up to the purple. If you see anyone walking in towards you, you can either make the judgment call, can I finish off the buff and survive, or just immediately disengage. And the Leviathans were not there in time. So a nice invade from the Camelot Kings to slow down the farm of the Leviathans. We're starting to approach those POIs spawning back up. I would like to see presence from both teams around this Pyro.
Don't think we'll see a kill here, as Yarkor is very, very tanky on this right-hand side too. And one thing I want to mention about his build here, this Bulwark of Hope, I think it's a little bit slept on. I think we'll start to see more of this.
That's a great item.
Going up overall, Bulwark of Hope gets even more value out of what it brings you. That shield is just even bigger.
Yeah, so I don't get the opportunity to have this conversation with my co-casters too often.
Why?
You're one of the OGs too.
Okay.
You remember back in the day, TTK was about what we're looking at right now. Bulwark of Hope and Stone of Gaia were like the meta.
Yep.
You want that HP shield and you want the HP 5. I'm surprised Gaia hasn't come back either. Happy to see Bulwark. It's very frustrating. Call it the OG mini Capriol or at least a Stone Shield. Once you're dropped low, hey, do it again.
Yeah, I'd say the reason we don't see Gaia as much is because there's a lot of focus towards more anti-heal being a lot more prevalent in builds, right? I can see it not getting as much value as it once did. But I agree with you, like anything that's going to give health back is going to be very impactful, or at least more survivability. So that Bulwark of Hope should help him out there on that right-hand side a little bit more from being bursted down. And maybe a bit of a surprise maybe for the Kings in some of these engagements.
Could be. It's not an item we get to see all too often. At least recently we've seen it like picked up maybe once or twice, but Yarkor should be able to find some value, especially against how the Camelot Kings burst potential works, how they're going to approach these team fights. The majority of the time, I'm expecting a kill to be either slow because it's multiple auto attackers, Jingwei, Erlong Shen, and Bologna, or if you really want to, the only way you're surprising someone with DPS is a Kraken. Bulwark of Hope kind of just slams Poseidon in that regard. Cracking him, well, it's already been returned by that passive.
Well, Pyromancer spawns, and already Kings are on scene, dropping wards, trying to get some vision battles going. But same could be said for Wrong You, who turns up realizing, you know what, they might be looking at Pyro. I'll drop a sentry myself. Instead, they'll resign to just the Greater Scorpion for the time being. Looks like Soul Reaver now being built for Big Man Tings. That'll give him a bit more damage to these healthy targets.
Well, Soul Reaver already finished for Shinto as well, so once he connects with his abilities, could be that Captain Twig feels a little bit more pressured out. Variety won't be able to dive nearly as easily. But I like this item pickup from Variety. Spirit Robe up against a Yu Huang, I think might as well just be core. The majority of his kit applying that CC. You either got it from the Dueling Dragons as an initiation, boom, Spirit Robe proc, or the root as well.
Playing mid lane from Wrong You there, just looking to root things in place, but up against Genetics too, could be a bit tricky. You do see Wrong You has gone for that Ankh and upgraded it nice and early too, to make sure some of this sustain that Genetics is going to bring isn't going to be as useful. If anything, it could be retroactively dangerous if he does end up healing this team.
Yeah, and Genetics doesn't get to choose who he's healing, right?
No,
you could choose the first target, but that's going to bounce just about to anyone nearby. So Ankh always really valuable against those style of picks as the Kings. They've started to burn.
Yark knows what's going on, so does Wrong You, but the rest of the team a little bit late to the party from Leviathans as the Kraken does not secure it. Leviathans get hold of that, and now the fight is on
Not
the
sure
way.
how the Kraken didn't secure it.
Jake's trapped in an awkward spot, and Shito gets his first kill of the game. Cancel that is his second, but still the chase is now on. Leviathan's feeling pretty confident with that man advantage, knowing Genetics isn't here to keep on marching in, but under a tier 2 tower, I don't think so. Instead, they're going to reset. They found a win with the
Man, their team presence is nuts on Leviathans. They group up so well.
Yeah, could go to the Oni Fury, even pressure out these towers. I think I'd like to see the Levi's take down this tier 1, then go over towards the Fury. 15 seconds on Genetics.
Look at Paniton wrapping around the back, looking for a prime target. Who could it be? It'll be Twig first of all, taking a bit of damage as Yarkor still tanks some of those minions and brings down the team.
Called it.
Good call from the Leviathans. A good call from you, Myth.
Hey, you know, I've played a few games in my day, and the Leviathan's certainly much better at it. So you got to think, when you're predicting the Leviathans or any of these SPL teams, what's best case scenario? That's probably what they're going for. So tier 1 falls down, Oni Fury will follow, and you've now, as the Camelot Kings and their fans, fallen into the Leviathans' winning pace. Every single time they pick up an Oni Fury, at least in the past couple of months, it's an immediate reset, then rotate over towards the fire. Could be that we're only 21 minutes in.
I was going to say that. Do you see a fire now with this opportunity? I don't
21 minutes in? Maybe not, but if Zapman's got enough gold to finish up that short sword into either a Deathbringer or a Rage, more likely the Deathbringer, that's going to boost your objective DPS a whole lot. If he heads back to base here, finishes it up, maybe you could see it, but the waves have already been very well controlled by the Kings.
Yeah, not too difficult to get away from, I guess, Poseidon with the mobility.
Wow.
He can get away on the map very quickly.
My face looks funny.
Who can also be in front lane, reset, go back to base, and swoop on into the other side. So
They're all rotating
the
right.
FG, but they will start looking at the ward situation on this right-hand side once more.
Not much of
Plenty
that
of
then.
red dots in that jungle for Leviathan so far.
Alright, come here.
You can see that both Bologna and Erlong
Okay,
and
there you go.
Kings now hanging
Get some
around,
love.
making sure nothing
Get some
crazy
love, my
happens.
love.
Need to be careful themselves about getting engaged.
Yeah, even a Variety, who's probably the tankiest frontliner on the Kings, has to play concerned here. Rongyu hunting him down. Let's see the DPS from Zap. Never mind, disarm.
Yeah, good disarm from Variety there. Didn't panic too much. Could have used his ultimate. I think that's what they were trying to go for there, Leviathans. Instead, they will pressure onto
Tower's
this
gonna go
on
down.
the right-hand side. 2 towers now down in favor of Leviathans, but the Kings did at least get that solo lane moments ago on that right-hand side just to keep that even. But look at this, Leviathans go into the FG.
Camelot King's mid laner is rotated towards the red buff. He's going to be a bit
quick.
late to this fight, and Fire Giant's burning quick.
And now you can see things rotating through mid.
No.
Still, though, Leviathans held the
much
FG,
presence.
realizing the Kings smelt the danger and they don't feel confident about the engage. So they're just going to hold back again and Scorpion. The dance of the FG will begin.
Man, the pacing of this game has been so strange. The Camelot Kings, Flubba secure around the Pyromancer, but they've been farming so well on the map, even with the team fights going handily to the Leviathans. Look at the gold. It's a Camelot Kings lead.
I still don't even know what got that pyro.
I mean,
it was
probably like 100.
Cyrus and
Maybe like an Aussie auto attack.
please tell me it was
like
Kefri. I
a
love it when
sickle.
Kefri gets it.
I couldn't tell you.
Dot damage as usual, but it was very surprising, especially with the Kraken secure, as we said. But with Big Man Things playing on a bit of ping, maybe his timing was just a little bit off there.
So
That's true.
secure on mid laners is a very interesting topic in that you have to evaluate what the highest damage ability is on the enemy's team.
Correct, yeah.
So Big Man Tings has to figure out how does Kraken compare to Dueling Dragons if he's only getting the first tick, right? He's probably not getting the crossfire. And then you can do this like mental math of, hey,
yeah.
I've got like 500 damage bonus, so I can wait a little bit longer. Looked to me like Tings was maybe 200 damage off of securing, and unfortunately it was early, which is much better than late. You'd much rather have it early.
I mean, the old days of Hog when you just turn yellow made
God,
it a
I
lot
miss
easier
it.
for everybody, but here we go. It's the King starting up the FG now. Variety tanking it up and trying to disarm the back line of the carries. Panatom trying to slip in and gets hit by Variety at the same time. All the while, Yarkor dives in, did not find a target, and Rongyu is eating a ton of damage. Weird Kraken from Tings off the mark, but Twig is very, very low.
Ah!
He will swoop away and get his
Couldn't
sustain
finish him.
back into the fray. Yarkor now low on health, not going to be targeted by the Kings, forcing that ultimate to go on cooldown. Yarkor still has teleport though, so if you can get out of this fray and get
Oh,
back in, it could be
Panatom.
good. But Kings are slowly winning this fight.
Yeah, Variety
Oh, look,
ults in. Panatom's back. Good
Oh
damage,
my
but it's
God.
only baiting Shinto.
And the crits came through heavily from
Ah.
Metroid there. You can see the work he's doing, but he took a ton of damage from Zapman. And Zapman now chasing then Yarkor with that teleport.
Where did
Back to
Yarkor
the
come
back
from?
line, and Kings got caught with the pants down. The chase is now on. Watch out for Rongyu.
Oh, God, these
reviving
crits.
the CC chain. Variety's frontline with Twig, though, did a great job of helping to whittle down
And nobody
Yarkor
died? That's
and
crazy.
make sure he couldn't find a kill. That could have blown out for the Kings if they weren't careful.
Yeah, they could have. Camelot Kings chased very far in that fight. Variety dedicating the Eagles rally
Yes.
very late into the engagement, but even then, Yarkor backs, TP's in, doesn't
Yeah.
get any kills there. Shinto delays his own back as well, just now coming out of the base. But with both teams in a net wash situation, both teams forced to head back, means that neither one's got a significant advantage.
Here we go
Except the
again.
Kings, they pulled the fire.
Well, they're feeling about the ultimates being on cooldown. A lot of relic usage in that last engagement.
Kraken's up.
A lot of relics on both teams.
Uh-oh.
Metroid still has beads, remember. FG getting very low. And the Kraken will secure-ish. I'm checking the top left now to see if it was the Kraken. It just says FG. Pyromancer, though, is now started up. Still Kings getting aggressive. It was an Erlang Shem basic attack, actually. It's Yarkor. Dives into the backline, tether on
God.
multiple targets.
Dangerous.
But he's too deep for his team to follow up. The Pyro was at least reset though, and Zapman's trying to pick up the tail end. But the FG is around the waist of the Kings, and they feel the power. They feel the regeneration. And
Oh,
they
no.
feel the death of Rongyu is imminent.
Rongyu will extend his life, but only by the merest of moments with Scarab's blessing. The big man Ting, or big man Ping, picks up the kill. Now it's all about the disengage for the Levi's. Captain
Oh,
Twig
no.
won't make it easy.
Zapman didn't have any beads or relics
Oh.
there, but did manage to just skirt away at the tail end
Yeah.
of that whirlpool. And now the kill's only been 2-4 at 26 minutes in. It's time now for the Kings to try and
Shit.
grab this game by the scruff of the neck and take down some of these towers and extend this gold lead.
God, there's just so many towers on the map. The Kings would love 26 minutes in to at least get one Phoenix, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them
right side
forego some of these towers. Right side, certainly not. Left side, well, absolutely.
I'm saying right because you've got a minion pressure. You already get a tier 2, so you could get a Phoenix if you pressure there, but you've still got 2 other lanes of full towers there.
I think with this amount of time on Fire Giant, you can choose which Phoenix you want, right? Like going through a tier 1 tower might as well not be there. That's like 2 auto attacks.
These fights, 3 minutes to get 2 towers and a Phoenix in the other lane. I don't see that.
I think so.
You reckon?
Watch how quickly these towers go down. The Phoenix is wishful thinking.
We'll find out.
You'd love to see it if you're a Camelot Kings fan, but clearing out every single tower is good as well. So we'll see. They're going to go ahead and extend the lead, as you said. But these plays around the objective from the Camelot Kings, I think, are completely enabled by Big Man Tings' build. Watch the cooldown on his Kraken. It is just ridiculous how much quicker it comes up as compared to the dueling dragons from Shinto. Feels like Big Man Tings is just tossing them out at every given opportunity and has them ready every single time.
Doug, can you do me a favor and show me the healing done so far? Because I'm looking at the player damage on Leviathans there.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. I could sense it just because of the player damage. You've got both Shinto and Osiris in the top 2 there for Leviathans, but it's not enough to bring down kills, you know? I'm like, wow, there's so many people still surviving. That's an insane amount. 52k mitigated, though?
That's right.
Osiris, pretty good.
Yeah, here's the thing about Tether and Osiris' passive and Spirit Robe and how all these itemization options kind of synergize with that. It's just good. These warriors are so incredibly difficult to bring down, but they don't deal a whole lot of damage. That's the trade-off.
So we've got Twig in the mid lane with the Trebuchet there, which we've seen the Kings focus on a little bit more. They're trying to keep the pressure rolling, as they will get a tier 2 on the left-hand side.
So quick.
And walk away. Tier 1 now falls in mid, and the question is, do Kings go mid with the Trebuchet, or do they keep the pressure rolling left? And it looks like it's left. 2 minutes left in the buff. You might be right with your Phoenix on the left-hand side here.
A vote of confidence for Captain Twig from the Camelot Kings, saying that he's got the odds in the 1v1 up against Panatom. Should at least be able to resustain pretty quickly, as he has got the new first ability for Erlong post-rework. Now gives him over a little bit of lifesteal. Should allow him to stick around in this lane, especially with Fire Giant healing him up as well. But the Camelot Kings, realizing that a Phoenix Siege maybe doesn't go the best way, will go ahead and take out that tier 2 in mid, could regroup, try and do the same on right. If that's the option, you won't have a minion wave. The Leviathans have already pushed it to your own tower.
So now they go to the right-hand side, take all the towers, and as we said, the gold lead has stretched now, approaching 10,000 gold in the lead for the Kings off this one FG when you talk about how the game has gone so far. And it was a back and forward event, but if you look at those graphs that you just saw, it's always been Kings technically on paper in the lead.
Yeah, maybe momentum to the Leviathans at certain points, but the Camelot Kings have just had a firm grasp on every bit of golden experience available on the map, and now, having cleared out every single tower and exposed every single bird, have got themselves multiple win conditions around this next engagement. I don't think the Leviathans are in a position where they can allow the Kings to take fire. The Leviathans' base defense not weak, but certainly not the strongest composition for it. Shinto doesn't really get an opportunity to use Cultivate Dao in a base defense situation, as it really puts you out of position to chase out. That's more a neutral territory option. So I would like to see the Leviathans either A, step up to the Fire Giant and take a team fight, or B, make it back to base alive.
Zap's going to get... Oh, no, he didn't! He did not go through, but poor old Ron using a world of hurt. He will be a casualty here.
That's fire.
There's not much else that can come from that just yet. Is it fire, though? 50 seconds on fire, 50 seconds on Ron Yu.
10 seconds to walk, and already seeing how quickly the Camelot Kings can shred out these objectives. The Panatom gets picked out. That's guaranteed Fire Giant. But he is privy to it, sees the rotation coming his way, double dashes himself out of there. The Camelot Kings, they're going to have an opportunity here, at least for 10 to 15 seconds, 5 versus 4 in the pit.
Starting to really feel, though, that the carries for the Kings, and specifically the picks of the carries, are very highly mobile to get in and out of these engagements and stay away from the damage dealers of Leviathans has really paid off for them some here. Yarkor trying to frontline and buy some time for the respawn of Wrong Yu. Doesn't want to get whittled down too far to force a teleport, but look at that, King straight to the FG, and already it's at half health. Variety now zoning away. Panitom looks at Variety. The FG still getting lower. They should know this is going on. Have to surrender the FG. The snipe attempt from Zapman was why they patiently waited there, but it nearly cost them more than they should have. Shinto now leaps away, but Netra jumping in with his ult to get in range. Great Aegis to avoid the Kraken, and the res comes through from Wrong Yu to keep Shinto alive. Meanwhile, Panitom gets focused down by Tings in mid lane, and the 4 members of Leviathans now scattering like ants trying to survive back to the safety of the Phoenix.
Twig survives with a turtle form transformation. That dot would have finished him off, but good. wherewithal of the jungler from the Kings to keep his life afloat. Now the Kings can start to work on those birds. Second Fire Giant seems to be the name of the game. Leviathans, they've got to put up a defense here, but they're still on the back foot.
Game one's looking pretty good for the Kings right now. Their trajectory at the top of the table being #1 so far. It looks like it's going to continue with how the pace of this is going. What do you do different if you're Leviathans? I mean, you're going to commit at some point soon, right? But I'm not saying they haven't committed, because they have. They've just not found the rewards they've been looking for.
Just missed opportunities around some of these team fights. The Camelot Kings too present as Zapman steps forward.
Oh my God, Twig.
Yes.
Okay.
No beads was available for Zapman there, even to get away. And now the continuation from Variety on towards Shinto exposes the Phoenix even more and allows Netroid and Big Man Tinks to bring it down. Kings now turn round, fall back.
Dude.
Oni Fury available on their exit strategy. We're looking good if you're a Kings fan.
And plenty of time left on this Fire Giant. So you grab the Oni Fury, you head back to base, and you still got multiple minutes to play with on that right side Phoenix. And, well, it's still 30 seconds on Zapman's respawn. I'm surprised that the Camelot Kings don't keep up their pressure immediately and instead reset themselves back to neutral. Plenty of gold in pocket.
Got gold this man.
Anyone who's got the Camelot Kings on their fantasy list probably feeling pretty good about this. Give those respawns over, more opportunity for kills.
So I think I'm looking at the set right so far, and just this game and the games yesterday. I think it's time to just move away from Poseidon, as in let's bat it away if you're Leviathans, and see what Tings else can do. Because I want to see if Tings can bring something else out while he's on ping, because at the moment he's doing very well on this.
He is. It's good damage output, but his presence in the early game just being completely about the farm, I'm not certain.
Has it hurt them?
It didn't hurt them.
They were all just farming, dude.
And it did help them, I suppose. But if you're banning Poseidon, he's going to play like Kukulkan, and it's functionally the same.
That's accurate.
And if you're banning Poseidon, what are you giving up, right? Mercury?
It's very rare that Kukulkan and Poseidon are both in the meta at the same time. Normally one's in vogue and then the other one for various reasons. But I don't know. I mean, if Tiggs has been able to be comfortable on ping, I think you abuse that. You try and abuse it by limiting his options and try and shut him down a little bit in the mid lane. I'm not saying he's the biggest end-all, be-all of this game, but I do think it's a linch point they could try and work on.
Yeah, especially on the objectives.
Kukulkan immediately comes to mind. ESET might make her way through as well. That's one of the best ping gods. Just drop circle protection on an objective, and you've done it. That's it. Just press 4 again the second it's within that range. And that's a legitimate instant confirmation. We'll see. Poseidon ban wouldn't be completely out of place. And I mean, now he's got Mirrodin and an Elixir.
I think about Banks, I'm like, you don't want to pick it, do you? Do you pick it away from
Shinto can play it. I don't think he wants to.
Can any mid laner not play a god? I feel like every mid should be able to play most
mages. I've seen
mages.
some Mist Krakens in the SPL.
Yeah, SPL, you mean Worlds, not just SPL, dude. Jeez.
Right side Phoenix.
Yeah, all right. Take my job. Go on. Carry on.
Well, I figured you were petering off, so I was just going to go ahead.
Well,
generally the chair too. We buy time until the fight starts, and the fight hasn't started yet. So maybe this is my job. I feel like we're in my jurisdiction.
You're like a Suedo chair one. Yarkor though on the back line again.
Look at my jurisdiction.
Just trying to reduce the damage.
Oh shit, Yarkor.
After the fight by Twig, which causes more damage.
Oh my
Ultimate
God.
still available for Rongyu. Relic still saved.
They're gonna lose
but the
Phoenix.
right-hand Phoenix is not. That's all. Phoenix is down now. And King's playing this pretty well, honestly. They could dive in to the end. Instead, going to limp away, sustain back up, spend this gold, and look to close out game one.
Yeah, only a couple seconds left on the buff of Fire Giant, so no reason to leave any sort of risk on the table. Not to say that the Leviathans, even in a team fight, if it's like a 3 for 3 or even like a 4 for 2 favoring the Leviathans, that's not a win condition for them. The Camelot Kings have built up such a good map state for themselves that I think they're allowed to make mistakes, but even if you are allowed, doesn't mean you have to. So instead, reset back to neutral, give the Leviathans a slight opportunity to farm up, maybe push out these waves. Mid Phoenix should respawn around the same time as the Fire Giant, so could be an opportunity for the Leviathans to bolster their base a fair bit. But considering the presence of the Leviathans around these Phoenixes, the lack of want to actually dig in their heels and defend, no one really willing to risk their lives, gotta think even in getting the birds back up, an enhanced Fire Giant would get rid of them pretty quick.
Trying to use the safety of that little stealthy area there, hoping someone would rotate through the jungle looking at red buff. But Leviathan's not going to be too brave to step up there at the moment. Maybe Zap in mid lane, though, sees Variety now. Immediately rolls towards Panitom to slow it down. Ping's going down at FG. Looks like that's where the Kings are going to go. I'm thinking more about how this game's gone so far, Miff, and I'm like, actually, the only thing Leviathan's got was a stolen Pyro.
A stolen Pyro into a good team fight that cost him a Gold Fury and got us back to a net wash. So the Camelot Kings farming up very, very well. The Leviathans, though, I was not expecting the significant presence around the Fire Giant. They
both
have not dealt with
Phoenixes.
every enhanced minion wave on the left side.
No.
So that will take the Phoenix on its own. Maybe someone has to back, or you either dig, you just got to go. If you're giving up the Phoenix, you have to fight now.
I mean, Yarkor does have teleport, so he could go back, but if he gets seen there, immediately Kings are just going to pull the trigger on the FG or even the fight instead. Variety in the front line, going to take a bit of damage.
That's a lot of
Zapman
fire
and Shinto.
minions.
Snipes early
Right
on.
side
They're looking
too.
at Big Man Ting's pretty heavy here. Has to defend himself with a Kraken to peel himself away. And still Yarkor going in.
Healing.
But look at the support he's getting from the rest of his team. Great revive from Rongyu, though. Panitom's out of the fight, has to base. Meanwhile, now Zapman too far forward, gets hit by the ultimate from Twig and Variety. And Twig takes out Zapman. Now Rongyu dies. And it's starting to fall apart
shit.
from the Leviathans. The Kings are looking to close
Oh
out
my
game
God.
one
Okay.
after bringing down Shinto for his first death this game.
It might not have been pretty for the Leviathans in that last team fight,
Good
but
luck,
once you've
Phantom.
already shown up around the Fire Giant and given up your left side Phoenix, you have to dive. You have to force the engagement. And the Camelot Kings, they know that too. So what do? They run away. They turn on their heel and just immediately disengage. Bait the Leviathans out. Left side Phoenix goes down regardless. And the Leviathans, in an extended chase, leave themselves open to the counterpunch. Phenomenal play from the Camelot Kings. This might be the SPL team closest to just being a chess master. So
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching Magnus Carlsen play some Smite.
I'd argue as well that last year's Season 8, we saw Leviathans really be the ones that were focused on team fights and the best to perform it. They won Worlds because of it. This year, it looks like the Kings are trending in exactly the same direction. And they took it to Leviathans in Game 1, the masters of last year.
Yeah, I don't know. The Leviathans, when they were in their team fight phase, was, hey, it's just a team fight. We'll be 5K down, but if we're at the 30-minute mark and we're grouped up as 5, we're just going to win. They were just so good at dividing the map and dividing
Crazy.
and conquering these engagements around fire. Whereas the Camelot Kings are, hey, we're going to get to the team fight. It's
69.
functionally the same. They end in the same place. But when the Kings get to the team fight, it's like a 6,000 gold lead.
What do you want to see happen different in Game 2? What are your thoughts? If you are Oxina right now in the Leviathans booth, what do you say to these guys to try and pick them up and turn this around?
Oh man, if you were given more time, give you a week of prep time, I'd say, hey, we got to work on our macro farm. But because you've only got 10 minutes until this next match starts, I think if you know the Camelot Kings are going to outpace you on the map, you got to bring the fight early. Beat them before they're allowed to farm. Just get that
So
early
early
pressure.
game gods all the way through?
That's
All
what
right.
I'm thinking.
We'll find out if Miss right. Do the Leviathans draft early game
Makes
gods
sense.
next game? Or do they try and switch it up completely? We'll see. Will the Kings close it out in 2 after the break?
Hope not. I was really conflicted when I made this vote between these two teams.
Wait, did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Three minutes. DJ Unstoppable. Okay. Bear back, anybody?
Kings able to grab themselves a win here in game number 1. After a riveting back-and-forth affair where the Leviathans had their moments, Kings took theirs, though, and a couple objectives turned into a game win for the Camelot Kings in game 1 here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered, of course, by our friends over at Alienware. All the players, production, us casters, we all use Alienware gear. Helps us put on and put out this great product every single week. So thanks again to Alienware, and if you want to get your hands on some discounted Alienware gear, head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09 for discounts on select Alienware products. Thanks again to Alienware for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. Camelot Kings playing on their Alienware rigs, able to grab a win here in game number 1. And Trelly, it almost goes exactly as we figured it would.
Right.
Slow, low-kill game. You get into the 30s, mid-30-minute mark. Fire Giants become important. And even facing down a deficit, the Kings just felt more comfortable around those big objectives, and that's what really turned this game.
Yeah, I can't look at one singular moment that really changed the tides of this game. It just seemed like a lot of gradual things until those objectives started coming through. Even that last fight there where the Kings just had this massive goal lead, I'm talking right at the end of the game. It looked like the Leviathans had a decent fight back, but then Panatom had to back up to try and defend those Phoenixes. You're in a 4v5 situation, and the Kings were just able to chase them down as far as possible with a nice revive from Rongyu. I thought maybe there was a chance for them to fight back. This is what I'm talking about, where Yarkor dives so deep, almost kills BMT, but on the flip side, the Kings were just able to answer back because they had the man advantage.
Yep. Captain Twig looks great, as always, on this Erlang Shen, one of his most storied picks. And then, of course, the continued trend of this Poseidon for Big Man Tings. Another game on the Poseidon, and another good-looking KDA, 4-1-3 this time. So Tings has played Poseidon 4 out of the last 6 games. And this Poseidon just looks so strong later in the game. You get the build online, you get out of laning phase, you're able to help secure objectives. The team fight just starts to roll. If I remember correctly, he's been slamming the Bumba's hammers build every once in a while.
Every single time, yeah.
Yep, goes it again here in this game.
The build has not changed. It's the same items in the same order, yep.
Yeah, and he just slams.
I gotta point something out real quick. Get ready to see Genetics' damage, and it's gonna look like he did nothing this game. And I'm gonna be honest with you, he just isn't using the damage.
Are you telling me triple digits worth of damage?
He just doesn't use he doesn't use the bubble ever.
Okay,
He's not looking to do damage with this character. He's just displacing and healing his team. It's extremely low. Less than a Kepri by far, and he's building E-Staff and into a Soul Reaver. He wanted to do damage, but he decided, hey, I'm going to use all my Omi on healing my team and displacing the enemy. Just Riptides. It's such an interesting playstyle. No other Guardian in Smite just, does no damage, right? You're going to set up your team with CC, but Umoja just has the Riptide and the walls. They don't have to do the damage. It was just making sure to displace so the rest of your team can follow up. I just kept looking at his damage the whole game, and I was like, I wonder if it's ever going to go up. And he's like, no, I'm just going to Riptide you and put the walls up. That's all I need to do.
Good eyes, Trelly. Because something like that is easy to miss because the big damaging lockdown-y abilities is kind of what you notice, but the Riptides are on point, the River's Rebukes were as well. Do the Leviathans identify the Umoja in picks and bans for game 2? We will see Leviathans, of course, find themselves in first pick slot, Kings over in second pick, so that changes the dynamic up just a bit here.
Ban or take the Umoja.
And that's, interesting is not the right word. Maybe it makes sense, truly, for the Leviathans to take away this Poseidon, put Tings on something else. Unfortunately for the Leviathans, the something else tends to be also very good for Big Man Tings. But at least dealing with Poseidon seems like a good first step.
Yeah, I would say so. Something the Kings might have to worry about here is still Shinto and that Yu Huang, despite the fact that they won that game, was 3-0, and when they finally did kill him, it was like a 5 versus 1, and they ran him down. He had top damage in the game for the whole game. The Yu Huang is just extremely oppressive right now, and I think given the fact that Shinto can pilot it so well, they're trying to get him some space in that mid lane. Poseidon and Neath both targeted at BMT. Looks like the Leviathans do have a clear plan in this regard. The Kings have the option to take away that Kepri because in the first game, they're like, hey, we're gonna go for Umoja or Kepri. We're good with either. Umoja, obviously the better of the two for the Kings, and they picked that one first. But now that they're in second pick, they have to ban that away. They have the option to take away that Kepri if they so choose. But the Leviathans, like I said, they're looking at that mid lane.
If they want to complete the trifecta of bans on the Big Man Tings, Yu Huang would be the ban here because that's the only other pick Tings has played recently in the SPL. A lot of Poseidon, a Neath game, a Yu Huang game. Feels like it's still too early in the ban phase to be banning out of Yu Huang when so much else is viable. Really shows you Khepri ends up getting banned here as well. So the supports both are going to have to go to something a bit unique, a bit different for themselves. Big Man Tings is going to as well. Feels like maybe the second wave of bans when you can start considering Yu Huang, something like that, but maybe a bit too early. As what an interesting matchup we've got for the junglers here, because in so many other sets it feels like the Daji, the Mercury, the Nemesis, those three really specifically get banned out in the first 6 so consistently. And the junglers have kind of been given free reign on those picks. Saw the one Nem, but Erlang Shen still feel comfortable for Twig. Really gives you, I think, a glimpse into the comfortable god pool, the headspace of both of these junglers.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm surprised the Kings are thinking about this one so much. You know, given the way last game went, they don't want Shinto on Ullr. So why are they also don't want Yarkor on the RDO. So it looks like now the Leviathans have that option if they do want to first pick that Ullr. But notably, there are still some decent matchups in Ullr open, like the Daji, for example. They are going to pick it, though. They're not worried about that. I think that's what the Kings were talking about. Like, bro, which one of these stand swishers do we not want to deal with, Ullr or RDO? Let's think about it, weigh the odds. And they decided against it. With
so many buttons.
Yeah, there's a lot of buttons. They got twice the abilities as anyone else.
Well, that's just unfair, right? How am I ever going to win a game when this guy's just got more buttons than I do?
Wait till you figure out that Merlin's got 3 times the abilities.
Oh my god, he's got so many. And look, Shinto's really good at that pick, and I imagine Big Man Ting's also really good at that pick. When you got that many, Lancelot, got more buttons.
Well, he's not out yet, but
you're right. Are there 10 gods in the game who all have either stand switches or at least 2 sets?
This shall be a day
I don't think so.
You could fill out the solo lane with Tyr and Arthur.
RDO support. Fafnir counts as a stand switcher.
Yeah, I think he has more buttons.
We could call Cthulhu. He gets a different side of buttons when he ults.
That's true.
And then Hell, Ullr.
Morrigan.
Yeah, sure, we can count that as well. We're getting
so
close. We're really
filling it out.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
you could. You could do 2 team comps with multi buttons. At any rate, Chiron gets left open. Remember the first game worth of bans was heavily ADC centric. Of course, with some pivots needed. The Khepri, the Emoji get taken away. Still a Chernobog ban, this time a Neath ban. But that leaves the Chiron open. And Chiron's really risen back here, hasn't he? Specifically for Netroid. It's always been a pick Netroid has been comfortable with. But I think back to their set against the Titans yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
5-1-3 on Chiron, 6-1-3 on Chiron, and the 2-0 win over the Titans.
Oh.
Later on in the game, that build really gets rolling, and Netroid just so good at making the damage stick.
Speaking of rolling, Geb gets locked in here.
I hate you.
Well, that was a good segue. It wasn't terrible. And there's an option for the Ymir. And it comes through. I was going to say, I think Genetics always holds on to this Ymir pick.
Called it.
For the Khepri specifically, but any support that you're just going to be able to wall off and force into a Phantom Shell. He's got it in the back pocket, and you don't have to pick it right away. No one else is playing Ymir right now for the most part. So once that Geb got locked in. And again, the Geb isn't something that comes out as like an early style pick. Usually it's a counter engage, but only Bellona and Chiron were locked in there. And sure, some decent shield opportunity into the freeze as well, but as long as you're making sure to CC that Geb, Wrong Use can have to position so well up against this Ymir. It's probably going to be the first target in all these fights if you are just trying to frontline as this Geb. Going into the second wave of bans, though, that Freya was taken away, something that just gives actually a lot of early pressure, which is strange to say, but it's true.
What did Zap was saying? We say level 5 or something yesterday. I think he feels like Freya can just kind of start to roll in that lane. Zapman just so good at that pick anyway. But also, I mean, weaker than you get later on in the game, of course, as any character is. But Freya does feel like, while still maybe susceptible early on, no longer completely ignorable in the first few levels of the game. Zapman goes 4-1-6 on Freya in a win over the Bolts earlier on. And Eset also will get taken away. Happens to also be a Zapman ban.
I love that we're banning 2 mages and they're both targeted at Zapman.
A couple junglers targeted towards Captain Twig as the Gilgamesh and the Nemesis are both banned out. Osiris left open. That could, in theory... Oh, no, there's already a Bellona. Who am I kidding? So Osiris in the jungle for Captain Twig, plus a Bellona. got a lot of dive built up for the Kings here in their jungle and solo lane.
Wow, the draft of the Leviathans took a turn that I was not
what
expecting.
A pivot.
I mean, I'm gonna wait until that Oleron gets locked in, or if it gets covered into something else, and it will get locked in.
That's crazy.
Wow, the chalk is something that I certainly didn't expect. Up against the Bologna in lane, you do have that attack speed slow with the rain, and that's gonna be kind of annoying if you're trying to just clear the wave with your cleave auto attacks. Chalk's just annoying in general. I think that's just the style of play that he has, right? He's going to blink to the backline, be super disruptive with that. He actually does a lot of damage as well as the knock up into the silence, and then just slow your whole squad. Into a pick like Ymir, it's not fun, right? You're going to be forced into a wing blade or a sprint, or else you're just getting completely stuck in place. And the Nuwa is what it's going to be. So a lot of new picks. I'm not going to say new in general, but as of recent.
Nuwa picks.
See, and you send it back towards him.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's just stuff that we haven't been seeing in this phase particular. Of course, we always know that the Nuwa is a possibility. Given the drafts, though, a much tankier style of play from the Kings. So the Leviathans are going to have to play around this Oleron ult. I assume that that's Shinto on the Uller, but of course Zap could take it as well. I'm gonna move forward with that mentality that Zapman is on the Uller, and gotta be making sure you're playing around those sanctified field. As long as you're making good use out of the time dilation, the team fight presence is gonna have to go to the Leviathans.
Who picked Nuwa? Jade Dragons picked Nuwa once and had a loss on that pick. So it'll be Zapman on Oleron, Uller over in mid. So the conversation around Freya that we just had was that Freya doesn't necessarily need as much time to get up and rolling. Do you think that conversation still stands for Oleron, though, where early in the game you can put some pressure on this Oleron, you want to keep it behind? If you're the Kings, if maybe you're Twig, you want to run down that duo lane?
Yeah, I will say that. I kept saying for a while that Oleron can get bullied in the early and that his early game's not that great. Big man pings. But
in the flesh. There he is.
Whenever the Scarabs come in, Stuart always pulls me aside and says, "Stop saying that Oleron's bad early." And I'm like, but he doesn't. You show me that he's not. And I haven't been able to see that he gets that much presence. But everyone's telling me, Stuart specifically.
Is he just telling you to stop saying it, or does he think that Oleron's good early?
He's saying you're wrong, like to my face.
He doesn't want you. I thought he might be nervous that you were revealing the secret that Oleron can just get run over early, but he just disagrees.
No, he's saying you're incorrect. I get pressure early, and I'm like, yeah, the Scarabs sometimes get pressure early, but he's saying no, it's because of Oleron. He's got at level 3, just extremely strong, right? You've got some team sustain, also a good knockup if you're getting dove. You've got 2 forms of wave clear, even if the first one gets body blocked. So I'll say that the lane does not have that much early presence, given the fact that it's a Geb. Even if Oleron brings that much, even if Stuart's right, which I still think it's shaky, the Geb is not going to bring you that much presence.
Stu is good at Smite.
Yeah, he is.
But takes may be iffy. I don't know. I wonder what the poll would be on if Oleron is good or not early in the game. Like, Stu may stand alone in that conversation. Miff's yelling something. I'm sure we'll get his take on this. Ultimate is incredible, right? I mean, when you get that's level 5.
Yeah, level 5 is great.
Does that count as early, though?
Well, no, yeah, I think so. And that's not what I'm referring to. When I say early, I'm talking about level 2, you walk up to the wave, you're looking at a Ymir, and you're Oleron. And, like, are you excited about that?
Who's the best hunter in the game at level 2? You
Uller.
don't get to answer that. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. Because he's got more buttons, Joe. He just has more buttons. Game number 2 between the Camelot Kings and the Leviathans.
Thanks so much, boys in the desk. I'm wondering if this ult isn't dual lane just for extra pressure here, Myth. Because I do feel like Oleron versus the matchup in mid lane of Nuwa is pretty easy from there, but it's not going to be. I might have switched that,
Well, having Oleron in mid just leaves him exposed to ganks, right? Having Captain Twig have to work harder to get over towards the Oleron. A Mannequin Scepter Blink Osiris?
I mean, I guess. But
I don't want to deal with that.
I don't know.
If that's your hyper carry. But to answer Dave's question.
Oh, here we go.
Magical Hunters, for the most part, in current patch of current day of current year, pretty good. Chronos early game bad.
Sure.
Okay.
I get where Charlie's coming from. He's talking about like the early laning phase. Oleron is not the greatest. However,
at level 1, Oleron might have some of the best clear in the game with his second ability. He one-shots waves.
That's fair. He's got pretty good wave clear to an extent.
I think it's pretty good.
In this specific matchup, just to bring it all in, it's with a gap.
He's going to get owned.
So we're not going to see much pressure in this duo lane from the Leviathans here. It's one of the reasons I was saying maybe that ult goes to duo because it would have answered some of this pressure that you're going to see the Kings get in this lane.
I think giving up pressure in duo is a lot less important than it once was. When Gold Fury was doable before the 10-minute mark, you're worried about your duo pressure.
I don't know. If you lose your Harpy, you lose those left-hand camps too. You're a level down as a team. Instead, though, Shinto going to abuse things and be like great threaded arrows. And Twig was there waiting to try and assist, but Ding's just going to eat a ton of damage there. Shinto very confident on this pick in mid lane.
Man, that is really unfortunate for Big Man Tings, just not able to clear out his wave before Twig gets there, so inefficient XP split for Tings. But a slight advantage over for Twig.
And instead, it's going to be Shinto getting a bit of poke damage off onto Twig now, whittling down those health bars, forcing the health pressure. So far, it's going to be mid lane pressure for Leviathans, as expected, and dual lane going in favor of the Kings. And solo, no one cares. It's Chak versus Bologna. Please do not show me that until a jungler turns up.
And junglers probably will show up. Chalk's a little bit easier to gank, especially pre-5, as is Bologna, so could be both of these early game Mannequin Scepter Warrior jungles can just go get active over there at any point. I wouldn't be overly surprised. This dual lane, though, I think is going to be very interesting. I'm expecting the Kings to really gas pedal around level 3. Once Genetics gets all 3 of his abilities, Zapman is so easy to lock down. Slam him with a giddy up from Netra, and all of a sudden this Oleron's just so far out of position.
And I will say, like, getting that 3 first for the Kings could be big, because Wrong Yu going to be in a bit more of a world of hurt until then, as well as Zapman too. But at the moment, you can see the pressure still rolling in their favor. Junglers dancing around the mid lane still, as Panitom now rotating back to the right-hand side to pick up some farm.
Yeah, not much to do this early on. First rotation of blue buff's going to respawn, and you'd think both of these teams would love to get active there, but with Captain Twig on the opposite side of the map, not going to be an opportunity to look for an invade.
Yeah.
Could be an opportunity for Panatom, but not going to look for it either. Just everyone content to get their own farm.
Yeah, you can see the difference there, though. The King sending Twig to support New War a little bit more in the mid lane, get him through this Ool transition, get him the red buff without taking too much damage. And Variety's meaning he should hit 5 a little bit quicker on that solo lane too, funny enough, because Yorko sharing some of that jungle experience potentially here with Panatom, I say, but it looks like Yorko has been told to go pick it up, so I don't know how far behind he is there, actually.
Yeah, hard to say. We'll get a better look at it in the next coming waves.
Yeah, we just wait for a wave, and it's like, ding, okay.
Yeah, whoever levels up first, and then we'll know. You know, I'm a huge fan of retroactive analysis.
I thought you were going to say Chuck. That's all we do. That's all it is retroactive.
Yeah, I'm not here to predict. You know?
Don't.
Nostradamus, like he did his own thing, and nobody appreciated.
See, I'm like, I'm maybe bump beside. You didn't do that. You were like, nah.
I wouldn't have personally.
Yeah, then you would have lost.
Well,
or do they still lose now? Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Levi's have not guaranteed the win with a Poseidon.
I don't know. In my opinion, I do feel Leviathan's composition is stronger this game than that of the Kings. Based on how this game's going to go and how the laning phase is going to be, I feel like.
Could be. I mean, they certainly scale very well, right? But you got to think, how effective is Yarkor going to be in the late game after that ultimate is dropped?
True.
Erlong Shen generally does start to struggle a bit as the game goes on, especially with this slightly unorthodox build. Looks like Panatom just going to go back towards Crusher and first slot all over again, whereas Golden Blade just has been the meta for the last bit of time. Big Man Tings, I think, will be even more effective in the team fight. Sure, he won't be as good at securing objectives, but I don't know, press 4, hit 5 people every single time. Doesn't feel so bad.
It's definitely free damage.
That's
Whenever
right.
you get free damage. It's such a good skill shot, you know?
I think he owns.
Yeah. I remember when I first played Smite, it was like, everyone's a skill shot. I'm like, yeah, Jean-Qui, yeah, do what? Great, dude, great. Nemesis has got a bit more skill to it.
No, she hasn't.
I'm joking. I just wanted to see your reaction.
Okay. Imagine you could miss it. If you could do like AoE and Nemesis ult, that'd be sick.
That and Geb Shield. Then Geb plays are really good.
Dude, everybody's just grouped up all the time.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't mind that. No, Geb, yeah, another non-skill shot. Well, maybe we're just propaganda here at High Res, not the skill shot game.
What's the hardest skill shot in the game?
Hardest in the game?
Yeah.
Maybe like, you'd probably say it's like anything that has a delayed activation, so
True.
like Kukulkan ult maybe?
That's not bad.
Something like that.
Huge AoE range, and like, I don't know.
It is big.
Yeah, you got a lot of
But it's
freedom.
got delay. You got to predict and hope they're not looking at you.
All right, chat should be debating right about that. We've got them thinking.
Keep us up to
about
date, production. See if they come to consensus.
Someone's going to say something stupid like Ymir or something like that.
Dude, Ymir freeze is hard if they're point blank. Point blank Ymir freeze might be one of the hardest.
That is pretty good. Yeah, you just run at a Ymir sometimes can be a really good way to play around him.
That's right. So keep your eyes on the Leviathans. Maybe they're just going to stand on genetics in these team fights.
I'm
Probably
not
not.
saying Ymir is the hardest skill shot in the game, though.
It's one of the harder ones.
What is? It's really got me stunned actually just thinking about it.
Oh man. I suggested a buff to Ymir once. I said his freeze should have a circular radius around his feet and also the cone.
I suggested a buff to Ymir that when he uses his ultimate, it's like Scardy Ice.
That's a nerf, I think.
I just think it's funny to watch that happen.
I'm
in the team
almost
fights.
certain that would effectively be a nerf.
Think about putting someone up against the wall, dropping your ult and dropping your wall, and having them ping pong
Does
off
it
the
still
wall.
slow?
No, it wouldn't. I mean, maybe it should.
If it's still slowed, I'm okay with
Maybe
it.
it should.
Because you want them in there.
That's
Like,
why
you
I
want to
don't
hold
use
them in there
That's
instead
why
of
I
having
don't
them
use it.
slide out.
I want a blind on everything, and I want, you more slip and slides.
There should be more blinds. Those have got to be hard to make. I wouldn't know. I've never coded anything in my life.
Frustrating. So the solo lane still now level 7. There is a slight lead for variety that we saw a little bit earlier on, starting to develop. There has that Berserker shield online. Yorko going for ye old Transcendence on the Chak. One of the items we've seen a lot in the Pro League when Chak did get played once upon a time. Zaylee, a big proponent of that way back when, I will say, on that right-hand side. But the amount of power you get because of the scaling of Chak makes a huge impact and also affects your healing.
Yeah, that's the most significant part, I think. Sure, more damage feels good, especially with the majority of his kit dealing damage, but the effective healing, the scaling on his third ability so high off of power that I think Transcendence at first slot might actually, once it's stacked up, bring you more survivability than a dedicated defense item, at least early on. Once anti-heal gets brought into the equation, you've got mitigated success in that, but as of now, no anti-heal to deal with.
Right, Harpy's being looked at. Variety rotating in ahead of the Chak here to try and cause some problems, but now he takes a ton of damage there too. With 3 members of Leviathans being around, would be kind of tricky there for the Kings to continue fighting into that. Nuwa, meanwhile, did pick up a red buff. Has that Warlock staff now stacking up and online? Same can be said for Shinto with his Transcendence too.
So with everybody stacking, Thebes, Transcendence, Warlock staff, couple Transcendence on the Leviathans as well, expect the pace of the game to maintain what we've seen over the last 7.5 minutes. It's all about macro farm. And when the game is about macro farm, one team in the SPL tends to just pull themselves a lead, and it's the team on your screen right now. Camelot Kings have done it yet again. 1,000 gold as if from thin air.
From thin air, just continuing to farm. I mean, that really comes into wave splitting a little bit more effectively, if I'm honest, like just sharing the experience around, but it doesn't give you an insubstantial lead for one player over another, though, is the only problem. However, look at the level difference, they're even.
Yeah, level's about dead even, and really this sort of gold split as it is, maybe like each individual member, I'm assuming probably Captain Twig, Big Man Team's 200 or so gold over their opposition. I don't know why I'm guessing. I could look at the net worth chart. That's really just wards. Yeah. Wards and potentially
What
relics.
is this play?
Well, he's
Where's
probably just dead.
Gonna go? He's trying to die to the tower before dying,
Oh,
but it's
would've
gonna be
been cool.
Geb. Should have given it Geb. Didn't. Shinto stole the kill. Great first blood to the side of Leviathans because Ymira was there.
That's right. That's exactly right. I didn't even see how he got. Was he stealing away offerings?
I think he was, and then he got caught getting rotated on more than anything else.
Well,
I mean, the blink more than anything else was the biggest surprise. Sorry, the sprint used there more than anything else was the biggest surprise, I should say.
well, the sprint had the blink not happen. He's dying to tower, right? Like, which would have been a much better alternative, but Panatom dedicates the blink just to make sure that the kill goes over, and
I'm definitely
it does
sure-
land on Shinto, which is nice.
Definitely sure BMT was happy about that. Thanks very much. I've managed to survive the early game as new war against this all.
I had a slight lead.
And then you fed in the jungle for no reason and gave him a kill. So now Shinto, a bit more gold in the coffers for him and see what he can do with that. Right hand side though, gank attempt onto Variety, who times his ultimate well, gets taunted back in by Panitam though, followed by the cactus. Follow up, CC chain just too good, and can Twig turn it around? But the Tether's in play, must on all 3. Ymir turns up
Good
and
shield.
throws the freeze out, the glacial strike,
Oh,
and
no.
he goes, boom! He won't find Panitam though, and Twig will escape. The wall slows him for a second and the minion
Oh my
helped out,
God.
but Twig finds the damage at the tail end. 2 for 2, and Captain Twig off to the races.
Good
Just
play.
significant grouping from the Leviathans. The shutdown Variety gives you the 3-man Lord of the Afterlife. Great rotation from Genetics as well. Connects the freeze into all 3. If both skill shots are connecting onto literally everybody on the opposition, you're probably going to at least come out even in the team fight. 2 for 1 trade.
Just
Uh-oh.
avoided the freeze there, still leaks a ton of damage. Gets an axe on Tings, misses.
Have a
but
leap?
already
There you
down
go.
There. Has to leap away. Shino knocks to half health with Genetics rotating around, but still has those beads because the freeze off the mark.
Yeah, no way for them to chase over the wall either, so Shinto decides to stick around, takes the fight a little bit longer, realizing the burst was gone from the Camelot Kings, leaps over once he needs to, and doesn't really lose out on anything. So good wherewithal from Shinto, just knowing
It
his
is
limits
good
in that trade. Had he
wherewithal.
connected bladed arrows with Big Man Tings, that would have been a highly favorable trade to the Leviathan's mid laner.
Yeah, I know you mentioned like at the end of the last game you felt like you wanted to see Leviathans get a bit more aggressive early on. Do you feel
They're doing it.
the comp has done that? Are they doing that so far?
They're certainly trying.
Tings.
The rotation over towards Variety,
Uh-oh.
the I suppose the kill on Genetics, but that's kind of Genetics doing it
Panitom,
himself.
they're both under pressure, but it's Panitom under the worst one. The Tether run, the stun could cause a problem. Great knock from Rongi for some peel. Good turn in, Shinto with a follow-up, and here comes Yarkor. Chuck in action, but what can he do? Looks towards Twig with the knock up and down. Disarm from Variety slows down the damage. Twig still alive. Chase on for Shinto. Beats down the bludgeon. Too good from Variety. And now Rongu wrapped on.
Yeah, Rongu's going to try and work his way out, but won't get very far. The stun would have secured the kill if needed, but the slow's good enough on their own. The Camelot Kings, yet again, take a fight on the right-hand side of the map, have that global presence for big man Tings, even Netroid making the rotation, getting involved with Centaurus, and the Leviathan's caught out of sorts. Panatom in particular was picked out, but at least survives this time at the cost of his boys and Shinto's beads as well.
I think the biggest thing I see there more than anything else is I want to see Leviathans realize there's probably going to be an additional engage after the fact. There's a fight, a skirmish, and then every time Kings go, we can go again, and jump back in, and Leviathans just aren't aware. I feel that's why Shinto got picked there.
Yeah, I think so. And even looking at the relic usage, right? The Camelot Kings come out so far ahead on that exchange. Really only the Heavenly dedicated, every set of beads still available. I'd like to see the Camelot Kings now continue their aggression, especially around Captain Twig, who's had himself a phenomenal start to the game. Pyramids are pulled out. Variety's here.
But what can Variety really do? Has his ultimate available. Now comes Osiris.
Just body block
looking for the steal, but a beautiful knock-up from Rongu at the right time there. Secured the kill for Shinto and the boys of Leviathans.
Looks like the Gold Fury's going down pretty quickly.
Zap should be smelling that, though. Zap cannot be...
He can't do anything about it. Oleron steps up, he's dead, right?
Drop the ult and walk away again, dude. It'll slow him down at least,
It would slow him down, but your team's already fighting on the right-hand side of the map. If you're dropping your ultimate just to slow a Gold Fury, you lose your survivability. I mean, that's not to say Zapman couldn't have, like, turned the corner and done his little Kamehameha or whatever. Which he could have, but
give it a go.
It's so easy to block those. I am almost certain Zapman says, hey, they're on gold, I'm not walking up. The Levi's are like, makes sense.
The amount of times in Castle we go, it's easy to block, and the amount of times we see those abilities connect, and you're like,
fair
okay.
Enough. How many Fafnir Hammer steals?
I was going to say the same thing. Fafnir Hammer steals way more than he ever should in the world.
I agree. So maybe Zapman could have got involved there, but I think just worth his time to continue farming. He's already got a lead over Netroid, who has been more active on the map. If you consider yourself the late game win condition, and I'm sure Zapman does consider himself that,
then farm.
You have to farm there, and he makes the right call.
We'll say, though, in the jungle so far, it's been a lot of pressure on Panitom this game. You can see the way Kings are grouping, hanging out in the corners, looking to pick him as he's trying to clear out his jungle, and he's putting pressure on Shinto, who's trying to assist, and struggling. Variety, though, in a 2v1. Twig, Tings, and Genetics on the way. The up-down from Variety looks towards Yarkor, who still has his ultimate available. Panitom gets away from the Tether.
Oh my god.
Knock up on 2, Cataclysm forces the beads out of Tings and the shell, and immediately Kings turn tail, but watch out because they may re-engage as they have been doing, waiting for cooldowns. Looks like Leviathans won't let them do that though as they dive in, blinking in with Yarkor down the front side. Find one. Shinto low on mana. Rongu tanking up the tower, looking for more. Yarkor's there. Can they find a kill?
Here comes Netroid in the back line as well. Rongu dropped to 50% before the fight even starts. Netroid lines up against Panny, but Captain Twig's so low. Variety already makes his way back. That should spell the end of this trade. After you see that teleport from the Leviathans, or from the Kings rather, Leviathans will make the decision to go ahead and disengage. Not much to fight over left on this right-hand side of the map, unless the Leviathans would have liked to step up to that blue, but realizing the Kings were back in strength, decide to disengage, and finally a fight goes well for the Leviathans. Not only did they get the 1-for-0 trade, but looking at the relics, no beads on Twig or Tings, shell down for Tings as well. Could be an opportunity for the Leviathans to try and force yet another engagement.
Yeah,
unfortunately
for
them,
what do they do? I mean, there's nothing else. Like,
Tier 1 tower, mid.
They'll win the fight, good job, but what do you get out of it? Yeah, you get relics, but what are you going to do in that town to have the relics? There's nothing to do.
Tier 1 tower mid's always a good option. We got any trebuchets
there's
up?
3 members there
for the
right
Kings.
now, so
Unlucky.
there's no way. And yes, the Kings do have that trebuchet. How do you feel about the trebuchet so far this year? Been as impactful as you may have expected?
I think that the trebuchet is polarizing in that it is either just dominating you and taking out 2 towers on its own, or it is absolutely worthless, and there's no in between. If I were a designer, if I were allowed to like carte blanche, do whatever I want.
We already said you wanted your mid.
I would also love the trebuchet to like have like a combat setting, like have it focus gods somehow, like maybe like a mobile tower that's a little bit weaker.
Attached with a flamethrower or something.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, what has it got now? Like 2 grunts, 2 brutes that walk around with it? Those aren't defending it.
They are.
They try.
They do their very best. Netroid forced to beads, won't escape the danger here. The slow was just too much coming out from that ultimate from Zapman at the tail end. Great rotation from Panitom there. Leviathan starting to battle back into this game now.
And this is how you leverage that pressure. You take away the beads, now you can start putting some pressure in towards these towers. That trebuchet we were talking about, yeah, those brutes are doing a whole lot. They're trying.
Sort of getting a tier 1 right now, but they may still get it
barely.
anyway, because Twig and Janex aren't really around. Janex trying to use the wall to prevent some of that damage. Won't be enough. Tier 1 does end up falling down.
Does,
Good
but
job.
what can the Leviathans do from this position? Potentially rotate back towards mid, try and put pressure on that tier 1 tower.
That's probably the best case scenario after that team fight we saw, where I was like, what can they do next? They did get the tier 1 as you asked, just in a different lane, and found that pick on Netro, which burns those relics for quite a while, actually. He burnt both of them.
And with the Oni Fury spawning within the minute, you're going to have Netroid involved in that team fight as the Camelot Kings if you want to defend it. So the Leviathans will have a clear target in that engagement. It might be a little bit difficult to have the initiation because Rongyu goes towards Shell in first slot, now upgraded to Phantom Shell, by the way. Once he ticks over to 12, you got to expect it to be a blink. Then your initiation becomes much stronger. As of now, if the Levi's want to start a fight, it's blink knockup from Yarkor or blink taunt from Panatom. Those are just about your only options.
We saw pings going down around the Fury area. Now, Oni Fury due to spawn in 30 seconds time. Ward coverage in favor of Leviathans on that left-hand side there, very deep around that red buff area, just to keep full vision of people coming in. And doesn't surprise me to see that'll probably be the next point of contention unless Pyro gets locked out first.
So presence from the Leviathans, seeing if anybody from the Camelot Kings steps too far forward. Not the case as of now. Time to pressure this tower. If you find a pick, you get an objective too.
Yeah, they got a trebuchet rolling in 2 on the backside, so this should just be a bit of a whittle down. Can't stop that with a Ymir wall hitting at the same time. Yarko now wrapping around the right-hand side. Still no sign of variety rotating in just yet. I say that as he does. The tier 1 in mid, left, now down.
So the Leviathans have their pick of the litter. Do you want to go towards the Pyro or is it
Big
going to be the
variety.
Oni?
Get
Pyro
out.
started up, so now the Levi's in mid have to
Crazy.
disengage.
But Wrong, you should get away using the rollout and the immunity frames from it. Janex couldn't find the freeze. It was after there. I think a great action from Shinto came into play, funny enough, just to stop that and allow Rongyu to escape some potential pressure that probably would have forced his ultimate. And now Twig, who overextended for that chase onto Geb, has to run away and use the ultimate defensively. But the good news is, Panatom used his too.
Yeah, well timed from Captain Twig, forcing out the ultimate in exchange. An overchase onto the Geb may have put him out of position, but removing one of the primary initiation tools from the Leviathans might actually be a value trade for Twig.
Especially at this point in time where level 11 for Leviathan's Geb in the support role can't get that blink online if he so chooses to go that route too. As Janex now has hit level 12 as well, these relics will make an impact from the support.
Careful, Shinto.
As Kings, though, grouping up with the Pyro, and Leviathan's taking the Oni Fury.
Dead even state as of now should be a slight advantage to the Leviathans once the objectives fall. On the left side of the map, both these teams just poking and prodding, looking for their opportunities, waiting, just trying to establish that lead, and so far no lead established by either of these squads. So you have to evaluate which one of these teams is stronger in the 5-on-5 engagement. I know you said earlier you prefer the Leviathans. I'm not so certain that it's as cut and dry as all that. Zatman.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to lean on Shinto as much as the game goes on.
Yeah,
I do
Shinto
feel
falls off a bit.
The damage will fall off as these tanks get online.
His poke's always going to be really good, though.
His poke's going to be good against Tiggs and Netra, and those two are going to be squishy, and if they
right.
can get to him is the real big key there.
But even Zatman, as he gets much stronger as the game goes on, will have to contend with longer and longer Ymir walls. You've really only got the singular Phantom Shell to get you out of those scenarios, and it isn't actually a blink pickup from Rongyu.
Yeah,
Instead, probably going to be an entangling wings. You can entangle, have your root, movement speed boost, walk up, then go for the Cataclysm. So it makes some sense there.
Variety, Shield Bash slows, Twig, pretty much everything slows, Genetic slows. Plenty of issues there with that, so taking that sprint may allow people to get away, or just avoid an ability to. Right-hand side, though, the grouping is starting to happen from the Leviathans. The Oni minions have already begun, I believe, pushing up on this left-hand side. And now the Fire Giant dance may begin as Rongyu leads the team into King's territory towards now Core, and Variety was trying to defend this tier 1 tower.
I'm not sure you want to defend this tier 1 tower, but even slight presence from the Camelot Kings gets the Leviathans to back up. I think there was just enough time there. Like, what is that, 2, 3 auto attacks would have taken out the tower, but bide their time and will work their way forward with the minion wave.
Yeah, they want Zatman in there just to get those shots off, and the wall again by Janex just reducing the amount of damage the tower takes. Won't be enough though. This time round is now 3 towers taken, and Leviathans fall back to their own half of the map.
It looks like the Kings are really struggling to find the secured kill, right? Captain Twig can rotate in and do a whole lot of damage with this build, but he's not exactly finishing him off on his own. Variety can build some space, but we haven't really seen Nuwag in action.
Shinto in mid lane on his own, now surrounded by 4 Genetics there with a good wall to follow
my
up.
God.
As Twig still chasing in under the tower. Shinto still alive thanks to the shields from Ron Yu. But Big Man Tings with that amazing skill shot ultimate does pick up the kill. And now Zapman's on the warpath looking for Twig. Netroid very low. Ron Yu just keeping pace, waiting for the team. Good wall from Genetics for separation.
Whoa.
Even better,
Genetics
3-man
is so
freeze from
good,
Genetics.
man.
And now Variety comes into this fray to bludgeon down the front line and push back Leviathans. Tinks turns around, Netroid starting to heal up. Rongyu now looked at, whittling down his health, but Yoko blinks in towards Netroid, who gets hit by the pin from Panitom.
How's he
but
living?
it's not enough for a kill, and the turtle form has to help him out. A wall again will not be enough as a shield comes through from Rongyu, and still Variety trying to fight, but
This
has
is
to
ridiculous.
fall back too. A crazy engagement where only a jungler and a mid laner have died.
Man, Genetics comes up massive for his team there. I know the fight doesn't
Really
turn around
does.
how the Kings fans would have loved, but 3-man freezes back-to-back, wall to separate, make sure his allies are getting out of these sticky situations. Another turnaround slow, nearly confirms the kill on a wrong view with a wall into the Glacial Strike. Look, I don't often speak directly to production. Give me a clip of that entire team fight from Genetics' perspective. I'll break it down for the fans.
Say, not just even Ymir, I feel like both the supports in that engagement did really well.
Wrong, you did well, but I'm not sure, man.
No, it's not the same level as Genetics with a 3-man freeze and that wall separated. That was huge. But some shields from Rongyu kept Shinto alive in mid, long enough for his team to rotate in there and make it not as terrible as it was about to look. Kings, though, feeling confident now. That last fight went pretty well in their favor, they'd feel. Now they're looking for some revenge on some of these Tier 1 towers that Leviathans still have standing. Netroid will bring this one down as the pace slows again.
Look at the relic roundup, right? You've got a couple of relics still on the Leviathans teleport up, but nothing on the Kings, and they're the ones starting the fire. Entangling Wings, the only thing besides their abilities to use.
You're looking at Zap with relics up for the carries, but the problem is he's not even at this fight yet. Kings did start up the FG, but pulled away immediately when they saw the amount of presence Leviathans had. Panitum falling back to base. We'll reset at 5-5 then. Gold lead, only 800 now, but funny enough, in Leviathan's favor.
Is that the first time this set the Leviathans have actually got themselves an advantage?
A
little bit earlier on,
there was
for a
4-minute mark, there was a window.
All right, second lead of the set
that
for
was,
the Leviathans.
That was Genetics dying, if you remember, to that first blood. That was
Yeah.
So, the Camelot Kings now still trying to keep the Leviathans at bay.
Production's got it ready for you. We can watch back that play of the Ymir if you want, from that point of view, see how he does.
We got the time. They're already around the fire.
Can they split screen it? Can you split screen it for us? Of course you can. I can give you
perfect.
Nothing's going on. Look at this. Talk me through it, Myth.
God, he's just positioning really well. Look how he's keeping these guys at bay. It's always separating someone from his team. He's amidst the Leviathan's great wall. And then the it was a 4-man freeze, 2-man slow, sets up for the 3-man stun from Big Man Tings, and it's not over. Watch the cooldowns. They come back up. The wall stops Rongyu. I believe it comes to a slow immediately afterwards.
That's crazy,
No, it doesn't connect with that one, but peels back, finds the 2-man, and it's just constant peel. Not often your Ymir is connecting with that many targets that consistently.
No, but when these fights go on as long as they do, and they're all against tanky targets, you're going to see much more rotations out of some of these supports to make an impact. The Dance of the Pyro is what we just saw on the right-hand side while we were watching that replay, and Leviathans will secure it.
Nice try, Netroid.
Went for the Hail Mary, couldn't find it, however, this time. And still, Leviathans are controlling the game, kind of, is how I want to put that.
One team fight, and all the control we've seen in the last 24 minutes goes out the window. If either one of these squads comes out cleanly with a Fire Giant, the game completely changes in its entirety. So that is the major separator we're looking for. That's what both these teams are thinking. Hey, Gold Fury might go down, big whoop, don't care. Pyromancer might go down, not concerned. Fire Giant goes down, things are getting a little bit antsy for both of these squads, especially with the amount of towers still standing as well. It's just a lot of gold on the map.
Gold Fury goes down the left-hand side, though, after the Pyromancer. The Leviathans extend their lead a little bit more, as you said. Tier 1 side of the mid lane getting pressured by minions, but will survive with Shinto being there. And just checking in with builds now to see if we're getting any huge spikes coming through from either side.
Bulwark.
Maybe the Heartseeker from Netroid Centaurus now going to be a lot easier to confirm some of these kills with. On the other side, Shinto similarly gets Heartseeker for himself, so decent power spikes there. Maybe the most important is this frontline pickup. Variety, Death's Embrace now available to this Bellona. Massive infusion of power, but even more important than that is the survivability. Every single auto attack giving you a percentage of your HP back, in conjunction with Scourge giving you healing there as well. Means that Variety could just stick in there. He is stuck in the team fight once he gets in.
And that's kind of what you want him to do anyway, really. You just want him to pick a target and stay there as long as possible with backup from his team following through. Leviathans grouped around FG. War coverage relatively even between the two. Sentry ward is down, actually, in favor of the Kings on the FG right now, but the rest of Leviathans now walking up. FG now pulled. Genetics on scene. Twig 2. And at the same time, Netroid and BMT hanging in the back. Reset from Leviathans, though, as they see Kings square up.
Yeah, Levi's are allowed to go for that style play because, little known fact, Oleron's also a healer, not only a late game hyper carry, so we'll be able to resustain his team and keep them topped off around this stance around the Fire Giant. The Camelot Kings have not got that same opportunity themselves. Sure, healing from Netroid, but like Chiron healing's not even worth talking about.
Food for thought, but would it maybe have been worth an Ankh this game for Kings with the Oleron and with Paddy Tom and with Chalk?
It's pretty
A lot of
minor.
self-healing.
It is a lot of self-healing. I don't know. You're sacrificing either Entangling or the Fortifying Shell. I don't want to give up either of those. If I'm Genetics, maybe Variety could have instead of the Horrific.
Yeah.
I'm probably all right with that. Yeah, Ankh instead of Horrific.
Tier 2 tower in the mid lane does fall down as Leviathan's just opened a
good
window
damage.
there. Genetics wants to give chase with the Kings, finds the freeze on Yorkor, has two ultimates to immune some of the damage and give him some protections. And Rongyu's there with a shield backup. But look at Variety zoning away Shinto now, who got left on an island on that left-hand side. Rongy was trying to help out Yorkor and left Shinto a bit more exposed, who went for that red buff.
Nice.
Now he's
Nice
trapped in the
field.
world of her, but gets good support from Zapman. It's not enough
That
to shut, but what
wall.
can Zapman do in
Freeze.
terms of damage? It's starting to whittle down the frontline tanks, but Zap now getting focused by Netroid, Big Man Tings, and Genetics. And now Netroid on a double kill. Looks towards Ronyu, stuck in place in the rollout. Panitom looking for an exit, as is Yorkor. A great fight from Kings after Leviathans went for that tier 2.
I mean,
Rongu gonna fall down here as well, but keep your eyes on the last remaining Levi's.
I'd do it, yeah.
Two of them going for the Phoenix. This is dangerous. If they don't spot out the back, no, it's only the singular back, so they're not going to risk their lives here, and they at least put some pressure on the map. I like this call. Now they can fold back, try and get in towards that Fire Giant. Variety won't be there with his team. It's going to be a 2 versus 3.
And they know it. Kings know that these guys are going to come, so they don't even start the FG. They've got to try and cut off the avenue of escape for someone. They're looking for Yorkor, but taking so long, Yorkor could have backed to this moment in time. He's still hanging around, and FG has been pulled again.
Slow burn, though, and present still from the Leviathans. Yorkor making the rotation in, as is Panatom, down to a quarter, and not the greatest confirmation for either team.
Panatom's kind of got the angle here as Yorkor's forcing the focus.
Come on, Panatom, get in there.
Yorkor, the reset has happened. Yorkor had his ultimate available, but now surrounded by 4 members, thanks to the teleporting from Variety too. And now Yorkor will fall down. Panatom's still alive. Shinto back on the map. Ronyu back on the map, as is Zapman. FG defended, but at the cost of Yorkor's life.
That might be one of the best winning lines you could take as Yorkor. He keeps the game alive there. We talked about it earlier. Fire Giant is the separator. Sacrifice your life to get all 4 of your allies back on the map and ready to defend. Hard call to make, but a great one in this regard.
He does have that teleport too, which
he'll be
could
back.
help out if they start a fray off. I expect Kings to go, hey, we've got a man advantage for 40 seconds. Let's go fire. Let's force a fight. They've got to do it quick. If they don't, York will be back.
So quick they do it. Variety pulls out the Fire Giant. Netroid going to start working on his burn, but this is what Yorkor fought for. The opportunity of 4 members of the Leviathans to put up a defense.
Plenty of them watching on. Fire Giant not going down relatively quick here. Both of them just kind of eyeing each other up. Now at half health. Panitom left, Rongu right, Shinto and Zapman up the middle.
I think they're committing.
Still, slowly, catchy monkey. Ultimate used there by Zapman.
Reset?
To try and slow down. A reset from
Surprised he reset it.
Variety getting very low. Has his ultimate available, doesn't even use it. Shell used by Ronyu. Into the sky goes Noir. But look at the health bars of the Kings, and as you said it, York the Shark is back in action.
Leviathans take away the Fire Giant and had not reset back to full HP. And Yorkor takes down Netroid in the backline, and the Camelot Kings scattered to the winds.
And now Genx left alone, and so is the carries.
Oh my God.
Yorkor. Help with Yorkor and Tings. Variety falls soon after. And you know what? We called it with the Yorkor teleport back in. It came into play.
Dude.
A deicide now for the Leviathans. An FG buff around all their wastes. And
Phoenix
a game
exposed.
3 is on the cards.
Yeah, Leviathans with one phenomenal defense around the Fire Giant take it for themselves. The Camelot Kings, too trepidatious in their approach to securing the largest neutral objective, only give over the opportunity to the Leviathans not only to defend, but take it for themselves. And it was an easy steal. Shinto walked up, autoed it once, hit it with Hail of Arrows bladed, and that was all it took. I think the Kings in that
Good
spot,
job.
Commit.
you just have to commit.
It's commit or get off the pot. That's kind of the two options you've really got there.
Commit again.
Didn't seem to work out well for him because it really did come down to, in my opinion, the whole York over Panitom versus the whole team of the Kings there.
And it was just York. Panatom didn't do anything.
But I think the call was of the team were like, Paddy, don't come in. We need you alive for the next rotation. York can come in after. And Kings knew about it, they just couldn't execute in time.
Two high-tier teams battling back and forth in this match. Game 1 to the squad, Game 2 over to the Leviathans, and now Game 3 on the cards. I'm thinking both teams are making adjustments. You don't want another game that goes as even that long yet again, especially with the Camelot Kings showing the presence to win out that early game. The macro farm so important. Leviathans, off a couple of nice steals and a couple of defenses, are able to fight their way back in, but you don't want to be put in the position to be fighting on the back foot all 3 games.
Seen a lot of focus, though, from both these teams and all the teams in the league at the moment on first pick focus, on trying to get first pick. With the Kings losing there, they will be first pick potentially in the next one. We'll see if the bans change. Will we see a Poseidon ban as a second pick option from Leviathans? I don't know. Could be a bit tricky. After the break, though, Game 3. We'll see how it goes.
Five minutos.
answer back by the Atlantis Leviathans, and on to a Game 3 we go. And I feel like that's just what we deserve in a set like this. Undefeated team, resurgent Leviathans who have figured things out, and a Game 3 awaits. Now the Kings will probably look back at this game too and realize they had every opportunity to really maintain control and take things over and end the game and end the set. Leviathans buy their time, they get themselves a good fight on maybe a dropped ball by the Kings around that Fire Giant, but the Leviathans put themselves in that position and they were able to capitalize and win.
Yeah, I'm going to paraphrase a bit of what Miff and Hindu said at the end of that cast.
Please do.
Yeah, you know, Miff was talking about, I don't think either team is that happy with how this game went. Of course, the Leviathans were in a losing spot and ended up making a great comeback. They're at least happy they got the win, of course. And the Camelot Kings, that Fire Giant fight, Hindu said, commit or get off the pot. And if I
that's what he meant,
and
right?
if my boss can't say the phrase, then I certainly can't, so I'm not going to say the actual. But you get what I'm saying. That Fire Giant call, they got it very low. Then they decided to chase into the Sanctified Fields for a bit, which is a bit questionable. And then the turn back from the Leviathans with Yarkor teleporting in. He had such a great fire defense. I guess he was sort of just juking around in time to stall once he was able to teleport back in. Right here, we get to watch exactly what happened, where it was just so weak.
Yeah, just sitting.
And then they all decided to run away, and at this point, the fight's over. Fire Giant goes down. Leviathans get it because it was never dropped. And then the fight after is just so free.
Yark just chases down Netrioid. I mean, look at the health bar of the Kings. Of course, some fighting has happened up to this point that whittled those down. But the Kings are committing to a fight already a bit weakened by the Fire Giant. The Leviathans happy that one seems to have gotten just delivered to their doorstep. So, a Game 2 win for the Atlantis Leviathans. KDAs are actually going to look very even in a game like this. Panatom does have a standout performance on the Erlang Shen. Now Erlang Shen in this set has had a win for both of the junglers. But other than that, feels pretty even. And that is a difficult to Mifflin and Hindu Man's credit. That sometimes is a difficult game to walk away from and analyze things you want to change going into the next game. When things are so even and it's just like a bad decision that ends things. You know, think back to the Titan set yesterday where game 1 was so close and it was just one player getting picked out that effectively ended the game. That's got to be a difficult game to analyze and go back to the drawing board because you're saying, well, so much of what we were doing was working, but just did it wrong. So I think changes need to be made anyway because it was even in the wrong way, but it was even nonetheless. And there is a change. Uller finally gets banned away, and you're going to have to go somewhere else if you're Shinto out of mid. Poseidon remains banned. And I think probably a good look for the Leviathans just to keep that Poseidon banned out. If I remember correctly, Neath also took a ban. And you do have to remember, with Ting's playing from Ping, those are the types of picks that he likes to play, kind of regardless of where he's playing from. Do wonder if that changes up his God pool a bit.
Yeah, certainly could change the dynamic a little bit, but with the Kings in first pick, not gonna be too worried. They don't get either
Khepri.
the Mojo or the Khepri, so you know, genetics usually goes to the Ymir when that's the option. Not first pick worthy, I would say, because not really contested unless Rungyu's really got a Ymir in the back pocket that he's been waiting to whip out in this set particularly. Probably not going to be worried about, but I think, to your point, short memory has got to be the mindset here. You don't have to just harp on the things you did wrong in the last game. Just put that out of your mind because both of these teams had an option to try and win that one. Of course, with the way the Kings played that last FG, probably just want to forget that and move into the next game and play the same sort of style and just correct those mistakes. The Sobek will be the first pick here for the Leviathans. I touched on at the beginning of the set that Yark, we called him, you know, Yark the Shark because he was playing that Land Shark Sobek skin, and it was annoying. It was a complete dominance on the map. Just you can't step up to the team. The pluck is just so much fear. So I don't know if that's going to wrong you or into the solo lane, but given how Yarkor played on it yesterday, I'm going to put my bets on the solo lane.
Yeah, and it's a great look for the solo lane. Disruption, tankiness, especially if the game goes later on. One of the most difficult Guardians in the game to kill off, but Ardio does make it through, and that's a strong look for the Camelot Kings here as well. What else do you want to pair with the Sobek, though? Trying to think of what ends up getting taken away by the Kings in all likelihood if this doesn't roll through. Have been reaching for mid picks early on in their drafts.
You will feel.
Won't do that here. Double Guardian is the start for the Leviathans with a Fafnir. have to wonder if the Kings are maybe worried about double Hunter now for the Leviathans.
Yeah, it certainly could be an option with Uller taken away. There's not too many great picks in that mid lane that I'm looking towards. I think even with an auto attack based jungler and a Hunter, the Fafnir will get plenty of benefit anyways. So I don't think the double Hunter is the only way they could go. With the fact that Shinto has so many strong picks in the meta right now, they could save that for later. The Yu Huang notably is still open for both of these mid laners if need be. So they've got some time to decide what they want to do in that regard. The Kings, however, have their option, and given the way the jungle in this set has gone, Erlang and Osiris both open. The Erlang has been more often than not winning out, so it could be an option to try and grab that before this next wave of bans, and it looks like it will be the option.
You know, I know that the viewers can't see it. I'm actually really sad that you and Miff Trelly won't be on screen at the same time today, because you guys have both pink shirts with yellow fruits and green undertones on. And so Miff is rocking the banana shirt, and Trelly has got the lemon shirt going on today. Correct. Who claimed the pink? There we go. Appreciate your production. Who claimed the pink energy first? It was your energy, and Miff didn't want to step on those toes, right? But you're allowing anyone to. Miff, what is? Oh, he's got the shoes. I was like,
yeah, my shoes are also pink, but I'm not going to put them on the table like a hooligan. Like a hooligan.
we live in a society, Miff. You can't just throw your feet up on a desk out of nowhere. That is unacceptable.
Absolutely.
We can catch back up with picks and bans. I'm glad you guys got on screen at one point together today, because you're matching energies. To catch back up, Chiron ends up getting picked. I think the ability-based Hunter that I figured could have been an option if the Leviathans were looking for a ability-based Hunter out of mid, but we'll go over to the Camelot Kings instead. And a Daji pick. So when I think of Captain Twig,
right,
I don't know if Daji's the first thing that comes to mind. Of course, Erlang Shen is probably the first thing that comes to mind. Been a lot of warrior-style picks, Vamana, Osiris, Erlang Shen, a little Nemesis sprinkled in there. But such a talented player. I have no question he can make this dash.
Well, what I'm a little interested in is the fact that Netroid has been playing this Chiron throughout the whole set.
Yeah.
And the Daji was picked knowing that, right? With Chiron, it's essentially a cleanse. I mean, it is a cleanse. It's not essentially a cleanse. That's what it does. It's a cleanse. So the powwow is going to get a lot less value. However, whenever this interaction does come in, I always have to highlight the fact that Dashi does a lot of damage even without the pull. Just if you're able to get to the back line and use your damage effectively. They didn't ban the E set. The Kings have been banning that E set in second wave every single time. Didn't do it this time, so
definitely Zapman, right?
Yeah, I think that is going to be going the way of Zapman once again. Well, we'll have to see.
But I wonder if that hinges on like the Uller being the pick for
because
Shinto,
Uller is banned.
Right, so for those who missed the previous Leviathan set, and Uller and an E set were picked in the same draft by the Leviathans. And of course, you're assuming that's Zapman on Uller and Shinto on E-set, but ended up being Zapman on E-set and Shinto on Uller. So, does that composition only work when it's Shinto playing Uller and then Zapman can play the E-set? I suppose that's the question, but
you have a Fafnir
my point
support.
is,
you're gonna have
keep your minds open that this
100.
could be another Zapman E-set for the Atlantis Leviathans, depending on what the final pick
They're just
of the
messing
draft is. As a couple Hunters do get taken away in the second wave, the Olrun and the AMC both gone.
Way.
And then Guardians supports rather taken away from Genetics.
And that's where my head's going, is the fact that Uller and AMC are taken away.
Chernobog's
Chernobog's a decent Hunter in the mid lane, but there's not too many good mid lane Hunters available with the Chiron already being locked in. The Neath could be an option, but I feel like the clear isn't the greatest up until yeah, and the Ymir will be the option as a double Guardian. So in my head, it's either Shinto's going to take this, or we're going to see a different style of mid lane Hunter. It's got to be something like Neath, something with some strong clear and abilities that can try and match that presence. And it's going to be the Medusa, and that, to me, that doesn't say mid lane Hunter. So I think this might be Shinto taking the E-set. Given the fact that we've seen Leviathans have practiced this, like E-set for Zap is certainly an option. Medusa's clear is not the greatest. You're sort of forced into that ability-based build. How great is she with full damage? Pretty solid, but her dash is so easy to block, and with so much traffic in the mid lane, the 3v3 is what I'm concerned about. I have to imagine it would be better suited in the duo lane.
It does feel like a Zapman Medusa, but it did feel like a Zapman Uller.
Yep, you're right.
So I'm going to leave that door open, but it has shut a bit from the last time I saw this composition. But we'll leave the door open, not completely shut. But I do
What
think
if
a bit
Metroid
less
instead
open than it was
thanks
if
his former
Uller
team?
were picked here.
Right.
Yu Huang ends up being the pick for Big Man Tings. Again, remember, going into this set, we highlighted a few of his
Especially if
popular
they won
picks.
Worlds.
Poseidon, overwhelmingly
Probably feels bad.
the favorite pick for the Kings mid laner. Neath, of course, an option in certain compositions. Kukulkan, those styles of picks. But Yu Huang was kind of that one fringe pick for Big Man Tings that he had grabbed. And it looked great the last time we saw this pick for PMT. A 5-0-9 game on Yu Huang against the Solar Scarab. Certain mid laners have started to pick up this pick, Trelly,
Oh, yeah.
and have made it look great.
Yeah, and I think that's something that the Leviathans do have to watch out for. Early presence Yu Huang brings in spades, something you probably wouldn't expect, but level 3, he's extremely strong. How many times have we looked at a matchup and just seen Yu Huang be able to grab first blood just because you don't expect how much damage he can actually do when his Dow is cultivated? So you got to watch out for that. And I expect because Shinto's been playing in this set, or at least once, we'll probably be able to back up and say, hey, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from that guy. Let's stay away from that.
Does the Yu Huang add additional concerns about this Daji pick in your opinion? Do you think the safety of the Yu
I
Huang
lost.
Yeah,
makes life more difficult for the Daji on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, Panatom's going to have to prove it to me because you're up against a Chiron with the self-cleanse, and you're up against
Twig on Daji.
and you're up
It's
against
Panatom.
and you're up against Yu Huang, who can just self-banish himself, doesn't have to use beads, can also use the dueling dragons if need be. You're gonna have a good matchup into the Ardio and the Erlang Shen, but you know, if Panatom's gonna camp solo lane, then the Daji pick can certainly get ahead. But if that's not the case, then you could be having some troubles, as you mentioned. The Yu Huang just has so much CC immunity.
I will revert then my statement about I was talking about Daji not necessarily ringing a bell for Twig. It shouldn't because he's not the one playing the Daji this game. Does feel more like I mean, Panatom does, in my brain, synergize a bit better with Daji. I don't know, some subconscious thing I've got going on there. Game number 3 between the Camelot Kings and the Atlantis Leviathans. Let's find us a winner.
Yeah, let's do find us a winner. Maybe find out if Leviathans can defeat the Kings for the first time this phase, or will the Kings stay undefeated? I will say what Dave was saying there, though, Miff, is pretty accurate, if I'm honest. If I saw a Daji between a Panatom and a Twig, I'd definitely go with going Panatom over Twig.
Oh, I thought you were saying he was accurate in saying, you know, Twig was playing the Daji, because he was completely inaccurate
Dave
in that.
is here for hype, not for accuracy. Okay? Like, that's just the way it is. We have to let that happen.
That's crazy. He's actually crying and leaving the soundstage. You affected him.
So a normal day in the office then. Right? Like, it's not much different.
No, we can't be spreading this headcanon that Dave is mentally abused here. He's already so beloved. I can't deal with him being any more beloved.
He's too beloved. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I guess. Do it have to be nice so everyone hates him? That's not good.
I think so, yeah.
Look
God,
at
Dave's
that.
Genetics took the
I mean,
purple buff.
we're distracted, but look at what Genetics
they
and
invaded.
Netflix
Oh, yes!
through the buff. They just walked up and went, "You gonna start green? Yeah. Where's your purple?" But the question is, what's their wave pressure gonna be like now? I mean, it is the ISIS that we were talking about. Sorry, I'm gonna get this wrong all day, every day.
It's ESET.
ESET. I'm sorry, I've got to get used to that. It's still something that's just gonna stay. Even so far, that even Doug didn't get it right at first there as well, just to make sure.
Zapman
But that's kind of
is
the
on
interest
the
about how
ESET.
wave clear is gonna go now and who ends up getting a lead. Obviously, you've taken both purple, so in theory, you should be ahead in farm.
Yeah.
Can you keep the pressure back, though?
First wave, that's going to go to the Leviathans just as they get there first. We'll see how second and third waves start to roll out. That's when you're going to have a much better idea of how the pressure of this lane goes. You know, I all-in on the chat this time because I thought it was ESET ADC, and I am not a believer, especially with Captain Twig on an Erlang Shen. You got to be making that rotation almost constantly. I wouldn't be too surprised even if he just like clears oracles and then walks over right now. I'd honestly love it.
You'd love just to see the pressure rolling on ESET constantly now?
Yeah, just get him over there. Before Zapman's over to level 5, like he's really got no way to deal with these ganks. Maybe the beads get you through the first round of pin, but once Genetics has the wall, you're kind of stuck there. No Heavenly for the disengage. Yeah, I'd love to see the Camelot Kings make some rotations early to the duo.
Interesting choice for Big Man Tings in mid, though, this Yu Huang. Just because of the fact we know he's playing away at the moment. He's in the UK. And because of that, I was expecting, you know, more... I mean, I was going to say relatively safe gods, but then again, Yu Huang does have quite a bit of safety in one regard.
Yeah, more than just about any other mage. I call him the Charybdis of mid because he could just remove himself from the play field, CC immunity,
That's
the
true.
ultimate. Makes it so difficult for anyone to rotate through. And as of right now, at level 3, Yu Huang at a very strong point in his game. once Shinto ticks over to 5, once they're both level 5, there should be an advantage over towards this Medusa as far as the 1v1 is concerned, but how often is it a 1v1 in mid?
Yeah, interesting to see the Death Toll pick up as well for Shinto in the mid lane. Not going for the blue stone, which we see now and again, just for the extra wave clear and poke potential. Janex going to duel against Rongyu in the jungle there with the purple buff. Purple is reset as both carries unavailable to continue, but still, the lead isn't really there so far.
Not quite. If you get pressure on this wave, maybe then you could start rotating over.
Yeah.
I think had Captain Twig been on the left side of the map, the Camelot Kings could have been much more confident in their ability to actually look for the buff itself. And now that he's made the rotation towards center.
Dash in on Zapman. Spirit Ball does connect to slow down the damage. The slows
Good
onto
wall.
Zap
Shit,
have caused
this
some
wall.
problems. And Zap realizing because of the wall there has to run into
Here
the
comes
jungle.
Twig.
Twig is on the way over as Rongyu decides to exit to the left-hand side. And Zapman getting greedy
Panitom
here.
came over too, though.
Might get punished if Twig sees him. Instead, they will take the purple buff. Panitom on the way too. Spirit Ball connects. Wind Gust as well. Buff goes
I got it.
down. And Kings walk away.
Yeah, no blink for Twig this time around because he does lock eyes with Zapman there. Could have been potential blink and a pin, but because he's gone towards beads in that first slot, does not have that opportunity. And the Camelot Kings will go ahead and take the guaranteed win of the purple buff invade. So now slight advantage over towards the dual lane continued off the back of that first invade. Not a single one to the Leviathans just yet. Keep up that pressure. Keep doing that. You'd love to get some kills on a Zapman earlier, but second best thing, being able to take away all of his farm, it's not so bad.
And just as well, just keeping an eye on Janex' build here, going for the tier 1 cloak at the start of the game. Not used to seeing that. It's not got any real health, and it's just procs, I believe.
We see Spirit Robe first pretty consistently. It's like, do you want to wait until Gauntlet of Thieves is full stacked, or do you just want to have your survivability off rip? If you're getting active early, I think Spirit Robe is certainly the answer. And this is a composition from the Camelot Kings that has the ability to get active early.
Has a ton of CC on the side of the Leviathans too, I guess, when you look at that. I mean, everybody pretty much going to be CCing throughout this game. And one thing we've not touched on yet, I don't want to, but the days gone by of Guardian solo is back, it seems. RTO versus Sobek, a tale as old as time, of nobody dying, but making potential big differences in these team fights.
Yeah, just have another support on the map. And Conduit Gem coming back means that Guardian solos probably will as well. Both Guardians going towards it in that solo slot. So, decent wave clear, good pressure towards buffs, decent follow-up on jungle, and maybe a fight here.
And here we go, into the buff, steals it away, and now the pressure's on as the Leviathans have to walk back. Panitom low on mana here to really continue the aggression. But the blue buff was stolen there by the King, so a small victory.
Yeah, the Kings getting
Nice, and all
small
kinds of
victories
buffs.
all the way across the map, but still have not separated themselves too much just yet. Should be some slight XP advantages here or there, but gold still largely equalized. XP much more important at this portion of the game, though. You get over towards level 5 first, get over towards that second relic at level 12, then you can start throwing your weight around at these objectives.
Where's this
Hard
cat
for the Kings
going?
to do that on Gold Fury side, as Zapman is E-set and has access to Circle Protection now, but certainly some potential. And 2 minutes left on Zapman's beads. Certainly a whole lot of potential energy for the Camelot Kings. Just can they turn it into kinetic?
Yeah, I think the biggest difference I can see between it so far is just that little bit of a lead for Big Man Tings in the mid lane. He's about half a level ahead of Shinto at this moment in time on that Hugh Huang, which is a bit of a surprise, honestly. I was expecting to be a bit more further back, but now has that Warlock staff online against the Transcendence of Shinto.
Yeah, so both going to be stacking up. One getting more survivability as he builds his stacks, whereas Shinto just all in on that damage style of build.
Dodgy with the Transcendence there.
Yeah, slow game. You want high power scaling, and you want your Dodgy looking for one-shots in the late. This is one way to stack it up early. Transcendence makes perfect sense to me. You could even go towards Jotuns or Hydras in second slot. Getting that CDR,
that's what I was
so
thinking.
important.
Yeah, the CDR for Jotuns just to get the beats off cooldown constantly with the powwow is where my brain would be, especially when you've got someone like a Sobek on your team. The potential follow-up variety falls into a dangerous spot or two here. Tries to rush away. Now will survive, just get whittled down, and you can see the Kings were there to rotate if needed. The call for variety was, I'm good. Instead, take some more jungle.
Yeah, I'm surprised Panatom doesn't use Powwow there. Variety doesn't have his bead, so would have been able to pull him in. I guess just not happy with the damage output that he had saw just yet. And with Transcendence in first slot, you're probably not going to have that damage until a little whiles later. Captain Twig trying to match that rotation.
Yep,
it's all about
blue
this blue buff invade.
You see Janex already over here as well, and we'll definitely make sure he can take that minion in the jungle. towards the trebuchet. Blue buff done.
Oh,
Axe
man.
out from Wrong You. Does connect onto Twig there. Immediately transforms Wrong You, but the follow-up, where's it going to be? Variety or Genetics could be the
stun.
focus. Is Genetics all in? Shinto dashed in there.
He's in
Big Man
trouble.
Ting saw it, as did Variety. Now Shinto
Oh,
pinned
this
into a wall.
wall.
They all turn on Shinto and ignore the tanks, and his late rotation ends up being punished.
Double pin from Captain Twig. Fight's not over just
Oh
yet.
my
Double
God.
slow from
CC,
Genetics, and the
dude.
damage is good.
Yeah, the RTO cripple alongside the pins really causing problems. Wrong You trying to get
Big
some
pull.
will damage off. Twig still alive. Good
Jeez.
pull from Panitom, but it's
Ooh,
not going to be
tough
enough
wall.
for a kill whatsoever. That rotation in. 2 kills to the Kings and the jungle stripped.
Tough wall there from Genetics. Had he got it behind Panatom, it would have been another kill over to the Camelot Kings, but when you have as good a plays as Genetics, I'm willing to allow him to have one misplaced wall, if only barely.
It just sounds awful to hear like RTO and Erlang Shen on the same team. You think about the pins and the
Oh, you're stuck.
cripples. You are really just in there to fight the entire time.
Essentially a pin from Big Man Tings as well,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
freezes, the slows, the range slow from Netroid in some of these team fights. This is a composition. Now that I look at it, if the Camelot Kings are ever getting proactive in a late game team fight, their chase potential is through the roof. Displacement from Big Man Ting, long range chase down from Netroid, walls from Genetics, up against a composition of the Leviathans where you've got conditional escape from the wall from Panatom, who needs an ally nearby. Shinto's just stuck, Zapman's just stuck. Keep your eyes on Wrong You. We've been seeing a whole lot of early Phantom Shell pickups. This is another game where you're going to need them.
Yeah, more than likely, just to deal with the Ymir walls again. And the whole play that happened in the jungle there, it really kind of came down to that Shinto dash for me. When as soon as he dashed
crazy
there,
dash.
Big Man Ting saw it, and the whole Kings went, wait a second, that is Medusa's only real escape opportunity. And the Leviathans already wasted so much on the fight there to try and peel for each other, they couldn't support Medusa. And that ends up causing Kings to have this lead.
Yeah, just the instant dueling dragon saying, hey, Shinto, you're just stuck, and then another phenomenal wall from Genetics to confirm that kill onto Shinto. Good wherewithal from Shinto, maybe not the best dash, but realizing, well, I already used it, and I'm stuck here, no way I get out. He at least holds the beads.
Beads did get used there. Tell a lie, it was the ultimate by Shinto just to avoid the freeze. CC chain, though, from Leviathans wasn't the greatest there, with the circle of protection down, the spirit ball off the mark from Zapman.
Jeez.
And Kings get those harpies, the oracles, I should say, around the Fury, and then fall back and keep farming up.
This is a high-pressure game from the Camelot Kings, just everywhere on the map. Blue buffed invades, purple buffed invades, controlling these oracles. And it's just a devil-may-care attitude around these team fights. It feels like anytime the Camelot Kings see any sort of opportunity to put out some poke or commit to a kill, commit to a fight, they've done so. And you can see it reflected now, how that's really had a ripple effect on the map. All these back camp invades put Captain Twig about a level and a half up. He's gone for the faster of the 2 jungle builds, doesn't have to worry about stacking Transcendence. Instead, Golden Blade in that first slot, really helping him clear the jungle quickly. Now looking towards that Toxic Blade potentially. This is a very aggro game from the Camelot Kings. I'd love to see them just keep this pressure up, start rotating in towards this Pyromancer. Fighting on the Gold Fury side, still a little bit iffy just because of this E-set, but Gold Fury is iffy regardless. Pyromancer, on the other hand, Variety's got a significant
A lot of
lead
XP
fight around
leads.
him.
Yeah, going back to your point, though, I feel like obviously Leviathans too. I feel when ESET gets into the fray a little bit in these engagements, that Dispel magic that's going to give their team shields could cause a lot more problems and allow more survivability for a lot of people. These team fights could be
Oh shit.
bloodbathy, but when I say bloodbathy, a lot of pain, but no death is kind of how I feel.
A lot of very tanky targets, a
Yeah.
lot of in-combat healing for the Camelot Kings, decent survivability from individual members of the Leviathan, so it could be hard to actually find your pick. That's the concern right there. So had Panatom actually been caught by Genetics' wall, I'm not sure he's in range to get to that Greater Scorpion. That's what I mean by conditional escape. You need an ally nearby.
Does have a blink, though, if he needed it, or even the Paolo to buy time, but it's not something he would like to use if he can help it. But I do feel there's a lot of pressure on Panic on this game, especially when we talk about the tanky targets. The damage the Leviathans have, I'm not 100% sure of. I don't think there's enough damage on this team unless ESET can really step up in these engagements. Medusa, we'll see how she goes, but I really think Dodgy has to find some damage this game.
Yeah, Dodgy's got to do a lot. And I think maybe the most important thing is the Wombo combo from Leviathans. Palau pulled into a circle protection, you're probably winning a team fight.
Yeah.
But looking at the beads from the Camelot Kings, they have not been under threat. Maybe Yarkor is pulling beads off of one member at a time. Shinto might be able to do it, but these are the best players in the world. Not often you're getting slammed by Petrify. Wrong use single target as well. And in the conversation around any composition that has Dodgy in it, is, do you have enough AoE CC to facilitate? So far, it's just been Panatom working on those beads.
Golfy is not even being looked at here because Eset's made the rotation to the right-hand side. With the circular protection secures the Pyromancer. Janex watching on there, just kept an eye on what Ymir was up to. If he walks forward, do we see the wall instead? It looks like the Kings are going to rotate hard left and look for a Golf Fury.
Yeah, it could be. Circle protection goes down, so your fight-in potential for the Leviathan severely limited. You've already pushed waves into tower in both mid and left. Great call from the Camelot Kings. Either the Leviathans walk up and take a disadvantaged fight, or they let the Gold Fury go down, and at this point, it's just more valuable than Pyro.
I think we knew when we saw Yarkor still on that right-hand side of the map, there was going to be no real attempt from Leviathans. Like you said, no Eset ultimate as well. Just allows that pressure to unveil itself. But the tier 1 tower on the right side does end up taking quite a bit of damage, and you'll see Variety lose a tiny bit of farm, but will that really impact him at this stage, being that RTO Guardian?
And he's already got a lead, still, despite missing out on this wave, and he's only really going to miss like 2 minions worth of gold. So Yarkor gets his proxy just so that he could seal away some back camps and close up that gold lead a bit for the Leviathan Soul Laner. But as of now, with both POIs off the map, it's all about gank presence. We've seen a whole lot more from Captain Twig than we have from Panatom so far. Still working on finishing up that Transcendence. Should get it off this next camp. But Captain Twig's not concerned. Toxic Blade done, Golden Blade ready. Time to start pushing his advantage.
Yeah, there's like a 600 gold lead specifically for Twig over Panatom, and that comes down to all the jungle pressure that the Kings have exerted here over and over again, just stripping away more and more camps. Panatom now forced back again, chased down by Variety. Meanwhile, Rongyu and Shinto being forced out by Twig, and now Variety looks towards the blue buff again with the support of Twig and Janex in tow. Keep an eye on the backside there when BMT's waiting. Looks towards Rongyu here, force Rongyu's ultimate, and immediately Kings disengage.
Rongyu has transformed into Dragon, but nobody from the Leviathans in range to follow up. Thought maybe we'd see try a chase engagement there, considering Shinto is so nearby, but the survivability of Big Man Tings, I'm sure, weighs heavily on the mind of Rongyu there. Do I engage and just force the float? It's probably not valuable.
Yarkor did just teleport into this tower, and 3 members of Kings still hover around, will take it down. Don't think they'll kill Yarkor here. He still has Lurk in the waters if needed, but taking that tower, just more global gold.
Just a bit. The Camelot Kings now on the disengage, and Yarkor tries his best to extend the engagement, pulls Variety back in, hoping that he's able to get those beads off, just the threat of, hey, maybe I've got some allies nearby, but not the case, and Variety rather calls the bluff and just lets himself get plucked and walks back towards his own team. The Leviathans playing at a pretty healthy, or unhealthy rather, deficit up against the Camelot Kings. This style of play, with this style of composition from the Leviathans, I think dictates they have to show up to this next round of neutral objectives. If the Kings continue the pace that we've seen for the last 14 minutes, you're falling into their win condition. We talked about the Leviathans' win condition of Oni Fury straight to the Fire Giant, start working through your towers. Camelot Kings is, hey, nothing on the map to do. We're farming up better. By the time there's something on the map to do, we're going to be so far ahead that you don't want to fight. And very often, these teams in the SPL just simply don't take the engagement, and they bleed out, a death of 1,000 cuts. The Leviathans, I think, have to be there. They have to be willing to stick in these engagements. Don't allow the Kings to push this lead much further than what they've got.
But all the while, Kings have just really focused around the right-hand side of the map. There's been no pressure towards dual lane from either side so far in this engagement. So I'm starting to look at the 2 carries there and go, what can they bring to the fray? Can this Eset really make a difference?
Good wall.
But does everybody else get too far apart? Rongyu has his ultimate available again, so he won't be under too much threat here. But look at Eset charging on in with the Medusa ultimate 2 in tow to try and find some sort of damage. This is a big chase from Leviathans here.
It is, and the Leviathans have taken more damage, just the Camelot Kings throwing abilities behind them as they disengage. Now Zatman steps forward, no circle protection, and a whole lot of poke.
Zat was just too far forward, the rest of his team were even around. He has to beads away from that, and now Twig goes for the ultimate, gets returned with a parallel, pulls in Variety and Genetics, but there's no damage to follow up and bring down those tanky targets. Yarkor, though, on the Sobek, causing problems with the backline. Will down to half health again, as still Shinto kept out the fray in the distance from getting poke off. Instead, he eats a ton more than bargained for, and Leviathans end up eating more damage overall, I feel, than that of the Kings.
Variety forced back to base, does not have teleport, so will not be able to come back to this engagement. Relic Roundup. Seems like the majority of beads still available to the Camelot Kings. Both Big Man Tings and Netroid have got there, so might as well chase out.
Nice silence.
Wall narrowly avoided by Zatman. Tings and Twigs still nearby. Seems they want this tower.
Yeah, it seems purple buff's also coming up for Leviathans there too, so it's not terrible to stick around, but playing the tower game. I mean, at the end of the day, you win the game by killing the Titan, not getting kills, so just keep whittling them down and taking them out if you can. But have they bit off more than they can chew? Netroid getting very low, has no charge away, pops the ultimate expecting to die, will at least return some fire. Yarkor chasing, though, looking at Tings. Tings has beads, and will use them.
He will. Had he not, he just loses his life there. At least able to drop some damage into Yarkor first. And looking at the pacing of the neutral objectives, the Leviathans actually have a significant advantage moving in towards this Oni. All up to variety to make a play we've seen from Yarkor in the previous match. Will he walk in and try and slow down this objective, buy time for the rest of his team to rotate through?
No, I don't think
or
so.
will he just disengage? Zatman's low, but he's got circle protection.
They do, and it looks like with him going back there, I actually think Camelot Kings are going to be okay losing this. Even if they do, they're like, listen, we're up 3-4K. On his ult? You were just talking about Zap not doing this?
Yeah, but he can just toss out a dragon from like super far.
All right, then, here we go. Will he do it?
Too late.
Nice try.
Off the mark a little bit. I mean, when I say off the mark, I mean, he attempted it just a little bit too slow. All the while, Kings do at least get the Pyromancer, so the gold deficit not huge, not a huge loss, especially if they strip away some of this jungle.
Yeah, get the Greater Scorpion, a little bit more global gold for your team, strip away some of these back camps. That is a high value trade for the Leviathans. Gold Fury for Pyromancer still valuable at this point. It wasn't the standard Gold Fury, and we've seen some changes to how that objective works, which means it's just not worth as much gold. You get the enhanced minion waves, and I believe the Oni is worth the least actual golden experience compared to both Primal and Standard.
Sure.
So the uptick actually belongs to the Camelot Kings off of that trade. Greater Scorpion, I think, edging out with Pyromancer what the Leviathans are able to establish for themselves, which is such a curious trade, isn't it? It used to be like all the Gold Furies were worth the exact same resources, but now just figuring out the chess game of
math,
which one's worth it to really commit to, and the Camelot Kings say, not this one.
I guess it's a better end result from an Oni Fury in some regard, though, because if you do get the minion wave unchecked, they get a tower, there's more gold off the back of that, they put pressure on the map, which opens up other windows, but then you got the Primal Fury, where you're like, well, now we take less damage from the neutral objectives, we do more damage to them. They all do play in their little part, I would say, as the game goes on.
They do. This was the Oni Fury, and it hadn't got them much. Generally, the Oni Fury really only finds its value when you can force a rotation from your enemy. Hey, we got Oni Fury, and now you gotta look at us at the Fire Giant. You have to let these minion waves do something. Not the case this time. The Leviathan's not in a position to force that kind of engagement. Instead, just take the Fury and have some enhanced minions for the Camelot Kings to clear out, which they deal with adeptly. Nothing really comes of it.
This build I'm seeing, though, coming out from Netroid here, very damage focused, very pen power focused. Not a whole ton of attack speed in this, so it shows he's really going to be relying on those abilities and the long range of that ultimate that Chiron brings to maybe get some damage out here.
Yeah, Centaurus really, he's going to become like an ult bot in the late game. It's Centaurus and a masterful shot, and then you're also there to deal with these objectives, neutral objectives. Not as much, but the permanent objectives, this ability pen build, actually a little bit better at dealing with towers and phoenixes. The crit build, more so for the golds, the fires, the pyros, things along those lines. So once the Camelot Kings start to get to that point, they might struggle a bit, having no crit available to them in just finishing off Fire Giant. But the fights leading up to it, that's what Netroid's built this for.
Variety chasing on in there towards Wrong Yu and Zatman, just trying to keep them honest and also allow some pressure for the Kings on the tier 1 tower on the left, which will fall down thanks to Netroid and that minion wave. So door opened yet again. And this is just what you guys have been saying all year about the Kings. They've been very focused on the macro and making sure they get as much reward for their rotations, for their abilities as they can.
And taking out early tier 1s has much more value in Season 9 than it did in seasons of past. The towers are much stronger now. Not only do they hit harder, they're tankier, so being able to take out these tier 1s before a Fire Giant power play just expedites your process. Get directly into that tier 2, he opens up the door to these Phoenixes earlier on, whereas beforehand, 20 minutes in, when we used to see Fire Giants go down, tier 1s were just going down for free. We see teams very often at least put up a pseudo defense on their first line of defense. So good on the Camelot Kings to open up some slight win conditions.
The thing is, though, we don't really see much lane freezing going on. I'm surprised we don't see.
Well, it's like impossible to deny farm in Smite, just about. The only way you deny farm is like taking buffs.
Tower is a bit easier.
Maybe.
Leave the lane frozen there, right? You've got to overextend to come into and get it.
21 minutes in?
You are right, though. Like, you know, the jungle does get exposed in that regard, but if you got no jungle up because you're losing it every time anyway, like, make him overextend.
Fair enough. So we'll see. Maybe Zatman does keep the wave at his tier 2, but if you're doing that at this portion of the game, that means you're so much further from the objective, makes it even harder to rotate in. So if the Camelot Kings realize, hey, Zap's freezing it out at his tier 2, Netroid says I can't farm, let's just go to Fire Giant, and then Zapman has to make the entire trek across the map, slows down Zapman's farm as well. So freezing, much more valuable early on. You take like a pre-10-minute tier 1 tower, sure, freeze on your tier 2. At this point in the game, I don't think that's a concern for the Kings.
Well, Fire Giant could be on the card sooner rather than later now as we approach the 22-minute mark in the game. Low kill game, but it kind of happens with a lot of European-style players for the most part. It's happened over the years. And the Kings made up majority of Europeans, surprisingly enough, so you can see them trying to play to their advantages. Leviathans, meanwhile, they are on the back foot, I feel like, but they're treading water, trying to get to this late game, and then try and look for one team fight. I think it's really setting up for one huge team fight that's going to blow this game wide open.
The last 10 minutes, I'd argue the Leviathan's done a really good job of stemming the bleeding. This lead has not extended in a whole lot of time from the Camelot Kings, and the Leviathans are a squad that are very willing to get to that late game team fight, even at around a 3,000 deficit, not something they're very accustomed to, and then just taking the engagement from there. So if the Leviathan's goal, and I have to assume it was, is to extend this game, they're getting very close to that goal.
Pyromancer now looked at. Jarko on the front line, just a zone away. Variety going to try and get into the fray if he can and just see what's going on there. But they will have to surrender this one as the Leviathans are on the scene a little bit earlier than that of the Kings this time round. And thinking about the kills, funny enough, that's gone on in this game. I mean, one was on the Medusa pick in mid where he dashed in, Shinto falls there, and then Netroid hangs around too long on the left-hand side. So the two carry picks are really just positional more than anything else that's been the difference in this game.
That's just about it. Both teams have got great ways to deal with mispositioning. Variety catches out two and a nice wall.
Zapman was trapped in place to freeze immune though the tail end there with the beads from Zapman. Into the sky goes Paddington though with Marla bringing Twig back into a dangerous spot, and Twig getting very low. Yoko credit with a kill. Now Genetics put back into danger. Meanwhile Zapman is taking on Variety 1v1 to shut down that RTO. Genetics will be chased by Shinto. Not Rongu, who's left him to his own devices. This split move everywhere fight from the Kings isn't necessarily the worst, because it might just limit their casualties. The problem is the Fire Giant could be the biggest casualty of them all.
And it's going to go down for free. Nobody from the Camelot Kings anywhere in range to defend. Best case scenario here for Netroid is potentially take out this tier 2 tower on left. Won't even stick around for that. Perhaps worried about a rotation in. Could go for the Gold Fury, I suppose, with the help of Yuhuang.
Where did that go wrong for the Kings there?
They got caught out. They initiate immediately onto the two targets. I believe it was Rongu and Zapman. The wall from Genetics very good there. Captain Twig overcommits with the Mink form, trying to chase out. Gets pulled back in by Panatom. Didn't have the beads available afterward. And then once Twig falls down, the whole fight falls apart for the Camelot Kings. Everyone scatters to the wind. Netroid fully disengages. Genetics just trying to peel for himself. And the Leviathans, who were already grouped as 5, they had a much simpler time of directing their attention. These two are walled off, let's get to them. Okay, well, there was only 2 people fighting them, so now all of a sudden it's a 5 versus 2 right next to the Fire Giant pit. The Leviathans simply grouped harder.
Yeah, we definitely credit Kings with their macro play, but credit ratios to Leviathans in their team fights. One of the strongest in the league and could cause a lot of problems, and they're doing so right now, and may be on their way to giving the Kings their first defeat in Phase 2.
Wouldn't be the first team they've done it to. Able to take one on the Bolts yesterday, so the Leviathans playing spoiler to perfect seasons, or phases rather, from the Camelot Kings and the Olympus Bolts. But Fire Giant is only a means to an end. You have to establish a lead while you've got the buff. As of now, no lead established. Tier 1 tower in mid, go ahead and let that one go. These Tier 2s, though, with this style of draft from the Kings, you could put up pretty elongating soft defenses. Have Genetics throw some walls up around the Tier 2, slow them down there, potentially try and look for some pokes, some picks as well. The all-in initiation of the Leviathans might struggle in these scenarios. Circle Protection, very similar to Sanctified Fields, is a tool that you use to dig in your heels and defend. You want to force a team to fight into it. Very difficult to use those abilities offensively, unless you're doing like an instant pop Circle Protection.
Do like what Leviathans did though, split the map apart, don't allow the Kings to group up, chip away at the towers, and leaving them just with the Phoenixes now to find out what happens next. Yoko back to base, is level 20, has some gold to spend, and will upgrade that Gem of Focus now. How much of a big matter is that in this game?
I mean, it's going to boost his damage output for sure. I mean, looking at the rest of his build, it's really just about getting a good deal of chase down potential, some lockdown. It synergizes really well with lurking in the waters. So significant in that the squishies of the Camelot Kings are concerned, but it still is a Guardian solo with only one dedicated damage item. So the front line of the Camelot Kings, they're not thinking about that.
This game's coming back to that whole fight around the Fire Giant just beforehand as the engagement on left begins. Early ultimate from Netroid, who got hurt badly in this engagement. And he's on the barest amount of health. Panitom just needs one hit, and it'll be the lurking in the Watch from Yorko that gets it. On the backside, Twig did at least get to Shinto, but goes down to Rongyu in trade. Sheneg's trying to keep Panitom busy as Panitom goes in on Big Man Tings. The Phoenix has no minions on it. The health bars of the Kings is crumbling one by one. Good for genetics there, but the follow-up CC is causing problems. Minion wave now coming in. They will get the left-hand Phoenix in a 4-for-2 trade.
Yeah, don't think Yarkor needs to die there. Just takes one too many Phoenix shots. Thought maybe he got saved by Zapman. The Levi's certainly aren't going for this, right? This is going to be a difficult siege on the Titan.
No circle of protection available, but the amount of tankiness they've got and a minion wave, what can Variety do to stop this? And losing the game in less than 30 minutes here. The players in the booth very focused on what's going on. It's Variety
They
versus
might have
the
it.
world.
They
It's
might
not
have
going
it.
to
They have
happen.
Zapman.
It's very close, but it will fall down here. It's going to be the end of the game. And yes,
And the
the
Twins up in three.
Leviathans will somehow defeat the Kings right at the end of this one in a
Holy shit.
2-for-1 match, making sure no team in phase 2 is undefeated.
Man, these top tier teams, right? It's just these slight mistakes around the Fire Giant, these one team fight clubs that cost you the entirety of the match. I mean, you said it yourself. Fire Giant was going to be the separator in that match, and it certainly was. Once the Leviathans got it, the entire pacing changed. But you gotta remember that they were playing into a deficit even when they killed the Titan. Sure, the gold might have reflected a lead for the Leviathans. They didn't spend any of it. The Camelot Kings were still playing 2K up there, just into a Fire Giant buff, but separation from the Leviathans, phenomenal dive from Panatom. We didn't see a whole lot from him early. He made up for it in that last team fight. Really nets the Leviathans that win.
It's nice now and again to see a couple of battles of micro and macro, but let's be honest, I'd rather see a bloodbath.
Yeah, give me an arena match.
No.
Give me an arena
None of that.
match.
Well, I'd rather do Assault than anything else if I had a choice between those two. That's for sure. But anyway, that's it. Leviathans end up taking this one down 2-1. Let's get to the desk to break down exactly what they saw in that series.
Atlantis Leviathans continue to be the loss givers. The Bolts lose their undefeated status just yesterday. The Camelot Kings lose their undefeated status today, both at the hands of the resurgent Atlantis Leviathans. What a league to participate in where the Leviathans... Leviathans going to this week as like the 5th or 6th seed, I guess technically. I mean, a bunch of teams tied right in that little group. Knock out the 2 undefeated teams that are 1 and 2 in the standings. Still 1 and 2 in the standings.
Yep.
But now with a couple of extra losses, Trelly, this Leviathans team playing lights out, and I think Hindu's pretty on point there. 1 or 2 mistakes with this style of game makes all the difference.
Yeah, it seemed like nothing was really giving either team an edge there. Maybe a pick for either side. You know, one missed input, a too far of a dash for in the mid lane. Shinto just dashed a little bit too far, and then Netroid on the flip side. So the kills were not very there, but the farm game and then that Fire Giant fight, that's all you had to really highlight. Leviathan's back on top. You know, used to be a question mark at the end of that. I'm just going to put in a period or an exclamation point, whichever one you prefer. The Leviathans have taken down the 2 top seeds.
You're putting the Leviathans on top. I guess, how can you not,
How
right?
could you not? They took down 1 and 2.
Yeah, I guess you have a week where you take out 1 and 2. It's really a question of standings versus play on field, right? I mean, the Leviathans beat the Bolts in 3. They beat the Kings in 3. Very competitive sets. 1 mistake here and there make all the difference. But if you beat the top 1 and 2 teams in the league in the same week on back-to-back days, I guess you make a real good argument that you're playing like the top, if not definitely are the top team in the league. Ends up being Shinto on Medusa here this game. We wonder if it would be Zapman on the Medusa, but no, Zapman runs back the E set, and Medusa goes over to Shinto. And then Yarkor playing the Guardian style of pick again. Clearly some value there. So flexible is Yarkor, isn't he? You see the run it down, the RDOs, the Warriors,
really good on
the
ESET.
Silvex as well. Flexible in a team, in a low-kill game, have the wherewithal to really stick in it and be strong and objective-centric moving on later on. Big boost to the Leviathans.
Yeah, and me and J-Max said it yesterday. I can phrase it 12 different ways. When Yark's on the croc, I'm buying the stock. You know, Yark the shark, if he's going the land shark, Sobek's getting either or. Just so much presence on that Sobek. It's so hard to play against it. You can't walk up to a fight like that. You have to watch out for the plucks. Panatom was able to find a ton of success on this Daji, despite the fact being into the not the greatest matchup with into the Chiron cleanses. Just able to focus on variety and Captain Twig specifically, and was really able to negate how much this Erlong Shen was able to do. 5,000 damage at the end of the game. There wasn't too much fighting, but as an Erlong Shen, you want to get ahead early. You want to make sure you're scrapping, and the Daji was able to nullify that.
What a weekend for the Atlantis Leviathans, right? You go into this weekend knowing you're facing 2 undefeated teams, and you end the weekend having beaten both of those undefeated teams. Leviathans emphatically back with a period and exclamation point, however you want to put it. Their solo laner emphatically back, and he's with me now for the post-game interview. Yarkor joins me. Yarkor, congratulations. What a weekend for you guys, and we'll get there in just a minute. I want to talk about the style of games that you guys had yesterday and today. Feels like low-kill games that go really long. Do you feel like it is just the meta right now where these games go long, and do you feel like it's 1 or 2 mistakes can ultimately lose or win you the game? Do you feel like that's the style of meta we're in right now?
Yeah, that and the fact that when you're playing against a good team,
Yeah.
you need to like be really like methodical on what you wanna do.
Right.
So it becomes to being like more objective focus, like the small things, like for example getting the cups, getting the traps, trying to get the coups even. All that small stuff like counts a lot, and it's really good teams like the Bulls and the Kings are. So
sure. And we've talked a lot about the Kings with that, especially their macro play. The small things really start to add up. Shine a light for me if you can. Zapman on ESET, because we see Medusa locked in, and of course we assume that'll be Zapman. If you can, why is Zapman getting the ESETs instead of Shinto?
There was a Scream thing that he was like really mad of playing Hunters, and he wanted to lock the ESET, and we said, yeah, we think that is a good pick, and you can pick it.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good thing in our team, that everyone can play everything. Like Shinto can play the ESET too if he wants to.
Right.
But if Steven is feeling it and he's calling that he's gonna secure everything, we are trusting that guy with our lives. So.
Sure, and Shinto can play the Hunters as well. Final thought for you here. You take down the Kings, who are undefeated. You take down the Bolts, who are undefeated. Do you feel like the Leviathans are the best team in the league right now?
I mean, maybe.
It's a hard question.
Don't know. Yeah, it's a hard question. I think we're just trying to play again as we do at the last part of the last year.
Right.
And that's really good for us. So we're just getting back in track slowly but surely, and we'll see what it brings to us.
That's right. Well, look, Yarkor, a great weekend for you guys. I think getting back to the winning way is always a good thing. Congrats on your wins, and best of luck in your next matches.
Yeah, thank you.
Leviathans able to take down the Bolts, take down the Kings. Always humble in victory. It's a good way to be.
It is.
But I do think what Yarkor says, that holds some water. They're getting that these styles of games are akin to what won them a Smite World Championship towards the end of the year last year. So keeping those wheels turning, moving that forward into Phase 2, into Phase 3, going to be a good look for the Atlantis Leviathans. What a way to start off this triple header day of Smite matches on Sunday. We've got 2 more for you. 2 more SPL games. Oni Warriors versus Valhalla Valkyries coming up next. And the Jade Dragons versus the Solar Scarabs to end the day. So the Valks and the Scarabs, 2 teams hoping to get some momentum, get some growth growing throughout this phase. The Oni Warriors and the Dragons now maybe sensing, Trelly, that towards the top of the standings, those 1 and 2 spots a bit more up for grabs. The Jade Dragons can improve to 3 and 2. The Oni Warriors can also improve to 3 and 2. So there is a world where at the end of the day today, the standings actually don't change at all, because the Kings and the Bolts will be tied for first at 1 and 2 respectively. And then if the Dragons and the Warriors win, you'll have 4 teams all at 3 and 2. It feels like we're barreling towards the style of standings that we had in Phase 1, where like the top 6 teams were all within a game of one another, and everyone's beating everyone else. And it just makes for a hyper-competitive league.
Yeah, and I think that's why Yarkor couldn't give us a definitive answer on, like, are you guys the best team in the league? Just because you beat number 1 and 2 doesn't mean you have that definitive spot, because we're at such a competitive league where, you know, the 6th seed team, the 7th seed team, anyone can take a game off of anyone. You just got to make sure you show up on that specific day. So I agree with you.
There are a handful of players in this league that would have said yes emphatically to that question. Yarkor was never one of them. Yarkor is such a humble guy. I love the way he approaches the game. The rest of that Leviathans team as well. If you're a Leviathans fan, you are on top of the world right now. If you're an Oni Warriors or a Valkyries fan, you're hoping to join them up top here shortly. Oni Warriors versus the Valhalla Valkyries coming up next.
Waffles or pancakes? I'm a pancake guy. I think waffles are just more American. I think when we moved here, or when I moved here, we had a waffle maker at the house, but it's foreign to me. And then you guys put chicken on the waffles? What is that? That's just, no.
That's not normal.
Definitely waffle. I hate pancakes. They're gross.
Waffles.
Pancake, super fluffy.
For me, it's got to be pancakes. They're just so fluffy, and you can just do a lot with them.
So
They're great.
fluffy.
Waffles, because they're easy to eat.
Chem
Probably
16.
waffles. Probably, I don't know. I don't really do either, but hey, waffles are pretty good.
You think waffles? I think they just taste better. I don't know. You can put more things on it too. So.
Probably waffles. Just taste better.
I'll go with waffles. I like them a little bit more than pancakes.
Waffles are just better.
I think waffles are tastier, but I'm kind of indifferent, so 50-50.
Waffle squares are better.
Waffle, easy. I don't have to think about that. Butter holes. That's it.
I think
Butter
waffles
holes,
slightly.
true.
I'm more of a pancake guy.
This shouldn't be the hardest question for me to answer, but it genuinely is.
This is easy. I don't know why anybody ever has a contest between these, because waffles are just pancakes, but with abs. They can hold the syrup and whatever else you want to put on them better. Clearly, waffles are superior.
I'm a waffle guy.
I'd have to go waffle. I feel like pancakes and waffles, obviously very similar appeals, but I get bored of textures. And waffles are pancakes with crunch, and I'd rather have something with something than without.
Waffle, but it's close.
Everyone likes waffles.
your free games with Prime in June.
Battle Man and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island.
Guybrush Threepwood.
Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. If any of the games in that catalog piques your interest, then make sure that you link up your Prime account over to your Twitch. That way you can get all of those great free games, because you've only got a few days left until those are gone. But don't worry, there's going to be a whole new arsenal of games that are going to be available to you every single month. With Prime Gaming, you can get free games, free content for games you're already playing, as well as with a Prime membership, get free shipping, music, movies, and more available to you. So if you don't have a Prime membership, first off, go ahead and grab one of those, and then link that over to your Twitch to get Prime Gaming. Thank you so much to Prime for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me on the desk. We get ready to jump into our second set of the day. After our first set, no more undefeated teams in the SPL. Now that the Leviathans have dethroned both of them in 2 consecutive days, we're going to move on now to the Oni Warriors and the Valhalla Valkyries.
Maybe no more undefeateds, but we got one more only defeated.
True.
So if we're going to be the week of trend breaking, the Valkyries are going to have to take a dub today.
Yeah, the Valkyries are going to have to find a big win over the Oni Warriors if they want to be the only team, or if they want to now join the teams of having no more zeros in any of their columns out there. The Valkyries have been able to find game wins so far, but they have been unable to convert those into set wins. Not only that, we'll have the Solar Scarabs and the Jade Dragons, our third and final set that will come up immediately after that. And taking a look at the standings, now you can see the Leviathans, they were sitting down in that 6th seed coming into this weekend, but now with 2 big wins under their belt, they move up to the 4th seed, and they also put a 1 in the loss column for both the Kings and the Bolts.
The Oni Warriors, hot on their heels, though, could tie up if they could take out the Valhalla Valkyries, and I think most people would say this is an expected win, right? Like, when you're looking at your channel points and you're like, I want more of them, this is technically the type of game you would bet on. Low returns, I'd be betting on it, but I lost mine all in, like, the last game, so.
Oh, you actually
all of them.
I didn't know you actually put your channel points in that last one.
I got 0 now.
That's unfortunate for you. Maybe for the Valkyries fans at home, maybe they can hope that the Valkyries can find a win out in this game against the Oni Warriors. That way they can get themselves some extra channel points and maybe even help get those Valkyries some wins in their column. And they're going to need it up against the Oni Warriors, specifically over in that Soul Lane matchup, Nika versus Aquarius for the side of the Valkyries. Aquarius has been one of those players who's very consistent in that solo lane. He's been able to step up. He's even making some change-ups to his god pool, going away from the Guardians and the Warriors. We were seeing some assassin play come out of him last week.
In a team that is full of inconsistency, I think Aquarius finds himself as the only constant for this team. He's been impressed me, I think, every single week. Even when his team is losing, for the most part, Aqua's holding his own. That's not to say that he hasn't had some bad games, but I think they are much fewer and farther between when surrounded by a team that is full of ups and downs. I saw a post on the Smite Pro subreddit recently where someone had hypothesized or posited that the Valkyries are a team that have got really high highs and really low lows, and they're never on the same page. One day Benny Q's popping off, but Aqua's having a bad day. Maybe one day Kirmi's really stepping up, and Wowie's having a good time, but Gamma and Benny are struggling. So when the Valhalla Valkyries, I'm not certain that we've seen it just yet, but when they are all firing on all cylinders, I think that this is a team that can compete, especially when they're played around Aquarius. But the concern that I had for the Valkyries that I had brought up during their last set is lack of identity. What is their win condition? For the most part, I think people would argue early game pressure. They're very reminiscent of the Solar Scarabs earlier in their careers. But even then, they're not going for that strategy of play all the time. They're not really honing in on that. Sometimes it's like late game scaling. Sometimes it's mid game objective pressure. Sometimes it is that early game presence. I want to see that continually. Every time I watch them play now, I'm waiting for them to find something that works and continue to build on it.
And I think maybe some of the sentiments and echoes can be said here of Nika on the solo lane for the Oni Warriors as well. He is a player that is probably the most consistent across the board for his team, has been even since Season 8 and coming up until here, has been a hard carry at times. Other times it's just been that pillar of making sure to get the team to rally around him, make sure that they can find themselves to being able to get to some of these late game fights. The Warriors as a whole have stepped up a lot this year. There were a lot of concerns of them coming from the SPL qualifiers, a bit of a struggle to them. Phase number 1, it was an explosive performance out of them. Phase number 2, fairly similar so far as they've been able to find wins up against the Tartarus Titans, but have also had struggling matchups against teams like the Scarabs.
You know, I think your point of Nika being that air quotes hard carry holds true in the phases of past and the years of past, Season 7, Season 8. Sure, Nika was like the shining ray of hope for this team. And he has not gotten worse at all. He has stayed consistent. The rest of the team has now stepped up around him. Nika's still playing well. Cuvo Fred's playing some of his best Smite in years. Dardes is dominating on his weird eclectic picks. Vote has found a meta that really suits his style. And Neilma, being that consistent shot caller, still exists for the Oni Warriors. So you're right in saying that Nika, a phenomenal player, will sometimes just dominate a game himself. But I think it is a bygone age of, hey, it's the Nika carry project, right? The Oni Warriors are a threat, and they deserve respect as a team.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that has stepped up a lot. I mean, in the last few matchups that we've seen with the Oni Warriors, Cuvo and Dardas specifically, this dodgy Morgan combo that these guys love to have been running has really been a menace against a lot of their opposition. We had a chance to sit down with Cuvo Fred of the Oni Warriors and talk to him a little bit about his matchup.
I think my performance has generally been good this phase. It's still kind of early into the phase. We played 4 games so far. I think I've done both some good stuff and I also done some bad stuff along the way for sure. But that's a part of the process. I mean, I would say more this season. I'm very impressed. Like all my teammates are great guys. I didn't really get to know them that much last year because I was in Denmark. But now that we have come together, I really enjoy them all outside of the game, and inside of the game they're all very good. Especially me and Dades, I think we have very good synergy. We talk about the game and we think about the game very similarly. So I really enjoy Dades for sure. I really like the Velks. I hang out with Benny a lot outside of the game. So yeah, I think they have had a rough look so far this season. But that's to be expected when you go from SCC to SPL. It's a different level of gameplay that you have to play into. And I think sometimes we see they have the potential to play up and play some good Smite. Recently they looked a little bit in the slump, but I can see them come out and bring some good Smite for sure. What do you think about when I think about the Valkyries team? I think Kermi and Benny, 2v2 in mid, sometimes looks hot, sometimes look cold. When they look hot, they usually tend to have good games. When they look cold, not so much. Their dual lane, I'm not really sure how much I mean, I respect them obviously, but I'm not sure how high their skill ceiling is. I mean, you can never sleep on anyone, so obviously we respect every players. But yeah, I'm not too scared of Valks. I'm not too scared of any team. I think if we play better on the day, we can beat any team. So yeah.
Word.
A lot of remarks from Cuvo Fred there talking about, you know, the hots and colds of the team in the mid 2v2. That's something that you were going on about, talking about maybe some of the struggles of the dual lane, which is something that we as the casters have echoed a lot on the desk, in the cast specifically. If Gamma and WoW are able to step up and have a good game, then the Valkyries in general have typically been able to find some success in their matchups there. But I think looking at the direct matchup between Cuvo and Kirmi, they haven't been sharing a lot of the same gods more than anything else. I know that the meta has dictated itself around having Nemesis, having Osiris, those kinds of gods in there, but these guys played 2 pretty different styles.
Yeah, I mean, both very capable of playing the Osiris's and the Nemesises, right? But when you think of Kirmi, my mind goes to Vamana and Shiva and those early game styles of picks, the Erlong Shen as well. When I think of Cuvo Fred, I mean, it's like he's like the Nemesis guy. He's been the Nemesis guy for so long. It's hard to think of anything else when you are evaluating his jungle god pool. That's not to say that he isn't incredibly capable of playing every single pick. So I'm excited to see how this match rounds out. I do want to give some credit over to Cuvo, though, man. He is a consummate professional, right? Like, even, you could tell there was like a slight pause, like, what do I think of the dual lane? So the Valks are a pretty good team. So just happy to hear. You know, you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
And picks and bans for game number 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Valhalla Valkyries kicks off, and the first bans that come out are a couple of those jungle bans you just talked about. The Erlong Shen up against Kirmi to make sure he doesn't have something comfortable there. The Valkyries will take away the Osiris. And a Raven, which has seen some success in the jungle. Cuvo used to play that god a lot back when it was primarily a jungler, but we've been seeing the rise of this Robin solo. We kind of got brushed over in our previous set. None of the teams really focusing over towards it, but if I know Nika, and this is the guy who brought Bastet solo in at the beginning of the year, he's probably hungry to get some more assassins in that lane.
Yeah, I wonder. Nika's kind of strayed away from like the Kleena solos. He's getting back more in line with just like the standard meta selection. So excited to see which version of Nika we're going to get from the Oni Warriors today. Whether or not they decide to play through him, I think is going to be indicative of his pick. If he's playing things like King Arthur or just like a standard warrior, you're probably thinking, okay, the Warriors want to play in the mid 3v3, or maybe they're playing around the duo lane. If we are seeing the Bastets, the Kleenas, then we're going to see a lot more action over towards the solo. But with Aqua very capable of playing just the highly survivable picks, like going towards things like the Guardians or even at times things like Nike, might dissuade Nika from going towards a hyper carry. You really want to be able to establish a lead in that lane, and it's so hard to do it against some of those tankier, more survivable picks.
The Oni Warriors actually banning Yamoja in the first pick slot, meaning that Neilma himself does not want to prioritize that as a first pick, and then obviously does not want to give that over to the Valkyries to have a second pick. But the Valkyries will take away one of the pieces of the near undefeated puzzle that has been established by the Oni Warriors. That Morgan Dodgy combo has been so potent for them. I believe 3-1 in the last 4 games that they've ran that one. So they're going to take the Morgan away. Dodgy's still notably open, but at least for now, the Oni Warriors are going to grab that global presence into Chernobog, who's become the top hunter for teams to pick up.
And has so much flex potential. Seen him in solo, mid, and ADC. Has had a lot of success in all roles. Generally, when you're bringing up 3, it's like varying degrees of success. No, Chernobog just kind of works. He just has really good pressure, really good global presence. So the Oni Warriors only showing that they have a Chernobog. That's the only thing you're getting from this selection in the first slot. Something we don't see over often, but has become increasingly less rare, is this Daji first pick. The Valks taking it so early are going to give the Oni Warriors opportunities to just go ahead and draft CC immunity inherent to their selections. Things that can deal with the Palau on their own, even foregoing beads. But in getting Daji this early, the Valks can now start strategizing the composition around it, right? Generally, if you're picking up Daji in like 4th or 5th, it's because, oh, it's still open and it kind of looks good here. Maybe I get lucky. But now you can say, hey, we need some AoE CC. We need something that can burn these beads, or something that can make use of burnt beads on their own. If you want Daji to be the primary burner, then maybe something like a Fenrir or something that could just really get active. Like, I really like the Daji Ares combo, but that's not necessarily available anymore with Kepri locked in. But the analysis stands. Get something that can either facilitate Daji or make use of the burnt beads. We've seen this struggle a whole lot in the SPL, where it just feels like Daji can't do anything because the other team just always has their beads.
And then Gamma going to be getting the Kepri, so will allow Kieran to be able to maybe make some of these more aggressive dives in the early and the late stages. Always have that Scarab's Blessing as a fallback if need be. On the opposite side, though, the Oni Warriors do draft Achilles, likely slated over towards the soul lane for Nika. That'll be the first time that we see him on that, at least in a while. It's been quite some time since we've seen him piling that god. And Freya over for Vote, I would assume, as we've seen him on that god a couple of times. The last 2 performances we saw of him, 2, 2, and 4, and 2, 3, and 1 on that god. So staying fairly consistent at the least. And I mean, talking with Zapman, talking with all the other hunters, it just seems that buff to Freya has been such a significant boost to her laning phase.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't played Smite in a little while, you come back in, viewing competitive. Freya used to be, hey, we got to 30 minutes, so we won. And then eventually was, hey, all right, well, her mid game's not so bad. Nowadays, Freya is, oh, she's good in the early, she's good in the mid, she's really good in the late still. So just a very strong selection. Generally, the answer to Freya is a lot of pressure onto her. So you maybe have this Daji rotate over, try and force out those Valkyrie discretions, try and force out those relics early on, and facilitate your laner. Early aggression, also a pretty good option, but with Jingwei locked in, it's not exactly the highest pressure hunter selection from the Valkyries. More so just a, hey, I'm really not trying to get soloed over here. I'm gonna head back to base if I get poked, and then I'll fly back in. You're not sacrificing much farm. I think I would have preferred to see the Valkyries just really all in on that duo. And anytime you've got a Frey on the other side, it is just so worth your while to put the aggression there.
The Valkyries, with their first ban in the second phase, will take Baron Samedi off, who's kind of fallen by the wayside in popularity. Coming into Masters and in the first week of the new phase, Baron was like the hottest god on the market. Everybody was picking him up as quickly as they could. First round picks, even coupling that with things like Yamoja. But now he's making his way through these first rounds, making it second phase every so often. And then a god who has also been rising in popularity and been rising in the ban and pick priority has been this Poseidon. That's gotten taken away by the Oni Warriors. And the Yu Huang, which might be maybe a little surprising to me, because when you're talking about gods that can deal with Daji's Palau on their own without use of beads, Yu Wong, to me, was the perfect opportunity for the Oni Warriors to maybe grab.
Maybe, but with Freya locked in, you can either assume that she's going mid or she's going duo, and that would leave Chernobog there. Pretty unlikely that you want Chernobog over in the soul lane. I mean, Nika capable of playing it, I'm sure, but generally with this style of composition, you want to build an ironclad front line. Achilles could be that Nika selection, or it could be headed for the jungle. Cubo Freds played that once or twice during his career. So, hard to say. I think the Oni Warriors right to ban out the Yu Huang. I think that does indicate to me that this mid lane has already been selected. And if I had to guess, probably the Chernobog, which is a bit of a double-edged sword. I prefer Chernobog in a side lane because then you can make better usage of that global presence. That's not to say that he can't like still teleport to a side lane, but you're kind of close to everything, and most of the fighting's already happening in that mid 3v3. So more often than not, we're going to see Chernobog kind of use that ultimate probably as like a secondary Aegis.
And if we want to talk about maybe, I was talking about gods like Baron who were so popular, a month ago and are starting to lose some favor. How about a god that's really risen up in just like the last week or so of play? Artio has brought her way back into the meta, and it seems that a lot of these soul laners are running it with that Conduit Gem. Is it really just the buff to that one item that's given her so much presence in that solo lane?
Conduit Gem go dummy, bro. I mean, that's all I can say, man. I mean, when you're Artio, you might as well call Conduit Gem like you're Blicky, because that thing just goes crazy. You're clearing out every single wave. You've got great upgrade options. The main weakness of Artio in like 9.4 and 9.3 when she had really fallen off was, hey, I can't clear waves and there's nothing I can build to change that. I'm just kind of stuck here not clearing my waves and not getting my blue buff. Conduit Gem, hey, I'm clearing my waves and I'm getting the most of my blue buff. So, and then your late game has always been strong on Artio, that frontline presence as well as in-combat healing, so valuable. So no surprise to me that with the buff to Conduit Gem, Artio's made her way back.
We see a Sylvanas and a Sobek as the final picks for the Oni Warriors. So this Achilles that I initially thought maybe going over towards Nika in the solo lane looks like it may just be going over to Cubo Fred instead. And for the Valkyries, probably one of the more standard picks that they can go for is going to be this Merlin for Benny-Q's. Played it a couple of times in the last 6 alongside Poseidon's and a Ra, and then obviously the one Terra. We don't talk about that one nearly as much. It didn't perform up to the same scuff. But this is a pick that Benny-Q, when it comes to, think about Benny-Q, he is a wild player when it comes to his picks. When you think of a standard matron to play, this is typically the one that I immediately go to.
Yeah, it's one that suited him very well. I mean, I also think of the Anubis, but that's less so in that standard column, probably why you don't bring it up. But I really like this Merlin into the Oni Warriors composition. Merlin, I consider to be one of the best base defenders. If you're ever on a Phoenix Siege defense, Merlin's like one of the best to do it. And also, if you're ever on the retreat, Merlin is so good at just throwing that damage behind him. Hey, I dropped ice on my feet. Walk through it. Good luck. Hey, you're running at me. Arcane Stance, Whirlpool of Galaxies, or whatever the actual canon of it is. And it's so good to stop that aggressive styling. And when you look at this Oni Warriors draft, it's a whole lot of W key. Chernobog gonna spawn up those shadows, have these ADCs walking you down. Freya, when she gets her hastened, just W keying you. Achilles, just W keying you. So I think that Merlin really fits this style for the Valhalla Valkyries, counters out a lot of what the Oni Warriors are bringing, and also gives you some win conditions. Now you can really start talking about objective burn. Daji brings a whole lot through the jungle. Jingwei, once she gets her crit chance, and Merlin in the fire stance or even the ice stance really can shred these objectives. So if the Valkyries find any sort of advantage in either side lane, maybe you're looking at a Pyro, maybe you're looking at a Gold.
And something that we talked about in the last set with the Leviathans, and then I'll bring it back up into this set, is we do have this Daji, god who's great at being able to burn some of those beads away with the Pal Lao, but it's always a matter of, do you have the team around it to be able to get some of those other beads? Do you have gods that can allow Daji to not have to be the one to burn those beads? Do you think that the Valkyries have a composition that can facilitate that a bit?
You've asked me a hard question, because now I have to answer a hard truth, and I just don't think so, right? Like, Artio can burn beads if you're ahead. Blink stun, okay, got him. But that's if you're ahead. Khepri can do it, but if you're behind on Khepri, Abduct means you can't use Scarab's Blessing while you're channeling it. You might have to cancel it early. And it's generally single target. Merlin's not really ever burning beads. You don't often see people saying, oh no, Ice Storm, let me beads. Oh no, Arcane Stance, let me beads. No, that's not how it works. And Jingwei doesn't do it very much either. So I think that the beads burning potential of this Valkyrie's composition is completely dependent on game state. If they have a lead and they are each individually threatening, then you could start talking about Daji just getting these Pal-Laos ringing true every single time. Getting to that point with this draft, gonna be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a Jingwei who's much more slanted towards the late game, Merlin maybe a little bit slower to go over in the mid lane, the Valhalla Valkyries are gonna need every bit of farm that they can get, everything that they can find to try and get an early lead. Can the Valhalla Valkyries find one against the Oni Warriors, or can the Oni Warriors take game number 1? We'll throw it over to Dave and Trelly to find out.
We've already lost 2 undefeated teams this weekend. Will the Valkyries get their first win of the phase? Or will the Oni Warriors knock them down one more time? Remains to be seen. But Oni Warriors at least getting creative, Trelly, going into game number 1 against the Valhalla Valkyries. They will put Nilma on a unique support pick in the Sylvanas. Cubo Fred playing the Achilles jungle. That's not something I've seen in a little while. And then Nika, of course, on Sobek solo, which may end up being the least weird pick that the Oni Warriors have gone for.
Yeah, when I was casting with J-Mac the other day and we saw the RDO v Sobek lane, I coined it one of, if not the most boring lanes in solo you can really have. You're just going to be seeing a lot of ability spam, no real kill opportunity.
Let's talk about it now so we don't have to for 20 minutes.
Okay, well, you're going to see a lot of this. And then maybe Aqua, he gets scared, he might get plucked, and he'll put the cripple field down. And then Nika will knock him up, and then maybe he'll pluck him. But besides that, I don't think we're going to see too much action. I will say, Nika does not have beads, so maybe some aggression as Gamma will take a little bit of poke here. And has to use the beads very early on. This is what we're talking about. I mean, first of all, a great pull by Neil, but also the slow autos from Vote. Freya's early game is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, nothing horrible like it maybe used to be. Nika does not have beads, you're right, but at level 5, that lurking in the waters will help immensely as far as getting out of what the desk admittedly was a bit nervous about. Gamma's going to take more poke here, my goodness. But the desk was worried about the setup around the Palhouse for Kirmi.
Yeah.
Feels like Kirmi has been the do-it-all style jungler for this Valkyries team. And the desk expressed concern that it might literally be do-it-all as far as engage, initiation, CC goes for the Valkyries this game.
Yeah, and Nika just has the pluck for the CC immunity as well, so just can immune
right,
the
of course,
Palhouse so many different ways. No fear of that ability, even if the ult's down. Nika has plenty of opportunity. You can just pluck a minion and say, I'm good, I'm not going to be worried about that one. So Kirby's got his work cut out for him. I just have to highlight the fact that there could be a kill opportunity there if, some over-aggression comes through, maybe some abilities being spammed, or it could be out of mana.
But as far as game state goes, do you agree with the thought, not game state, team fight, late game, do you agree with the sentiment of the desk that it just feels CC light for the Valks, and you're hoping that the state of the game gives Gamma the ability to be aggressive and burn beads? You hope that the state of the game allows Aquarius to be more active and find some stuns? Or do you think there are opportunities outside of simply being ahead?
My issue is just how late game this comp is. You know, the Jingwei takes a while to get online. You really need some crit to be able to start pumping out some decent damage. Merlin is another mage that doesn't have a great time in the early. Can clear the wave, but that's about it. You have to use a few rotations of abilities to do so, and it just takes a long time before you're able to do those late game Merlin numbers. And you're up against a Sylvanas who's going to be consistently healing the squad. So it's going to take a bit, and I do fear what Miff was alluding to, that I think Kirmi's going to have his work cut out for him trying to find good targets to pull.
Watch out, because Kirmi's on the left side of the map. A whoop from Vote slows down some initiation.
He's fine.
I think Vote will be okay. He will. Kirmi at level 4, and the Warriors lucky for that fact. Otherwise, you're looking certainly an initiation. Kivo Fred, Achilles Jungle, makes his way to the left side of the map. Blinks in, stuns onto Gamma. Look for the pull, look for the whoop. All of it can connect for first blood, and Gamma goes down. Kivo Fred hits Painter with the first gank of the game. And a couple of knockups for show in the end, but a good pull from Numa. Won't add another kill, just some flash.
I thought that pull would have been enough, because Cubo ticked over to level 5, got access to Fatal Strike. That execute threshold was getting smaller and smaller by the second. Well, actually, it didn't change at all. The threshold doesn't change. His HP was getting closer to the threshold by the second, and not going to be the option. Yeah, Kirmi had the thought process of maybe I can find a gank, Vote, and Neil just back up. And Cubo's like, wait, if you're backing up, that means they're chasing you. So now I have the opportunity to find a gank. They got Gamma's beats earlier on, and the Capri falls down for first blood. So already a solid bounty on Cubo's head to be able to get that one. He's going to use that influence throughout the map. Interestingly enough, it looks like he is going for that Golden Blade start, so should be clearing the map just much faster than Kirmi.
Do you think that can... Are you? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. It's so hard to predict with Cubo Fred and the junglers and how innovative they can be. Do you think Is there value in like a full auto attack build from Kivo, or is it like the Horus style of build where Golden Blade just gives you enough value early and then you go into something a bit more standard for your character after the fact? Or would you be surprised if you saw something like Golden Blade and stone cutting, something like that down the build tree?
Yeah, I could certainly see it. I also think it's not the best option. So Kivo with his armor off and with a Golden Blade and a speed buff is just going to be zooming. That's really all the movement speed and help with clear you'll need. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw him go right into a Hydras or something to start chunking as much as possible, because you already get enough of that help with clear with the Golden Blade. But there is certainly a world where Kivo says, hey, I'm just going to try a full auto attack build. I'm not too worried about the opposition being able to stop me. I'm so fast and things like that. So there's a world where I could see it, but I'd prefer to see just the full burst. You're blinking in, get a big stun and a Hydra's proc after the fact, and you're just chunking with these Achilles abilities.
Yeah, not something you get to see that often is the full damage Achilles. Normally something a bit more bruisery. I would agree with you there, and it does look like that's what Kivo Fred is agreeing with. Get the Golden Blade to help facilitate the clear early on in the game, and then a bit more ability burst later on. So Vote will remain in this laning phase about one level ahead of Wowie, half of the HP though, with no pots remaining, but Wowie doesn't either. You figure this should be a pretty safe lane, Trailing, between a Jingwei and a Freya who's got the Whoop and a Valkyrie's Discretion. Looks like we're going to be fighting again on the left side of the map. Neil does not have beats, does have Shell, but has taken next to no damage on the pull-in from the powwow. This is just good old-fashioned pressure on the purple buff. Has forced a response from the Valkyries, and the response is to leave.
Yeah, there's no fight potential at all at this purple buff with the powwow down. And man, I've gone on record to say a few times how much I hate this Jingwei build, but it just keeps coming back. The Ichival and the Death Toll, you're already such a late-game hunter. You're delaying crits so much. You get to box with Freya decently well, but you're just never gonna be able to out-trade. So I'm gonna harp up on it every chance I get. When I see the Ichival, that just means you're gonna be delaying your crits so much. Sure, you get some auto attacks, but everything else you're doing is hitting so slow, and your late game is just delayed. I guess the Valkyries are putting a lot of stock in their late game with the Merlin and the Jingwei. If they do get online, they will certainly be rewarded. But given the map state thus far, the Oni Warriors are not trying to let that happen.
Benny Q uses the flicker and the beads. Fatal strike there. Kivo Fred blink. Hello and goodbye. As the fatal strike used to disengage and the dash. Kivo plays it perfectly. And the Oni Warriors snag a kill in mid. Kirmi could be second here.
Nah, he's fine.
I think Kirmi will be fine. Gam, I don't think enough damage to rip through that health bar. Remember back to the earlier Valkyrie set this weekend, and how when you looked up at the scoreboard randomly like 10 minutes in, the Valks were just like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold behind. That's what they have to avoid that today. Just the passive neutral farm objectives just being bled away from them. Yes, the Warriors being more proactive as far as kills right now. Kivo Fred has made great use of this Achilles. But avoiding just falling passively thousands of gold behind has got to be priority one for the Valks.
Yeah, I would say so. Put it on the checklist and say, hey, step one, let's not get behind. Step two, stop giving up these easy ganks. And honestly, the first blood, I think, it was at no fault of the Valks. They thought they had a kill opportunity on the vote. Kirmi couldn't get there in time, and because they chased so far up, just a great opportunity for Kivo. That time around, Benny Q going for mid camps, doesn't realize Kivo's there, gets the beads forced, and now we might see even more aggression over here.
I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's any fear from the Oni Warriors, as it looks like Kivo's here. And Darkness is in base and is now running all the way to the tower, but he could fly in at any moment.
That's true. It's continued purple buff pressure, and finally, the Valkyries will get one of their purple buffs, but it's split three ways. Wowie just a moment ago was 2 levels behind Vote. Jeez. Needed that just for any extra XP that not only you're denying from Vote, but you're giving to Wowie. Helps out with this laning phase. Because if the Freya was already hitting pretty effectively, then maybe we will have to talk about the solo lane here, Trelly, as Aquarius is jumped at. Kirmi is being melted through. At some point, I just take the pull here. I don't really care, except it allows Kirmi to disengage.
Kuvo's coming.
Kuvo does not have blink for 10 seconds. Nika's going to take the tower. Kuvo Fred. Easy as you like, and Kirmi down for the first time this game. Nika's low, but
bad place to be Nika.
Aquarius has the ability to fight this out. Yes, he does, but
Just back,
Nika's
Nika.
gonna hang out by the
Just
wayside.
back.
Minion wave, be careful. Heals up. And Cubo, Fred, and Dardes will rally around the solo laner, execute, and Cubo, Fred on a roll. 3 kills for the Oni Warriors jungler.
Yeah, but it looks like the Valks will be able to steal away that red buff.
Oh,
In comes Dardes
Oh
to
my
make
God.
MFA. Gets that Scarab's Blessing out very early on, but they're going to stall it out.
Scarab's Blessing is going to time out. Knock up from Wowie, but not enough. Vote on the board for the first time. Now the Freya also has a kill here in this game. That's a pluck under tower from Nika, but Wowie with a sliver of HP will live. At least a red buff steal going to the Valks. But Trelly, look where we are. We're at 10 minutes, and we're 2,500 gold behind. It's exactly what we were hoping to avoid, and it feels like none of the lanes are immune from pressure right now. 2 levels in the jungle. Kirmi is behind. At least BennyQ, a bit of a lead over Dardes, who's rotated out of lane, equal in support at least. Vote just 1 level ahead. The early game has not gone well for the Valks, though, in the first 10.5 minutes.
No, not quite. And I noticed immediately when I saw how much damage Kirmi took to Nika that he was not going the typical Genji's guard build. He went for the Warlock staff. He does not want to sit back. He is picking some slow down solo back where he's just going to sit there and smack Aquarius. But with that Warlock slash and the Conduit Gem, he's going to be absolutely destroying the carries, as we just saw. So still has a ton of damage. It looks like Dardes could be in some trouble here. He does have to hide in the wall. And that's actually it.
Or are the Valkyries the ones who are in some trouble? Kirmi forced to sprint away. Fatal strike range reached. But Palau is there as well. Cubo Fred covering the escape path, but no abilities up. Beads burnt from Dardes. Called a small win.
Yeah.
But again, who's going to capitalize on those burnt beads? I suppose Kirmi when the Palau is back up. Or maybe Gamma with an abduct. But for this point in the game, that's it. You're hoping that Kirmi can make a return to mid and make Dardes uncomfortable.
Yeah, it would be a decent opportunity, and Kibo's ult's down for a while, so maybe we could try and CC the Achilles, if possible. But at the moment, it seems like just trying to farm up as much as possible, and the Valks want to deny as much as they can as well. Like, hey, you can invade this, but not this. We're going to get our red buff. We took away your red buff last time. Don't have the ability to invade that one, so we're going to have to go for the Oracle. So the Valkyries are trying to get the neutral farm that they can without pushing out too far. Whenever they see Cubo for it back, they know they've got a little bit of breathing room. Obviously, Dardes still holding on to that ultimate. Could fly in at any moment, so you got to watch out for that. But the map state, at least you know that the Achilles is not going to be coming at you at any moment. A decent lead in the duo lane, Vote level 12, and has the Hasten ring already. So anytime Wowie gets swoop, is going to be in some trouble. Even though he can dash out of it, just so much chase down from this Freya, the slow auto attacks. And this purple buff no longer belongs to him because Cubo's already here and ready to defend it. Well, attack it.
Wowie got 1. Honestly, at this point, I think Cubo Fred is defending his own purple buff on this side of the map. It was a Valkyrie steal just a moment ago with how rent-free the Oni Warriors have been on the left side of the jungle, on the Valhalla Valkyrie side of the map. And yet another, outside of something over the wall here, won't reach. Yet another purple buff goes over to the Oni Warriors. So a bit of a lull in the game that is now reignited as Neomod gets a root and the beads off of BennyQ. Remember, Kirmi towards mid could have an opportunity, but what a pull and a double knockup from Neomod. I think he only expected the one. Neomod gets pulled into the Palau, and Kirmi with the first kill of the game for the Valkyries. Scarab's Blessing down onto BennyQ, and the Valkyries rally around their mid. And they'll get 2 kills. Scarab's Blessing, Palau, both massive difference makers in that fight.
Yeah, that was a massive ult by Gamma. Good pull by Neil, but after you use that Wrath of Terror, you don't have any more CC immunity. The Palau is going to pull Sylvanas back in, and Neil's going to go and be dead for quite some time. As Vote is trying to 1v2 here, making that rotation. Could be in some trouble, has to beat early on, not doing much damage.
Gamma body blocking all of the auto attacks, but double hunters against Gamma and Wowie might be enough for a kill. Valkyrie's discretion just shy of finishing off Gamma a bit too much from the Oni Warriors, and Wowie adds another. Now Dardes in a 2v1 himself, and all of the kills escaping, but Dardes drops down behind BennyQ. Wowie trying to body block the autos, on and off the wall goes Dardes, and Wowie wins the trade. A double kill for the Valks duo lane, and they are right back in this game after the early game did not go in their favor. Nika pulls back 1, but 1 is it, and the Valkyries resurge over the last couple minutes.
Nika sitting around the corner, maybe seeing if he could catch Wowie lazy backing. Not going to be the option. No blink available for the Croc, and he has to go back to solo lane. A triple kill, well, not triple kill, 3 kills in total for WoW's absolutely massive. I already talked about the fact that the way he's been building, you're not going to get crit on for some time. If you get 3 kills handed to you, which he worked for, I'm not going to say they were spoon-fed, he will be getting that Wind Demon on very early on in this game, and that's going to help out a ton in that boxing match. Vo tried to 1v2 there, but Gamma just ate up so much damage. The Freya autos were not connecting. You're going to see right here. He probably expected to like 3-shot Wowie, but just it was not able to happen. Goes into the ult, wasn't able to finish off the kill. And then just a great answer back by the Valks.
Yeah, that was 1 tick more of damage from the Valkyrie's discretion. Would have at least gotten a kill onto Gamma.
And the body blocks.
Yeah.
Dardes drops down.
Really
this
play.
is nearly a huge
Good
play
job,
from
Wowie.
Dardes, but 1 more auto gets it. We're fighting in real game now. Vote pulled back into the Palau, and Wowie with another. The Jing Wei scaling early in this game for the Valhalla Valkyries. Ikavale into the Exi, and then Wind Demon after the fact. And the Valkyries have pulled the Gold Fury, the Warriors, playing with fire early in the game, but the Valhalla Valkyries have burnt them a bit over the last couple minutes. Gold Fury low and confirmed by the Valks, but now the Oni Warriors might need to get out of dodge. A couple low health members of the Valks on the backside of the Gold Fury pit. Actually, the Oni Warriors may be considering an initiation. Dardes has found Kirmi. A kill pulled back by the Onis. It looks like a kill for Gold Fury is what we've got. And Trelly, after a disastrous early game from the Valks, we are back to even at 16 minutes.
Yeah, a small lead in favor of the Warriors gold-wise, but it's negligible, and just 2 kills in their favor as well. So a solid answer back as Benny Q, and Cuvo might be doing a little bit of a ring around the rosy. I was wondering if he was trying to get aggressive, but he wants that speed buff more than anything. Nika did make the rotation into that Gold Fury a little bit late. If he was there, maybe able to stop some of that presence. I still think the level 15 Sobek is a force to be reckoned with on the map, but you know, didn't really have the teleport available. Didn't want to walk all the way over there. Had Blink, but couldn't get there in time. So not really using that influence. Wasn't a true 5v5.
Right.
You want to make sure you're using that 2-0 Sobek to your advantage, but it's 1 Gold Fury, and now the Oni Warriors with that Pyromancer will be able to pull ahead just a small bit. Looking at the level lead, actually, we could be in some trouble with Aquarius. I think Cuvo has the ult available, and he does.
He does, and he's got some good damage with the Hydras. Aquarius gallops away. Another pluck from Nika connects. This time forces the beads off of Aquarius' Fatal Strike. Easy as you like. And another kill over to the Oni Warriors. 5-1 as Cuvo Fred tosses a fist bump the way of Nika. The mid-game fist bump is truly next level tech.
Yeah.
But how about the tier 1 tower dive on the left side of the map? Dash in from Kirby up to the Palau. Valkyrie's discretion, big value, and ultimate in from Dardes. The Valks now may be the team that's overextending. Scarab's Blessing procced, but Nika hits another pluck. Gamma is going to get left by the wayside, and that may be the only kill opportunity for the Oni Warriors left.
Another pluck probably coming Gamma's way, unfortunately, because of the CDR, so the Kepri is not going to be able to make it out. This is what I was talking about. Just because the Valks won that early fight, Nika was not there. If this Sobek's in the fight, I think it's a completely different beast that you have to deal with. With Breastplate of Valor, the Warlock staff already stacked up. There's no kin size, there's no Soul Reaver. It's very hard to shred through the HP that he's built. He's got plenty of mitigations with that Oni Hunter's Garb. It's just, I don't imagine anyone's able to kill this Sobek. So as long as he's making his presence known, the Valk's day just gets so much worse. There's a lot of beads up currently, but Gamma's was not at the time. So the second pluck made sure to guarantee that kill, and unfortunately, more farm going the way of the Oni Warriors. As that gold lead that was pretty close, I'd say, what, 3-4 minutes ago, has grown a little bit.
Oh my god! We're actually back to a worse gold state than we were prior to the Valkyries coming back into this game. Unbelievable. The Oni Warriors knocked down a tier 1 in mid and right and left and find a few more kills. It's almost like when the Valkyries get some wind in their sails and start playing aggressive themselves, the Oni Warriors know exactly how to counter out their over-aggression, I suppose. Just tough for the Valkyries.
Ooh, nice pull.
It's another pull in. Gamma not in Fatal Strike range. Doesn't matter. Dardes gets another. Oni Warriors starting to roll a bit again here as you're getting closer to a 5,000 gold lead at 19 minutes. And that is tough. It's almost the same thing, again, that I was talking about. You don't want to passively fall this far behind. They're not going to give me a chance
God,
to talk
Nika
about
with these
anything.
plugs.
but it's like they didn't passively fall super far behind early.
Right.
The game stabilized, but now, again, the Valkyries are just falling so far behind again over the last few minutes.
Yeah, you bite the Oni Warriors, the Oni Warriors bite back, and there is one shimmering ray of hope, and it is that Wowie is 4-0 on the Jingwei. Unfortunately, is a level behind because the duo lane farm has been largely contested as we see a purple buff spawn, and we see a purple buff stolen away. Not going to be able to get credit for any of that. So Wowie would love to use this influence, get a Deathbringer and rotate in and just be massive in these fights, but it's difficult when the rest of your team is this far behind. Most notably, is that jungle. Kirmi is level 14, unfortunately.
My goodness.
Is level 18 at 20 minutes, give or take.
Crazy.
You want more than 3 items, I would say, if you're Kirmi. And he's been trying his best. He's been hitting some Palau shots. He's been getting active as much as you can, but with so much of your farm contested, with so many of your lanes behind, the jungle has to start sapping from his teammates if he wants to stay even. And since Benny Q actually has a level lead, Kirmi doesn't want to steal from him.
Sure don't. Should be a dead Aquarius here. 3 members of the Oni Warriors make their way over to the solo lane. Kivo Fred would love to hold on to the ultimate. Will be able to do so. Dardez on a killing spree. And Aquarius just used everything and didn't really have a chance to get out there. So the RDO has actually been kept pretty far at bay this game. Only the 1 level, but 0-3, whereas Nika 2-0-6. The teleports and the plucks have simply just done more than what we've seen from the RDO this game, who's just desperately stuck around in lane and tried to farm themselves up. A couple Spirit Ropes come online now for the Oni Warriors as well. 1 for Nika, 1 for Kivo Fred. It was hard enough to kill this team a moment ago. Valkyries might be steamrolling towards hopefully a 40-45 minute game where they can stabilize and get their items online.
Yeah, that would be the ideal situation. When you got the Merlin and the Jingwei, that is what you're praying for, right? There is a Soul Reaver coming soon, and once Benny Q gets that, I think that will help alleviate some of the stress. There's a lot of HP built on these tanks. More specifically, that Sobek, I'm telling you, at the start of this fight, wherever Nika is, there's going to be some plucking, and if you're not killing him off that pluck, there's just going to be more and more. It's going to be so annoying to deal with. And he's not building full tank. He's got the Conduit Gem, the Warlock Sash. He has percent pen. So he's going to be doing a ton of damage to everyone he hits as well. These carries could essentially be 1v1 by the Sobek, and he really wouldn't care. Pyromancer spawns back in, and once again will fall. We've done a bit of a lane swap here where Dardez is going to be clearing the left side minions because he's got that global presence. He can fly in whenever he needs to, whereas Vote has to take his feet the whole way from this side of the map, and he wants to be as close to Fire Giant as possible since that Fire Giant, or the Gold Fury rather, the Oni Fury specifically, just went down.
This has got to be frustrating for the Valks because it really, as a team, you got to feel like you really came back into this game around that 10 to 15 minute mark where the Oni Warriors started overextending a bit. You equalized out the game, and it really felt the Valkyries were playing with momentum there for a little while. But you just lost objectives on the map, gave the gold lead back to the Oni Warriors. You're putting a lot of weight on Wowie at this point in the game, where your 4-0-1 Jingwei just has not, since getting to 4-0-1, the Oni Warriors have taken fights just away from the Jingwei and completely mitigated Wowie's ability to have an impact on this match. Now you get to 23 minutes. Oni Warriors so far ahead of this game. May just be able to force a Fire Giant if they wanted to. Vote 4 rings into that build. This Freya is going to absolutely wail away on health bars. And then you go back to the team fight concerns. How do the Valkyries even team fight, much less this far behind? But you're just hoping Kirmi hits, to quote Myth, a category 10 natural disaster Palau, or maybe Nico overextending.
Well, that would be nice, just to be a massive kill, but he actually definitely dies here. Yeah, that's a huge pick on a Nika.
That is big shred from the Valkyries. Then that's just Nika being too far forward. But to the Valks, do you say this is the best chance we've got?
Attack that fire side right now.
This is the best chance we've got. We get a free
100%.
pick. Nika is gone. And the Valks will dance around the FG, just push back the Oni Warriors. Kivo Fred on the backside of the Fire Giant pit. What a turning point in the game this would be. But Gamma is taking so much damage from the fire. Neoma locked in place. Chains connecting. Airstrike up and over Vote, who has had to use the Aegis. Kivo Fred finds a fatal strike at max range onto Gamma. Second of the fight for Kivo Fred. And the Achilles ripping through the Valhalla Valkyries. Give Kivo Fred the triple. And suddenly there's only 2 left. Quad, Not there. The fatal strike
Oh my
doesn't
God.
execute Benny Q, but Cubo Fred's got the momentum. This is a good old-fashioned gold lead making the difference.
Holy crap,
Cubo
dude.
Fred won't get the quad, but he'll help out on 3.9 of the kills, and the Oni Warriors shut down the Valks again.
I mean, in a different world, that is certainly a pentakill. Unfortunate that Benny Q's not going to let that one slide. The fatal strike, not enough to confirm that kill, and then didn't have the dash, the combat dodge to try and finish that one. But, you know, you lose Nika at the beginning of the fight. The Oni Warriors, they said, we really didn't care. We actually didn't need the Sobek to make sure we win this
I don't
fight.
think they did.
Kubo sneaking around the back. It's the whole back line of the Valks by surprise. You just can't live long enough to make sure that. I was going to say, the whole issue with this comp now is that you have no front line. Gamma can't be the first one into the fights because he'll just be executed. Of course, Aquarius would love to, but he has nothing to close gap. He went teleport and beats, whereas Nika has the blink. He's able to close that gap. Aquarius can't do that. And even without their Sobek, the Oni Warriors were able to win that one. When I looked up and saw how far Vote was in that fight, I was like, wait, maybe this is bad. There's a Freya that's in the thick of it, so far in the back line. But it didn't seem to matter. So much damage coming out from this Achilles, and beautiful bait by Neilma as well to make sure that the rest of the Valks were split up.
Man, at this point, the Oni Warriors might just give up a pick like that just to force the Valkyries into a fight, because otherwise the Valks are going to keep backpedaling, stay away from the Fire Giant. Maybe you just sacrifice one of your team members to give the Valks a false sense of confidence.
That's just a strategic
which allows you
death.
a strategic death that allows you to force the fight a moment later. Again, I assume a game like this has got to be frustrating for the Valks because you fell behind a bit early, but you feel like you made some changes that allowed you to come back into this game. You capitalized on mistakes from the Oni Warriors, and then it was just the same thing that lost you the lead early over the next few minutes. And now the Oni Warriors steamrolling their way to what looks like a Game 1 win over the Valkyries. Over 10,000 gold ahead, Fire Giant on everyone but Vote. And you just won a 4v5 pretty handedly, and your jungler is 8-1-4. Dardes has played so well this game around the ultimate from the Chernobog. I'm not sure the Valks feel super confident, even underneath their Phoenix defense.
Yeah, I think you're right. They want to try and put up as much of a defense as possible, stall out this FG, but I'd say losing a bird right now would be one of the best case scenarios you could go for. Of course, defending in its entirety would be ideal, but Cuvo is splitting up Kirimi here. It looks like Vote was posturing towards that mid lane as well. I'm waiting for the pluck in from Nika, and it looks like the blink will start this one out.
Blink and force the flicker away. Some damage out of NEQ, but a lot of damage connecting onto Gamma and Aquarius. Left side Phoenix down. Kirimi has gone in and up now to the Palau. Dardes will do the same. Kirimi drops down, gets the Scarab's Blessing. Aquarius chasing down Nika. No kills have dropped just yet, but Dardes has found some auto attacks. He's 1 versus 5 on the back line of this fight, and the Oni Warriors have rallied around their mid laner. And Dardes will end this fight on a rampage.
Yeah, it looks like Benny Q is trying to chase as much as possible. Neil's very slow on the Vannis, not too much movement speed, but the Valks don't have many tools to try and chase this one out. So never mind, they're not running. It looks like they're just going for the mid Phoenix. Even with these low health bars, they have the Wisp. They can heal up as much as they can. So now it's time for that Emperor's Armor to get its money's worth. Gamma is going to have to frontline this fight because Aquarius is gone for 30 more seconds.
Yeah, Neo just providing so much utility to his team. Lotus Crown on Sylvanas. A fan favorite for a while, and it's back now for Neilma. An Abduct to counter the pluck results in almost nothing, as Cubo Fred sends plenty of damage Kirimi's way. Mid lane Phoenix now gone as well.
Oh, man.
Cubo Fred yelling about something. My man is feeling himself, and for good reason. He is 8-1-5 in Game 1 on a less than conventional pick. This is like the scariest iteration of Oni Warriors to go up against. When Cubo Fred is yelling about a Phoenix dropping, that's when you know the Oni Warriors are in their flow state. And this team is going to be hard-pressed to lose this game. Going to take a miraculous fumble with the state of the game at the moment.
And can we go back to the kill Cubo got underneath the tower, leans over and gives Nika a knuckle touch, while still tanking said tower. With Achilles ult, every time you use it, you get weaker. Like, this is esports. You can't just stop in the middle to give your team a knuckle touch.
This is esports. That's why you can do that.
I mean, I'm saying, like, you know, like this is like a free throw. You shoot it. You give your teammates a high five. The action is stopped. This is still mid-fight, where he's able to just be like, "Hey, man, good stuff. Let's continue this." And when you're right to say when Cubo's on point like this and he's getting active, I just have my eyes glued to the player cam to see his energy, because I'm
It's
also that
infectious.
hyped up now.
It's infectious.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's like a running back fist bumping his lineman as he runs through the hole that the lineman creates.
Exactly.
Like,
hey man, good block. I'm gonna go get
I'm gonna go get a
score. You
touchdown now,
mind?
right? Yeah, appreciate you. Fire Giant's gonna be up in 20 seconds here. The only reason the Valhalla Valkyries felt remotely comfortable stepping up to the last one is because Nika was a bit too far forward and it ended up dying. And now the game state is much, much worse. I don't know if there's a world where the Valks even remain on this side of the map. Game could just end. Because you think you've got some damage. You think there's an opening onto one of the members of the Oni Warriors, and then this keeps happening. You get baited in by your own damage, and the Oni Warriors remind you just how far ahead they are. Gamma, the first to go down.
Holy shit.
This is looking like a massive team fight win for the Oni Warriors. Kirmi goes to the powwow. Neilma and Nika unconcerned. Another triple kill for Cubo Fred. He's got eyes for the quad, but Benny Q has eyes for the fountain, and the Oni Warriors, Trelly, they'll close out game one in just over 30 minutes.
Yeah, Benny Q's gonna do some fancy moves inside of the well to try and survive. And
Look at Cubo. I want to see if Cubo.
Oh, he's gonna get up and pop off. No matter what the game is, it's business as usual. He's gonna make sure he gets his team hyped up as Benny Q does his best to try and find one more
He's
kill.
doing a good job,
and he looks
actually.
like he will send Neilma to the grave.
Oh, those are my fantasy points, Neil. At the end of the game, that is unbelievable. And Cubo Fred.
There you go.
Knuckle touches,
Knuckle
hand
touches all
claps.
around.
Knuckle touches all around for the Oni Warriors. Look.
Take the chair out.
Again, I mean, it's you're hoping the Valks don't get disheartened by games like this, because the game starts in the same way that the previous games this weekend did for the Valkyries, but they were able to stabilize. They were able to capitalize on the Oni Warriors' mistakes and get that game right back to even. It's the falling back into the massive goal deficit, allowing the Oni Warriors to control the game, that probably will frustrate the Valks here after game one.
Yeah, I would say
What
so.
is
Wow,
this
he
cat
was able to get
town?
those 3 kills, and I
Yeah,
thought maybe he would be able to
didn't do
translate to something. If anything, the Valks need to, just dial it back, go back to the booth, give each other some knuckle touches, get that morale up, and get ready for game 2.
Yeah, only one team has been knuckle touching, and I think that might be a difference here. The one team who's been knuckle touching is the one team that's got to win here in this set. Maybe some fist bump classes between games, and the Valhalla Valkyries have a chance in game number 2, which is coming up next.
That's so right.
But he had the Halsey, and Halsey, don't you stop! Fido King! Fido King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final Call. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Down, ball 3! A double kill myself!
High energy. Sorry, I think it's too hot out here now. Repair back, anybody?
Hello and welcome back. Game number 1 between the Warriors and the Valkyries goes the way of the Warriors. But before we get into the breakdown, I've got a very special announcement we have to make and maybe a very special promotion. If you go to shop.highrisestudios.com, we got a little bit of merch that's still left out there, and it's your last chance to pick up some of these great t-shirts, hats, figures, and anything else that they might be offering in the store that you might not be able to get your hands on any longer. I'm not just saying last chance, it's literally on the promotional. This is your final opportunity to pick up some of the great merchandise that we have over at shop.highrisestudios.com. So make sure to go there now before you don't have an opportunity to do so in the future. One more time, shop.highrisestudios.com. Oni Warriors in control of the early, the mid, and the late game. Some bounce back from the Valkyries, though, Mifflin. It wasn't a complete blowout right away. About 10 or so minutes in, we saw the Valkyries be able to push back from a 3K deficit, even out that game. But then the Oni Warriors kind of rallied it back together and were able to bring this one to them.
Yeah, just that one moment of brilliance, though, wasn't it? Like, wow, he really stepped up in that one individual spot. The Valks get the Gold Fury afterward, and you're thinking to yourself, all right, keep that momentum, keep moving, stick and move, you know, throw some rights, throw some lefts. And the Valks kind of like stood still with their hands on their sides afterward, and the Oni Warriors said, well, that was rough, and nothing came of it immediately afterward. And then you got to give credit over to Cubo Fred for his performance, because he really was a huge proponent of bringing that bounce back for the Oni Warriors. And once they got it back, it never went the way of the Valks yet again. I mean, it was just clean control after one individual misstep, which is interesting because I think the theme of this week in the SPL is one mistake cost you the game. Every single set, it feels like. Even in the last set, it was one mistake around the Fire Giant, and then all of a sudden the Levi's are stepping up, or one mistake around the Gold Fury, and the Camelot Kings are stepping up. And maybe that is the biggest change we need to see from the Valkyries. It's the punishment game at the SPL level where one mistake can cost you. I think the Oni Warriors, had they made that similar mistake as what we saw where the Valkyries were finding that bounce back, had that happened against any other team, might have cost the Oni Warriors the match, but the Valkyries weren't quite able to optimize on it perfectly, and the Warriors did not give them a second chance.
And that's something that we get to talk about sometimes with some of the SCC players when they come in for their lands. We got to talk to the Valkyries as a whole when they jumped up from the SCC to the SPL. Is that difference in worlds? In the SCC, you can make one of those mistakes. It's not the end of the world. Teams aren't going to really capitalize on it. But in the SPL, you make that one little misstep, and you're suddenly now 2,000-3,000 gold down. You're down a few extra kills that you didn't realize, and it happens in the blink of an eye. And we got to see a perfect execution of that here, where the Warriors make one misstep in the mid lane. The Valkyries capitalize on it. They get 3 kills during that one, swing the gold back to dead even, and then the Valkyries able to get that Gold Fury afterwards, and then, again, one more misstep, this time by the Valkyries, and the Oni Warriors are able to bring the game back to them, to their favor, and then eventually that just ballooned out of control, and the Oni Warriors take game number 1 away from the Valkyries. So when it comes down to game number 2, with how at least back and forth it was in the early game, is there much from the Valkyries draft that you kind of change up in the second game?
I really liked the Valkyries draft. Just top to bottom, I thought the composition was good. The only concern I had, and it's the concern I had brought up during the initial P's and B's, was who's facilitating this Daji? Because during that entire match, I'm watching the Oni Warriors beads like a hawk. Those beads were not down. And when they did go down, it was just for the Daji pool. Outside of that, nothing was really coming of it. So if I would want to see any individual change from the Valks, it's maybe if you are going back to the Daji, let's get a little bit more CC with it.
Maybe so. Well, the Valkyries will continue their trend of banning stuff away from Dardes at the very least. The Morgan, once again, banned away from the mid laner of the Oni Warriors, this time adding a vote ban there with Freya taken off the board. Oni Warriors will at least continue their warrior bans out in this one. Kirimi not going to get his Erlong Shen, and Bologna, once again, going to be banned away from Aquarius, not allowing him to get something strong and kind of that bully style over in the solo lane. And we really didn't get to see much from the solo lane as of early to that game, I guess to be expected of a Sobek RDO who are running some pretty heavy defense and HP there. Not a whole lot going to happen there. But once those team fights did break through, those Sobek plucks that were coming out of Nika were just on point, able to set up for so much, especially in that duo lane fight, getting 2 of them off in one fight to make sure to lock down Gamma.
Yeah, Nika steps up big for his team there, and I think you can expect that style of play and that level of play from Nika pretty consistently for the Oni Warriors. Chernobog going to round out the bans for the Valkyries, removing some of that global presence, the ability to split push, as well as that phenomenal late game scaling, something that had suited the Warriors very well. But the Warriors now have to make a decision. When they were in the first pick position, they had banned out Yamoja from themselves. Now have the opportunity to take it away from the Valks. I would be surprised if they didn't ban the Yamoja, unless they're just hedging their bet saying, hey, the Valks won't take it. But if you're banning it and not taking it yourself, and now it's up to the Valks, you got to think they're just going to do it again, right?
Gotta imagine so. The Oni Warriors are taking some time to think if that is what they want to go with. Do they want to ban that Yamoja and not take the risk of the Valk driving in? Or do they want to take the risk and maybe hope that the Valkyries themselves will not pick that one up? Few notable other junglers still available, though. Nemesis has not been banned away, so that could be a first pick option for the Valkyries if the Warriors do ban away the Yamoja, or it could be something the Warriors ban away in hopes that maybe they can get a better trade. For now, they're going to coin toss. Do they want the Yamoja? Do they want the Nemesis? It's now up to the Valks to take their first pick.
Valks could just go ahead and ignore the pick. I suppose it's a game of like chicken, right? Which one of you is going to pull the trigger first? Because the Valks have got the data, realizing Oni Warriors in the first slot wouldn't select it, and instead had banned it out. So the Valks will take Osiris for themselves. Has some flex potential, could go over to the solo, could go over to the jungle. I think I'd prefer to see it in the jungle for the Valkyries. Kirimi just really loves that in-your-face style of pick, the Shivas, the Erlongs, the Osirises, things that can get Manic and Scepter and get active very early on. I mean, we'd even heard it from the initial interview from Cubo Fred. When he thinks of the Valkyries, he thinks of the two-man core of Benny and Kirimi just getting aggressive in mid. Osiris is a pick that facilitates that style of play very well.
So now it's up to the Oni Warriors to see, do they want to grab their jungler now? Nemesis is still available, something that Cubo Fred is no stranger to at all throughout his career in playing competitive Smite. Do they want to grab that Yamoja? Again, it was banned by the Oni Warriors in first pick in game number 1. Now they have the option to grab it for themselves, call the bluff of the Valkyries who have gone for this Osiris first pick. Will not be either of those, at least for this first one. Ardio going to be the one locked in. That's going over to Nika in the solo lane.
Yeah, Ardio's just good, man. Conduit Gem really has shored up the weaknesses of this pick, as Yamoja
That's a strong
is going
first
to flank it in that second slot. So a lot of in-combat healing now for the Oni Warriors. Anti-heal very quickly becoming the discussion for the Valkyries. You've already got a pretty good start at it with Lord of the Afterlife, removing 100% healing with whoever you can connect with that ultimate. But Ardio just giving everybody healing in a team fight. Yamoja out of combat healing as well. I'm not sure that Osiris is enough on his own. This might be a discussion around Ankh. I think it might be really worth the while the Valkyries to go ahead and pick that up. Maybe not in the first relic slot, but certainly in second.
Still, some picks for Benny Q typically have been reserved for the latter half of the draft, but do you think that with the Valkyries in a position that they're in, they've got some pressure with this Osiris, they have the pick of the litter as to mid lane, do you think that the Valkyries maybe should draft something for Benny Q now, or do you want him to hold on to that and see what the Warriors draft around it?
See, when I think of Benny, I really do think the brothers of the league, right? Benny and Pagon have got similar styles of, hey, I just want to get the counter pick. I just really want to look for those 1v1s, and I think that could be an option for the Valkyries. And with as many mid laners that are still available, you don't really need to worry about just 2 more bans towards it. So I think holding off could have suited them well, but with Poseidon now locked in, I think that is pretty likely headed over to Benny Q in mid. Assuming it's Robin solo, you're going to have that high mitigation style of build, Warding Sigil, Spirit Robe, things along those lines, Oni Hunter Garb. Very strong with Robin and how that interacts with the rest of his kit. So a high pressure composition now from the Valkyries. Osiris in the jungle should bring that early fight potential. We saw for Big Man Tings earlier what this movement speed Poseidon can do as far as just getting involved everywhere on the map and clearing out farm on the way and still getting there before your opposition. So this could be a style of draft from the Valks where they're just trying to speed blitz the Oni Warriors.
The Oni Warriors will draft a Muzen Cobb to maybe try and deal with some of that tankiness that we've been seeing on that Robin. And so far, the only answer that we've seen to how do we deal with this high mitigation, super defensive, cannot die kind of a Robin style of play that's developed in the SPL in this last week has been from the Atlantis Leviathans, where they just outright ignored the Robin. They said, okay, you're unkillable. Go to a lane of your own. We're just not even going to deal with it at one bit. So maybe the Oni Warriors can draft a similar style of mindset up against it. As far as the bans are concerned, though, for the second wave, Xingqian and Baron Samedi by the Oni Warriors. The Valkyries will ban away a couple of junglers, Da Ji and Fenrir both taken away.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that style of play to deal with Robin, right? You can, it's two avenues of thought as far as I'm concerned. Either ignore him in the late game and hope that you're killing their backline before you're dying in your own backline, which is pretty fair of a bet, right? Because, of course, the Robin, who's got like a low-nose mask, isn't doing a whole lot of damage. Or, alternatively, you could just get really active early. Doesn't matter how much defense he can have if he doesn't have it just yet. Seems to me the Oni Warriors have gone for option 3, which is Shred. The Retribution from Nemesis, Stinger from a Muzen Cobb. Of course, shredding defense, not mitigations itself, but still certainly interacts and still certainly makes it easier to shut down some of these picks.
Valkyries, 2 more picks. They're going to need their dual lane now. Again, and I've had the chance to look at what they're going up against, and well, you got a River's Rebuke out of Yamoja, so you need some way to maybe get around that. The Khepri is still available if Gamma wants to go back to that, but instead he'll go back to a signature pick of his. This Kabrakan has most notably been going over to Gamma time and time again. It seems to be just a comfort pick for the support.
I'm not sure how much I really like Kabrakan in this matchup in particular, right? If you go into the Tremor, multiple ways to deal with that. Great burst potential. Yamoja's going to stun it out pretty consistently during the laning phase. Ardio can do the exact same thing. If you're dedicating time to standing still, it's not as if the supports are allowed to go towards that same mitigation build that we're seeing from the solo lane. So Muzen Cobb having a free target essentially, or Nemesis shredding away that defense could make it very difficult. But you do have some interesting interactions in that Kabrakan cage just stops the Oni Warriors. Just about none of them have really got any way to deal with it outside of a Phantom Shell.
Well, Olarun, the final pick for the Oni Warriors, and Artemis for the Valhalla Valkyries, something that WoWie has been going back to a lot more often. It used to be the Charybdis was kind of the default go-to for WoWie, then we didn't see Charybdis for a little while.
Cupid for a little bit.
Then Cupid popped its way up. Now it seems to be Artemis for this player, and it seems that WoWie is just going for these more setup style, get you a god that can be somewhat safe in lane, be able to self-peel, or have some kind of teamfight presence out there. But if you want to talk about teamfight presence, I mean, the Oni Warriors, they've drafted Olarun, probably one of the best teamfight ults you can ask for in the game.
Just a really good teamfight composition top to bottom. Good shred, phenomenal DPS, good objective burn potential, not really the best in secure. So could be that Benny gets real active with this Kraken and puts the threat to the Oni Warriors there. But Artemis, I think, actually very good into this composition. If Nemesis is diving, she's generally only going to have that Ardio with her, as Yamoja is more so in line of the, hey, I'm going to sit in the back line and heal up my guys here, or I'll use Riptides to displace from a range. I don't really want to be right in the front line for the most part. So if it's just a 2-man dive, having Caledonian Boar is going to help you out a fair bit. I really do like the Artemis selection in that regard. Also just has great matchup in both Yamoja, Ardio, and Nemesis. All 3 of them very reliant on those slows. Vengeful Assault means that you are slow immune, which is really good for disengage. The Caledonian Boar, as we already talked about, really good as a counter engagement tool as well. So I think Artemis, a good selection here, and one that can synergize well with Kabrakan. If you're getting a lead in this dual lane, a stun into trap combo might just cost anyone their life, even with TTK changes.
Yeah, and even being able to, if you can get a set of purification beats from this, or burned by this Kabrakan earlier, should be able to guarantee a setup there. So when it comes down to, I mean, you're still looking at, 3 auto attackers on the side of the Oni Warriors. Objectives got to be the name of the game for them. Do the Valhalla Valkyries team fight maybe make up for some of that lack of presence around those objectives of the Warriors?
Just like I said in game 1, I think it's reliant on early game. This time around, the Valkyries have got a much better shot of controlling the early game. When you look at their draft, it's pressure, 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 and an Artemis. So, you got the pressure to facilitate this Artemis into the late game. Once you do get there, of course, your scaling's not bad at all. Poseidon shreds objectives. Artemis does the exact same thing. Great secure. Osiris has got to step up, I think. Assuming that it is Osiris in the jungle. It doesn't really matter which one of the two it is, Osiris or Robin. Keep your eyes on Kirmi. He is the win condition for the Valkyries early game.
Can the Valkyries step it up in game number 2, or the Oni Warriors gonna run away with it? Let's jump right into the second game.
I love the draft the Valkyries are bringing into game number 2 here, Trelly. I think address some concerns of mine from game 1. And look, they've drafted straight from meta of the SPL going into this game, haven't they? The dual lane a bit different from what we've normally seen. Poseidon's been towards the top, though. Osiris been towards the top of the conversation. Robin solo has been all of the conversation here as of late. So I like what the Valkyries have changed, what they've adapted, and at least have given themselves a shot through picks and bans to find success here in game 2.
Yeah, the picks and bans definitely looks like they're trying something new. Not the whole way around. Obviously, Benny Q on the Poseidon, Gam on his Kabrakan, and Wowie on Artemis. That's nothing out of the ordinary. But I do like seeing the early aggression with the Osiris. I expect to see Kirmi blinking in consistently if he gets the chance, which there are 2 blinks on the side of the Valk, so they are trying to close some gap early. And hopefully, Aquarius is able to find some form of aggression in this lane. Without the Soul Eater online, I don't think the Robin trades too well into RDO with the Conduit gem, but once that Soul Eater gets finished and you start stacking, could be some sparks flying over there in the Soul lane as well, so I agree.
Gamma takes a little bit of damage and falls a bit behind. Luckily for Gamma, Neoma is out of Omi. Otherwise, Gamma actually could have been in a bit of trouble early on. You're going to need Gamma to get aggressive. That's what you want to do on this Kabrakan. You've got Blink. I need to blink in, find some stuns. Do you think that can happen in lane here, though, ends up being the question. Maybe if there's help from Kirmi, yes. But the conversation around how long it takes Hunters to get up and running still is a thing here. Vote going with the arrow start. Obviously, the ring build around the corner. And so I wonder, especially with the Emoja in front, if it's just going to kind of be a quiet laning phase over in the dual lane, or we'll see some sparks.
Yeah, until Kirmi shows up, it should definitely be quiet. It's just Wowie doesn't do much damage. Vote is always going to be able to out DPS an Artemis, and you're up against the Shell, whereas you have the Blink. Pretty low health bars over here in solo, however. Aquarius has been getting active. The wave, however, has not been cleared, so can't really try and kill Nika, because all of those minions will just turn on you. And it looks like Nika will just back up. Has a teleport, and was actually baiting me and Aqua to get in a little bit of extra poke. I was going to say, they both have the teleport available, so once they are able to start stacking, if Nika does go back to that Warlock Sash like we saw last match, and Aqua going for the Soul Eater respectively, they should be able to farm some more in that lane, but still, not going to see too much aggression. But it does look like Cubo is trying to get a little bit aggressive, invading some of the camps of Kirmi and looking towards that blue buff. We might see a little bit of a fight, but given the health bar of the RDO, I don't think any more aggression should continue with this blue.
I think, yeah, Nika and Kivo probably talking with one another. Nika says, I'm way too low, not worth the risk. We'll just give this blue over. That's exactly what happens. If Neil can steal away a purple, which he's not, Hog ready to go for Gamma. Oh, that would have hurt to lose through a Hog. We've already seen that once this week.
Oh, yeah.
But not going to happen again, and Wowie will be able to pick up his purple buff. Because think back to game 1. Again, the passive gold lead that the Oni Warriors built up. A lot of jungle invades, purple buffs consistently being stolen away by the Oni Warriors. And also Cuvo Fred getting active and starting to run the lead a bit early on in game 1. And so those are the types of things the Oni Warriors will want to replicate, but the Valks stabilizing that over the first few minutes of this game, always going to be a good look for the Valkyrie squad. Cuvo Fred on the Nemesis, he's got Blink as well. You imagine level 5 Trelly, you're going to see Cuvo Fred start to put some pressure on a few of these lanes.
Yeah, it certainly could be a possibility. I got my eyes to the mid lane more often than not. I mean, Poseidon and AMC, both extremely gankable at any points of the game. They just are not very mobile. They're speedy, but this early on they don't have too many points into their abilities that give them that movement speed. And also with just Cursed Orb build, Benny Q's not going to be that fast clearing the wave. So there could be some options for both of these junglers to get active in the mid lane. Both opting into that Blink can close gap on these immobile mid laners pretty easily. No relics are being forced though. Benny Q has that nuke in the Kabrakan, the Kraken.
Well, Kabrakan is kind of a nuke.
Yeah, they've got the Kabrakan and the Kraken, so we could see some Kraken. I don't know how else I could phrase it. Either way, they could force out the beads pretty easily on the Dardas and then look for an opportunity elsewhere. But Also, you got to watch out for the fact that he's staying at that tower line for a reason. Cubo's looking to wrap around here on the mid lane and could get aggressive on a Benny Q. He's got no idea he's behind him.
Wow, I don't think Benny Q spotted Cubo.
Nope.
Oh my god, and Benny...
Where's he going?
Uh-oh.
I don't know what he did there.
Oh, God.
Or anything.
I think you might be screwed,
Kraken's
buddy.
going to go out, but Benny Q is in serious trouble here. Mystic Rush up and over. But Stinger flies in from Dardes in what was just a single kill.
Aquarius tried to help him.
May end up being a second here as well. Cubo Fred
don't
chasing
tower
down
dive too
Aquarius,
far.
and Dardes adds another for the Oni Warriors. It would have been funny if Dardes blocked Cubo underneath the tier. It doesn't happen, though. Benny Q just on a bit of a journey there.
He did
Cubo
close.
Fred, perfect positioning. And Aquarius trying to save the life of his mid laner ends up giving another kill to the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm assuming Benny Q is rotating over to blue buff, saying like, hey man, I got you. I'll bring a Kraken into the blue buff. I can help you out if need be. Didn't know that Cubo was ringing around Rosie and him. Like it's like a Scooby-Doo scene where you never know where the bad guy is. He wraps you around, and unfortunately the beads and the Kraken were not enough.
And he loses the blue buff.
And then Aquarius ults in to try and help him, and he also dies. Sometimes you just gotta let your buddy die. You know, he'll respawn, he'll come back. No reason to give the gold to the opposition, so Dardes gets credit for a kill. And Nika. Cubo gets 2 assists though, which means that the gold was spread throughout. All of the Oni Warriors are gonna get a little bit of a buff from that.
Big winner though is Nika for sure. Gets the kill and the assist. Of course Dardes yes as well, but Benny Q being able to get back to lane a little bit quicker, farm up some of the waves there in mid. A slight lead over in the duo lane. Neilma and Vote had both just a moment ago been 1 level ahead, call it half level in the ADCs, maybe a full level. Neilma is over Gamma. Come rotation time, that's where this Yamoja could potentially punish over in mid. River Rebuke flies up. Benny Q gets locked down. Benny Q takes the retribution. Cubo Fred just dashes out of the Kraken. The stun from Gamma keeps him in place. And Kiermi with the Osiris is able to snag a kill. Stinger flies through from Dardes. That is a simple pick for the Valhalla Valkyries and just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, Cubo doesn't have that beads either, so I highlighted the fact that Benny Q could be an option to get aggressive, and that Kraken was a good option, but not onto the B. It was onto Nemesis, and Cubo Fred will go down, and a return back this time. Kiermi gets credit, so a good answer back given the fact that Cubo had 2 assists. You don't want to let your jungle opposition get too far ahead of you. And it looks like maybe a rotation over this blue buff once again. Kiermi's not going to be there. Aquarius is going to have to ult over the wall, and I don't even know if he can stall long enough. He will.
Nice, good.
Be able to Mystic Rush, and the blue buff probably going away.
Blue buff. So all of the pressure in game 1 was around the purple buff for the Oni Warriors. They just sent everyone to the purple buff. Purple buff, purple buff, purple. Oh my. Can you say that?
Purple buff, purple buff, purple buff. Did I say it? I don't think I said the ult.
The one in the middle was a bit jumbled.
Possible.
You got to really enunciate.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't think I can do that. Point is, though, in game 1, the Warriors put all of their pressure on the purple buff. This game looks like keeping Aquarius behind on this Robin is the name of the game, going for continued blue buff invades. Bit of a roam from Wowie here. The Valks fishing for kills and pressure on the Oni Warrior side of the jungle, on the left side of the map. Vote is 2 levels ahead of Wowie. I'm not sure what happened over on left, but maybe 1 level fully. But falling behind to an ult run early on in the game, in the laning phase, not a great feeling for the Valks.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. And I think anytime there's just no option to get aggressive on the Vote because of the fact that no one has beads that would want to kill him, right? Obviously, Wowie could just drop the ult and then you just trade beads, and you don't want to fight into the sanctified field if they have beads, because the boar is just a quick stun and then you're losing that advantage. Gamma only has the blink, so if you're blinking in and then you're in slow motion for the rest of the fight, you don't have a great time there. Kiermi as well could use the Lord of the Afterlife for a small moment of CC immunity, but besides that, you're not going to find too much damage, so I expect to see the duo lane vastly ignored by the Oni Warriors. I mean, by the Valks. The Oni Warriors also could ignore it because Vote can stand on his own 2 feet. He's got the Gilded proc. He's already got a level lead. They also will probably stay away from that as much as possible. Wowie is going to slowly try and catch up as much as possible. You're going to be a little bit behind with the Gilded procs, and as long as Vote keeps doing these Harpy camps as much as possible, there will be a little bit of aggression as Gamma spotted out Cubo for a second. He knows this blue buff's about to spawn in, and they're trying to help Aqua as much as they can.
Kiermi has a tether out. Benny Q, though, takes the retribution. Where does the Kraken drop? On top of Neilma, but Nika's got damage for Benny Q. Something else in mind for the Oni Warriors. And And truly, this is not a surprise, right? The Valkyries are not surprised by this. It is 3 blue buffs in a row that the Warriors have sent their pressure to the right side of the map. This is not a disguised gank. That's just how the Valkyries felt like they should respond, and it's not a particularly close fight. The Kraken doesn't end up doing much.
Maybe stop fighting
Only
it.
connects on a
and
Neomog.
take that blue buff
So
instead.
2 kills plus another blue buff to the Oni Warriors. And we're right back to what I said the Valks need to avoid. You're 9.5 minutes in, and you're passively 3,000 gold behind. Yes, a few kills have dropped, but it's all the invades. A red buff now gets stolen away. It's passive farm on the map that the Valks just haven't been able to grab.
Yeah,
3 levels in soul.
You would love to help Aquarius here, right? And they've continuously tried. But after the second blue buff went down, I'm telling my team, hey, we're looking at the purple buff on the opposite of the map, or we're looking at the red. We're doing something other than fighting into this because we have no chance to fight into this. We just saw Benny Q has the best team fight ultimate that their squad has, most just outright damage. And the Kraken just tickled Neil because that's not who he probably wanted to ult, but he was stuck in the River's Rebuke and had to get it down before he died. So there's just not enough value. Yeah, there's no way. In no world does Aquarius ever win this boxing match anymore. This mitigation style build takes a while to get online. The Soul Eater needs some stacks. It's just not a fun matchup, and you don't get your blue buff either, so you can't trade as many auto attacks as you would like, or your abilities rather. So yeah, if I'm the Valks, I'm giving up on that blue buff 3 blue buffs ago, and I'm trying to put some aggression towards the left, but they haven't learned their lesson, and they're going to try to kill Nika here.
I actually am not certain that this works out for the Valks.
I don't think it does at all.
You've sent 4 members to kill Nika. All right, it does work out. But you send everything, and Nika used Gamma's ultimate, Benny Q's ultimate, 4 members of the Valkyries to solo lane. And you know Nika rolling his eyes a bit. You know, like, you have to send everyone except for Wowie to deal with me right now. He's 2 levels ahead. But look, I can't roll my eyes at that. The Valkyries have to make those plays to get kills on the map right now.
Of course.
And they're able to do so.
Right.
And shrinking up that 3-level lead and that gold gap is what the Valkyries' aim was, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, my issue was not that I didn't think they could kill the RDO because there was no beads, and the stun would definitely work out. I just was worried about the farm elsewhere. I don't think that's going to close too much of the gold gap. However, that was a 3-0 RDO, and Nika's gold bounty got claimed by Kirimi. So now the Osiris gets a little boon in gold, and that's going to help out as Kubo is underneath this tower and could be in some trouble here. Uses both dashes, Lord of the Afterlife off the mark.
It's Dardez, but what else is there? Beads up from Dardez. Oh, the River's Rebuke from Neo may have just saved his mid laner's life and condemned the life of Kirimi. Aquarius, though, rotates out of solo, picks up 1 kill. Tusky delayed out the rest of the fight from the Oni Warriors. Kivo Fred is already gone. A Sanctified Field from Vote, a bit shy from really finding massive impact. Aquarius looking for Dardez in the back, but maybe has put himself in an awkward spot now. The slows and the roots from Nika forced a Mystic Rush and the Kraken from Benny Q and Aquarius respectively. And so tier 1 tower plus a jungle trade, the Oni Warriors okay with that.
And that was all off the back of the Trebuchet. They just sent it down mid lane and saw what they could get from it. It looks like a Pyromancer. Might be a decent consolation prize. I mean, not even consolation. They got the tower. They maybe didn't get the kills they were looking for because of some decent walls by Gamma, the Kraken, and the Mystic Rush from Aqua. And they get the Pyromancer as well. So just climbing that gold lead a little bit higher. Vote doesn't even come to help. He goes back to left lane to continue pushing and continue trying to get ahead in this lane. The Oleron level 13, a pretty decent ult there. And they will continue because no presence has been put onto this Oleron. The relics are going to be so hard to force. He's going to have beats for the rest of the game. That was the first ult we've seen out of Vote, and also the first ult we've seen out of Wowie, but making the use of it for sure.
Man, now purple buff gets taken away. Wowie is about a level and a half behind Vote, was 2 levels behind a second ago. Still 2-level lead for Nika in solo. An opportunity to get a kill onto Vote here. Good knock-up, forces the stun, and Wowie snags a kill. Kirimi in range, though, to delay the reinitiation from the Oni Warriors, and a stun connects. Kirimi does good damage numbers right now, and that is a clean play, a clean pick from the Valhalla Valkyries, and gives Wowie some help. The Gold Fury now the objective.
Yeah, this is definitely the option here, and it doesn't look like the Oni Warriors are in a position to try and defend. I mean, I was talking about how unkillable Vote was, but when that ultimate is down, you have a very killable character, as we just saw. Vote used the beat as best he could. Some great body blocks by Gamma, and then Wowie holding onto that ultimate until the last minute just to make sure that that kill goes down, which then opened up the Gold Fury. So now still a 2,000 gold lead in favor of the Warriors. You know, I was getting excited for a second, then I remembered this was sort of how Game 1 went, where Oni Warriors were up for a while. The Valks got a solid answer back, got some kills on a Wowie, and they really didn't do anything with it. So now the question is, what are the Valks going to do to try and continue this? Helping out Aquarius was the name of the game early on. They couldn't help him too much. He fell once and then lost the blue buff after the fact many times over. Still 2 levels behind in this lane, but at least has the Oni Hunter's Garb and the Soul Eater, so can trade effectively versus Nika. The RDO isn't going to be able to bully him as easily. So I'm just worried about what the Valk's going to try to do next. Do they look for the Pyromancer when it spawns in? Do they try and get some picks elsewhere? Boat doesn't have beads for another 80 seconds or so that could be a good target if they can get Kirmi and Wowie over to that Olorum.
It's okay.
See if we can keep pressure up on the left side of the map, because that's where a lot of the scaling is going to be. Warriors as this game goes on. These next few minutes, in my opinion, really change how the remainder of the game looks. Because again, if the Oni Warriors can invade all of these buffs, keep pulling farm away, simply rebuild that gold lead with no pressure from the Valks, then you're maybe looking at a repeat of Game 1. But if the Valks can step up, defend some of those buffs, keep things equal, you're looking at a different game.
So Nika is 1,400 gold ahead.
Right.
That's essentially the gold lead. So everyone else should just be give or take about even, given the circumstance. I mean, the net worth is right there for you. So that shows exactly where...
That's too much math.
Yeah, that shows exactly where most of the gold is sitting, as Aquarius already used that overhead kick. Is going to Mystic Rush in places. He's got some backup from Kirmi.
Yeah, Nika backing away from the Tier 1 tower. Will go down as Dardes hits the last auto attack. Hugo Fred
I'm trying to pet you.
Eats the Lord of the Afterlife. Drops a Retribution, though, and the beats. Dardes kills off Kirmi in the back, but Betty Q does the same to Cubo Fred. But now Nika can really be the one to turn the tides of this fight. A 2-for-1 trade plus a Tier 1 tower. Oni Warriors coming out ahead.
Yeah, I was looking for the supports, then I realized they're just back in duo lane, having a traditional duo lane. It's just Neil and Gamma are sitting in duo, not letting their ADCs be alone together. The relics are all available, and the ults, so it doesn't look like there was any action being flying. It was just all in the right lane. That was a max range stinger by Dardes, able to clean that one up, and then Benny Q enters back with the Kraken, so that there isn't anything lost there. The tower did go down, so it's still a little bit of gold in favor for the Oni Warriors at the end of that one. 2,500 gold total, and like we mentioned, most of that off the back of this RDO.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Trelly. With all that gold lead sitting on Nika, and the XP now equalized everywhere else across the map. So okay, because this is the point in the game where now the Valkyries need to be proactive, right? They need to realize that they've equalized the leads everywhere else, and just try to fight away from Nika. Like, if you can keep this RDO out of the fight and you can be proactive elsewhere, the Valkyries in theory should be even or ahead in some of these areas. I mean, Benny Q's 1 level ahead of Dardes, well underway into that Poseidon build. Soul Reaver should help. So this is where I think Valkyries fans want to see them defend these buffs, get more proactive. The Oni Warriors not the style of team to let off the gas. They're going to send 3 members to the purple buff. Gamma's close by, and purple buff goes down, and Wowie's just got to watch.
I got to highlight Wowie's play. Being 1-0 in a situation like this is not easy, and the fact that he's not pushing up is smart, because if that's me, I'm getting upset that we're behind and I'm going that wave every time, or at least trying to defend my purple buff, but he's smart to know there's no way he can step up to 3 no matter what. So sitting at that tower, sitting on a trap and saying, like, I'm not going to give you my life, I'm relatively even, I'm not going to let that go through.
Smart from the Oni Warriors to group up around the objective that's close to their biggest lead, and that's Nika. And so Pyromancer goes to the Oni Warriors. An attempted steal from Aquarius, but always going to be difficult to out-confirm the Oni Warriors. They're as far ahead as they are. 5, 1, and 2 on the RDO. 100% kill participation.
I got 5 kills.
And Hugo Fred is close by. You're going to need some help to burn down Aquarius, and Nemesis has the ability to do so. And look at the difference in damage that rolls through once that Retribution gets dropped. Aquarius plenty tanky enough, sustaining, but ends up dying off nonetheless. And that gives you a real good zoom in, I think, Trelly, on how hard it is to kill a Robin with this build, but why you may pick something like a Nemesis into it.
Yeah, I think that if there was any anti-heal, he would have died a lot faster. The Soul Eater and just the ability spam definitely was helping out, keeping his HP bar up. and it doesn't look like Cuvo is going to prioritize any anti-heal because Dardes already have the Brawlers. So if there was a little bit more, I think that would have went down a little bit faster, even with the fact that Aqua has a few bit of mitigations. The full style build is not online just yet. Aqua definitely can bleed and has been shown to time and time again, 3 times total. The gold lead just keeps climbing though, and it looks like 3 levels.
Yeah, we're right. It's the same thing, Trelly.
Yes, it is.
So the game is equalized, the game is stabilized, but the Warriors are just more proactive at invading camps, at pulling objectives. You know, again, at the highest level, I am out at my depth. You know, I don't know what the Valkyries are calling for in the player booth there. Like maybe you don't necessarily want to force big objective fights, but Warriors have just given themselves every opportunity to expand on these leads. And now chase down Kiermi, who's fallen 1 level behind Cuvo Fred, and had to use the beads, and will end up going down. Nika is on an absolute warpath in game 2. 7 kills on the RDO. Could be another, at least an assist over the horizon, as Dardes is on a killing spree. Benny Q is going to get trapped in the River's Rebuke. And I mean, it's just brutal. 1 by 1, the Oni Warriors are going to chase down the Valhalla Valkyries. Benny Q does not have Kraken. And the tower just swinging away onto Neomon. Cuvo Fred adds another.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the side laners, they're not looking towards the middle of the map in the slightest. They're trying to get as much farm as they can. Unfortunately for Aqua, the rest of the Oni Warriors have to come near you to get that Fire Giant, so there's no more free farm for you. Maybe a steal opportunity in the future. He has the Mystic Rush available. You're not worth anything. He has to walk up. He's level 15. This is the only thing he could do that's useful on the map at the moment.
Yeah, give it a chance. Delay the game out. Won't try. 20 minutes. Oni Warriors get the Fire Giant. And a game that was stabilized just 4 short minutes ago now swings back to the Oni Warriors. And they've got Fire Giant and 4 towers on the map to build up some extra gold with. 4 levels ahead is Nika over Aquarius. The Robin getting to that point. Still working on that damage mitigation build, but you can only mitigate so much damage, Trelly.
That's true.
And the Oni Warriors have some damage to spare, I think, with the game state here. Valks again in a position where delaying the game for another 20 minutes is maybe their best chance.
Yeah, and that's why I thought going for that Fire Giant steal is, you know, the only play that Aqua had. And saving his life is one thing. Maybe saying, you know, maybe we're going to try and go for a defense underneath these Phoenixes. Maybe I've got more time to farm up if they push down left, but it's just so hard to be useful as a solo laner this far down XP-wise. Even if you've built plenty tanky, the Fizz procs aren't quite there. You're getting hit by so much protection shred coming from Cuvo and Dardes. It's just so hard to exist as a solo laner that far behind. So I was thinking, you know, steal the Fire Giant, delay the game. Obviously, it's not as easy as just steal the Fire Giant, but seems like the best opportunity. Either way, the Oni Warriors are going to get that tier 2 tower in left. Looks like they're just going to go for the tier 2 in mid as well. Not going for the Phoenixes just yet. They've got plenty of time. I mean, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on that Fire Giant buff. They can back, upgrade some items, get some upgraded starters, as it looks like Cuvo, Dardes, and Vote have all ticked over to level 20 in the meantime. We saw Nika tick over a while ago, but he already upgraded to that Gem of Focus.
You know, Trelly, let me be clear by this. Nika has been playing very good Smite here recently, but I think we've been long overdue for like a good old-fashioned Nika carry game. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Like so often for the Oni Warriors, Nika, regardless of pick, just feels like takes a game over. Every so often that happens. During the SPL qualifier tournament at the beginning of the year that happened during phase 1. Nika's been playing very good Smite. But I do think we've been overdue for like the Nika game for this Oni Warriors team. And I think we're getting it here in game 2 up against the Valks. A 7-1-4 game, 100% kill participation on the RDO. And I mean, when you look at the build, right, Conduit Gem, great, Warlock Staff, and then Stone of Binding. Those first 3 items just gave Nika so much pressure on the map, and will continue to. Now gets a Spirit Robe.
Sorry, my cat did that.
I like the way Nika's itemized here and given himself a chance to scrap a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, one of the premier ranked grinders in the league. You know, Nika's always in the queues. He's probably seen how many of these Robins lined up against him with this full style of mitigation build, and he figured out, wait a second, you do 0 damage.
Right.
And if we just take your blue buff, I can bully the heck out of you, and they've continued to do so. Aqua still only level 17, has not been able to find too much farm since then. It looks like 50 seconds on this Fire Giant, and despite the fact that we are well over a 10,000 gold lead at 24 minutes, the Oni Warriors will not dip a toe into the Phoenix range. They're playing this as smart as possible.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I don't think they have to. They certainly could go for a play underneath the Phoenix, but given the amount of lockdown the Valks have, they still do have some great burst abilities. With the Kraken, for example, and the Bumbus Hammer was finished up, so Benny Q's going to have some decent damage.
Yep.
They have a lot of CC with Gamma and Wowie, especially underneath the Phoenix. Tusky is essentially hitting everyone guaranteed. If you're grouped up that much, you're getting a 5-man stun for sure. So putting some respect on that is definitely smart, but it looks like the Valks are going to try and set up any sort of an ambush here. Neilma could be walking into this, but he sees this as well.
I mean, Neilma is just hanging out on his own side of the jungle. Riptide actually goes the wrong direction, maybe gets blocked out by the walls from Gamma, and a proactive play by the Valkyries now puts Neilma back in the fountain for 45 seconds. This is the same thing as game 1.
Yep.
This is maybe now your best chance at setting up for a Fire Giant. You wish it was up on the map right now if you're the Valkyrie. So a relatively low impact death if you're Neilma. You wish that was up, but it's not. So the Valkyries have found a pick.
Right.
But that's about it.
Yeah, they did this last time, as you said. Well, they didn't do this specifically. They just got a good pick on Anika, and then they went for the Fire Giant. So what put a wrench in that plan last time was Cuvo Fred wrapping around. So I've got my eyes on the Nemesis. And where is he? He's behind the Valks. And I assume he's going to walk in right behind, as he did last time, and tear this fight open. Let's see if the Valks remember. It doesn't look like he cares, actually. He wants that Phoenix instead.
I wonder if they have to channel these backs. Fire Giant's up in 5 seconds. Neilma has respawned. And the window of a 4v5 is minuscule.
Just gonna go take
Fred is
Phoenix.
going to be able to take this on his own. Mid lane Phoenix gone. What's happening elsewhere? Not much for the Valhalla Valkyries. The Oni Warriors simply disengaging from the fight. A double stun from Nika and damage flying through from Dardes means Gamma's got to drop the ultimate. Kraken a bit off the mark, and a River's Rebuke from Neilma forces the Mystic Rush out of Aquarius. And how about that Sanctified Field? That's big from Vode. And the kills will drop. The Oni Warriors rolling. Dardes ends this game on a rampage, and an emphatic team fight win for the Oni Warriors. Secures the 2-0.
And I gotta give some more credit to Dardes because he was the one who stopped that teleport. Not like it ended up being useful because Aqua didn't make it to the fight. The Phoenix went down, and they still won after the fact. But he was able to stinger Aquarius, say, you're not gonna teleport in. They still fought 5v4. Cubo made it all the way over there for the end of the fight, but massive plays and a triple kill for the mid laner to close this one out 2-0.
Multi-kills abound for the Oni Warriors in game number 2, an 8-1-8 game from Nika on the RDO. 100% kill participation for the Oni Warriors solo laner. Look, Troy, there's only so much we can say after this set that is different from what we said about the Valkyrie set earlier on this weekend, where it just felt like passively the objectives and the gold lead got away from them a little bit. Again, if you're latching on to small things, it's that in both games the Valkyries made plays that at least slowed down the bleeding, stabilized the game a bit. The next step is not getting there in the first place, but also if you're going to be there and you're going to stabilize the game, really stabilize it moving forward. So it's a fantastic set from the Oni Warriors, and still some growing pains continue for the Valks.
Yeah, I would say definitely focus on the moments where they were getting completely rolled. They were down in gold, but they still were able to find picks and find a little bit of answer back here and there. And then, it's one thing to stop the bleeding, but maybe don't get cut in the first place. That's another way to look, so I'm not going to phrase it that way.
Yeah, not the weekend that the Valkyries will like to remember moving forward. Back to the drawing board they go. And the Oni Warriors, their fans, will be plenty happy with what they saw in this set. Let's send it back to the desk, though, to break this one down.
Thank you so much, Dave and Charlie. So unfortunately for the Valkyries, they're not able to remove the 0 off of their column just yet, but fortunate for Oni Warriors and the Oni Warriors fans is they're able to find themselves a win in 2-0 fashion up against the Valkyries. And very similar pacing to last game, Mifflin, where Oni Warriors get an early lead, and then the Valkyries are able to slow them down yet again and more plays. And Valkyries are finding nice picks every so often, but it's just not enough. The Oni Warriors, Nika specifically, really stepping up in the RDO of this game. It's not often you see a solo laner have 7 or 8 kills in a game, especially when it's an RDO solo, too.
J-Mac, I'll break down this game.
Okay.
But I want to ask you a question first.
Sure.
Do you think I'm the meanest caster?
Like, main cast, so it's still like doing this like every single week kind of thing.
Okay, like, yeah, sure.
So like, if we're like excluding Hindu Man on
you think
this
Hindu's
list,
meaner than me?
I think he definitely can be.
Yeah.
Because like all you guys are like, man, the Valkyries are finding chances to fight back, slowing them down. My analysis of that game is like, the Valks got owned, dude. Like, they got kind of rolled. Like, that was an early game composition. You're expecting the Valks to be pretty dominant in that portion of the game, right? I mean, it's a Raven, Osiris, Poseidon, Cabrakan game. That is a incredibly strong mid 3v3. That is a draft that you take almost exclusively for pressure. And they didn't get it, like, at all. And I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, at least they got a couple of picks in the late game, man. I mean, like, sure, I guess. we are scraping the barrel for compliments, man.
I mean, to be fair, it did take, what, 4 people almost every single time they wanted to find a pick, and that was always against either Nika or Neil Moss. And when you have to spend 4 people and 2 to 3 ultimates, it does kind of give you an idea of the state of the game at that point. The Valkyries slow things down, but you're not going to be able to slow down the Oni Warriors too much when they've got a composition rolling like this one. Nika finishing with a 12.0 KDA on an RDO solo is not a state that you want to be in. Is any team. It's not a state that any player wants that to going in. It's a nigh unkillable solo laner.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors, they got to the portion of the game where they win, which was anywhere towards the mid to late game. That draft from the Valkyries I don't think could have hung with what the Warriors had drafted for themselves. So even in saying the Valkyries like slowed down the game, in of itself also a bad thing, because they needed that game to be real quick if they wanted it to win. The Oni Warriors, they came with a solid strategy and they played very well. They executed on it perfectly, except for maybe a couple of stumbles. But even then, in the stumbles, it really wasn't ever in question.
8-1 and 8 for Nika, 6-0 and 8 for Dardes, going Undying, and that's something that Charlie talks about all the time. I always echo that with him. Is whenever the carries of the team are going Undying in a game, if you cannot get to the back line to deal with these mid laners, you cannot get to the back line to deal with these Hunter players or anybody in general, it's never a good look in this one. Dardes is able to go Undying, putting out top damage on this AMC, fighting immense pressure early on, even up against Poseidon. So good look out of the Oni Warriors. And talking about Dardes, we've actually got him standing by for our post-game interview, I should say. First off, congrats on the win here up against the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, your team's having a couple of speed bumps along the way. You were able to find a win over against the Titans previously, and then you had a stumble against the Bulls. I mean, what's kind of going on, behind the scenes with the Oni Warriors, trying to get you guys, rallied up for each of your sets?
I just feel like the set against Bulls, we had it was a crazy draft diff. So we worked on that this week in scrims, and we just have to make sure that we always have good draft for us. Like, we don't pay attention to the enemy team draft, just pay attention to our draft. If that makes sense, then that's good.
Yeah, and kind of echoing onto that one, what would you say for the Oni Warriors is kind of that strongest point for you guys? Is it the team fighting phase that's the best for you guys? Is it that early game kind of pressure? I mean, where for the Oni Warriors do you feel that your strength really lies?
I think our strength is definitely a team fight stage, because the most games we lose is like when we get picked early game and they snowball and we literally cannot play the game. But every game we get to team fights, 5v5, we always have like a good showing. And
yeah, you guys are able to get to that phase maybe a little bit quicker in this set, and you guys look good doing it. Congrats on your win. I'll get you back to the team to celebrate. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
So Team 5 phase, and that's a lot of, I think a lot of the SPL teams out there will say that, the team fight is where they feel that they're the strongest out there. Other teams might say, and when we talked with Genetics last week, talking about the Titans, he felt that the Titans always seem to be a team that's really strong when it comes to the drafting phase of the game, and then maybe the play on field can still echo similarities. But some confidence out of Dardes, and talking to you about the stumbles that he had up against the Olympus Bolts with his team, able to rally that back and find a win up against the Valkyries today.
And they cleaned up their draft days. Every draft I looked at, I was like, oh, okay, there's like clear win conditions here. There are clear goals that this team is trying to reach in order to facilitate getting into the siege or getting in towards the Fire Giant. So if that was the emphasis that Chuckles, the coach, had, or the team as a whole had, clearly some massive strides. The Oni Warriors looking real good.
Well, if this was any other day of SPL, that would have been it with our 2 sets, but we still got one more with the Jade Dragons and Solar Scarabs to round out our day. One final look at the standings currently. The Oni Warriors, with their win, bump themselves up into that 5th seed. The Valhalla Valkyries still unable to find their first win. And now it's the Jade Dragons and the Solar Scarabs, 2-2 and 1-4 respectively for those. Jade Dragons have a chance to bump themselves up a little bit further in standings. The Solar Scarabs have a chance to play spoiler against this team.
Yeah, if the Dragons win us, so they're like kind of technically tied for like 3rd place, that big jumble up of 3 and 2 at the center of the league. So I'm sure they'd love to join everybody else there. The Solar Scarabs trying their best to play spoiler, and we've seen plenty of spoiler played this week.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a lot of spoiler with the Solar Scarabs just in general, especially up against the J-Dragon. Should be a fun matchup. That one's going to be coming up right after this break.
Right after this break.
Mine's only one nipple. I had to bring in a tailor for Where's my nipple tape? Is that bad? Oh, cool. Miz, you look good. I like the pink on you. Pink's my color.
Love that, dude. That's so hot. Holy fuck.
Want to cross my pink right here? One thing. Are you done with spamming Miz to play a game for once? Well, wake the fuck up, Samurai. Wait. Welcome to the oh, wait. Oh, here we are. Welcome to the OTK Smite Invitational. 8 teams, 40 of your favorite creators will fight it out for a $100,000 prize. Tune into the event on June 27th, live at twitch.tv/Mizkiff.
Mizkiff, huh? Okay. Whatever.
President itself, I know, just stuck between the bars. The strong have scars, but you can never go back.
flashing your tail. Why? Okay, settle down.
Here are your free games with Prime in June.
Battleman and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Welcome back, Smite fans, to our third and final set of the day here in This Week in the SPL, Season 9 of the SPL, of course, powered and sponsored by our friends over at Prime. If you're already a Prime member, you get access for free to every single game you just saw an ad for, and in like 4 or 5 days, you're going to get a whole new list of free games that you get access to, free shipping, free in-game content, free Twitch subs, delivery, so much more. So make sure you make use of your Prime sub today. Thanks again to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And the screen behind me gives away one of the two teams that we're going to end our week with. The screen behind you, Trilly. That's in front of me.
Now you can see it.
Oh, you were looking at the other screen, telling you what's on the screen behind me.
I was worried that you couldn't see the Scarabs logo.
Oh, behind you. I
Right.
see what you were going for there. Yeah, the other team that we've got here, the Solar Scarabs. It's been a weekend of competitive Smite, but I would also say it's been a weekend where the games have largely gone how we've expected, outside of the Camelot Kings and how quickly they dispatched the Tartarus Titans 2-0. But Leviathan's Bolts, that one felt like a toss-up. Leviathan's Kings, that one felt like a toss-up. Oni Warriors stand strong in our previous set. So one final matchup here this weekend of the SPL, and it's the Jade Dragons up against the Solar Scarabs. Scarabs have the first and final set of the weekend. And the Jade Dragons trying to make a 4-way tie for third place happen. Of course, purely in wins-loss. Head-to-head will shift some things up there. And the Solar Scarabs trying to close some gap here. An important set, I think, for the Solar Scarabs to build some momentum going into the second half. We got one more week before the phase is officially halfway done. And the Solar Scarabs, honestly, Trelly, much like the Valkyries, have been a team we've talked about. Okay, now it's time to see the growth, to see the build-up. This team had a good run at Worlds last year, and so now it's building on that. Need to see more of that moving forward here. And a lot of what this team has really grabbed onto, I think, this phase so far, Trelly, have been their carries. I think Baronic has really stepped up. Of course, Stewart has looked really good. Scream has looked really good. But I have been impressed by the growth of Stewart here over these last few weeks.
I mean, yeah, the Scarabs as a whole have been very high moments, right? We've seen them take games off of very solid teams. It's just, what are they able to do in Game 3? Can they hold on to the leads they build in the early? They're building early leads against just about anyone, and it's impressive to see. But the translation into late game is always what I'm concerned about. More often than not, as the rest of the team starts to fall behind, you look over at that duo lane. Stewart's either even or ahead, but he tries his best to hard carry for the squad at that point. But it's usually the rest of the team that just can't really hack it and fall in line, right? I'm not going to say, I'm not blaming everyone but Stewart, certainly, but it is they fall behind a little bit, and the ADCs are sort of left by the wayside. Stewart always doing his job, but it's hard to continue doing your job when you don't have, tanks to stand in front of you, your jungle setting up for you, that sort of thing.
Right, plenty that has to go right in these types of games.
Exactly.
I look for the Chernobog pick here this set, a 10-1-10 game. Stu, the last time we saw that Chernobog pick. And then, of course, the Freyas, the Olaruns, picks like that, so important. And good news for you, Trelly, is we'll have Stewart in for an interview here in just a moment. And I finally get to set the record straight on Olarun and the laning phase and how strong it is or is not.
I'll take notes. Let me get up
I
notepad.
want your official stance before we go to this interview. What is your official stance on Olarun in the laning phase?
Well, the reason I brought it up is because I think that Olarun didn't have a great early. But the reason that Stu keeps pulling me aside and telling me I'm wrong.
He has to talk about. Okay, well, all right, go ahead.
Is because he's been trying to tell me that. So that's why I brought it up previously. Okay. Now let's let him say his piece.
Well, some drama on the pregame interview. Stewart now standing. I mean, high stakes interview here going into this set. Stewart, let's set the record straight. Olarun, Freya, they've come back into the meta a little bit. Freya, we've talked plenty about how she feels stronger in the laning phase. What is your take on Olarun's laning phase? Do you think he's strong? Do you think he can stand toe-to-toe with the carries and with Freya in lane?
In like the early laning stages, yeah, I do. But like when the items get on and like into certain characters, it does feel kind of weaker sometimes. But I definitely think he's like stronger than laning phases early.
Still got to scale up as any magical ADCs do. Talk to me a little bit about your specific matchup today into the Jade Dragons. You look at a multi-phased game, early, mid, late. What stage of the game do you think is going to be most important today up against the Dragons?
I guess it would be like the early stage, because if you like mess up early in the game, you know, you kind of can like snowball into like some bad stuff.
Stu, if you could spend all 5 bans on one player on the Jade Dragons, who would it be?
Probably Max or Daniel.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, for you personally, taken away from Panda Cat might feel nice. For the team, Pagon has been doing a lot of fun things. Best of luck in your set. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
So, all right, admitting there, potentially some weakness at points for Oleron, but feeling like it's pretty strong. I don't know. I still feel like I leave with some questions after that interview.
Yeah, that's fair.
Point being, Oleron Freya getting themselves back into the meta. In a really strong spot. And Stu said one of the options, if you had to ban one player all 5 times, would be Panda Cat on the Jade Dragons. And that's for good reason, because Panda Cat for this Dragon squad, even with half a jersey on, or no, a jersey half on. It's a whole jersey, but it's only halfway on. An important distinction. Panda Cat, you talk about consistency. Any player goes through their ups and downs. But when a team goes through changes and you bring in some new mid laners, having a player who is as consistent overall, if you ignore some individual bad games, but overall in his career, Panda Cat's been a pretty consistent player. Been so important for the Jade Dragons to be able to lean on that out of duo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think consistency is a good word for it. Even with these different style of picks in the duo lane, Panda Cat's always got something that he can lean on. Not many people are playing the Hou Yi right now, but he still has some good lane pressure with that pick and things like that. You want to find an ADC who's able to just build into any sort of meta, and you look over into that duo lane. You're usually leaving them alone. You don't want to try and babysit them. And Panda Cat is that in spades, right? You don't have to hold his hand. He can deal with ganks on his own. He can defend his own buffs. He's able to find a lot of presence in that lane and try and force you. He'll take the 1v1s if you want. Like most of these ADCs are not taking 1v runs right now. They're backing up. They're saying, hey, I'm going to get the wave. I'm going to get my buff. I'm going to run away, that sort of thing. Panda Cat will go Hou Yi and jump on you. He'll try to find as much action as he can. And I think that's part of the Jade Dragon style, right? They look for those 1v1s in lane, and it's a different style of Smite that not everyone's ready to play for.
And that's what the Jade Dragons, and specifically Panda Cat, did in just the last set that we saw the Jade Dragons play in the Game 3 against the Leviathans. Panda Cat plays Hou Yi, goes 5-2-6, and a good look for the squad. Now, remember, there is plenty of history between these two teams, the Jade Dragons and the Solar Scarabs. These Scarabs had the Jade Dragons number at points throughout the year last year in Season 8. But again, the Scarabs were in a similar spot to how they were. It was just those random odd sets where the Scarabs would just step up, blow the Dragons out, and end up taking those set wins. So, can the Jade Dragons find their footing again after a 2-2 start moving into this phase? Can the Solar Scarabs start to shrink up that gap towards the middle of the pack? And I think if we're looking at the Scarabs trailing, and we can look at the Dragons in a minute as well. We've talked a lot about the Valkyries and areas of the game that they need to stabilize, need to be more proactive. I don't think the Solar Scarabs are immune from conversations like that as well. No team in the league is, really. But it feels like for the Scarabs, their weakness at this point is they're able to pull these big leads.
Correct.
And then they fumble somewhere in the mid game on either a play or a call or something like that. It either doesn't make sense or just doesn't pan out how they look or how they were hoping it would, and then things kind of get out of control in that way. And so I think if you're looking for these Scarabs to find some areas of improvement, that's probably the first place to start looking at is smoothing over some of those mid-game mistakes.
Yeah, I would say so. Their late-game 5v5 is where I find most of the issues are.
Sure.
I mean, given their last set, it was just a few times where it looked like Scream was trying to force a play by himself. He would jump over the back camps, get very aggressive, and then that pick would just lead into a fire giant. So ironing out some of those kinks, looking for these 5v5s, they can find the early lead, but that's not where they are needing to struggle. That's where they've been struggling, I should say. That late-game team fight is where the Scarabs need to improve.
Now the Jade Dragons, a team not immune from needing to improve themselves. They've had some troubles just being phased out of games at times. The early game is not as stalwart as it once was for this Jade Dragon squad. Now, other teams have caught up in that area, not necessarily the Jade Dragons playing poorly. And then some late game shot calling, things like that. Remember that set against the Leviathans where we saw the Jade Dragons find a win in 3 games. Largely felt like the Leviathans maybe should have been the team to take that set. The Jade Dragons were able to capitalize on a Leviathan's mistake. So, some good from the Jade Dragons going into this set. Excited to see what these teams bring to the table, though, in picks and bans for game number 1. 2 bans already spent on Panda Cat, just 3 more to go to take them all off the table. And then an Oleron and a Bastet on the flip side. Scream's Bastet, I guess, just respect banned in every set that we see the Scarabs play.
Yeah, even when he got the Bastet, he was getting very active, but it wasn't like it was this. Yeah, I guess it's just from the test of time, right? Scream's been playing Bastet for so long. He's earned that right to just get the respect ban on the Bastet, and I won't comment on it any further. The Bologna, however, getting banned away here. Interesting, but I guess the Jade Dragons are trying to get fine okay on some pressure in that lane. They don't want to deal with, Bologna. Maybe they are looking for some sort of double hunter comp. You got to read between the lines here to see what the Jade Dragons are banning to and what that alludes to what they're playing, because they are in first pick. Right. There's a lot of top meta things. The Mercury has been vastly overlooked these past couple of weeks, but the Jade Dragon, Sam for Soccer in particular, is someone who was playing it well before it was considered one of the top junglers. Right. Sort of fallen by the wayside, but still, you got to put some respect on the Sam for Soccer's Mercury, so could be something that they're looking to grab.
And plenty of options now for first pick, but also the Solar Scarabs have left some good open for themselves with picks 1 and 2 of their draft. Of course, Mercury needs to be considered. Freya has been contested throughout so many of our sets here recently, and the Jade Dragons considering that a first pick worthy pick, and I think it is, Trelly, based on what we've seen. Umoja's still around. Mercury's still around.
Yeah, I think that
something for Scream maybe.
Yeah, the Scarabs have been holding off on Scream's picks more often than not, and he doesn't really care about getting banned out. So I imagine, unless something's jumping out of the Scarabs saying we need to grab this right now for Scream, probably let that go by the wayside. But given how much Bobby plays Umoja and the fact that they've been allowed to grab the Umoja here, I would be surprised if that wasn't at least prioritized here for the Scarabs. The Robin, though, for Scary D or for Scream, more often than not going to the solo lane, so I'm going to say for Scary D until this draft peters out, but that Umoja will also be grabbed.
Yeah, Umoja, a strong look. Robin, a strong look. You're going to get plenty of late game tankiness and sustain for that tankiness. So late game shred on one side, big damage numbers for Freya, and then small damage numbers connecting onto Robin and Umoja on the flip side. So I love the way the Solar Scarabs have drafted. They've prioritized frontline, gotten some good initiation. Now, a lot of it weighs on how Inbound plays this Umoja. There have been questions about it in the past. I think a lot of those questions have been answered. But again, far from the most consistent Umoja in the league. Been a lot of Khepri, Baron, Kumba, Xingchen in the last 6 for Inbound. Haven't seen Umoja in the last couple of sets that the Solar Scarabs have played. But I think deserves its due credit at any rate. Jade Dragons now considering what they want with their 2nd and 3rd pick of the draft. Freya, of course, doesn't reveal too much. And Ardio sitting right at a 67% win rate. That's a 66% rounded up, has won 6 out of 9 games. Plus a Fafnir. And so good facilitator gods for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, no physicals locked in just yet, but with the Freya being locked in and the Fafnir still, I imagine a Hunter could be going the way of Baronic in that. Or this is the Jade Dragons. I am completely.
I did that earlier.
Yeah.
Well, one for each of us.
Well, you only get one, and I'll never make that mistake again.
Oh, that's not true.
No, I'm just talking about today.
Today, okay.
Yeah, good. And then it gets a reset.
Right,
once we
you
come
reset
back.
each individual broadcast. You get
exactly.
Each set. We'll give ourselves some credit. Each set, you get one.
Okay, there we go. I like that better. So
Poseidon, though.
Let's talk about that Poseidon that got locked in. So now this opens up some questions because surely Poseidon could go to that mid lane. Baronic could take it. But also, given the fact that we assume Scary D's on that Robin, this could just be Scream in the jungle on the Poseidon, going that Doom Orb strat where you're just zooming around the map. This essentially hasn't really told me anything about the draft just yet. Poseidon is very strong in the meta right now. You want to make sure you got some decent confirm on those objectives, and he just farms very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a good look for the Solar Scarabs. I think Baronic has a solid Poseidon. And look, you look back to our previous set, the moments back in the game for the Valkyries felt like a big Kraken can turn around some of those fights. So giving yourself that avenue of re-engage, reinitiation, and re-entry into the game. Smart for the Solar Scarabs. Still needing a pick for Scream is what the Jade Dragons assume the Scarabs have on their plate. So Kali will end up getting banned away. But so is Sanford Soccer. I imagine this will be a jungle-heavy second phase of bans because there is a lot available. And so Susano taken away, not only from Sam, but also from Pagon. Remember, that's one of Pagon's favorite picks out of mid. And the Mercury's still around. I'm just surprised with how far Mercury has fallen from the graces here, Trelly. It's made its way through what I'm assuming will be all 10 bans.
And so is Nem.
And so is Neb.
The two top.
Maybe they realize they'll get one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, if we're following the Twitter trends, the two warrior jungles are top tier at the moment, and that's the Osiris and the Erlong Shen. And then one team will get one, the other team will get the other, and that'll just be the end of it. No one's really banning those away, so that could be the option. The Jade Dragons have their choice now. They will reveal: is this Freya just going to dual lane to Panda Cat, and there's nothing fishy going on, or well, I mean, because it's Pagon, right? Maybe Pagon's playing the Freya mid. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a Susano ban towards Pagon for sure.
Yeah, no, that for sure. Just the question is that actually what's going to be picked?
Right.
And given the fact that a Xbalanque is being hovered, it certainly could be a Freya in the mid, but it also could be Xbalanque mid. We're not seeing Sanford Soccer's pick yet, and the Nemesis that has made it this far through will be taken away. I don't even think that's that terrible because the things that were banned rightfully so. Kleena still does crazy damage, and Susano is essentially 2 bans in 1, so I think that was a great option there. Just Nemesis was just a little bit overlooked.
The question ends up being, Trelly, would you rather leave a Freya alone in mid, or would you rather leave a Xbalanque alone in mid? I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's really what it boils down to. I feel like more often than not, we've seen the Freya over in dual lane stuck with a support. Do you think that's what you're looking for here if you're the Dragons?
Yeah.
Keep your Freya with the bodyguard hanging out over in duo.
Yeah, I definitely think Freya off in the duo lane is almost always better. Just there's less bodies over there. There's a 3v3 in mid, and then you're just left over there on an island with yourself. Freya's very good in the 1v1. A banish into her pulse autos is going to force out relics by herself, and it does look like the Osiris is being hovered, and it will be locked in. So one of those warrior jungles I was talking about does make it through. Erlong Shen just a little bit overlooked this time around, wanting some early presence, and Osiris is going to bring that. The question is the Robin and the Osiris where we think it is, where the Robin's in the solo lane and the Osiris is in the jungle? Certainly could be an option. They also could be flipped, but you know, the mitigations build that is just so popular right now tells me Scary D's probably playing that Rov.
Yeah, it feels like, well, Robin could be good in the jungle. Probably is good in the jungle. What you're missing out on is just the strength of Robin solo. Now, in just our previous set, we saw Robin solo get completely shut down. Now, nothing else in that game was going in the Robin solo's team's favor, right? Everyone felt pretty far behind at that point. So there's only so much you can do when everything is going against your entire team. But remember, throughout the laning phase, it was all about putting pressure on the blue of the Robin solo. Do you think that's a viable strategy against the Robin? Stop those items from getting online. Try to keep it as far behind as you can.
Yeah, I definitely think just putting the Robin behind makes them, you don't get those items online as early. It could definitely be really difficult to get to that late game. And even if they do, we saw the Bolts run this strategy, and Leviathan said, we're just going to push away from the Robin. You're going to split you up, or we're just going to choose not to fight. So certainly some answers if this full mitigations Robin build does get online. But you're right to highlight the fact that there's ways to just shut it down before it gets online. If you don't have the damage to actually fight in lane, you're up against an RDO, which was the exact thing that put it down in the first place. You can sneak some damage into that build, and you'll have a good time.
I wonder if that is the Jade Dragons just watching that last game that we played and said, RDO actually seems kind of all right into that. And a Nemesis, remember that was super important in shredding away the protections of the Robin, mitigating how much damage could get mitigated by the Robin. And so there are answers out there. It's about the Solar Scarabs being proactive early, as Stuart mentioned in the pregame interview. You can't make many mistakes against this Jade Dragons team. And I think with the Osiris, what we're assuming to be jungle for the Solar Scarabs team, giving Scream kind of the keys to the car, allowing him to drive this game early.
Fine, okay,
Yeah, I
on
definitely
Freya?
think that's the play. Scream should always have the
mean-
keys to the car because the jungle is just, I think, the
Could
best
be.
way to play out of. Sure, you can look
think
for
it's
some
probably gonna be
aggression
more
in
like
duo, but
RDO.
given the fact that you're up against a Freya, you're probably going to be losing out those trades in the early just because her pulse simply does a lot of
Usually
damage
RDO's
right
solo
now.
lane.
And it's, you know, your Guardian's getting slowed in that regard, and you don't want to deal with that lane. So giving Scream the keys to the vehicle, I think, definitely a strong strategy.
I think the question ends up being then, Trelly, if you're able to stabilize early, you keep things equal through mid. Think back to like the Kings and Leviathan set.
Fine, okay, was
It's a
playing some
quiet
Hunters,
game.
though, pretty recently.
Is one draft overwhelmingly better, and the late game ends up being the question. Which team can win those fights? Which team can grab themselves a lead? The Jade Dragons versus the Solar Scarabs kick off our final matchup of the weekend.
Now we
Thank you
find
so much, Dave and Trellian. What a match to end our week. A very storied one in the regards of the Scarabs have been a team that have always given the Dragons some troubles, whether that was all the way back in early Season 8 or even the World Champions at the very tail end of the season. And two teams that really do love to try and play through this early game, is notably most so the Solar Scarabs over anything. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug on Cast bringing
Yes,
game
RDO.
number 1 between the Dragons and the Scarabs. And we'll go ahead and piggyback maybe off of what Dave was asking at the end there.
Oh, it's a hard question.
It was whatever, you know, it comes back. Is there a little bit more of a slant one way or the other for some of these more late game fights for these teams? Should we get to that stage?
Man, it's hard to say, right? I'm always gonna vote for the team that's got like a double hunter style composition, but it's got some more nuance than that because Barana can get really involved on this Poseidon, especially with that Bumbus Hammer style of build that BMT has popularized. So, how much do you really value the Emoja? How much value are you going to get from Coerce? I think the support's going to be the definitive difference makers in the late game. Hard to vote against the Emoja, but like a Freya with Coerce and a Shivalanke with Coerce, both incredibly strong. If we're talking about ease of play, you might favor the Jade Dragons. If you're talking about pedigree, you might favor the Jade Dragons. But if you're talking about early game presence and scaling come late game, I think the Solar Scarabs have probably got the stronger early, which could get them to the late sooner, and whoever gets to the late first probably has a significant advantage. I don't know. It's a tough question.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out, at least for the start of this first game.
Yeah, the
Jade
Dragons have a lot of
Dragons
burst.
see a little bit of that duo pressure to Stewart in inbound, though. Typically, that's one thing we see a lot of whenever emojis get drafted. She's essentially one of those gods who just gives you free pressure in that duo lane. Stewart on this Chiron, a pick that's becoming a little bit more popular now as of recent. We saw Netroid pilot a few times. I mean, how do you feel about this Chiron? We'll talk about it maybe a little bit after, as Scary D gank does get rooted out by Final K. Doesn't have his overhead kick, and this should be first blood to the Jade Dragons on San for Soccer.
Early rotations, and that's exactly what the desk had called for. Hey, man, you might have like a whole lot of mitigations, but that's going to be in approximately 19 minutes. Now we're a minute and a half in, and you don't even have all your abilities just yet. Scary D, pretty easy pickings for the rotation from San for Soccer, and a first blood over to the jungler up against this high-pressure Osiris could go a long way. That's not high pressure I'm talking about, man. Scream just willing to get involved. He might even win the 2v1 if he's got a rotation.
Wrapping around, finds the tidal wave, and it's easy pickings for the Solar Scarabs on the jungle of the Dragons. Pagon will get stunned out and loses the beads there.
They didn't play the
damage.
beads.
Baronic used his entire kit to take down Sam, so the Scarabs get a pick and a free set of beads.
Well, that's the keys to the car, right? That's why we put Scream on this pick. Good aggression from the Osiris, just getting involved early on. Takes the 2v1, drops San for Soccer low. Nice collapse in from Moronic on the back end. Cripple field, perfect. No beads for San for Soccer.
Yeah, he did.
In that
He's like, oh shit, beads.
Well executed play from
and
the
they just
Solar
walked away.
Scarabs.
They're like, we
Alleviate
weren't
some
going
of
to
that
do anything,
pressure
man.
that Sam had already started with. I was about to make the point that, hey, you're really expecting Osiris to get
He's
ahead
already under the
early,
tower,
first blood
so-
to a Nemesis probably doesn't bode well for that. And Scream
That's funny.
rectifies, rights the ship, if you would, very quickly.
Maybe another gank onto Scary D in the solo lane while an invade at the purple. Scary D low in mana once again.
Oh, no.
Does he have enough
Dude.
for an overhead kick, and anything more beyond there is the question. Does have it at the tower line, but the tier 1 tower doesn't need to go too far deep. Sam, after dying in the
Scary's
mid lane,
getting
comes
wrecked.
back for a second kill.
Sam's like, well, that didn't go so good. What did go well?
Yeah, he
today?
did hold
That
them for a
solo
while.
lane gank rotates
That's
back
true.
through, and again, Scary D just not tanky just yet. And even picking up the Chalice of Healing will delay that Soul Eater a fair bit, whereas Final K on
Hi,
first
Infernal.
back should be able to finish up that Warlock staff. That does not bode
What's
well
up,
for the
Buttercup?
soul lane of the Solar Scarabs, but it does bode well for Scream,
Cringe solo gank ×2, right?
He died trying to clear, so a little bit more farm over to Osiris, keeping him afloat, keeping him on pace with Sam for Soccer.
Pagon.
Hi, LOL.
Any longer,
What's
so
so funny?
Play a little bit more careful up against Scream and Baronic. One well-placed Whirlpool could lead to a Kraken and even death immediately after that. But Scream, after getting some pressure in that mid lane, will rotate over to the duo where
Are you
Panda
laughing
and
at my
PBM
model message?
are pushed up quite far. Scream will blink
Oh
in.
my
Lord of the
God.
Afterlife over the wall. Does clip Mike, who does find a stun up against him. But inbound, no
He might be
ultimate will
dead.
not have the lockdown for PBM. The Kraken comes through, and the shell is
Yep.
not enough. Baronic puts himself on the board.
Nice rotation from Baronic and good patience on that Kraken. Has to wait out the leap first, and PBM even tries to use the shell, hoping that maybe the minion wave would block out some of those auto attacks. Not the case. And no shot. No, it's not happening. He's in the tower already. There's literally
And
no
it's level
way.
5.
Yeah, and he's got the ultimate. Blue buff though, maybe he has to be concerned about that. Sam for Soccer showing some presence, a little bit of time till it respawns. Keep your eyes on the map. Scream making the rotation, but it's slow.
Yeah, it's not going to be there in time. Maybe in time for the fight. No, Scream doesn't want that. Scary D uses overhead kick. Again, still has that Mystic Rush,
man.
but without a blue buff, not much sustain as far as his mana is concerned in this lane. That Soul Leader not providing a whole lot to you, and neither is that Sigil.
Yeah, and it's not a Soul Eater, by the way, not yet.
Well, not yet.
Was that a bound
Eventual-
gauntlet? Is that what it's called?
I think it's Spiked Gauntlet?
No, that's the tier 1.
Is that the tier 1?
Yeah, that's got to be bound gauntlet. I'm almost certain.
I'll be
I
honest.
don't know. I'm not well versed in the tier 2
It is
items.
bound. Nice call.
Let's go.
Let's go, man.
Purple buff invade for the Solar
Look,
Scarabs.
I'm a support. I don't build that item.
They're silly.
Doesn't go well. Pulse actually gets the purple buff, so invade botched by the Scarabs on the duo side. That's a tale of two games, right? You'd hope the Solar Scarabs keep up pressure in the duo, the Jade Dragons having shown a propensity to keep their pressure in the
I'm
Soul
shy
lane.
Sam literally died in
So
mid,
there,
went straight
2
to
level
solo
disparity
to
for
gank.
Fine, okay?
Yeah.
But a botched invade means that
Yep.
the Solar Scarabs got to wait even longer for an opportunity to start slowing down Panda Cat's build.
Pagon
Solo's
uses
where he
his
wants to do
ultimate.
it.
The Kraken will be immune away as Pagon dashes right past it. PBM jumps in and finds a
following
stun against
him.
Scream, and that will give enough distance for Pagon to find a way out.
Oh,
Stewart
shit.
needs
Shots.
all 3 shots, but will only find 2. The slow is good. The Lord of the
Okay.
Afterlife from Scream, and Pagon will still go down regardless.
Scream has dedicated his ultimate though, so he is in no man's land.
yeah.
Easy rotation for Sam for Soccer. Will break the tether, but PBM out of the Dragon with
He's
inbound
probably fine.
nearby. Gotta think those Riptide's gonna peel you out.
Okay, on the run through. Doesn't have Blink to get in. The Riptide will give some distance, but Scream
Okay, he was
is
fine.
in the middle of 3, and it's Sam once again to pick up the kill.
Yeah, that was a crazy
third
chase.
one now for the jungler of the Dragons.
Such an early rotation.
He
from
shouldn't have turned
Fine.
back around.
TP's
He should
in
have just
towards that
left.
Mid tower does make his way over towards this team fight.
Should have
Make
left
sure
with inbound.
That Scream doesn't get
But-
out alive.
well-
I wonder how different that escape looks had Scream just kept walking instead of trying to get back.
Them
into the
is OP.
Riptide. Probably doesn't get him out, but maybe would have forced out a couple more resources from the Jade Dragons. That's not to say that it was a cheap fight for the Dragons. Even just having Final K rotate should give over some time to Scary D to get some farm, or more importantly, his own buff. Blue buff should be secured here by the Solar Scarabs. Sam for Soccer too busy, as was Fine, to keep up their pressure. So Scream actually alleviates solo pressure by getting caught on the duo side. That's crazy.
Probably not the way he wanted to alleviate that pressure over there, but
better options.
Hey, there's definitely some better ways, but whatever you can get, you know. Now Scary D once again. There's no shot that they kill him another time. Now he's level 7. There's his overhead kick. He has Mystic Rush, but Sam doesn't quite have enough damage. They put a lot into him though. I thought maybe he was going to be healthier, but then I remember it's still an assassin and he doesn't have a defense item just yet. And Scream once again putting pressure onto Pagon. This red buff, the Eye of Interest for Scream. He could be able to steal this one away, but the poison darts from Pagon will zone him out.
Yeah, Mike kept inbound and Baronic further back, so that was a solo invade attempt from Scream, who is just keeping up his pressure. Seems he's done trying to facilitate that soul lane. Instead, would love to try. And make this
Scream is
rotation
pretty
over
nuts,
towards
actually.
Cat, and I tend to agree. Anything you could do to slow down this fray is so important for the Solar Scarabs, and so important to slow down anything from the Jade Dragons, who have slowly started to accrue a slight advantage in Golden Experience.
Solar Scarabs will be able to grab a few of these offering camps away. They stole the one on the Jade Dragons duo side. They'll grab the one next to the Arthurian camp on the side of the lane, and they'll be able to get even one by stealing here for inbound. So the first trebuchet of the game will go to the Solar Scarabs. That goes to the duo lane. That should be able to help Stewart get a little bit more pressure in that lane for his team.
Should be. Stu, though, won't be trying to get active for at least a little while. Transcendence needs to get stacked up. Once you get in towards that second item in the Mace tree, that's generally where you can start throwing around your weight. But we've already gotten to that point. I mean, if you ask that, man, Freya's like there already at level 1, but we've gotten to that point where it's become very difficult to box up against Panda Cat. That lifesteal from the Ring of Akate just so hard to deal with, and no sustain for Stewart means that every fight that doesn't net in a loss, doesn't net a death for either of these teams, will just start to favor the Jade Dragons, at least in the duo lane. Panda Cat just has way more ways to stick around.
And maybe now that we do have a moment of downtime before the action,
We actually got a blue buff.
with this Chiron coming back, Nitroid playing it a few times, and now we're seeing it over to Stu. I mean, how do you feel? Well, maybe not so much about that. Kraken beads are going to be used by Megan to get away from the main damage, but how do you kind of feel about this Chiron right now in the current meta?
I think Chiron's in a very good place. I think Centaurus is the bulk of the reason you're picking Chiron. Just 3 incredibly long-range abilities that set up for a slow. How often have we seen a fight start with Chiron just dedicating his ultimate from max range, saying, hey, I'm gonna slow somebody down, and then the front line can close gap and start applying that CC, death immunity, good mobility, great survivability.
Besides, gonna be annoying.
I think Chiron certainly has
Once
his home in the meta.
bumps online,
The only
yeah.
weakness being that you're kind of not allowed to go down
For
that
sure.
tree, which does hurt your ability to look at neutral objectives.
I mean,
but
he'll probably be annoying
even
once
as
do more, but it's
ability-based
online.
hunter, has its merits outside the fight. I'm talking
Just
about
that's
tier
enough.
1 towers, tier 2 towers, Phoenixes, all really struggle once you start building up this
Too
penetration.
speedy.
Well, we do see Bronic going for the traditional Charon's Coin Doom Orb start that's been patented so much here in the mid lane for these Poseidons, and will likely just go down the exact same tree. We haven't really seen much deviation from the path on these Poseidon builds. It's all been pretty much the same ever since he's made his rise back up, specifically mostly in the mid lane. We saw a little bit of jungle Poseidon at the start of the phase, around Masters, even in phase number 1. But most of it has gone over towards mid lane now. Veronic's going to have to get to the Pyromancer quick, or the Jade Dragons will just walk away with this one. Reverse Rebuke out by inbound. Kraken not available to Baronic to try and stop this one out. Final K is low, stunned out, and an ultimate in by Scary D. Final K is healing back as much as he can, but it's not enough health. Scary D, after being down 0-2, will find his first pick and maybe a second one on the mic as the Kraken is back up and Scary D gets the double.
All of a sudden, Scary D back and alive, and this match is Scream. Wants a little bit more, does not get there in time to steal away the speed buff, but can at least keep Sam
Close, though.
back. Maybe won't let him pick him up. This is just playing
Yeah,
bullshit.
very
Scream doesn't find a whole lot of value in stopping that, so decides not to. Instead, will take away some of that farm. Pyromancer was pretty valuable for the Jade Dragons, and just trading out Final K. Losing Mike on the back end, giving a lead back over.
Feel like it's gonna snowball.
Maybe it's the Solar Scarabs
Maybe.
slightly ahead off that trade.
It's pretty even right now, though.
Level and a half, almost 2 going into this fight.
Yeah.
Now has a half level up over Final K. Not
It is
only
only
able to
3
find that
kills,
kill,
though.
but a second one alongside it. So the Solar Scarabs have
But
closed up
it
the
is
gold
bad
lead
that
as
it's all
well
the
as
same
Dra-
person.
Jade Dragons had originally. Now we're only sitting around that 800 gold mark. We're previously
But Sam's
sitting
also really
somewhere
good,
around
so.
that 1,200
I
or
don't know.
so points. So the Solar Scarabs still fighting back in this early game. And maybe can get something going in this duo lane. Panda Cat turns his sights over towards inbound, but the minions are body blocking those pulse autos. He can't get that damage off.
No, not quite. Good presence from Stewart as well, just sinking damage in, making sure Panda Cat doesn't feel confident stepping too far forward there. But Panda Cat has just been free farming, and a Freya that free farms generally starts to thrive at around the 15 to 16 minute mark. So we'd like to see some presence from the Solar Scarabs over towards that dual lane.
What is my
Difficult
turtle
to
doing?
do so now. She could head back to base, get that Aegis. I don't think we've seen a Valkyrie's Discretion or beads from this Freya.
My turtle's
just yet
making a bunch of
either.
noise.
Meaning that first rotation from Solar Scarabs, I think you have to accept the fact that you're probably just not getting the kill unless Panda Cat's like wildly out of position. But removing that defensive capacity is so important for subsequent rotations. You got to be willing to lay the stones, if you would.
Sam back over here once again, and yet again another overhead kick from Scary D will stop Sam from pursuing any further. He'll stick around in the lane for some time. Root is good. His first dash in.
okay.
Second dash will be there, but a Mystic Rush from Scary D means that he will be back under the tower and should be safe. A collapse in could have happened if not for the fact that Scream has already made his rotation over.
Scary D still hanging out. Sam's got Blink
Jeez.
here.
Sam, leave the load.
Overhead kick. If he immunes the slice and dice, that's the entirety of your kill pressure, and with Scream so nearby, would be very risky to dedicate to that fight.
Pagan's
Baron
already got
learns the
some
hard
crit.
way. That Pagan already does a whole lot of damage. A bit lucky with that crit, only at about 20% with Atalanta's bow, but shows that this Chibalanque mid already starting to hit his stride.
We saw a 342 crit hit early on. Mike, round 4, has the leap to get over the wall, but the Solar Scarabs distracting the Jade Dragons with the Trebuchet in the left lane that Panda Cat's got to deal with. Has started up the Gold Fury now, down to a quarter HP.
Stick on it, stick on it.
A Kraken to secure the Gold Fury. Mike transforms, and can
Good
Scares
job.
find a way out? A beads out of Screams, double stun onto inbound, and for Soccer on the right side of the fight is found Scary D. The Centaur shots from Stewart doing a lot of damage. Inbound is low, has the shell.
Oh no!
But it's not enough to get through the damage that Panda Cat has, but that's just a one trade down the support for Fury, and maybe more.
Oh. Polar Bear Mike connects the stun on a Scary D, separates the fight, but maybe commits a bit too much. Scream turning around the kill.
PBM goes down, Scream. No, it'll be Scary D falling out on this one. Panda Cat with a double kill on the Freya. The guy who's gotten to free play for most of this game. The first ultimate used is offensively up against inbound. Finds one and then a second off the tail end of the fight.
Yeah, Stewart's sitting there like, man, this lane was pretty even a couple seconds ago. What went wrong? We got a Gold Fury, right, guys? All of a sudden, Panda Cat's ahead, and the Jade Dragons are starting their siege around this Tier 1 tower. Baronic, without his Kraken, has not got a chance to defend here. So we'll just try and throw out some poke damage, but not enough to defend his tower. So, Solar Scarab's Gold Fury, fight to the Jade Dragons, and tower immediately afterward might have alleviated all that pressure. Seems like the gold lead is only extended in favor of the Order side team.
For now, the Jade Dragons go over towards their
He's got the next
Scorpion. They
ring.
will secure that one. Scream very close on stealing it with that tether, or with that flail, I should
Freya's
say.
coming online
Standing
strong.
inside the mist of the Lost Knight. Something we don't see very often. Most of these players walk over, they grab the Lost Knight, they pick up the Chalice offering, and then they leave. Scream holding on to it there for a moment
was
just
waiting
to see if
for a
anybody
while.
would step in. Since nobody does, they'll go ahead and steal it away and start stealing some of these camps too. Back Harpies and a blue buff invade by the Scarabs.
Solar Scarabs have a lot of people on the right side of the map, but the Pyromancer spawning
Yeah.
up as soon as it is. Could be. We see
Remember when
another
rings gave you
attempt
movement?
for
Yeah,
Solar
I do.
Scarabs to get a neutral objective. They got great
I miss that.
confirmation. Baronic, very powerful right now. Very significant that this Kraken is the hardest hitting ability on the map. No
That was
way for the
very
Jade Dragons to
nice.
steal away from it. Legitimately, as long as he's placing that ultimate properly,
I used to put that on
there's
beside
not a single ability
the,
to the Jade Dragons that can threaten it.
the
So,
movement.
as long as
God, what was that ring
keep
called?
their head on straight, they should be
Uh,
able to start looking towards these objectives.
Scary D doesn't have
Well,
a tier 1
I forget what it was
tower
called now,
anymore.
but
Crits
I used to
in
put on
from
beside
Sam, do some good damage. Mystic Rush will get Scary D over the wall, but how far can he run when PBM was already waiting for him on the other side? Ultimate by Sam will slow down Scary D. Pagon has joined the fight, but the autos are all hitting inbound, none of them connecting with Scary D.
Meanwhile, on the other side
Good
of the
blocks,
map,
good
Panda
blocks.
Cat just bullying Stewart into his tier 2
Let's put it on
tower. The
Zong.
Jade Dragons
Oh my God.
all the way across
That's
the
crazy.
map, able to fall back and start pulling out the Pyromancer, which they take with relative ease. No defense from the Solar Scarabs. Purple buff invade similarly goes well for Panda Cat, and the Jade Dragons continue to push this lead in their favor.
Zonquay.
Now with nothing left on the map, it's a bit hard for the Jade Dragons to continue this onslaught. Maybe you group up and try and take down this tier 1 tower on left, but Freya may be real strong in the fight. Not really the best at taking down towers.
PBM
Okay, blink.
caught out by Scream, and Stewart on the way over to try and put some pressure on this Fafnir. A good whoop from Panda Cat will slow down Stewart,
Oh my
but
God.
Mike surrounded by 4 means that Mike will go down. This transformation will only delay
dead.
his life for a
Yep.
few more seconds. Moronic puts down
If you're slow on them
PBM,
5
and
seconds,
Scarabs
then
find
just
their
auto them
7th
down.
kill of the
Yeah,
game.
that's a good idea.
Centaurus dedicated there from Stu.
For
so
sure.
Now he doesn't have the death immunity available. It's going to be very difficult to gank the Jade Dragon. So even with Mike falling down, he kind of extends the life of Panda Cat. Yeah, no way Scream's making the rotation over to this Freya without that ultimate on Stewart. So Panda should be allowed to free farm for a bit longer. 17 minutes in, hard to say how much longer he's going to need to free farm.
Hagon Aegis is the Kraken, takes damage from the River's Rebuke, but that was two ultimates used by the Scarabs to get some pressure onto Pagon.
Yeah.
They got some for sure, only level 15.
That didn't
Has
seem
to go
worthwhile.
back to base just after picking up his red buff, so he won't even have a chance to go and farm up the minion wave.
I guess I got his
that had
Aegis,
just
though.
shown up.
Hmm.
Stanford Soccer meets Scream, who is lurking through the jungle.
Oh.
It's a group up in mid for this tier 1 tower. Solar Scarabs have the man advantage. They'll be able to take this one away.
They will. Mike caught in the cripple field. Thought maybe we'd see a bit more there, but no Kraken available.
Just the tower.
No chance for the fight, and the Solar Scarabs are able to take away that bastion of safety in the center of the map. The Jade
I voted for the
Dragons
Dragons in this
will
game,
not have
but I
the
mean,
easiest retreat
it's nice to see the
path
Scarabs do
if
well
this
sometimes.
next objective fight doesn't
I
go
feel bad
so
for them
well
always
for it.
losing.
Panda Cat off the mark with the whoop. Does not connect with Stewart. Instead, just locks eyes. Only Fury spawning up pretty shortly. Got to think that's what the Jade Dragons have got in their eyesight.
Pagon whiffs a few autos against Scream. That tether might just stun up Pagon unless he can find some distance. An ult from Sam onto Scream will put the Osiris at around half HP. The Scarabs are not interested in pushing this fight any further. Interested in keeping their farm, keeping their buffs up. Whoop from Pandacat does find inbound, but only one pulse auto after. It was yet another purple invade on the
TJ Volka's fine, okay? Yeah.
Dragons on the chase
He's really
here.
good.
They want Pandacat. Scary D's made the rotation.
Scary D is here, but Mike will
That
jump
was
in
smart.
and cut off that path. Scream jumps in on his own against 2. The Kraken not back up yet for Bronic. It's going to be some time. And because of that, Scream will go down after his engagement. Stewart on the run. Pagon finds 1 on the Scary D, and it's 2 from the Scarabs gone.
Pandacat just giving way too much space in this fight. It may have been an initial initiation onto Panda, but since then, he has been allowed to free cast whole lot of damage into Scary D and Scream both. And now the Jade Dragon.
Yeah, this Freya's auto is ridiculous.
To begin with, but it's gotten a lot easier. 30 seconds of the
Because they went for Freya right away and then missed because Freya went into the ultimate, so dodged the kill attempt, and then they didn't have anything left, so then just auto, everybody's dead. You gotta back out once you miss.
He's done.
If you miss your assassination of Freya, get the hell out.
Fingers rather.
That's it. He's already got 1 full hand complete. I mean, I guess unless you kind of thumb ring more than anything else.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
You classify the thumb as a finger?
Did you know? You know what? While we're talking about it, did you know the
Yeah,
finger you
crazy
place your
re-engage,
ring
yeah.
on indicates what you're trying to convey? So a finger on the index finger means you want power. I believe the pinky is wealth. Obviously, the ring finger's for marriage.
Well, that's for the left hand specifically.
Yeah, for the left hand specifically. I wonder which rings Pandacat's wearing on his hand.
Middle finger.
There he's got a Fire Giant, the recipient of all those rings damage.
I think they
Stream
got
showed
it.
some presence, but not enough. The Jade Dragons take the fire.
And they
Thanks, he talked about, yeah, who knows?
Scary D gets bailed out by his support with the Rivers Rebuke, but Mike
Good Rivers,
will walk
good Rivers.
right past it. The Jade Dragons, they get the objective, and now they can push up the tier 2 tower.
Mifflin cracks me up
from
all the time.
Scarabs here to defend. Everybody is spread across the map on the Scarabs, and they're going to need to come back soon because they're going to have to worry about a Phoenix defense. As Final K is already in the Phoenix. Baronic, half HP. The body blocks by Final K are just such a nuisance to deal with. The Phoenix is going down, but so is inbound. His health is down. The Kraken is down. Final K lives through it, but Scary D does not.
Holy hell, man.
Pandacat's got a lot of damage because he does, just continues moving
He's got all
forward.
4 rings.
Pandacat has not once been concerned. Has he used a relic just yet? I'm not certain.
I don't think he
I
has.
don't think
Scream
so.
has definitely used his ultimate defensively
Oh my
more
God.
often than not. And the Jade Dragons, they take the right side. Phoenix, they take 2 lives. And
Fine
they
has
grab
Aegis,
even
yeah.
more. Plenty of time left on this Fire Giant buff. It's a call for the tier 2 tower to add even more gold to the pocket of the Dragons.
And audio's already really hard to
Go back,
pin
get
down.
there's no fury to give, but go back to base, spend up that gold, and add to that ring build you got going. Maybe once you hit level 20 first to upgrade that starter.
And it's not just Pandacat. Both of the backline carries of the Jade Dragons have just
They're
been
so far ahead now,
recast
this is
in these
nuts.
fights. Pagon, top of the damage charts. I think 1 auto attack from Pandacat would probably just about catch him up entirely. The Solar Scarabs struggling to find their presence in the backline, and I think it's the seeds that Jade Dragons had sown in the first 5 or so minutes. Had Scary D had a better laning phase, had he not been accosted so early by Sanford Soccer, the mitigation build would be there by now. But because he's still sitting at level 16, you can't really close gap on a Pandacat. He just simply removes him from the game. So Scary D has to look elsewhere on his dive. All right, let's get on a Pagon. Nope, that guy does a whole lot of damage too. So instead, it's like a wet paper front line on the Solar Scarabs, and the Jade Dragons, they are just knives.
Man, maybe it's a good thing that in this current age of Smite, you don't have to pay for your relics. How upset would Pandacat be if he spent what used to be the 600 gold to buy these 2 relics
He
and
wouldn't have bought it.
hasn't had to use them at all? I don't think he would have spent the gold for the second one at this point. Be like, man, I haven't used my beads since I got them at level 1. Maybe I actually don't need a second
Vision
one.
Shard
But
kind of goes crazy.
Lord, I forgot about the old Vision Shard you place down and get a free Sentry Ward. I don't even think he's needed the wards necessarily. Pandacat has just been not under threat this entire game. Pagon's been under way more threat on the Shibalanka, and he's only got a single death to his name right now. Has been the target of many Krakens early on.
The Solar Scarabs, though, are at full strength for this left side Phoenix defense. Every single ultimate available, and only 1 relic down for Alex Aegis. So should be a better look at what the team fight can be if they're able to group up. The Jade Dragons on the left side Phoenix already pepper in some damage.
Sam slowed by Scary D, but will dash himself out. Fine, okay. We'll find some return damage up against Scream, who's just being poked out by his audio. Whoop onto Scary D, and the health bar slowly whittling away by the damage out of Pandacat. Burned through the shield first. And a transformation out of PBM has the AoE course. Will drop it on all 5. The Rivers Rebuke out by inbound, but that's the last thing that inbound gets to do in the fight. He will watch the grayscale as his team has to defend up against, but PBM will go down. The Kraken from Baronic good. The snipes out of Stewart helping out. And in the backline, Scream finds Pagon.
Scream got
nice
Pagon,
play, nice play.
Oh,
Sam, holy shit.
In the fight, only 2 members of the Dragons alive, but a massive threat.
Oh my god.
From Stewart will buy some extra time, but Final K is right on his heels, and it'll be a kill for the Jade Dragons, and only Scary D left to defend, but with only Final
Alright, Scary, you got
K
this.
I'm not sure if the Jade Dragons have the push to go for the Titan. They've got a Trebuchet as backup, but this Phoenix is going down slowly and inbound up in just 1 second. The Jade Dragons will call off the retreat after taking the Phoenix.
Speaking of inbound, if we were to get an APM tracker on him in the last team fight, it was 1. Rivers Rebuke, and he was done immediately afterward. He's got to be thinking about that as Panicat's going for it again.
Well, Panicat gets about 4 shots in inbound. That's half his health. Now he'll fight against Scary D, who's got a little bit more defense, but another banish will keep Scary D at bay. Final K may have stepped a little too far forward, but he's still got his buddy Panicat wailing on the backliners, or I should say the frontliners, who might as well stand in the back line.
Panda's ridiculous, man.
Had Scary D not used the ultimate there, all the auto attacks Panicat connected would have likely put him down. Mitigation, the name of the game for Robin, and he's starting to get to that point, but maybe too little, too late. Left side Phoenix down, Titan to half HP, and that left side Phoenix not respawning for a whole lot of time means that Titan will remain at half HP until he gets reset by the Jade Dragons. Gotta think, what are we, 5 seconds from the Fire Giant? That's where the Jade Dragons are headed. So the difficult question for the Scarabs is, do you want to take a fight in the jungle? Maybe. With as secure as it is for the Solar Scarabs, the Baronic, with this Kraken, you'd probably want to show some presence here. A steal attempt at least from the Scarabs, as the Jade Dragons really don't have any confirmation in their composition.
Scream will chase after PBM, but not really going to get a whole lot of follow-up here. Just a couple of abilities
smart.
to slow down this Fafnir from rotating over to the fire. That
Mifflin actually stopped by my stream the other day.
Scarabs
That's
are
kind
going
of
to
cool.
put a few members on this side of the map, though. Their right side Phoenix's respawn, so Scary D can clear out the last of the fire waves that are pushing through.
He always cracks me
Left
up.
side has been pushed up to at least the halfway point, but that's not going to buy a lot of time for the Scarabs.
I mean,
not at all. The Scarabs should
you guys
be
should
able to
step
get
up to
here,
this,
but they're
but
going to have to do it quickly. The Fire Giant burning.
No,
Panicat's
it's too
not
late.
even a part of it. He's taking the fight. He's frontlining.
The frenzy is used. The Kraken goes out and only hits Fino K. Scary D is melting despite all the defense that he has to his name. The Rivers Rebuke will separate the fight, but Sam finds
Where'd he
one.
go?
Pagon
Holy
gets
hell,
another, and it's
dude.
4
What?
down in an instant.
Okay.
The Solar Scarabs with
Well,
only
good luck,
Stewart
Stewart.
left alive. There's not much left for the Chiron to defend.
Okay.
Nothing left for the Chiron to defend. A blink in by Sam will
Jeez.
deicide the Scarabs and close out game 1 for the Dragons.
For 26 minutes, Panicat
He's like, open the
waited
door.
on those relics for an opportunity to find some value, and he finally uses them to
Went from
immune
even to
not
not even
only
close,
Scary's
yeah.
ultimate, but
That's pretty bad.
while acting as frontline for his
Dominant.
team during a Fire Giant dance. I'm thinking you probably want Freya on the Fire Giant to burn it quickly, but I suppose the best defense is a good offense, and he was doing a whole lot of damage to any Scarab that tried to step up.
Did he use a relic at all in that fight?
Yeah, he used it.
Hi.
Okay, at the end after it was already done at that
like,
point.
after all those dunks, like he Aegis and beads
What do you want?
at the same time.
Okay, so he used his relic
I'm mad at me.
one time in a 27-minute game.
Twice, maybe.
Maybe twice. And I think that really tells you the state of that game when Pandacat on a Freya is only using 1, maybe 2 sets of relics.
Look at
for that
Mifflin's
long
bright ass
gameplay.
shirt.
You gotta
It's so
match it
bright.
to the Soul Scale. If you want to take that one away, get it over to Stewart, or just ban that one outright. We'll see what adaptations
Exclamation
are made by the
meow.
Soul Scarabs. Game 2, right after this.
My cat's always meowing at me. They always want attention. Man, it's dripped out in yellow, right? Really is. Banana shirt. Hi, Lucy. What do you want? What are you trying to tell me, baby? Hmm? Come here. No? Oh, you just wanted attention at a distance? Okay. That's fun. Thanks. But yeah, I hope Mifflin comes by my stream again. I don't know what would make somebody want to come by my stream, but hey, that's cool. Oh, man. Ugh. Oh, we're rocking out. Thank you for the follow, Sinatra. Appreciate you. That zombie that you use for falling is from a phone game. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. What phone game is it from? Back in like 2010, I think? Oh, wow. Old school phone game. I just thought it was funny looking, so I picked it. Long time ago, actually. You had me muted? The whole time? No, just now? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I said thanks for the follow. I asked what phone game it was from. The zombie. I said I picked it because I thought it looked funny. What else? I was talking about Mifflin, but I think you already heard me talk about that. I think that's it. You didn't miss much. I think I was talking about the music too. I was like, oh, we're rocking out to the music now. Unsure about the phone game, but it was super fun. That's cool. Do I know Miskiff? I know of him. I don't really know him though. I know he's doing a tournament tomorrow for Smite. Like hosting a tournament. Yeah, I was curious if you knew why he was popular. What did he do before Smite? No, I have no idea. I have no idea why he's popular. I stopped by stream one time and I was like, okay. He kind of came across like a typical kind of toxic gamer. And I was like, I don't really want to stay here, so I didn't. I didn't give him much of a chance, to be fair. I was only there for like a minute, but I was like,
Jade Dragons come out swinging.
He's pulling 20k plus views. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy.
Actually, very competitive throughout the early parts of this game, but
really
ultimately
crazy.
Turns out a Freya late in the game that's not getting dove on and can free swing, feeling pretty good.
I'd be lucky to have 20
views. That can properly harness and output the power of the music that we've been playing for you today between the individual games are, of course, Alienware computers. And if you want to listen to this music at its highest possible potential. You need to go on over to smitegame.com/alienware.
Like Weekend, for example, has like around 2K. Yeah. Yeah, I look at his stream pretty often.
Select Alienware gear because simply any other type of machinery is just gonna melt under the raw, unharnessed energy of DJ Unstoppable, or whatever the name is that we've got going for you here. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And the Jade Dragons are
I like
able to
Dave a
find
lot.
some consistency
Dolson,
by the
he's really
mid-game
funny.
here, Trelly. And ultimately, we see why a late-game Freya is something to be feared.
Yeah.
And very
Panic
handsome.
was free casting for a while, and then I think the Scarabs sort of realized, like, wait, Freya's doing a lot of damage, and it looked like, I mean, Scream tried to dive the Freya, and I believe he got like 2 or 3 shots. So it was a little too little, too late. You got to try and keep the. If Freya hits the 7-0, I would say that's the cutoff point where it's like, okay, the game's probably lost.
Oh, that's I think where Panda Cat ended, right? At 7.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 4-0, you try and put some presence on a Freya, but as the casters highlighted, I don't even think he relicked up to that point, and all these clips, but the beads and the Aegis are still up, so I imagine not put onto that much presence this whole game.
No, I'm curious how much
Nobody could get him.
Panda Cat will have by the end of this.
Oh my goodness.
Anytime he got dove, he just went into his
I'm
ultimate.
gonna Valkyrie's discretion
Problem
when
solved.
Scary D or Scream walks at me, and then they have to leave, right? They can't just sit around beneath.
Oh, watch inbound.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
a lot.
that's nutty.
You know, of course, there's help from Sam and Peg
That's
on there.
the tank.
Onto the Emoja, but yeah, 7:07's the cutoff here, I guess, Trelly. That's
okay.
exactly what Panda Cat goes. Sanford Soccer had a great game on the Nemesis as well at 6-2 and 10, helped deal with some of the damage mitigation that Scary D and Scream were bringing to the table. Unfortunately for Inbound, the build ends at Thebes, Pridwin, and Emperor's Armor. 24,000 damage, Panda Cat, and then Pagon at 21,000 damage were able to scale up just fine later on into the game. So 17,000 damage taken, decent numbers, but the ability to get up and out of those fights really makes a difference here for Panda Cat. And really a great look for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, hard to commit to Freya. If you don't burst her, then she wins the box every time. Yeah, absolutely.
To you, it might seem simple.
Totally agree.
Just don't let him get the Freya this time, and maybe that late game looks different.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought process here. Is I don't think that was necessarily a bad thing for the Solar Scarabs that game, because they realize now, they had some high points if that Freya doesn't hard carry the game away.
Right. And so for picks and bans for game 2, are the Solar Scarabs going to ban away the Freya? Because Jade Dragons in that first pick slot were happy to take the Freya and give the Emoja over to the other side, give the Robin over to the other side. Later on in the game, you just had enough damage. Get the Nemesis as well, that helps, as we've already talked a bit about. So would you like to see a Freya ban, Trelly, here in the first wave?
Yeah, I'm thinking you should ban the Freya.
Yes, first of all, but I'm confused as to. I guess it doesn't matter. They'll get to be first pick eventually. The Scarabs could have tried to get the Freya. Stuart loves that character, but I guess, more stock into the Oleron, and you'd rather just. They have a game plan and they're going to stick to it.
If you don't ban it, they're going to take it.
Yeah, maybe we'll see
another magical ADC out there.
Yeah,
right?
maybe we'll see the Soul come back. We'll have to keep our eyes on it.
Barracuda's not playing in this one.
You should also ban Mercury, though, and Emoja, and Kepri,
away the Oleron. So the Solar Scarabs have their option. Are you going to take away that Uller? Are you going to take away that Freya?
Yeah, right.
Or are you going to have an answer to one of those things?
I think I'd rather get rid of the
Freya.
Freya.
Like whether the Uller is left open or the Freya is left open.
Clearly, Panda's looking hot on the Freya right now.
Panda Cat.
So
you can leave both open and pick one or the other. Panda would grab the Freya or the Uller just fine. And then whichever one gets left open.
Hi. What are you doing?
After the Freya or the Uller gets picked by the Jade Dragons, you can pick for Stuart, because Stuart loves both of those picks. So there could be some value in that. They're keeping us guessing,
If you want Panda Cat to have Freya again.
Panda had his phone there, and he's like, just went 7-0. They're about to give me Freya again, lol. Like, that's what he was doing. Yeah, exactly.
Just mid-set.
Yeah, he's not worried. Look at him. That's a relaxed ADC player right there. He's swiping.
My man is unconcerned.
He's like, I don't care what they give me. I'm going to go 7-0 again.
It's good for my fantasy team. And ends up being neither Uller or Freya. Ends up being an Ardio ban. It was a strong look for Fine OK. And actually, a lot of what we wondered would play out around that Robin did come to fruition. An Ardio pick. They were able to get a couple of kills early on a Scary D. The Robin never got to scale point.
I think you first picked
so
the
lots
Freya.
going in the Jade Dragons' favor, even if the game felt somewhat even throughout the first few minutes of game time, and Freya left open.
Yep.
Freya picked yet again, so 57% win rate. Not a pick that immediately wins you the game.
Of course.
But it did win game 1 for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference maker. The Solar Scarabs had to know this pick was coming, and, you know, again, if it doesn't get off to that great of a start, the Robin does have a pretty solid way of dealing with it. It's just that, you know, the build was, you're a full build Freya up against a Robin who doesn't even have like an upgraded starter item. It's just not going to work out. So if the Solar Scarabs, we already talked about this, that there was a lot of high points in that game for them. So if they're able to mitigate what this Freya was doing,
that's a good
then they've
response.
got a much better game.
Whoa!
1. And so now it's... Wait. I didn't know where you were.
Dave.
Don't blame me. That took me by surprise.
Yeah, I guess they don't think Freya is the issue. Which doesn't have to be, but I don't know, man. Yeah.
So it does end up playing.
At least they have a good response, though. Yamoja and Uller.
You get the one that the Jade Dragons.
He's groping his toes, yeah. And Dave was like, "Whoa."
By the Jade Dragons comp in game 1, but
That was
still
funny.
a good pick, right? You can't just let Yamoja go to Mike. Let that
They're
one
so
go by the
silly.
wayside. But you give a Fafnir over. Osiris this time to the Jade Dragons again. Could be Fino. Could be Sam for Soccer.
It's probably Sam.
But 70% pick ban rate seems to be climbing for the Osiris.
Yeah, I would say so. And given the fact that they have that Fafnir, going to get the benefit from the auto attack stim as well. So the Jade Dragons are doing their homework as well, just trying to counter out the fact that, you know, the Uller got through, so the Scarabs have some early presence there. Possibly matching up against
Got that for
Freya
free,
in
though.
the
Sheesh.
duo lane.
I know.
Shut some of that down. Or, actually, never mind. We see that. Well, there's still some flexibility there, because that could be Scream once again on the Poseidon. We saw Baronic have a great game 1, but also could be in the jungle. So I'm not going to, you know, point anything 100%, but I think Uller would match up nicely up against that Freya. It's an interesting matchup where if the axe hits,
Yeah,
pretty
good
much
call.
win that
Take away the
1v1.
nemesis.
If the axe misses,
Good
you
call.
better be jumping out, because she's able to just trade back way too much damage.
Although
More
Osiris is probably gonna be in the jungle.
Yeah, he does
but
have more
Wins the button battle, and that's the all-important.
there's a chance that it wouldn't be.
So both teams now looking towards their second wave of bans. Honestly, a similar spot. Though the Solar Scarabs, assuming that this Osiris is going to go solo, they're going to take away the Nemesis. The Jade Dragons also could take away. Again, I guess it depends on what you assume or where you assume this Poseidon is going. Are you sure that it's mid for Baronic? Are you sure that it's not Scream? I mean, again, feed the hot hand, and it was a good game on Poseidon for Baronic in game 1.
It was.
It looks like the Dragons are figuring that that's exactly where that pick will go as well. And so you're going to have to throw some banned Screams way. It looks like it could be very similar to how P's and B's for game 1 were, Trelly, where the second phase of bans were all jungle-centric.
Yeah, certainly could be the option. Notably, the Susano is still open, and this is usually where the Scarabs banned it away, which could just be something the Jade Dragons are trying to deal with, because again, obviously, Panda Cat on the Freya, Final K on the Osiris, which means Sam for Soccer and Pagan can still play that Susano. Or, we're still holding on to a Guardian in the solo lane, because that is what we've been seeing in the meta as of recent, that Conduit gem, some form of Guardian.
Whoa.
Wait, that was a power move. You lost game 1
They
and you passed
passed?
your last ban. They said, bring it, we're ready.
What?
Let's see if they brought it.
Surely there's
Get out of town.
something for you to ban.
Nope. Nope.
Nope.
You're telling me there's
They
not a
passed
single...
against the Dragons when they're down a
Is there any
game.
value in passing?
There is not a single thing that the
my
Jade Dragons can pull
God.
out in those 2 slots that the Solar Scarabs are afraid of.
Yeah, Uller to Freya is good, but
hard
once
to-
have on one phase, I hope they have a plan, maybe to layer late, shutting it down. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Because I don't know what the value is in passing it.
Okay, there's 2 options,
This
right?
is nothing
Psychological.
against the Scarabs or their strategy. I just genuinely don't know why you would pass a ban. Unless it's like you're picking second.
You should have banned the Mercury. Why didn't you ban the Mercury? The fuck? What are they doing?
But you know what I mean? Like that type of thing, but...
Oh my god.
We're so far into the pick ban phase here. I don't know. I don't want to get hung up.
I just think that the draft was so wonky in the sense
Oh,
of there was
Scotty?
no telling where that Osiris could have gone. It could have been jungle, could have been solo. They didn't want to rack brain power on trying to figure out where everything was. They just said, hey, we'll pass. Take what you want.
Like this Mercury better not do well. If you're,
Right?
If you're the Scarabs,
Yeah,
if you're the Scarabs and you pass the ban, you ban a Nem, and Gilgan and Kali get banned against
Yeah,
you.
they better win.
Like this Mercury better not have a good game, right? Like that seems like I would have assumed a Mercury
Like
ban
Sam
or
on
another
Mercury is
jungle ban
dominant.
towards Sam for soccer. You really
Oh
hope
man.
that the Merc isn't
They're crazy.
just off the leash this game.
If Sam pops off this game, then yeah, that pass.
I don't want to get too hung up on the pass.
Yeah,
let's look at these compositions: Freya, Fafnir, Osiris, Mercury, and Scotty. So yes, late game scaling. Fafnir for a nice coerce. Scotty ends up being the unique pick at the end of the draft for the Jade Dragons. A bit different out of the mid lane from what we normally see for Pagon and the ability-based hunters in general. Do you think it's a solid pick, though, is ultimately the question for the Dragons.
Yeah, Pagon's had a decent performance on the Scotty, notably up against the Ullr.
Saving thinking energy. They're actually big brain. Yeah.
Ever.
Let's just save the
My
energy for the
concern
game.
Is it going to be the Poseidon jungle, the Ullr mid, and then the Robin solo?
What are you doing over there, Jasmine?
Or is there a world where Scary D takes the Ullr because he's played it before?
That's a very good point, because in past games where Ullr has been picked, and we assume to a Stewart, it's actually been Scary D that has played the Ullr.
Right.
I mean, Jingwei's definitely going to...
Yeah, the Jingwei's going to Stewart. That much I'm locking in. And Yumojon for Bobby. But the other three, it's a toss-up.
My personal guess is Ullr solo, Poseidon... no. Oh, wait. I want Robin solo. I guess it depends who you want in the jungle. Robin solo, Poseidon, jungle.
That's probably Poseidon jungle.
That's my vote.
Yeah, I think that would be the best option, but I could also see a world where it's Poseidon jungle. Or, I'm sorry, Poseidon mid, the Robin jungle, then Ullr solo, just because you're trying something new in that solo
Let's look
lane.
at the matchups. Let's consider the matchups. Like, trying to keep pace with a Mercury, do you think one of Robin or Poseidon is better at maybe keeping pace with what a Mercury is?
Poseidon is faster, so I think...
Like physically move speed-wise?
Like movement speed-wise.
I mean, setting the pace of a game, who do you think can, like, big Sonic Boom ultimates?
Well, this is the jungle, so movement speed is a part of the conversation. You get do more, you pop your trident, you're trying to get to camp as fast as possible. You can't build Golden Blade, you're a mage, so... but you're right to
but you
meet me
want
with some
Robin
skepticism. Yeah, I don't think Robin is in the meta right now because of his damage build. I think Robin is in the meta right now because of his tank mitigation style build. And it has a good matchup in a fray. I've already mentioned this. If you get to late game and you're like even or ahead, you can just put her in the dirt. However, if you're 3 items behind, there's going to be a problem.
Well, a pass ban and a flexible composition from the Solar Scarabs bring us into an all-important game number 2.
Thank you so much, Dave and Trelia. And Mifflin, I've used this phrase sparingly in the past. I'm going to bring it up again. I'm currently in a state of razzle-dazzle right now, which is a state of confusion and disarray. Because I don't understand in what world you pass ban against the Jade Dragons with so many meta gods available.
Seriously.
And then the Scarabs just throw some weird stuff around. You're really confused about something.
That is not what razzle dazzle means.
Yes, it is the state of confusion.
No shot, dude.
It is the state of confusion. It was in Chicago.
I'm thinking razzle dazzle, like you're in a full sequential like Elvis outfit, and you're like popping off on a stage.
Oh my gosh.
Musical Chicago.
They're so silly.
I don't care about your musicals about cities, man. Okay, I'm telling you what history is gonna remember, what the zeitgeist is saying. And razzle dazzle is when you're being just really elegant. What was the question?
It wasn't even a question. I was just making a statement that I'm just confused in what world you leave open that you pass ban when Mercury on a player who literally had it banned from him for half of a year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
When it wasn't meta,
I don't even know what
and now
they're
that
thinking.
it is meta, it's just allowed to go to him.
Poseidon jungle.
Yeah, I'm thinking this Mercury better not pop off.
For real.
So I think that's just the full extent.
It's funny about
of the
Panic
analysis,
Cat because
right?
I went
Either
on
the
his
Merc
stream
pops
saying how
off and you're
good
feeling
Conduit was
really
on
bad
Freya,
against
and he
Source
said,
Scarab, or it
prefers
doesn't,
I.
then
Look at him
the
now.
pass ban
Oh, yeah.
simply didn't matter. And that's the best you could hope for. But the question Dave asked.
Yeah, Conduit's made a pretty big comeback
is there
lately.
any value to a pass ban? I will blanket statement tell you there is not. There's almost never a reason to, ever.
There's 120 gods in the game. Surely you can throw a ban towards one of them. Maybe one of them should have been this Mercury that already got beads off of Scream.
Should have been the Mercury.
Pre 2 minutes and only at that level 2 mark. Scream now going to be a little bit less safe in that jungle trying to step up into the lane.
80 damage instantly
I'm
stack.
excited
Yeah.
to watch Scream this
It's a
game.
good deal.
I think he has got
And
a
the upgrade
much
is really good
clearer
too.
goal, right? You
Both the
see
upgrades,
what
honestly.
Panda Cat does in game 1. you realize,
I used to build
man,
it
he
a
didn't
lot.
get ganked a single time. Might be time to start sending someone over there. And with the lane built around him, with the game built around him, rather, as long as you could just get that Valkyrie's discretion, you're connecting the Kraken, regardless. Because
Release
Freya
the
beads,
Kraken.
sure, might avoid the stun from Kraken itself, but the damage is really all you need, especially with the chase down potential of a Jingwei or the lockdown that Inbound has got afterward. So the only thing the Scarabs need to be thinking about is how do we force Freya ultimate and how do we get Scream over here?
For now, they put Scream to the right side of the map to secure the blue buff for Scary D. Scream, or Him, will go back in against Scream and Scary D. Final
That
K
wouldn't have happened if
rotating
you banned the
over.
Mercury.
Sam is low. So is Scream, and Final K has got a much healthier bar to fight up against this one. Major look, not enough damage. The Sickle will get the first blood, but Scary D will return.
Barely missed the first blood.
So both Soul Laners get something for their trouble, but one gets a little bit more. Final K getting the better end of that trade. Scream already being level 4 means that he also gets a slightly better end of that engagement. Sam for Soccer doesn't spend that time farming up. Will at least have the opportunity to go through his own jungle, but will not get that blue buff experience as Final K is taking that for himself. Scary D actually approaching and looking for the steal. Unsuccessful this time around. Final K secures it. That is a wild initiation from the Jade Dragons jungler. I look down at his relics thinking to myself, maybe he's got like Aegis and that's the plan. He's just gonna Aegis bait them. It's a blink in first slot for Merc, so it's not even like the CC immunity.
I don't know about Jingwei into Freya. That doesn't seem great.
Easy for me, throws out the third ability, locks him down. Just a curious decision. It works out, I suppose, in the end, though, just because Final K did a little bit more damage than Scary D did.
Scary D slightly ahead in XP, though, even with that return kill right after. And Scream going to go right back to the enemy side of the map and clear out that Serpent Camp. Panda Cat versus Stewart, but Panda Cat misses a couple of those autos, and Stewart will get to walk away. Because of that, Pagon expending his ultimate in the mid lane. Kraken is there.
Oh my god. Oh, he backstepped. No way, dude.
Pagon is going to fight right back in. I don't think you want to do that. Use the Calder to immune a
Oh
couple
my
of shots.
god.
And Sam for Soccer
Okay.
picks up Scream and puts him in the dirt.
Man,
The
Pagon
backstep,
steps
though.
back up, applies that slow, just makes it easier for Sam as there's
Like,
almost
how do you
0%
backstep
chance Smite goes
that?
crazy here.
I couldn't do that.
Freaking me out though. He's looking for it. I thought he was going to dive
He really
into that
wanted
tower.
to make you second guess.
Look, he's at least stopping Baronic's back, which
Yeah,
opens the
Jing will
door
never box
for
her,
maybe
but
some
she's the
return
best at just avoiding
rotations.
everyone. Yeah.
But it's another
The
fight.
bear
So
backstep, yeah.
Dragons move up, invade.
Like, you know, that's a
They're
no-look
west.
backstep. Like, you just
So
predict it.
Scarabs, they're falling
Like,
into the dragon's
oh my
face.
gosh, that's crazy, dude.
For Soccer with a kill of his own now.
Like, if I'm running away, I'm running away.
He's really just giving you. He's got you worked up over here, man.
What's he doing? What's Mike doing?
What's the mic
being
doing?
a freak over here is all he's doing. He is just doing the classic support move of, I don't have farm anywhere right now that I need to get, so I'm just going to spend it making you second guess every step that you take.
Yeah, and I'm thinking
And every
Baronic did
move you
exactly
make.
that. At least able to get his red buff XP, doesn't miss out on too much wave farm. I guess Mike doesn't want to absorb the farm from Pagon, so even just sitting in the jungle there to bide his time, wait for an opportunity, could be the right play, but it was menacing what he was doing, man. That got me guessing. I don't know. I'm thinking.
It was the episode of SpongeBob where he's sitting under the street lamp and Patrick's just yelling. He's just standing there menacingly.
He really was.
He says it's under the jungle. Jade Dragons already with a 1,500 gold lead with that first blood bounty and a little bit more farm to their name. Solar Scarabs falling behind early on, which is not where the Scarabs typically want to be. That's not the typical play style and pacing that they try and establish in their games. Usually, it's the Scarabs going for this early 1,500 2K plus style of lead.
Is that a Mail of Renewal? I haven't seen that icon in so long. PBM going for something a little bit different in the first slot. Slight protection and fusion, but maybe more so.
Yeah, I
A lot
built
of
Mail of
increasing
Renewal
protections,
yesterday.
that passive. So keep your eyes on him. That is not something we get a whole lot of
I
opportunities.
put Mail of
to
Renewal
look
on
at.
Cerberus,
Whereas
I
on the other
think.
side, Inbound also going for a new age style of build.
In Corrupted Arena.
In the first slot, a larger infusion of protections and a bit of mitigations when you're affected by CC. Curious to see how these two support builds start to round out, maybe more so about Mike.
Sonic Boom by Sam gets the beads out of Scream once again. Now that
Yep,
Poseidon
shoulda banned it.
out his defensive relic. Mike has legitimately done nothing the last 2 minutes except walk around the map. He stood in the jungle earlier. He rotated over. I guess he stole a couple of chalice offerings away. But he has not thrown an ability. He's not trying to hit anybody. He's just walking across the map.
Yeah, I know what he's doing.
Time. You know, he's just here to facilitate.
He's on a road trip.
Yeah, he's just here to help out. If Bobby
He's
shows
letting his
up,
team
all right,
get ahead
just soaking
XP
from
wise.
sub-farm, that means Mike's allowed to as well. Bobby does take over to level 7. We'll see what the XP deficit is in the support role. Mike does not. So maybe a couple of minions separating these two. Bobby absorbing a bit more farm may be a contributing factor to Baronic's slight level deficit in mid.
Mike threw a hammer.
Mike is going
his
HP pills first
He got that hammer. A step up from what he was talking about on Twitter a couple of weeks ago where missed every hammer. Still
he definitely likes
game.
HP. That's true.
But backing inside the enemy jungle, misses that hammer against Scream, but not going to matter. Scream not going to expend that Kraken with that Draconic Transformation.
I almost always like Gauntlet of Thebes, though, for that.
That one out pretty easily. But Scream is lurking in the jungle. Wants to find Pagon, but Pagon's been sitting very far back towards his tier 1.
Notice what I'm noticing? I'm seeing a full HP Panicat who's got his beads and ultimate available.
Yeah.
I dropped the ball last time. I lost focus and I stopped looking at his relic usage. I am going to be keeping track this game. No beads 8 minutes in just yet, and no ultimate just yet either. I want to see some rotations from the Solar Scarabs. I know it's hard. I'm going to now bring up the analysis of what paused me there. I know it's hard to want to rotate towards a Freya when you've got Jingle in the lane. Like, it's not the greatest setup for you.
I'd want to avoid it too.
Take some resources away from Panicat. Anything to slow down his farm has got to be so important. The thing that gave me slight pause was a deviation from the standard in Stewart's build. It's an Executioner first slot.
And a Gold Fury start by the Scarab. Sam has Sonic Boom, but be blocked.
Oh, the wall.
He's going to stand by.
No
and
way,
watch
dude.
as it goes down and walks into the wave. PBM will transform.
That was a good wave.
Jade Dragons on the left side, but nothing to gain beyond there.
Oh my
Good
god.
disengage from the Solar Scarabs, though. Phenomenal objective play. And just the wherewithal.
They're like, oh, look, there's Mercury.
Hey, man, there's
waves.
nothing left to fight over. Let's go ahead and get on out.
Oh my god.
Because that's, I think, the majority of the stumbles in the initial match of this set was the Solar Scarabs get an objective, and then they stick around a little bit too long. A couple of people fall down, or they chase out the Jade Dragons after they got an objective and then stick around too long. So good to see the Solar Scarabs bringing in just
You always get the first goal, it seems. Yeah, they usually do really well early game.
Tower, because Inbound stepped in front of a couple of those autos, and now Pagon could go down with one more place shot by Baronic, but with the shell
this time,
from
we shall
PBM, that
see.
will make sure to get the mid laner out.
I hope so.
Instead, now it's PBM who needs to find a path out. Half HP finds the hammer onto Baronic, and with Sam lurking by, it seems the Jade Dragons will be able to find a path out. Scaredy immunes the ultimate from Final K, but still gets stunned out by the tether. Sam joins into the fight, needs a couple more punches to take him down. Final K delivers the final blow. Scream does not have that Kraken back up for the fight.
No, so he's just going to have to watch Sanford Soccer disengage on that right-hand side. And I'm still looking at Pandacat, who is still on the purple buff, still stealing away these objectives, and still has every single one of his defensive abilities available. Valkyrie's Discretion and the beads.
Yeah, they're just ignoring
It just
him.
seems like a strange decision, doesn't it? It feels like Stewart really has been stepping up for this team. He's been one of their main win conditions. Maybe facilitate that at least a little bit, but instead just passively bleeding out on the opposite side of the map.
Panicat just not under fire. It was what, like 13 or 14 minutes into game one before we saw an ultimate out of Panicat. Oh, and by the way, he used it offensively against Inbound at his tier 2 at his enemy tier 2 tower line at that. Tier 1 tower and mid will go down to the minions and some of the assistance from Pagon. The Jade Dragons are slowly bleeding out. The Solar Scarabs.
Slow?
I mean,
11 minutes in.
11 minutes in, 3K, and it's I
Yeah,
call that
that's
incline a
crazy.
slow incline
Okay.
there. I mean, if this was 3K like 3
Maybe
minutes ago,
maybe steady, not slow.
Slow and steady.
That does win the race. But I don't know. I would argue the Jade Dragons have brought a pretty quick pace to this game. It's been
Yeah, I think it's
constant
pretty
action across the map. Anytime a tier 1 tower is going down that quickly, something has gone wrong.
Yeah,
The
what do
Solar
you-
Scarabs will be forced to step up here. The Jade Dragons have got a whole lot of presence on this Pyro, and it will go quick.
Sam, Mike, now Pagon finally joining. Half HP on the
Can't
Pyromancer.
stay awake.
Scarabs
Come
a
back
little
next
late
time you're on.
to the party.
Okay,
And
no
the
problem,
Pyromancer not
Sinatra.
going down as quickly as they'd hoped. A Sonic Boom in the back.
appreciate you
Finds
hanging
two,
out
and
with
the
me.
Kraken
See you
will take
later.
away the Pyromancer. Rivers Rebuke
ult.
out of Inbound will at least get him out of danger, but Final K can walk right through that wall. The Riptide will not get enough distance, but it's just
He's out,
Final
he's
K
out.
up there. Nobody on the Scarab should go down just yet.
Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, Panda Cat's in the green buff, I suppose, up against Stewart, nearly soloing him yet again. God, it has just been Bully City over there, and yep, Bede's still up. Aegis just now coming back up.
Well, he had his ward relic before. That was the cooldown.
Okay, so that it wasn't an Aegis used.
No, he bought it, and I saw him go back to base, pick up the Aegis, and went, what a useless relic.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate you for keeping me honest. And now the Jade Dragons, unhappy with losing the Pyromancer and the Solar Scarabs.
Scary D.
We're just going to try and do it to Scary D, who up-downs.
No.
He up-downs those?
He could have gone over
maybe
the wall.
he didn't find the full turn over the wall. Maybe he thought he had enough damage to kill Sam. I don't know.
Killing Sam would have been good.
That maybe that was the thought process. I've got just enough damage. Maybe I can kill Sam, but Sam lived with about 150 HP. And by the way, level 12 Panda Cat, 13 minutes nearly into the game, still ult, still both relics, inbound trying to defend a tier 1.
Yeah, so inbound successful this time around, keeping his tier 1 tower alive. The Jade Dragons, they just have complete control of the map right now. I can't remember the last time in the last 13 minutes that it was the Solar Scarabs getting aggressive. They have done a really good job. What was the Gold Fury, I believe? That's probably the last proactive play we've seen. But outside of that, it's a Pyromancer steal that keeps the game at least slightly even, but it's just the Jade Dragons everywhere.
Another gank onto Scary D. No ultimate 2v1. Dash missed by Sam, though. And that'll stop the fight. At least for the Jade Dragons. A blink out by Sam guarantees that he gets back to safety because there were 4 Solar Scarabs on the way to the right-hand side of the map to try and punish Sam for his aggression. So Scary lives through another engagement, and that's a plus for the Solar Scarabs.
It is. Scary D had not used or had not got the ultimate just back, so having just teleported into lane, had the dash connected from Sanford Soccer, could have taken out his life and would have really put Scary D significantly behind in this lane. So great play, great juke to avoid that aggression from Sam. Nearly turns around the engagement. Scream was so close by, had the root connected from Robin. Sanford Soccer's just dead there, at least losing out on the beads. But instead, blinks to safety and heads on over to the Oni Fury.
Oni Fury melting to the might of 3 Dragons. Panda Cat shows up to try and make a 4. Rivers Rebuke out of inbound. Can it be enough to steal it away? Inbound's life will go down, but inbound still steals it away. I can't imagine that was the bubble or a moon blast that stole one away. It was 65 damage.
That's impressive.
From inbound's first ability to take that one. Stewart fighting up against it. That's the first beads usage by Panda Cat. A Kraken out of PBM will take him down. Scream finds 1 in the fight, and Panda Cat now on the run.
Is able to take away a whole lot of relics from the Solar Scarabs before he uses those beads, though. Aegis off of Stewart means that the next engagement likely will favor Panda Cat yet again. But props to the Solar Scarabs, man. Their objective play this game has been very good. The initial Gold Fury pull-out was just a clean objective call and disengage, stealing away the Pyromancer and the gold, and now taking Pagon's life in mid. The Solar Scarab showing some signs of life. This game has very quickly gotten back to a neutral state.
Yeah, so this one's not slow and steady. This is a quick turnaround by the Solar Scarabs in game number 2. 15 minutes. What was a 3K lead has now been dwindled down to essentially nothing as the Scarabs have brought that back. The XP is even throughout. Scary D staying alive on that right side with how much got forced to be used against him to try and take down this Robin. Left up for an open path. And maybe the biggest silver lining out of all of it is the Scarabs actually forced a relic out of Panda Cat. The beads and the ultimate were both defensive.
But here's the thing about beads and ultimate for Panda Cat. They're down, but if no one's making use of it, it's as if it did not happen. So I want to see a rotation. That was the hard part, right? You don't think Scream can force those on his own.
Oh, fine, okay.
Maybe now, with them down, Scream could rotate over. It's an early fire giant. That is wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Fine, okay, nearby. Could have stopped that on his own. Mike nearby. Could
And
have stopped
Sam.
that on his own as well. But just a heat check from the Solar Scarabs and the Jade Dragons. Well, they were there.
They scattered real quickly as soon as Final K turned around that corner. Scary D kept trying to egg Final K back into the lane, and Final K's like, I don't know about this.
It's kind of sketchy.
Kind of walked himself around the corner and saw everybody else on the Scarabs and, so this is what the setup was all about. And Final K, third item, something a little bit different that we don't see as often. Typically, it's the Witchblade when you want something for more auto attack speed reduction, but Final K's gone for a Midgardian Mail third slot.
Triple auto attacker composition, even to a certain extent, Scary D, if he wants to stack up that passive, will have to auto attack. So applying a slow to anyone who connects with you, pretty important, I think. Final K just fine to go towards that as Panda Cat forces out the airstrike, starts putting pressure into the tower. And the rest of the Jade Dragons nearby, making sure nobody on the Solar Scarabs can rotate in and stop them.
25 seconds till beads, and then Panicat will have all of his defensives back up to himself. A red buff invade attempt by the Jade Dragons does not get them anything. And a Pyromancer pull. If anybody on the Scarabs is alive around these objectives, Jade Dragons have got to be mindful because they have lost every single one of them that they have pulled in this game.
Agreed, especially considering that even in best case scenario, the confirmation belongs to the Solar Scarabs. Kraken still one of the hardest hitting abilities of the game. Even Bladed Arrow, Hail of Arrow combo from Veronica, probably a pretty confirmable steal tool. Pyromancer pulled out yet again. Bobby shows some presence, but it's not enough to dissuade the Jade Dragons, who are setting up their wall.
All 5 of the Scarabs have rotated over, though. It's a full 10-man game on the right side of the map. Final K will get rooted out in the Fire Giant pit. Will take some damage from the 3 chasing him out, but not enough to really put any threat on the solo laner. The Jade Dragons are finally able to get themselves their own objective. They finally secure a Pyromancer for themselves, but looking at the gold, it's actually been able to spike slightly back up towards the Jade Dragons. That 300 gold that separated the teams earlier, Dragons have just netted it all right back up.
The largest disparity we've seen so far this game is 3,000, and the Solar Scarabs have done a good job mitigating it, but as you said, the Jade Dragons have begun their slow ascent back to that point. But with the game as even as it is this late, you got to start evaluating how these compositions line up in the 5-on-5 engagement. And I think the conversation kind of begins and ends around these ADCs. Panicat is just doing a whole lot of damage.
Pagon cannot get out of the rivers without some help from Mike. It'll be an Aegis and a Phantom Shell used. But as a red buff invade, that's good by the Scarabs. A Sonic Boom by Sam gets the beads out of Scream. A root from Pagon forces the jump out of Baronic, and the Riptides will make sure to get the Solar Scarabs out. A lot committed by the Scarabs to not just steal that red, but also find a retreat out. Final K zoning forward and not taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the rest of the Jade Dragons setting up around the fire. Even Scary D has made his path in, but he is very low on mana, not much. If a full team fight breaks down, the Frenzy has been popped, the Kraken has been used, but Final K just doesn't care. He is W-keying to the enemy backline. Stuart and Veronic both so low.
Inbound takes a couple of shots. A
Took like no damage from that.
Uses the last of his mana. Sam for Soccer dropped low, but will disengage.
Panicat doesn't find enough damage to take out Inbound. A TKO on 3 different Solar Scarabs, and most of the Jade Dragons as well. Scary D, the only healthy one on the map as far as HP is concerned. The Jade Dragons put a lot of threat on that fire, but a good answer back by the Scarabs.
Man, this particular match in the set, I think there's a terminology in boxing that we have for matches like this, and it's called just swinging. You're not looking at what your enemies are doing. You're not placing your jabs. You're not looking for the spacing. You're not using the footwork. These guys are just going for wild haymakers left and right. The Solar Scarabs at the 14-minute mark pulling out the Fire Giant. That Fire Giant call there from the Jade Dragons, just incredibly risky plays that could win or lose you the game. Balancing on the knife's edge between these two teams. Maybe a bit more thought put into this Gold Fury.
Hi!
The Solar Scarabs
what you doing?
are grouped significantly, but the Jade Dragons still strong and nearby.
Okay.
Should be able to put up a fight and defense, especially considering Panicat maintains both of his relics. And looking at the Solar Scarabs, all 3 of their shells on cooldown.
And a lot of their beads, still 60 seconds till the nearest set of them are up by Scream, but
clean.
A Primal Fury, a nice and easy, quick pull by the Solar Scarabs. They can grab themselves another objective. They've been the main provider of having those objectives. That most of them this game have gone their way. And again, the gold lead that the Dragons built up, knocked right back down. Final K gonna try and put a little bit more towards the Jade Dragons by grabbing this tier 1 tower. But there's still a few more towers left for the Solar Scarabs to defend against. And Final K, the only one to maybe be around for this Fire Giant start that the Scarabs are posturing towards.
Scream gonna try his best to throw out some damage, but will not connect as the Solar Scarabs again have pulled out the Fire Giant. They know Panicat's on the opposite side of the map. Advantage of the Scarabs for just a moment.
Sonic Boom through a few members in the backline. Sam gets away from the rivers. The Fire Giant has not been released just yet. And Final K in the back finds 4. Kraken doesn't find anybody. And Stewart gets the airstrike out, but PBM has gotten back into the fight. Finds the stun against Scary D. Gets the Mystic Rush away. But now that Panicat has rejoined the fight, the Scarabs are much worse for wear. Riptide gets inbound out.
Finish
but
the Fire
Panicat
Giant.
now here is wailing away at the damage onto Scary D. A couple more shots are all that's needed. Valkyrie's discretion not enough. Stewart finds the first kill, and it's on to Mike instead.
very nearly able to hit Pater to the Jade Dragons, but a triple shell drop from the Solar Scarabs will keep Scary D alive and bait in the Dragons on that fight. Scarabs now for 30 seconds will not have to worry about the support. Moronic will have to worry about his HP back to base.
Lord, Scary D has come back. There's no shells this time. Sam finds Moronic in the backline. Scary D boxing up against Panda Cat, still holding on to both of his relics, by the way. Will chase him down. Final K in a lot worse position. Stewart finds a pick onto the solo laner. Scary D will fall down to Panda Cat. And Sam for Soccer staring at 3, finds Stewart, gets the beads, and gets on out.
Oh, nice Riptide. Oh no.
He's just walking that might have been the worst thing that they could have done, because it's a turn and burn by the Dragons, and only Stewart left alive for not much longer. One more tap will take him down. It's a double for Pagon and a deicide for the Dragons.
The Solar Scarabs have just got these moments of brilliance, right? The defense around the tier 2 tower, baiting the Jade Dragons forward. That shell
feels bad, dude.
to keep everybody alive, and then one misengage. Moronic gets whooped, dropped down to a quarter HP, decides to stick around because the rest of his team is taking the fight, and the Jade Dragons are able to punish them beautifully. Fire Giant on the tail end, putting the final nail in the coffin. Meanwhile, Sam for Soccer just taking out the tier 2 and mid. Clean play from the Jade Dragons. And even in these scenarios where the Scarabs are getting kills, the priority target, singular priority target, has survived and thrived.
Sam
Beads
solo.
and Aegis still up for Panda Cat.
One set of beads this entire game, maybe even the set. Again, we didn't really fully check at the end of the last game how much has been used, but Panda Cat, again, just going essentially untouched throughout these, undeterred by the damage, the CC that the Scarabs have thrown out. He is the embodiment of a free caster at this point. We make the jokes about all the time, oh, he's just in the backline. He is. He just gets to do it 2 games in a row. It's unbelievable.
He's making it. He's like, I'm going to talk directly to the anime fans.
It's kind of tilting me, honestly.
Directly to the anime fans. I'm going to go for a deep cut here. There's a show called Kuroko no Basket. That's Kuroko's basketball. There's a guy in that show, you can't see him. He's like John Cena. That's Panda Cat right now. He's just getting ignored.
Moronic jumps in against Final K. Sam uses his beats to get out of the fight. Final K uses his ult to go back into the fight. Finds 3 with the tether. Will only stay connected to one of them. It's Scream, who gets rooted, turned, and burned. Pagon finds a killing spree in the midst of the fight, and the Solar Scarabs on the run. By the way, all that without Panda Cat even. He's pushing the left lane.
Yeah, Panda Cat's just, he's living his best life, man. He's playing his own pace. PBM, transformation of the dragon. Could be a quick engage here, or maybe you're just looking to take out the Phoenix while Scream is dead for the next 35 seconds.
Sonic Boom being charged by Sam. Mike and Final K go in. Where will the Sonic Boom land? Scary D goes to the front line, and the back line goes Sam to try and fight inbound, but he will not do so. Inbound squeaks by with a last sliver of HP. Scary D just managed to get to that Riptide.
Oh my god, Panda Cat.
Panda Cat doesn't have the damage from the ult to close out the kill.
Left side Phoenix will fall down. D-transformation from Mike, and a nice hail of arrows from Baronic to secure the kill on Sam Soccer. Not only the kill, but securing the life of that mid Phoenix. Now the Jade Dragons will have to fully disengage, probably towards this Primal Fury that's spawning up very shortly. A good look at the Jade Dragons and a broken base for the Solar Scarabs. Reset, wait 40 seconds, rinse, repeat. You got plenty of time on this Fire Giant power play, or even a pick here.
Oh no, inbound walks up, and he's got just enough Omi for a single Riptide
Dude.
and nothing more. Stewart's health bar also
don't go that way.
the Aegis to delay his life a little bit longer to try and fight back. And he lived a lot longer than I thought he would. Final K closes one, gets the ult onto Scary D.
Okay,
Well, Scary's got some mitigation, but not enough. He is being melted away by Pagon, Panda Cat, and Final K will keep up the chase. One more whoop for Panda, one more kill for Panda, and another one for the Jade Dragons to keep up their push.
Bobby's only dead for 20 more seconds, so maybe not certain the Jade Dragons have an opportunity to look for an end here. They had just wanted the Primal Fury, but now they're going to get the Primal Fury and 3 kills to boot as they wait for Sam for Soccer to rejoin them on the map. Just a strange engagement there from Bobby to step up. Bates Stewart out of position, forced to use that airstrike defensively. Once the airstrike is down, pretty easy for these guys to chase
he's gone in
down.
circles.
Jade Dragons, they are just looking so dominant. And this is a game where the dominance is mitigated by objective play from the Solar Scarabs. Even just 6 minutes ago, It's a dead
It's a lot
even
of crit.
match, but for the entirety of the 27 minutes we have been watching this match, I feel like the Jade Dragons have never once been in question. They have not been tested just yet, which is wild, right? Because just by pace of the game, if you pull up the charts, Doug, the golden experience, it was back and forth for a while there, but even then, complete faith in the Dragons, who are always making the proactive plays.
I mean, it was 5-6 minutes ago, right before this Fire Giant went down. You can see it was right there at that middle ground line. And now these last 7 minutes of play have gone all to the Jade Dragons. The Solar Scarabs on defense, on the back foot, to say the very least. Scary D hasn't even been able to hit level 20 yet. He has been denied so much of his farm. The good news for the Scarabs is most of their relics are back up. Maybe the bad news is that a couple of key ones, like Scream's Bead specifically, are going to be down by the time this Fire Giant has respawned. And none of the Scarabs are in position to defend against this Fury. The Dragons will grab one final tier 2 tower. Inbound steps up, but I think that's about as far as Inbound needs to try and step up to defend.
Yeah, Inbound's learned his lesson.
I hope he
Banish
has.
is a death sentence, so I'm sure he's going to try his best to avoid that. Rightfully so. Keep your eyes on Panda Cat. Feels like wherever he is, the damage is sure to follow. The Solar Scarabs trying their best to put up a defense around the Trebuchet and the four-man core of the Jade Dragons. The Dragons just biding their time and waiting for this Fire Giant to spawn up. The Solar Scarabs, every bit of poke they take, makes it easier to look at the objective for the Dragon.
Stewart stunned. That's a third of his health bar just from the poke of Final K and Mike. For everything else, Scary D walks in. Final K's Mid-Guardian is paying off for him
Yeah,
as
it's
he's
too
slowing
tanky,
down
man.
the members of the Scarabs. Sam goes into the back line, is punching away at Inbound's health bar, and Scary D on the run. Double Riptide from Inbound gets him and Baronic out. But the Jade Dragons are just holding off the Scarabs. Trebuchet and Fire Minions swarming up the left lane. The Scarabs are on a timer.
Yeah, the Scarabs have to realize that if nobody backs, they're just sacrificing that left Phoenix. The Jade Dragon's goal is clear. Extend the fight. Make it go as long as possible. Fireman Away would have dealt with that Phoenix on their own, but with the Trebuchet, it is a guarantee. Stewart is the one sent back.
And Fire Giant is absolutely melted
Was that 2
by
seconds?
the Jade Dragon. I don't even know if it was 2 seconds.
That was
The
really
moment
fast.
that they turned towards it, it was gone. Stewart can defend against the Fire Minions, against the Trebuchet, but it's all 5 of the Dragons on the right side of the map. Not an enhanced Fire Giant at least, so we'll still need some help from the minions for the Jade Dragons, but not much help. Left side Phoenix stands, but it's still one last Fire Wave can put some threat onto it. Final K is just standing in the Phoenix at this point.
Final K's only got 1 life to play with, and what I mean by that is his teleport is down, so won't be able to just sacrifice his HP to remove resources from the Solar Scarabs. It's got to be intelligent play.
Double whoop by Panda up in the sky. Get some shots against Scream, and the River's Rebuke by Inbound to zone the fight out. But the defenses are gone from Panda Cat for the first time this game, but he's going to walk back in and continue pelting at the frontliner. Scary D's health bar falling fast.
Final K also dropped low.
Good
The
defense.
Jade Dragons did not
And they saved the
put a
Phoenix.
single bit of damage into that right side Phoenix. What they do is take away 2 of the shells. Only 1 remaining for the Solar Scarabs, so keep your eyes on Sam. He could be a scalpel in this fight.
Leap away from PBM, a sonic boom by Sam, and low health bars on Stewart and Scream, but the Phoenix still remains on the right side. Scary D has rejoined the fight, finds 3 with the Mystic Rush and gets the shell
shit,
out of
dude.
1. Panda Cat
All right,
goes
Scary,
down
chill.
for the first time this set after nearly 60 minutes of play.
And the Jade Dragons don't seem like they're too concerned about it. Right
My
side
God.
already starting to burn down. San for Soccer connecting with the burn.
Inbound solo, 1 more hit from Sam would have done it, but instead he's going to be the one to go down. Inbound finally does fall after, but the right Phoenix stands. Pagon is low, Final K is low, Mike is
wanna
healthy,
chase.
Scream is not, he is gone. Pagon finds the turnaround kill.
Can they continue the fight?
Behind
Stewart
you?
dashes forward. Pagon falls down. Now
Oh,
Final
damn,
K
Stewart. Okay.
Not too far behind him. Mike cannot help here. Just got to play for yourself. Final K turns around a good deal of damage, but not
Nice
enough.
play.
Good defense from the Solar Scarabs.
Really good defense.
Not only gets their left side Phoenix back up, but maintains the right. Base secured. The Jade Dragons, if they want to try and siege again, they're going to have to wait a little while. This Fire Giant's got plenty of time on it.
Cannot believe that we are 57 minutes into a full set of games. That's the first time that Panda Cat was put under actual threat. Got both of his relics, got his ult, and finally the Solar Scarabs take his life to put a blemish on his record, but the Solar Scarabs are still a bit behind. 10,000 gold, 31 minutes in. Not
Yeah,
everybody
just a bit
full
behind.
build across the board just yet. It's a good start for the Solar Scarabs, though. Defend your base, hold off a full Fire Giant team and take an Oni Fury to try and close this out.
Nice.
The Solar Scarabs are also rapidly approaching full build, all starting to move in towards that 6th item, except for the supports, but supports aren't allowed to have full builds anymore, so it makes perfect sense to me that Bobby's at least a little bit behind the rest of his team. Gold only means so much. We're getting to the point now where the Jade Dragons really just starting to finish off maybe some of these starters, the items as well, but elixirs becoming a topic of conversation for them. So the Solar Scarabs have got a little opportunity here, a window, while the Jade Dragons are waiting on that 3,000 gold to just close up that gap even further, get your relics back in place. The team fight from the Scarabs, not poor whatsoever, man. I mean, the Bobby's ultimates have been well placed. Scream's putting pressure onto Pandacat in some of these team fights. Stewart, when given space, clearly can be that win condition for your team. If that last fight is anything to go by, I don't know. This game has, maybe for the first time in 33 minutes, been brought into question, at least for me personally.
Yeah. Solar Scarabs will start to position around the Fire Giant, that there is still a little over a minute before it respawns. The only of the main group of the Scarabs that haven't finished out their build is Baronic, sitting on the tier 2 of that Titan's Bane. You see Scary D has been able to pick up the last piece of that mitigation build, at least for now. Might still sell that Soul Eater, but it's a tower push by the Solar Scarabs. Not a whole lot of damage right now. A stun on the inbound, and some good damage by Pandacat. But Mike jumps in aggressively. Sonic Boom gets 2 beads in the backline. The River's Rebuke will at least separate the team fight. But Final K and Sam are still at the backside of this fight. Final K will be stunned down.
Oh my god, 5v1, dude.
Finds 5 with the tether and jump in. Will grab 2 out of the Riptide and get the ult out of Stewart, while Scary D has to defend against 4 as he gets thrown right back in, and a Kraken doesn't find a whole lot.
Scary D up, downs, and the fight may be done for the Jade Dragons. Pagon forced to be put on the retreat, and it's the Solar Scarab stepping back forward.
Turning back, Pandacat low. Pandacat has his Aegis, will use it, a stun on the Scary D, but Pandacat doesn't have the damage to fight back in.
Holy
Stewart picks
shit,
up
dude.
1, Final K grabs it, but it's a double kill for Stewart, and the Solar Scarabs, with 4 still alive, are pushing back against the Dragons.
Solar Scarabs can continue this siege no longer. Instead, forced back to base, but opportune timing for the Scarabs as the Fire Giant starts to barrel back down towards Earth. The Jade Dragon's dead for 40 seconds, and the Scarabs, even without their relics, should be able to take this objective for themselves. Final K and Pagon can try their best to slow them down, but I think that's all they've got left in the tank, is the ability to slow down the Solar Scarabs. This one's not going too fast. The Dragons are fast approaching.
Baronic on the way, but Final K and Pagon have already made it back to the pit.
Guess you could 4v2 them.
4.
Yeah, 4v2.
Inbound, shredded away. Pagon finds 1, but he'll go down right after. Stewart finds his 8th kill of the game on this Jing Wei. And the Solar Scarabs can push back Final K away from the pit.
Scream will
the
have
question is, do they have the damage to take out this Fire Giant? The answer is yeah. The crit's now raining through by Stewart, the damage from Baronic. And the Solar Scarabs, while they were able to take away Gold Furies earlier on, Pyromancers previously, they've now finally got their own Fire Giant.
The distinct difference in the last couple of team fights that have gone to the Solar Scarabs
is
target selection. Who's the first one to die every single time? It's either Sam for Soccer on the ultimate, or it's Pandacat. And killing either of those 2 targets has been massive for the Scarabs. Gives some space over to Stewart very clearly. Just doing a whole lot for his team. Just needed a little bit of help. Now 8-2-3 after being left alone for 20 entire minutes to suffer up against the Freya 1v1. And now the Solar Scarabs in a position to just go ahead and continue their onslaught. Fire Giant on 4 members. Bobby doesn't necessarily need it. It's got the healing built into this kit. So just start working through the last remaining towers. Tier 1, that one's going down for free. Tier 2s, maybe a little bit of a defense from the Jade Dragons.
Potentially so. We're approaching 36 minutes of play now, and the Solar Scarabs have closed up that gold lead. As far as the builds are concerned with it, inbound is only, what, a tier 1 item behind PBM at this point, which is essentially nothing at this stage of the game. They're basically full build. Pagon top in the damage charts at 42,000. You see Stewart's fairly low on it, actually, sitting only at 19,000, but that's pretty much 19,000 from just these last 2 fights, because besides that, Stewart hasn't had much of an opportunity to play up
42,000 damage.
First look at the Solar Scarabs' ability to siege. The Jade Dragons now the defense for the first time in this set. Have to group up around this left side Phoenix. No shenanigans. True 5-on-5 engagement.
Pandacat will clear
No
out
shenanigans.
the minions. The Scarabs not even willing to step into the Phoenix with that minion wave. Scream, Baronic, and Stewart can clear out what minions do come out of the Dragon's throne just for now. The Scarabs are playing patiently. They're waiting for opportunity. Scary D's blink back up in 3 seconds. Gotta imagine that's the go button for the Scarabs.
Cautious play for now. Scary D won't be able to blink in, but he will tank up the Phoenix, and he is tanking it, taking 0 damage.
It does crits from Stewart. Slam through Panda Cat's Hellfire. He's the first one out, and Final K might be the second if he didn't have his ultimate. He'll use it to get on out of the fight, but the Solar Scarabs will break the base of the Jade Dragons. Left Phoenix goes down.
This is crazy.
Still a couple of towers left standing before they can work on the next 2 birds.
Yeah, mid tower already gone. Minion wave pretty close by. The Solar Scarabs, they're keeping the pace up.
Just go in on it.
Best of luck to the Jade Dragons in a 4 versus 5.
Hagon, Sam for soccer charging the Sonic Boom. Will go through, but I think he just split the uprights on everybody, and now he's not there for the defense. It's 3 versus 5 in the throne room. Scary D pushing back Pagon. Kraken plus Stewart takes down PBM. Final K holding out for as long as he can. Inbound is low. May just go down, but Sam erased by Scary D. Final K does grab 1, but in a 4 versus 2, Final K and Panda Cat do not have the damage. Final K and Pagon do not have the damage to slow this one out. Final K falls. So does the Titan. And the Scarabs take us to game number 3.
Again.
That is a hard-fought battle for the Solar Scarabs.
Damn, dude.
Objective play keeps
Very
them in the match
impressive.
throughout the early portions, but it's a base defense that keeps them alive in this set. Just one repulsed right side Phoenix, and the Jade Dragons lost all of their momentum. Great team fight potential from this Solar Scarabs team. This is exactly what their fans have been looking for the entirety of their tenure in the SPL. Love to see it. Dragon Slayers strike again.
So far, it's only 1 game, but that admits them 1 game closer to maybe taking this out. Solar Scarabs are no stranger to get to these game 3s. Now it's a matter of can they close out the set. We'll find out right after this break.
Impressive. on a second.
Solar Scarabs take game number 2 and send us to a game number 3. That's just how math works. Math doesn't work in this case in the sense that the Jade Dragons had like a 10+ thousand gold lead. They have Fire Giant. They're sieging a right side Phoenix. And those numbers simply don't matter. The Solar Scarabs stand strong underneath the Phoenix siege and are able to turn this game around completely. Trelly target prioritization swapped by the end of that game. In a set where Panda on Freya just was not dying, the Solar Scarabs suddenly started finding picks. And the shot calling by the end of that game, perfect for the Solar Scarabs to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, I highlighted it before this game started when we talked to Stuart. You know, even if the Scarabs are behind, usually that duo lane is left alone, specifically Stuart.
Yeah, Stuart had a great game.
Even though he was behind the team as a unit, he was able to get the itemization he needed for plays like this. A couple crits, stop that push.
Yeah, Stuart really popped off. That's crazy, actually.
Sure.
Considering how it started.
81,000 for the Jade Dragons, only 70,000 for the Solar Scarabs. It didn't really matter that Jingwei was online at this point and is able to rotate in. This fight takes a while. Final K is going to live for a couple more seconds. But the point is, he was left on an island, so he still had the itemization. Not to say that he was the only one. Inbound actually had a phenomenal game there. The objective play was the reason that they were able to stay in this game. Scary D finally got tanky enough to just run at Panda Cat, and the Freya was no longer free casting. At one point, Stuart just two-shot him towards the end once the enhanced Fire Giant was going. And I think all of the Scarabs, Baronic as well, I gotta highlight them all because it takes the whole team to come back from a goal deficit like that.
Absolutely. When you are that far behind, you need everyone to step up and do their part, and that's what the Solar Scarabs were able to do. Now, if you're the Scarabs or their fans, ideally we're not getting into a 10,000 gold deficit to begin with. We can just end the game a bit more normally. But Stuart does deserve the love and praise after a game like this because the Jingwei just goes nuts. Now, Baronic was pouring out damage, Scream was as well. And of course, a lot of conversation around Panda Cat. But Pagon does like 47,000 damage in this game on the Scotty. So while eyes were on the Freya, it felt like the Scotty was able to operate, but able to deal with the two somewhat effectively. The Solar Scarabs send us on to picks and bans for Game 3. The Jade Dragons still in that first pick slot. We talked about the pass ban. For a minute there, Trelly, it looked like it was going to bite the Scarabs. It looked like the Freya. Because that's what I was thinking. By the end of that, or the middle of that game, I'm thinking, if you're going to pass a ban, why didn't you ban the Freya? You know what I mean? Like, you left the Freya. I know it changes the dynamic between Phase 1 and Phase 2. But you left open the Mercury through the second phase of bans, and that was looking great for Sam. But that didn't really find much success by the end. It was a mental game on the pass ban.
It was. We talked about the possibility of it being a mental game, and since they lost, since the Jade Dragons, I'm not going to say through this. The Solar Scarabs played very well, and since they were able to come back from a deficit like that, we'll call it the pass ban. I wouldn't be surprised if in that fifth slot we see another one. But the Poseidon.
You're calling for the pass ban.
I want to see it again.
Yeah, right.
Well, Poseidon will be taken away from Scream, so won't be able to reprise that. And the Jade Dragons have to decide right now what else are they trying to take away? And it looks like it's the Yamoja. Bobby will not get that one once again, so have to play something different in the duo lane.
I do think it is possible that the Solar Scarabs are a good enough team and cohesive enough that they put themselves in a position to capitalize on a Jade Dragons fumble by the end of that game. A 10,000 gold lead with your team as far ahead as you are, 9 times out of 10 should be a game win if you're the Jade Dragons. And so I think it's possible to be two separate things, where the Scarabs are good enough to capitalize on those mistakes and put themselves in that position. But the Jade Dragons will probably feel like if you run that type of scenario back, you're closing out that game more often than not. Doesn't matter. Game 2 is in the books. Game 3 is what we're looking forward to here. No strangers to Game 3s are the Solar Scarabs, Charlie. We should have known that this one was going 3 the moment the Solar Scarabs showed up on our schedule here today. A bit of a difference, though, in first pick, as Uller gets locked in. Now the question is, do the Solar Scarabs grab a Freya here? Because I don't think the Jade Dragons would shy away from like Uller mid, Freya for Panda Cat over in duo. I mean, they just went Scotty mid and Freya duo. So if you're worried about this Freya, I think you gotta consider it here if you're the Scarabs.
Yeah, there's still some
Pity for you,
checks
I am
going
not a
on
goddess
because
of mercy.
you know they let the Freya through, they grabbed the Uller. And the reason that Scary D was just thrown into this Robin was because the mitigations build works very well into the Freya, as long as you can get online. We saw it once he was full tank. The Freya was not doing very much. Panda Cat was vastly out of position, I will say, but still was able to just W key at that Freya. Now, the Bologna got through this time around. You're still going to grab the Freya for Stewart. And I think that the Bologna being banned away in game number 1, obviously, is still putting some respect on Scary D's Bologna. So they're happy to grab that one. Now it's time for the Jade Dragons to find an answer. The Nemesis and the Uller, a good start for sure. Just seeing, again, usually the Uller is going to Pagon in the mid lane at the start of Season 9. Panicat was playing it a ton, but just so much presence on that Uller. Baronic had a great game on the time for Pagon to find some presence in that mid.
Another Fafnir game for PBM. I mean, Khepri and Yamoja are gone. Fun fact, this will be the 5th game in a row Mike has played Fafnir. 2 against the Leviathans, and now the first 2 of this set, or the first 3 rather, of this set.
I don't know why they keep giving him Fafnir.
Baron and Terra.
Because they're clearly going to have another hunter then.
2 picks in the last
So
7 games. That Polar Bear.
Auto attack simulation.
Guy loves
Not
himself
good.
some Fafnir. He won 3 straight, and then a loss here in game 2 on Fafnir. And so it's been working out for the Jade Dragons. And why not keep going back to it, as it's been a very solid pick. Solar Scarabs, we assume, have their ADC confirmed and their solo laner. Remember, Scream has been getting pretty banned out during the second wave of bans, but it seems like that's something the Scarabs are okay with, realizing that Scream's god pool is big enough that even if you eat 2 more bans, you're not super worried about it. But if you want to play the Kali, you have to pick it here because that's something the Jade Dragons have been banning out in the second wave. Freya plus Kali in the late game means the Jade Dragons gotta have some answers, either late for themselves or early to end this game quickly.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs, no stranger to going to 3 games, as you highlighted. And usually off the back of Scream on this Kali, bringing them to 3, and then it gets banned away and he doesn't get to play it anymore. This time around, it is game 3, and Kali has just squeaked her way through, and it looks like Scream's going to take that opportunity 10 times out of 10. And now we get to see what will the mid laner be. Because
how do you deal with Kali?
Well, you try.
Do you ignore?
you cannot ignore Kali. No, you definitely want to try and CC her as much as possible. If you can chain stun her before she gets that ult off, then she just wasted, doesn't get the destruction. She can't go to your backline. So you try and find her with an axe right at the beginning of the fight, a hammer, maybe a chain of stuns is the best option. Just draft some CC.
I think Osiris a great ban here. The anti-heal that Osiris provides could have slowed down Kali from chaining those kills together and sustain up through some sustain rather that the Solar Scarabs may draft a bit later on. AMC takes a ban. Baronic still needing something. You'd like some physical damage out of mid potentially. Though when you've got a Bologna and you've got a Kali, you've got enough there depending on what Baronic wants to play. Xing Chen also takes a ban here. I think it's a unique scenario for Baronic, where I think there's a decent amount of flexibility remaining in this Scarabs draft.
Yeah, because of the fact that they have the Freya and the Kali, they could pretty safely go a hunter in that mid lane or a mage. I don't think it would matter too much. You have to itemize against this Kali, Witchblade, Midgardian, a few different items that you're going to need. Otherwise, she'll just be able to, run through your whole team essentially. And you got to itemize against the Freya. So there's going to be some Fizz and Magical Prods respectively no matter what you do. So his options are essentially wide open, as you highlighted. Something we haven't seen since the beginning of the season is that Janus, but I can't imagine that's what they want to go to here. The Yu Huang is also open, and that's something we've seen as of recent. Not this split, but it looks like the double hunter will prevail. They're just going to grab a Chiron here for some extra range.
My goodness, auto attack and some ability-based damage from Chiron, of course, between Freya, Kali, and Chiron. Because I think about Freya late game, of course, Kali late game, of course, but also Chiron when he gets, 4 or so items into that build. The Centaurus just melts health bars with the Bluestone upgrade, and then the damage detonate. And then if you have Kali to follow up on that and Freya to follow up on that, the poke damage from the Chiron could maybe set up very nicely for Freya and Kali to sort of take some team fights over and end the fights that way. So what's your answer if you're the Jade Dragons? You already have an Uller, but again, there's flexibility there. Could be Panda Cat. Could of course rather go to Pagon over in mid. We have seen both play it very well. And you're also needing a solo laner here, but Osiris and Chalk have both gotten banned. And so I actually think, as far as being flexible, the Jade Dragon's one of the best teams in the league at being somewhat creative with their picks.
Yeah, I think you're almost forced into a Guardian in this spot if you want Pagon to have that Uller. If not, you could certainly pick a Mage and then you could put Final K on something like a Colon, and it looks like that is going to be the adaptation. You either need 2 Guardians for magical damage or the pivot, and it looks like the pivot is going to be the option.
Dragons
and it looks like not the Morgan, but the Yu Huang. I was about to touch on all the great transformations, and I don't have to, because Yu Huang is just a good, solid mid laner.
Yep.
You know, Dueling Dragons does big burst damage. He's got surprisingly good early damage as well. That one's much easier to go through.
It sure is just a good, solid mage, isn't it? And it's the type of mage that even in scenarios where the KDA isn't massive, and you really see a lot of this with Paul for the Titans, where even if the KDA isn't massive, that's usually not indicative of the impact that this Yu Huang is going to be having on the game. I expect high damage numbers from Pagon, almost regardless. So now these Solar Scarabs, who still needed a support pick, end up going to Sylvanas, and this is something that Inbound really likes to play. So with Khepri, Yamoja, Xing Chen, Fafnir all off the table, Sylvanas ends up being the pick here for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I think this is sort of an all-in style draft where, you know, you're going to have either a blink Vanus or a sit-back, a pull Vanus. And then Scream's going to have to go in, and that's pretty much it. You have to be going in all as a unit. There's not going to be too much disengage. When you have an immobile support like Sylvanas, once he's in to stay. And if you leave him, he's going to die. So they don't have too much big mage follow-up off that Sylvanas, but what they do have is a ton of auto attacks. You still have some snipes from the Chiron Centaurus, as you mentioned, is going to be able to shred through those health bars. And then you got Scaredy diving the backline with Bologna. So I imagine Scream's going to want to get active early, which is usually his playstyle anyways, but on this Kali, he's probably going to want to find his target as quickly as possible. Looking at the options here, either Yu Huang, could even go for Nemesis if you're trying to just fight Samber Soccer in the jungle. You got a stun for that shield, so you can get some good value there. Or Panic Hat on the Uller, either one. Just try and find some aggression as early as possible, get those target stacks, get some extra gold, and then make sure your team is ready to all in. If you can get ahead early, your late game is looking pretty solid.
I'm trying to think if we've even seen... God bless Gore. There's so much data on this spreadsheet. I'm trying to find if Pagon's played Yu Huang on stream at all for us yet. If he has, I don't really remember it. But it's kind of going back to Pagon's roots, right? Like the standard mage. You got poke damage, you got initiation with the ultimate, and I think that's going to be important. But you also got disengage, right? With the float ability to kind of get up and out when a Kali's chasing you down, things like that can be important. So the Solar Scarab's trying to go late. Jade Dragons would love to force some pressure early on in this game. Who do you think holds the onus? Of course, we talk about the jungle a lot, but where do you want Sam to put some pressure here, see if the Dragons can't get the ball going?
I think Sam likes playing through Final K a lot. You're up against a Bologna. Pretty easy to force that Eagles rally, then chase it down with the Retribution. You have a lot of slows. And if Scaredy wants to get teleport, then he's going to have some trouble with that. If you don't want to start with like a beads or a sprint when you're up against a Nemesis. So that could be an option to get active early. You also have a decent target in the mid lane. Chiron's not the safest. You know, you can self-cleanse and dash away, but there's still going to be a lot of burst damage. You've already touched on how much Yu Huang brings. So I think there's a few different options, but it's the Jade Dragons. I imagine the Soul Lane's got to be the point where Samber Soccer's going to look to try and get ahead.
Yeah, definitely early in the game, Yu Huang.
Kali versus Nemesis.
The early game levels, something we've talked about. Can confirm this will be the first time, unless Gore just hasn't updated the sheet. First time we'll see Pagon on the Yu Huang. The Game 3 Wonder Kids, the Solar Scarabs do it again. Jade Dragons versus Scarabs.
Game 3 Wonder
3.
Kids.
Thank you so much. And one important game for the Solar Scarabs. Again, they bring us out to game number 3. They've been able to find these game 2 wins against so many of these top teams. But now it's up to the Solar Scarabs to close this one out and find themselves their second set win of the phase. And they've got to take it away from the Jade Dragons, who are going to put Panda Cat on the mage. We saw the Leviathans give Zapman God's like East set for the duo lane. And, well, at least the Dragons will keep that up by putting Yu Huang over there.
Man, these Hunter players are so hot and cold. One day we're so good. The next day, man, Hunters are unplayable. Find some middle ground. Stick to your role. Yu Huang in ADC.
I was wondering if it was going to be Pagon on the Uller.
You've got better clear than Freya, presumably. No, Conduit Gem Freya actually clears really hard, so it's difficult to say. you don't really have any synergy with a Coerce. I mean, I suppose Chain Lightning auto attacks to a certain extent. Yeah, I've got no clue what that looks like. Maybe it's just a decision. You want a Yu Huang, and you'd rather have your pressure in mid, so give the Yule over to Pagon.
Stewart is poking away at PBM, who's falling low. A couple more autos is all that's needed. But Mike gets just enough healing back. Now Panda Cat on the move. The Solar Scarabs establishing pressure in that dual lane, just as you were saying. This Conduit Gem Freya swinging hard against PBM.
Yeah, not much you could do to outclear that, at least in this portion. Once Yu Huang gets a couple more points into his abilities, should turn around the clear a bit. I wonder how much experience Panda Cat has got on this pick, right? Like, I know that he's very capable of playing mid lane. I've watched his stream, and he's done it fairly well at the majority of levels of play. Like, some of these ranked games just look like SPL matches, and once you're like MMR capped, you better believe he is. So, certainly no stranger to mages. But Yu Huang being so new, I think it's just an untested parallel, right? We just have to wait and see what Panda Cat can bring out. Maybe the asterisk is, hey, Panda Cat hasn't had pressure put on him even once so far this set, at least in the laning phase. So at least this way, Yu Huang's going to get a whole lot of free farming done.
Oh, I thought you were going to go a little bit further than that one.
Oh, no, I got nothing, man.
I thought you were going to go a little bit further. I thought we were both just watching in awe as Panda Cat's clearing at his tower line at that point, which is probably where he'll be, at least for the majority of this early game. The Solar Scarabs dual lane inbound, specifically walking all the way up to the tower line to allow Stewart to be able to clear out that Arthurian camp on the left side of the map and make sure that Stewart can have as much pressure and as much experience to himself as possible.
You know, I'm racking my brain still about this Yu Huang. Maybe the dot damage from the first ability can finish off some kills once Stewart goes into Valkyrie's discretion. That could be one way. Because, like, if you know you're tossing your Hunter to mid, there has to be a reason he wanted to play Yu Huang.
Maybe he's just...
I'm not gonna harp on it too much more.
Especially in game 3.
Maybe he's just jealous that, you know, the mage has got a new god. He hasn't had a chance to play the new god in a while, so he wants to, you know, maybe gets banned in all of his ranked games so he can't play it. But in game number 3 against the Solar Scarabs, interesting pick out by the Jade Dragons. The Scarabs, a bit of a struggle, to say the least, in game number 1. A struggle in the early portion of game number 2, but their Phoenix Siege defense is really what netted them the win, or at least the turnaround in game 2 to then turn that to a win for themselves. Game 3 is where they're going to have to step up, though, because this is generally where the Scarabs have been struggling.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs. Oh, what was the original meme? Hey, once we figured out how to win a game 1, it's curtains for the league because game 2 is guaranteed. Seems like that has stayed the truth for the Solar Scarabs so far. Whether or not they can close out game 3, yet to be seen. I'd argue the Solar Scarabs have got themselves a phenomenal composition to do so. Scream on one of his signature picks. Late game presence from Stu, and a phenomenal pull from Bobby. Puts some pressure out early.
And Scream jumps on in, slowed down though by the emblem, and that was just enough that Mike needed to get himself some distance out. Stewart and inbound a little too far away, and Mike will live on to see another day.
Wonder if inbound was close enough to get that heavenly agility, the heavenly sprint onto Scream. If yes, then that probably should have been first blood over to the Solar Scarabs. If no, just unfortunate for the Solar Scarabs how much space Fafnir is able to create with that leap. And now, with Fafnir back in base, Panda Cat's going to get a solo wave to himself. That should close up the XP deficit that Stewart's been able to establish by controlling the neutral farm in this lane. I'm loving it, though. The Solar Scarabs not shying away from pressure in the dual lane this time around, which is surprising, because like Yu Huang is way more survivable than a Freya. I don't know. These guys keep you guessing.
And both of these teams, honestly, throughout the entirety of Season 9, parts of Season 8, and a pull onto Panda Cat. He's got the leap to get some distance, but it's not very much. Whoop, immune out by the Dragons. Valkyrie's discretion needs all shots, plus a little bit more from inbound to pick up the kill. First blood onto Panda Cat.
Man, perfect
Not
timing
a
on
good
Valkyrie's
look.
discretion to immune the knockback from Panda, maintains his beads. Panda Cat similarly keeps his beads, but does not keep his life at the end of the day. So the Solar Scarabs, early pressure over in the dual lane, which you just gotta think is gonna happen with a Yu Huang over there. It's just not the strongest portion of the match for him. Yu Huang, again, very, very good, like levels 1 through 4. Levels 5 through 15, that's where the struggle is. You get a couple more items, all of a sudden your damage output's pretty high, but as of now, the only saving grace of Yu Huang, at least in the laning phase, has got to be that survivability. and it's been dealt with pretty early by the Solar Scarabs.
I mean, we've seen what a Yu Huang can do in those first 2 or 3 levels. I mean, how many First Bloods have come off the back of a Yu Huang, especially when we look at teams like the Tartarus Titans or even the Leviathans? They've been able to find success with that god. But maybe just because that extra tankiness factor that comes from these Guardian supports, maybe the extra CC is just enough to keep Panda Cat at bay. Scream does go for an invade at the purple buff. Mike doesn't have a hog to secure this one. Good stun, but better secure. No, maybe not, actually. Just a little bit early there by Panda Cat.
So the Solar Scarabs keeping their pressure on the left-hand side of the map as they meet up with Mike yet again in the jungle. Thought maybe we'd see a bit of a skirmish there. Pretty difficult to shut down a Fafnir, an incredibly survivable dual lane, now that you think about it. I mean, Draconic Transformation, essentially being an Aegis, double leap, means that it's pretty hard to shut him down. The Solar Scarabs, I think, could be well-suited, putting their pressure elsewhere, which is a hard ask, considering over the last hour of in-game time, I've been begging for some dual lane presence. I think now, maybe, you want Scream headed over towards mid, play with Baronic.
Scream and Panda Cat are just backbaiting each other. One in the jungle, one in the lane. Good damage up against Baronic in the mid. You can Scream finally is just now, he's been sitting over on that lane, sitting on a ward that entire time, so Panda Cat knows that he has been there that whole time. But again, that gives more pressure over towards Stewart. He can get a wave pushed in the tower and take away a little bit more farm from Panda Cat. Stewart on this once was a mid or a late game slanted mage with those buffs to pulse. Freya early hurts a lot. So does a pull and the damage that comes in against Pagon. Beads are gone. Baronic stunned out of his giddy up, but one stun is not enough to save the day. Scream comes up with a second kill for the team.
Solar Scarabs coming up huge right now. 2-0 start, first blood included. But looking at the gold, you'd expect it to be a little bit more than this by now. Less than 1,000. That seems to be less than the sum of 2 kills for the Solar Scarabs. The Jade Dragon's doing a great job just farming up on the map. But this pressure will start to mount eventually. Largest XP gap in the dual lane. Stewart continues to control every single bit of the farm.
Stewart gets the offering camp. He gets another set of Harpies on the left side of the map. Should be pretty close to ticking over towards level 9. Might just need one more wave in order to do so. We're at the red buff. Pagon will be able to pick that up and keep his XP to himself, but almost across the board, at least as far as the left side of the map is concerned with that mid, the XP is in favor of the Scarabs.
It is. Maybe we want some rotations from Sanford Soccer. Nemesis doesn't have the best ability to deal with Freya. Once you get a couple more points in the shield, then you could deal with that auto attack damage. At least block 2 or 3 shots, return that damage, get some healing for yourself. But until then, you really don't have the burst potential to shut down Stewart just yet. So maybe Sanford Soccer better suited spending his time elsewhere. As inbound, just stealing away as much of the offerings as he can. Scream just standing nearby to be that safety guard for him, making sure that nobody else is rotating through. And the Solar Scarabs are able to get the Obelisk just about ready for themselves. Loving this play, proactive across the map. The Solar Scarabs, it's almost a completely different team, at least a different strategy from what we saw in both games 1 and 2.
I mean, it's something that we've been really calling for on the casters, is for the Scarabs to start making some plays early. I mean, they always want to draft these kind of comps that play this early game, but haven't been able to really execute on them. Now they're able to do so to start this out. Now, first Trebuchet does spawn in on the right side of the map, so maybe not the most favorable one early on, but could maybe set up for some pressure to go to the left side of the map. Stewart has already hit level 10 on this Freya, keeping pace with both Baronic and Scary D, nearly finishing that second ring as well.
I don't know, maybe on the solo side, on first rotation of Trebuchet, it's not so bad. Like, if you're leaving soul laners alone, what are you doing? It's fine, okay, to stop the Trebuchet. If Scary D wants to push it forward, it's probably just going to happen. Should at least pepper some damage into that tower as Pagon lines up against Scream in mid. A little bit of damage towards the mid laner of the Jade Dragons. None returned onto the Solar Scarabs until now. Equalized, but Bobby's a healer.
Yeah. Inbound will just heal that one up with the Wisp. Scream will be able to take the mid-Harpy camp away to get that experience that they were initially fighting over. Woo! And now you can see some of the burst damage that a Yu Huang does have in his kit. And even some of the damage that Baronic has. Panda Cat going aggressive, will dunk down on top of Stewart. Gets the root, but the ultimate from Stewart holds him through. And the fire just a little bit early from Panda Cat to land on the Stu, but Sam has shown up. Stewart doesn't have anything to pull in by inbound off the miss from Sam. Marut is good. Stewart is fighting back through the shield. And Mike will take him down, but Baronic trades it out.
Mike now forced to retreat. If he uses the leap, Scream nearby. He's got blink, got leap, closes gap. Good stun. Should secure his life. If the stun comes out from Scream, that's Mike down with as many members nearby from the Solar Scarabs. But he's not out of hot water just yet. Should at least be a purple buff invade, but he jumps in.
Mike goes in, uses both of his stuns, but D transforms. Not before the purple buff goes away. Pagon is here, throws out the blade arrow, axe toss off the mark, and the Dragons will not find inbound. It'll just be the one hammer from Mike through the wall. Solar Scarab steal away a buff and make that 1-for-1 trade earlier.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Stu. He goes towards the hastened ring in first slot, so no lifesteal really for this Freya. Means that even in that situation where he turns so much damage on a Sanford Soccer, doesn't have the survivability to turn around, and Panda Cat takes notice, says, hey, even if I land on you, if it's a couple of seconds till I get my abilities back up, it's only going to take the one to finish off this kill. Once Stu finishes up this next item, the lane should start to swing back in his favor. Not that he's fallen so far behind, but Panda Cat showing that if you haven't got any sustain, you really can't line up against this Yu Huang's poke.
He's willing to fight back in. A do more first item for Pancat and working towards some flat penetration as well. And with that Sands of Time, gives him a little bit of extra CDR to get those abilities out just a little bit more often. Scary D fine, okay, not much to be said about this lane really. Just two solo lane warriors slapping each other around. The fight towards mid may be a little bit more interesting, but PBM has been on point with these hammers.
He has been. The entirety of this set, really. PBM, you could probably count the amount of missed hammers on one hand. I'm waiting for the first objective of the game. It feels like the Solar Scarabs probably in a position to be the ones pulling it out, and I'm thinking it's likely around this soul lane. Pyromancer, much easier to clear. You've got pretty decent matchup. Scary D's already hitting some significant power spikes with Berserker Shield, and Sovereignty should have the better end of the 1v1 with Fine-OK. Veronic already has a Transcendence stacked up. Screams hit some pretty significant power spikes as well. Charge Bow now moving in towards the kin size. I'd like to see some Pyromancer pulled out just because the pressure from the Solar Scarabs has started to wane a bit on the map, and in this time where they've been kind of spinning their wheels looking for these opportunities, the Jade Dragons have not only closed up the gold lead, but given themselves a little bit of a buffer.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time that we saw Scream on this pick, he went 15-5 on this Kali, carrying his team to a victory. We'll see if he can do the same in Game 3 against the Dragons. A good move from Stewart will pull PBM off of inbound, allow the Solar Scarabs to go for yet another invade successfully, and another escape immediately out. Scarabs have grouped around the Gold Fury. The Dragons are on the Pyromancer. If the Scarabs can sniff this one out, they may be able to try and turn for an objective of their own. Scary D is here, and Eagles Rally does find two. And Scary D, with some help, will steal away the Pyromancer. Wow. The Jade Dragons just cannot catch a break on these objectives.
They can't secure them, that's for sure. I don't know about a break. Pagon loses his beads, and the Solar Scarabs, they didn't have to work for it. I'm calling for them to pull the pyro, take the fight around it, have to dance and bob and weave, poke and prod. Not the case. Just an easy rotation in from Scary D. Eagles rally to stun out the Jade Dragons, remove that burst potential.
That's a good
and
play.
A Scourge immediately after secures the objective for him. And now you could start having rotations towards the left side of the map. Start fighting around this Freya. Yu Huang is starting to get some of that damage online, but not so quickly and not so strong just yet that it's going to mediate what this Freya is already capable of.
Panicat now pushing Stewart at the Tier 1 tower. The Dueling Dragons used, but not going to find a home during that engagement. Instead, Stewart will just take himself back to base. The Solar Scarabs, with that objective with the 3 kills, the gold has not really gone anywhere. It's only 500 up for them and 1100 XP. Most of that lead, or at least that pressure they had early on, had been mitigated. Veronic will have to use the beads to get away from PBM. Axe toss just off the mark. And the Scarabs do send that Trebuchet down the right lane. Fine-OK will get some damage up onto it, but it'll take him a while to chip it away.
Yeah, he's going to take the tower. We're not worried about a Trebuchet. Rotation in from Screaming Scary D should stop the tower from going down, but
so
he'd
tanky.
be hard-pressed to kill him.
He's so tanky, so much HP, but Screaming Scary D are still chipping away at it. 50% health, should say, on Fine-OK. He'll be fine under the tower. Trebuchet will get a little bit of poke during this time, and Scream and Scary D can make sure that they get the full brunt of the damage on that tower. And Scary D dives under, Sets up for Scream to find the stun, and Eagles rally on top, is immune down by an ultimate, but that's not enough. Final K gets the transformation. No, he doesn't. As Scream finds the last auto before that Cullen goes into rage mode.
Final K just sticking around a little too long there. Maybe not realizing Scream is nearby, but the rest of the Jade Dragons have made the rotation.
Time to go, Scream. Time to go, Scream.
Time to go. His life on the tail end. Credit for the kill. Over to Pagon. But what are the Solar Scarabs up to? 3 of the Jade Dragons on the right-hand side. Classic play. Go to the Gold Fury.
Well, Mike will find a stun on Scary D. Pagon collapses in with Scary D fighting back, but not enough. So it's a double for Pagon. But a Gold Fury over to the Solar Scarabs. Not much of an answer back from the Dragons, as it was not just the gold, but even a Tier 1 tower falls to the might of the Trebuchet.
It does. Tier 1 could go down here. The minion wave might be able to finish it off on its own on the right-hand side to mitigate some of that lead re-established by the Solar Scarabs. Gold Fury will go to them, but in a 2-for-1 trade on the right-hand side, the Jade Dragons will not be missing out on too much. As Stu has just been bullied both games this set. Even this Yuhong for Panicat getting the better end of a lot of these trades.
Hanging in there, though.
Stewart's still technically up in the farm. I mean, his XP is there, but Panicat just has the damage to match up against Stewart. Maybe not enough sustain in Stewart's kit. He has the Ring of Akate. He's got his passive, but Pandacat's damage output in these little fights, these small poke wars, are just going Pandacat's way every time.
Yeah, and you'd got to think you don't want a poke war if you're Stewart. If that's how the lane is going to go, if it's just like who's going to land one shot every single time, the one shot Pandacat throws out does 500 damage. The one shot Stu throws out probably does close to like 250 per auto attack. But if you could force an all-in engagement, that's where Freya gets the better end of that fight. If you could just get that fight going from an even state, Stewart should have the advantage, theoretically. We haven't been getting a good look at how these fights really are rolling out on the duo side. But it just seems like every single time it's Panicat at max range. Cultivated Dow connects. Okay, that's good. And Stewart starts to walk away because he realizes he had taken some damage. What happens if he just walks forward once those cooldowns are down? You're at least forcing out the third ability, the float from Yuhong, maybe even the ultimate.
Pagon jumped on by Scream. Age is used. Bead still held on. Sam used his ult on Scream, but Sam is the one in danger, maybe hoping that he had some death immunity of his own. Won't need it for now. Mike used the emblem, transforms. The Dueling Dragon slams through Moronic Cell, and so does the fire right after Pandacat. Finds his first kill of the game, used the float. T-Way for Scary D, but inbound, finds a double knockup, and Final K will fall down. BBM, who had already used his escape to try and get out, will have nowhere left to go. Finally gets it back up. But Pandacat roots out one. Pagon has rejoined the fight, finds a stun against inbound, gets rooted out in return.
Sanford Soccer nearby, but credit the kill
Holy
goes
shit,
over to
dude.
Pandacat. Now the Solar Scarab scatter. Scream just trying to buy some time for his team.
Scream finds a double root, but Sam finds another kill. It's Stewart versus 2.
Nice
Uses the
jukes.
ultimate, but Pagon chases out another. It's 4 down on the Solar Scarabs. Only Stewart left alive.
So it turns out Pandacat has got a Yuhong, man. That Dueling Dragon to start up the fight. The triple root with the Cultivated Dow, the damage output, all certainly there. Now topping the charts as well for his team. And the Jade Dragons can fall back and take the Pyromancer for themselves. Because Pandacat isn't playing a standard Hunter, I'm not certain that this Fire Giant is really on the cards, but the Jade Dragons seem to disagree. No presence from the Solar Scarabs. They're going for their own farm. They've got no idea.
Fire Giant, well, there was a bit. Scary D had a ward there that just got cleared, but nobody on the Solar Scarabs can get over there in time.
Looks like
All
they've got
5 of the Jade Dragons will just claim the Fire Giant. No fight back because the Solar Scarabs were just now coming back onto the map. And the Jade Dragons have turned this game right back to their favor now as we look up at a 4,000 gold lead for the Dragons, 19 minutes in.
And plenty of gold to be collected on the map. Siege potential pretty decent from the Jade Dragons as they have got at least one standard Hunter. Pagon should make short work of these towers. Sanford Soccer goes towards a crit build, so his tower DPS not incredibly high. You're not really worried about Nemesis hitting them though themselves. So the Jade Dragons, it's all about creating space and controlling this Freya. That was the answer the Solar Scarabs had devised towards the tail end of Game 2. Let's get onto Pandacat. Let's make sure this Freya isn't just free casting on us. Now the Jade Dragons have to do the same thing, but on the offensive.
For now, they've largely mitigated Stewart in most of the fights. Eagles rally will find Fino K, but he's got an ult of his own to zone them away. A leap caught by the whoop out of Stewart, but Fino K is rather healthy. Instead, now it's a reinitiation by the Jade Dragon.
Yikes.
Stewart caught out in the middle of 3. And in the Valkyrie's discretion, will get him a little bit of distance, but Final K is waiting for him on the ground, and PBM puts him down.
The Solar Scarab step too far forward and take a whole lot of damage. Pagon
Damn,
absolutely swinging, and it's Panda Cat who's made the
Oh,
rotation.
he caught the dash of Scary D, and Panda Cat puts him down.
Jeez.
Pagon on the Uller. Give it to him every chance that you get, Jade Dragons, because he is making this pick look wild.
The Jade Dragons continue what they had started. The siege that was momentarily delayed by the Solar Scarab's offensive has now continued. 30 seconds left on the nearest respawn. This Phoenix is just going down. Tier 2 tower in mid, likely the answer. So Scream spends his time pushing out those waves. This is not an enhanced Fire Giant, so backdoor protections certainly still on the cards. Maybe the Jade Dragons rotate all the way over towards left, play with their minion wave, then back up to the Oni Fury.
Seems that might just be the call as they're making their way through the left jungle. Scream probably doesn't want to walk too much further forward. In fact, he might want to go towards the dragon side of the map instead. Does get clipped by the fire. The root just a little shy. Pagon will be more than happy to chase that one. Just a little short on the axe toss, but Pagon has enough time to buy to keep Scream away. The Fury should go the way of the Jade Dragons. Question is, will they continue to push in that left side? Doesn't seem so. PBM and Panicat will go back to base after taking their Fury.
Tons of golden pocket there for the Jade Dragons. We get a look back at this axe from Pagon. Clean play, man. He's predicting the juke, catches the dash regardless. Right into the fire. Panicat knew exactly where they were going to. These guys just so on point. Jade Dragons start to step their way forward yet again. Significant power spikes hit by every individual member. Envenom Deathbringer now finished for Sanford Soccer. Final K becoming nearly unkillable as he's starting to move down that Spirit Robe tree. And the rest of the Dragon's damage output clearly not lacking whatsoever. That axe that we just saw, what was that, like 15% on a Scary D? Yeah, that's a tank.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse as far as Pagon's build keeps going. He keeps getting more damage. Scary D can sure build more defense, but you still don't want to be taking that much just off of one hit. Tier 2 tower in mid goes down. Final K will at least deal with Scream and the minions in the mid lane to allow his team to continue this push up. Only 20 seconds left on fire, so I don't imagine the Dragons will go for anything more than this Tier 2 tower. But I've been proven a liar before in the past. We've seen teams do wilder things.
Yeah, just take out a couple of kills and all of a sudden it doesn't really matter if you have Fire Giant or not, as the numbers advantage much more important. Tier 2 tower will fall down. No presence from the Solar Scarabs, rightfully so, as the Fire Giant has finally worn off. The Jade Dragons significantly ahead. Do not need to make a play. That's not to say that they won't, but they could just go ahead, reset, get some vision out, get ready for the Fire Giant.
Scream and PBM will trade stuns. Scream will continue to chase, get some body blocks, but Horrific Emblem and a cleanse will at least keep Scream going. Eagles rally by Scary D and ult by Sam, a pull in by Inbound, and a transformation by Mike to maybe restart this fight as Final K goes in, finds 2 with the knockup, jumps to the backline, and Inbound caught in the middle of 4, will not make it out of here. It's Panda Cat to put him down in a whoop to stop Final K. And the Jade Dragons can back up towards the Fire Giant, or maybe just let Final K just keep marching up right lane.
Weird commitment from Scream there to chase out to PBM. Forces the rest of the Solar Scarabs to follow up as the Jade Dragons make their rotation in. I like the pathing we saw from Inbound. I know he's the one that falls down with the ultimate 3-man knockup repeal and then walks right into the heart of the Jade Dragons, pulling them away from the rest of his teammates. Low respawn timer, he should be there for this next Fire Giant defense, but it is going to be slightly delayed. 10 seconds on the respawn. Fire Giant already back down towards Earth. The Jade Dragons have got a significant opportunity, but the Solar Scarabs just need to slow down a little bit. No presence, though. They're not willing. Fire Giant will go to the Dragons for free. Base defense didn't look so good last time, and that was before the gold deficit was at 11,000.
Continuing to climb even further. The Jade Dragons, with all 5 on Fire Giant. Solar Scarabs have to put up a miracle defense like they had in game number 2. Big difference is they're missing a River's Rebuke this time that really has been separating so many of the fights that happened in game number 2. Now it's got to be off the back of some of these knockups by Inbound, these initiations by Scary D, and Scream has got to find some reset during this fight, but every time he's gotten this death immunity, it's been when he's at 1% health against a full HP target.
Fine, okay, in a 1 versus 3, dropped low pretty quick, but takes a lot of resources from the Scarabs.
It'd be a big pig if they find him, but it's not enough damage. Return fire by Panda onto Scary D. Dueling Dragon slammed through Stewart's health bar. And Final K is just standing still, will now go back to base and has his teleport to rejoin the fight if he can upgrade that in time. Does have enough gold. So Final K, after eating so much poke from the Scarabs, gets to rejoin the fight in the middle of the Scarabs base.
What's up, guys? You missed me. I'm full HP again. Fine, okay. In the back line as Mike forced to retreat. Fire minion waves are in the base of the Solar Scarabs. Inbound backs up to defend. Gotta think this next siege attempt from the Jade Dragon is gonna be the all-in.
Scary D, half health, gets the dash. And the Phoenix still the eye of interest for the Jade Dragons. Final K soaking up the damage from it while the carries bat away at the health bar. No more mid Phoenix. No more right Phoenix, only one bird left standing for the Scarabs to defend.
Plenty of time left on this Fire Giant power play and some resources still available. The Jade Dragons really only utilizing the teleport from Final K, maintain just about every single one of their relics, where Serene was forced to use his beads. Teleport down for Scary D as well. More important is those beads for the Solar Scarabs jungler. Jade Dragons, patiently approaching this siege, will not leave it up to risk as we saw in game 2. Instead, reset back to neutral, start pushing down that left side. You've got so much time to play with on this Fire Giant, 2 entire minutes, that you might as well collect the minion wave on your way. Might as well push that Trebuchet out as well. And the Solar Scarabs defense, we haven't seen it just yet, have we? It has not been a full commitment. They have not dug in their heels. Instead, waiting for that silver lining, that golden opportunity. But the longer you wait, that opportunity might just become a myth.
Primal Fury will be the next target of the Jade Dragons, and it's not going to live for much longer as the crit damage starts to rain through from Sam for Soccer. Pagon with that fail, not in a Titan's Bane to finish up in the build, so has that answer to the defense that Scary D still hasn't really been able to build since that point. He was sitting on a Frostbound Hammer earlier and has only picked up, what's that, 5-10 prots that cloak provides to him. Transformation out of PBM. He's got a couple of his carries alongside him. Will walk up into the Phoenix, and a big answer back. Dragons hit 2, inbound, goes down, and an ultimate in by Scary D, but he is being shredded away all the same. Stewart has nowhere to run. He will be taken down by Final K. Sam for Soccer at half finds his way out of the base as the rest of the Dragons continue to surge forward. Scream, stunned down, and cannot get into destruction until the last moment, but that is only his final moments left alive. Finds a leap, and Sam will close that out. A blink auto to take down the jungler. It's up to Scary D. It's up to Baronic to defend against 5, but Baronic is already pushed back to the fountain. Scary D has no HP left to his name. He'll have to go back to the fountain, and the Jade Dragons in game number 3 will take the set back away from the Solar Scarabs.
A convincing game 3 from the Jade Dragons, if an unorthodox composition,
another
but still
3-game set.
impressive nonetheless.
Crazy.
Unfortunate for the Solar Scarabs, whose 3-game curse continues. They go to it every time, but they seldom find the win there. And, well, maybe the Dragon Slayer title, a bit misplaced.
It's going to have to be put back on the shelf, at least for now. Maybe in that second phase of the round robins that come through, can the Scarabs try and reprise that old title of themselves. But good fight back out of the Scarabs in game number 2. Decent hold in game number 3, but the Jade Dragons, once they hit that gas pedal, they never stopped against the Scarabs.
Yeah, it felt to me like the Solar Scarabs around that first right side Phoenix defense made an active decision that, hey, we're not playing to win anymore. We are simply not losing, and if a win comes to us, that's awesome. But it did not. The Jade Dragons did not make a mistake there, and instead methodically stripped away every single one of their resources. Slow play around these Phoenixes, taking relics off, take down that right bird, work through mid, back to base, Primal Fury, back to base, Fire Giant, left side Phoenix. It just was a no mistake situation from the Jade Dragons and the Solar Scarabs, who were waiting for that golden opportunity. It just never came.
Methodical play from the Jade Dragons to take game number 3 away from the Solar Scarabs to continue the trend for the game 3 curse of the Solar Scarabs, who have just been unable to close these ones out. Whether it's a game 1 win by them or a game 2, the Solar Scarabs are struggling to find that game 3. Maybe they can find it next week. That's it for us on the cast. We'll take it to the desk to close this out.
Jade Dragons do indeed close out the set in 3, and it is just rough for Scarabs and their fans in game 3s right now. It's just, it's almost, it is almost so predictable at this point that the Scarabs will go to a third game. How that third game looks, unfortunately, as of late, has also been predictable. The Scarabs won.
Uh-oh.
But Scarabs go 3 games against the Bolts, the Warriors, the Valkyries, the Titans, and the Jade Dragons. One set of the Scarabs has only been 2 games, and it was a 2-0 loss to the Kings. And only one of those game 3s went the Scarabs' way, and that was the Valkyries. It's just tough. They are so close to winning these sets. A couple moments here or there maybe changes around how their standings look. That said, Trelly, I think the Jade Dragons probably think as a team this could have been over in 2 with how game 2 ended up closing out. They bring a unique composition, though, into game number 3, and really felt like this Dragon squad was able to keep Stewart behind.
Man, I mean, during the deaths, during picks and bans, I certainly did not expect the Yu Huang to go the way of Panda Cat, but he's a natural. I mean, this man was swinging. This is not. I saw him whiff one of the Dueling Dragons, and that is not an easy ult to land. But it just seemed like multiple 3-man roots, the massive ultimates. He was doing so much. You know, we've talked about Pagon's Uller so much, but he was popping off as you would expect. And you find okay, despite the fact that he was a little bit behind, was still able to get to the backline and be as disruptive as possible. Got to give some credit there as well. PBM, he's been playing Fafnir the whole time, so it's hard to, all these games have sort of blended together. I'm like, yeah, he hit some stuns, and he was, of course, he was able to coerce the team. Yeah, the read on the dash there. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, Panda Cat and, of course, Pagon both popped off this game so well, and everyone else did their jobs, but the highlight plays were the highlight plays, man. Those were some flashy ults and some flashy axes.
Well, Polar Bear Mike goes 3-0-9, and so another Fafnir game for Mike. Remember, 5 games in a row Mike has played Fafnir now, and only one of them a loss. This one may be the most convincing win. That a 309 KDA Panda Cat, I assume, put up some big numbers by the end of this game. Starts with Dumore, so you get some movement speed out of that lane. I think that's unique from what we've seen Yu Huang been building. I don't know if we've seen a lot of Dumore on Yu Huang, but works nonetheless. And then Pagon at 3-1 and 7 puts up some good numbers as well. And then, yes, of course, between those 2 top damage numbers in the game. Final K not far behind, though, Trelly. At 20,000. And what a weird week for the Jade Dragons. So they play a couple important sets last weekend. Have all weekend off. They play the final set of the week only. And it ends up going all 3. But the one look we got at them is a win. And they got to be feeling good about it.
Yeah, I was hoping Final K would get a little bit more damage there. Because I'm pretty sure I get extra fantasy points if he does get top damage. But, you know, I'm happy with his performance nonetheless. Not going to bench him this time around. And again, even though I've never seen Panda Cat play the Yu Huang, he's got to have been practicing it.
I am going to ask about that because
please do.
I'm trying to think. When we saw the E-set swap,
right?
I think that's something that Yarkor said. Although I didn't ask him if Zap had practiced it or not. It was just Zap was tired of playing Hunters and wanted to play the E-set, and that ended up working. Panda Cat surely has practiced it, right? It's your bet that he has or is not?
I bet you that he hasn't, and we'll figure that out eventually. Because when I saw the Euler, I was like, yeah, it's going to Pagon. And then I saw the Yu Huang, and I was like, all right, there's no way. I mean, no. Final vote, he hasn't practiced it. We'll figure out.
We'll have to determine the definition of practice, because like playing it in scrims,
playing it in scrims is practice.
Got it. Yeah,
playing it on stream doesn't count.
Something tells me that didn't happen. But we'll find out. Fine, okay. Solo laner for the Jade Dragons will hopefully shine a light on some of the questions that we've got in the post-game interview. Interesting week for you guys. Couple big sets last weekend. You're off all weekend long, and then you have the final set of the weekend up against the Solar Scarabs. Before we get into, I guess you can reveal the details if you want. Panda Cat on Yu Huang instead of Pagon. We assumed it would be Panda, or Pagon rather. They end up swapping. What's the reasoning behind that? And did he practice it in scrims?
Well, for one, we didn't scrim a single time this week, so that kind of answers that. You know, Sam had like a vacation, and we just took the week off, so we didn't practice anything, to be fair. So I guess if you don't practice anything, everything is equally open. You can just play whatever you want.
That's right.
That's how it works. But no, like the pooler, the poo pong. I mean,
the poo pong.
And it works both ways, right? They can both play each. So
it does.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're just confident whenever Max plays, and you know, he has been playing it on stream. He likes it a lot, and I mean, you kind of saw like Zap do it. I think that mages maybe are seeing like a resurgence in the duo lane in the ADC role, especially if you have a hunter mid and you cover up like that option. So, yeah, I'd say, maybe even in the future you're gonna see more mages.
And so much propaganda going around. Now the hunters are the ones playing the mages. I thought the mages were bad.
Yeah.
What's going on? Not only a win for you as an SPL player this weekend, but if I remember correctly, you're coaching a team in the OTK tournament.
That's right. That's tomorrow.
Have you worked with your team at all on?
Yeah, we worked a little bit. We worked a little bit last night. I don't know if my team is taking it as serious as maybe the other teams, but
you're gonna have the most fun, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. Hopefully, I think. The odds are stacked against us a little bit with some of the other teams.
Right.
I don't know if there was some collusion or something going on, but
I'm
not gonna claim anything. But
surely collusion.
Yeah, I don't know, but we're gonna have some fun.
Do you know who you're playing against first? What?
No
coach?
idea.
All right, well, I guess
I don't even know if there's picks and bans. I have no idea.
Who knows?
I swear, if there's picks and bans and like these people who barely play Smite get their only characters banned, I'm gonna be so sad.
I know,
for
it's
them.
gonna be unlucky. Well, look, I'm excited to watch that. Congrats on you played one set at the end of the weekend. You got to win. You got to be feeling good about that, and we'll see you guys more next weekend.
Thank you.
Lots to look forward to, not only for Fine OK. I think Mike is coaching one of the teams too. So that remember that OTK tournament starting up tomorrow. A long weekend of SPL. Some matches that go the way you expect. Some matches I think Trelly that were a bit surprising. Started off our weekend with a couple of teams that played at the end of our weekend. Thinking of the Valkyries and the Solar Scarabs that played over on Friday. And that Saturday chunk of matches, when I look back at how things were on Saturday, that's what I was looking forward to, and I think those ended up being some of the most surprising matchups to me in the sense that the Kings, I think, really blew me away with how clean that set was over the Titans. Leviathans and Bolts, 3 games either way, couldn't be asked. I think my big takeaway, though, is that the Leviathans beating the undefeated teams, both of them, beat the Bolts, and beat the Kings to drop them to 4-1. My big takeaway is the Leviathans tying things up in that 3-2 area, looking like one of the best teams in the league right now.
Yeah, no doubt. The question had always been, had they fallen off, that sort of thing. And if you're, I don't write the scripts for the recap, and I know J-Mac will eventually do one at some point, and I would definitely highlight it. The Leviathans are back, now with a question mark. We already talked about this. A period or an exclamation point, but they are back, and they have shown it here. Once, maybe a fluke. You take down one of the undefeated teams, you say, they had an off day. You take down them both in the same week, same weekend.
No fluke.
No, they're back.
Wow, look at the schedule for next week. Friday, we start with Titans, Bolts, move into Warriors, Dragons. Don't want to miss those. And then immediately into Bolts, Kings, Leviathans, Valks on Saturday. Don't want to miss those. And then an absolutely loaded Sunday between Leviathan Scarabs, Jade Dragons, Tartarus Titans, Camelot Kings, Oni Warriors.
Wow.
I think, man, I guess I'm looking forward to the Oni Warriors and what they're able to do in those sets. But as I mentioned to Fine OK during that interview, the OTK Smite tournament is kicking off tomorrow. That'll be 3 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, the other time zones down at the bottom of your screen there. And I'm very excited for that because we have some Smite players, Smite personalities coaching the different teams during that OTK tournament. And also some very fun casting personalities in there as well.
12 p.m., huh?
We all love Tom. He'll be casting that event as well. Do you have a horse in that race, the OTK tournament? I know you were a fan of one of the streamers. I think on one of the teams, right?
I'm pretty jealous that No Cocoa Puffs is on one of the teams. He's like my favorite Apex player, so well streamer I should say, and I'm jealous. I wish I could coach that team, but I'm gonna sit back and watch it.
Do you think that Apex skill translates to any specific role or god in Smite?
They should. I mean, he's got good aim. Put him on a hunter. He plays shooters.
That's it? Hit your auto attacks?
That's the only thing I can try and correlate. That's what I got.
That's got to be it. Remember, that kicking off 12 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. But that's it for the SPL this week. The SPL will resume Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So on behalf of myself, Trelly, Relly, all the other casters, everyone back in production, thanks for watching. We'll see you on Friday.
Beach it. Cool. Good games. Feel bad for the Scarabs still. It's rough, man. Oops. How you spell crabs? Still misspelled it. Oh my god. There we go. Still sick. Sneezing and stuff. It's not cool. Not cool. What I was saying is that I'm still sick, and it's not cool. Okay. What was I gonna do? It's 3:40 p.m. here. So, I might stream some more of those Prime games, because there's a whole lot of Prime games. I still haven't tried. Most of them are pretty cheesy, right? As expected. Free with Prime. What are we looking at? Start preloading. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Wait, did they add more? They added... Oh my god, they added more. Are you serious right now? They're adding more, like every day they're adding more games. Oh wait, are these the three that are... Oh, these are the three that are through that other, through, legacy games. That's interesting. Are you supposed to find items? Okay. Sure. Sure. Did they... What is this? They added this? Oh wait, that's not a free game. That's a free game. What? It's like all random puzzles. Okay. So we could do some of that. Or I could get back on some Final Fantasy 14. My nose is killing me, I'm sorry. Or, bleh. Bleh. Like adventures. What the heck is that? Okay. Cool. Oh, cool. I think I claimed all of them. I didn't install all of them, but I think I claimed all of them. Let's verify. Which is this section. So I didn't do the legacy ones yet. I collected that. Look how many games I put on here. I think it's because it's Prime month. I don't have Luna. But I did get Far Cry 4 already. On Ubisoft. So we could try that actually. What was Hugh again? Oh, that's awful. Oh, right, I installed that car racing game. So I could try that too. And I have 17 days to get those, so I want to get those. Okay. Tell you what. I haven't done my chess games in a few days. I took vacation time on it. Let's see how much time I've left. 5 days. I should probably make a move. Probably make a move. Round 2. Oh, that's right, this guy. But the top 2 advance, yeah. Okay. I don't even recognize this game. What is this? Oh, okay, okay. That's familiar. Why did I do that? Oh, to go here, here? Maybe. Attack the bishop, does that. That's protected. Have to move it. Protect it so I can move the queen. But he castled. I want to do that so I can castle without blocking the bishop, I guess. That is, doesn't matter. So I can move the queen. Oh yes. Okay, this game. They want me to attack the bishop. Okay. Which I still could do. But this guy's knight protecting it. I was thinking if I go here, he'd probably take with this. I guess he could take with the bishop. Do I remember how to play chess? I might not remember. Hold on. Let's do a puzzle to remember how to play chess. Canada highlight. Somebody's clutch move. Rajabov's white move. Okay. So this seems like an ineffective piece to move. I guess you could go here to get him off of that. But he's not necessarily going to do that. He doesn't have to. He's not in check. But I guess he would have his pieces threatened. And so while it's not check, it is threatening the rook and threatening the bishop. And if you try to go for the check, you still have this queen here. You can only take it with the rook. Might be the right move. I don't know. It's not a very forceful move, but I guess it is threatening pieces, so. Okay, that's correct. Okay, that's not great. I mean, you could just take the free rook, I guess. You're not going to be in checkmate. That does set up to go here. Which would be checkmate. Okay. Damn it. Is it just the check then? It might just be the check. Oh, wait, is that? Hold on. Well. Because you can't go here, here, here. Can't take it with the king. Can't go here, and you can't go here or here. Can't block. You can only take it with this. But then you have to take with this, and he doesn't have to recapture that. He or she. Okay. Maybe it is this one then. Because now I don't think you can get out. Yep. Okay. Wow, we haven't done puzzles in a while. I don't think I did very well. Take 2. You're threatening the pieces. They're pushing or pinning your queen. You do this because they can't go anywhere. Can't take. Can't block. And you can't go anywhere, so you have to take it, which gets them off this line. Yep. Okay. No video. No video. Let's try yesterday's. Okay. Oops. What in the world is going on here? Oh, they're set up for checkmate right here. That's unfortunate. Interesting. I guess you could block. Wouldn't matter. That's probably correct. Bloop. Okay. I remember how to play chess.
It's white to play and win here, but things look quite tricky at first, as black is currently threatening not just to take white's queen on d8, but also threatening mate in 1 with queen to c2. Fortunately, the great Hikaru Nakamura had already seen further upon reaching this position and had found the winning idea for white here, which is rook to e5 check. Very important to give a forcing move so as not to give black time to deliver their own mate in 1. But after rook e5 check, the idea is to clear the diagonal for white's queen headed to the h4 square where black's king is going to get mated. So after d takes e5, queen h4, that was the end of the game. But otherwise, black has no defense to forced mate. Black can also try king to g4 here, but then queen h4 is mate anyway. And in case of queen f5, white has a number of ways to win here. The simplest is just to take the queen with check and then give queen to g5 mate. But also pretty is to give queen g5 check immediately, forcing queen takes g5, and after rook takes g5, we have an even more aesthetic checkmate on the board. So very nice clearance sacrifice here, once again opening up the line for the queen to find that checkmate on h4, sacrificing the rook in order to get mate on the board. This has been International Master Kostya Kubitsky here for chess.com. If you'd like to catch me streaming, you can find me on twitch.tv/chessdojo live, as well as youtube.com/chessdojo. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time.
Catch you next time. Okay. Cool. Let's see if I remember how to play chess now. Alright, so you stopped my advance. I'm just going to try to go here. Which I could do anyways with this, but that would be taken, which is not really what I want. I don't really want him to take this though. I could set him up though. I could go here. So if he does take this, then, you know, I have the recapture, which is threatening this with that behind it. If he doesn't take it, and then when I move here, depending on what he does, he might take this or something, I don't know. Then I could take it, which threatens the bishop, and attacks here, undefended. However, the bishop would just move here. Could also attack here, I suppose. I think I'd ignore it. If that happened, I would go here, which is threatening this. He can attack this, but it is covered. So I think he'd end up just moving. Or end up taking here. He could just take this, or he could protect the pawn. I think if he takes it, it puts him in position here, so I think he might prefer that. I don't know if he would take it with the bishop or with the rook. Because it'd be nice for him to have position on this piece in case I recapture. So he might take with the rook if he wanted to take. I could take here. He has to move this. And then... I think I have to put pressure on this again. But if I do that, he's going to have to move it back. I think it's he. Can't stay there, can't go here, can't go here, can't go here because the knight can't go here. So... didn't have a good way to defend it. So you'll probably just go all the way back if he does this move at all. And then I can comfortably take... This is not protected. Alright, that's fine, I guess. If I take this, he only has this piece on it now, but I have this on it. So he's not going to sacrifice his bishop for that pawn. But this is a free pawn. So he might go ahead and take it. If he does, then I can attack here. Because I can take this or this because they're both protected. We can't move here. Oops. Well, yeah, we can't move here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Can't take that. He can't move there. So he just has to go back. Oh, I guess he could defend it. That'd be unfortunate. If he doesn't defend it, if he moves out, then the queen can take here, which attacks here. This is all very speculative, though. Regardless, this move feels pretty good. If I don't do that, what I could do... I don't really want to be the one to take here, because I don't want him to capture with the bishop. This is a good diagonal to have. And if he doesn't capture the bishop, I don't want him to fix his pawn structure either and open this up. So I don't want any of that. I want him to be the one to take if he takes. If he doesn't take, then his bishop's kind of trapped, so... don't want to mess with that. I don't want to do this. I don't think that would be beneficial at all. Seems like a little late. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. I could bring this into protect now. It's attacking this and protecting that. Maybe that move order is better. I don't know. Ouch. There's an ant crawling on my phone. Wonderful. What I always wanted. Now it's on my hand. Great. Fuck. Okay. He might not take with that. If he doesn't, if he takes with this instead, then that's a bit of a problem, because he can just defend it. And now, like, what am I doing? I guess I can go here for when I push this. I can move here. I don't know. So this is defending this, but it doesn't have to. I can move here. What if the queen's better for that? Not really. It is good positioning for this, but I can block it too easily. Once this pawn's gone, he's not going to want to move this because I can sacrifice the bishop for the rook. So, kind of better. might move here, I guess. I think I would just take it. You could do this. Seems more likely that he's going to take the pawn. He also might not. He might not do anything. In which case I can take the pawn. I think this is probably the right move. Is this an opening still? Probably not. Yeah, I didn't think so. Not for a while. Alright, let's do that. I think the bishop move's a good move. Because of the setup here. So, it's not really doing much for me where it is. So let's try it. Let's try it. And I'll be off vacation time. Ta-da! Great. The hell game is it? Oh, right. He went back to defend the pawn. What was my intention in this game? I think I did this. Okay, did that to protect in case he took it. I didn't want to mess with the pawn structure. He did that. I'm up a piece, so I was willing to trade. That way he couldn't mess with the pawn structure. And I was thinking he'd probably take it with either the rook or the bishop. Took the bishop, which I attacked. And he moved back. Could just leave it there to bait him. Because I can take this, which is a fork of both rooks. I don't think that's a very good trade, actually. Because I'd trade both pieces for it. So let's say I do something like that. He goes here. Oops, wrong one. If I go here, yeah, it's a fork, but he doesn't really have to move either one of them. He can just take the knight, support the pawn. Oh, but then I get this for free if he doesn't move it. That's why he won't do that. He has to move it instead. And now he has to choose which piece he wants. I might take the knight. Oh, wait, he can't move this. Hold on. What are we doing? Okay. So if he were to move there, he can't move the knight either way. Well, that's good. Not really sure what he would do here. I guess he could attack mine with his bishop. I don't think I'd want the queen to have that line with this bishop here, if he were to take it. Or whatever. I don't know. Either way, I'm trading out pieces with him. I don't know if that'll happen. So I kind of just want to leave this here in case he does that. He might not, but he might. So what I could do instead is bring this rook over to support this pawn with this on it, in case I decide to move this forward. I probably won't take it with the rook. Hi, Jerry. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks. There are ants there.
It even says cereal on it.
Okay. Where did you put that? Sorry, be right back. Talk to somebody. Be right back, you guys. I have to put away some groceries real quick. Should only take a minute. I'm back. What were we doing? Ah, yes. Okay. So we were trying to, what? I don't know. What was I doing? I'm totally discombobulated. Why is this? Oh, alright. I want to leave this here in case he moves this. I have these lines covered in case crazy things happen. He could take the bishop with the knight. Me and shell mix. He doesn't really have much going on here, but like he could. For instance, now that this knight is out of the way, if I do something like that, and he does that, and I do that, he can do this, right? Which is what I'd like to avoid. What is this cat doing? Jasmine! Are you serious? Stop it. Come here. Psst. Oh my god, this cat. Okay. So that was the goal there, in case he chooses to take this. Now I can't take it. And then it leaves my knight where I want it in case he is tempted to do something crazy. So that's probably the right move. If he does happen to move this out somewhere, then I've got that, which attacks here. And he can't go here, because I got the bishop on it. And once I take this, I can then take this, which is a fork. It's got all kinds of bad problems going on. So, I think it's probably the right move. Let's go ahead and do that. I like it. Alright. Oh yeah, this game. I'm quite certain I can just go here. Can't take it. He's not going to move there. He can just move back. He can try and move here, but I can just go here. I suppose he could move this, but I can just take it. think he's pretty screwed. So that's probably the right move. Looks promising. I'm not gonna move my king, so I can't move this. And this doesn't really make any sense. Because then he can just go here. And then swim back. Then he just goes here. So I'm gonna go here, he can go. Well, I probably won't go here. Yeah, I don't know. I think that makes more sense to do it now. Same situation here. Hey, Jazz. You done eating? I think he's screwed. Okay, let's go ahead and do this move to block his king off. And now my pawn has free motion. Even if he just moves the king back and forth, I can just put my rook back here at this 8th rank and just push the pawn all the way up. This is a very important game. What's wrong, baby? You know, I hadn't considered that. I figured he'd want to stay on this, but that's good. Blocks us off. Mm-hmm. Done eating? I'm gonna put it away, okay? It's okay. some more later. It's okay. Don't fret, my dear. Give you more later, okay? Good. You're fine. Oh my gosh, he's beating everybody. Damn it. He even beat this guy. Means I have to beat him in order to tie him. Shit. That's going to be hard to do. No, he's not first anymore. Somebody else is 23 now. With one draw. He has to beat me and then he's 24 now. I think he's in first again. I'm in fourth? Wow. Impressive. I'm in fourth and I have to beat this guy. Number 2, number 5, number 6. Okay. I think I'm probably going to beat this guy, but I mean, I don't know. Damn. I need to be in the top 3. Impressive. International Master. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's a dead even game. I have to beat him. I can't go to a draw. Alright. So I don't really want to trade out pieces. I do have effectively 3v2 pawns on this side. wonder if he'd be willing to trade off rooks. If I moved here and he went here, he'd have to know I would move here. Would he do this? In order to avoid losing that? He might. And then what? It's not good. Not great. Could push the knight instead. Could just move there now. He's probably going to put me in check or bring his king out. Neither one that I want. Yep. Don't want that. Oh my god, I can't stop eating the trail mix. Okay. Gotta stop. Really can't go here. Can't go here either. Because when he goes here, I have to move and he can take it for free. God damn it. I basically just have to save it. I just have to move all the way up here. Put me in check. You can't take this because I can go here. I mean, he can take it, but I mean, you know. That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's just that once I take with this pawn, he can just, like if he were to do this. So that's awesome. Anyways, I don't know how I got to this point. Oh, right. I was going to move the rook all the way up. Maybe it's the right move. Maybe not do this trade, but I mean, maybe. I'd like to have it here. That way when I do this, it's not as obvious, but I can't put it there. Not right now. I can put it here, and he can choose to attack me, and then trade the rooks, which is not awesome for me. I don't think I can let him trade out the rooks. Oops. I don't think it's a good idea. Okay. What's the right move here? I suppose I can push it all the way to here. It's either that or that. But even that, he can still do this and then take it, so I can't do that. It's just this. Moving here does allow me to get my king in position further. Rather than taking here for the recapture, I could capture here. I don't want to have to recapture. So I could go all the way here. basically have to do this in order to make value out of this trade. Which means he gets to protect this pawn. Granted, I have this pawn, but he has this one also. Well, I guess this king can defend here, and I guess this one can defend here. Nothing defends this. I could give up on this trade thing, but this bishop being right here presents a huge problem with this square. And as long as my knight's here, he's going to keep protecting that. I could attack it here, though. If we do go through this scenario again, he'll probably do something like that. He takes that. I can... Oh, I can't. Damn it. What am I supposed to do here? Just move the king to protect. Okay. I don't think I'm in a very good scenario here. This is not good. Not good at all, Jasmine. Damn it. I know. I need to make some other move. Can make this move now. Nope, I can't. Can't go here because he's got that. And I can't do anything about that. Because he's got this. And I can't go here because he's also got this, but he's also got that. Can't move this, can't move that, can't move this. Okay. Well, not a lot of options. Can move this here. And that's it. Maybe this move was a mistake. Go by Instagram. I suppose I could preemptively move the king. These are the only through moves I really have. I suppose attacking the pawn also. I suppose. But, okay. The one move, I lose the pawn, which I'm going to anyways, right? So, if I go here, he doesn't have to do this move right now, because he knows that I can't move this anyhow. So he could take advantage of this to bring his king over. But at least this is in position still, and it's not in danger of being taken. I suppose he could still attack it. I mean, what would my move be here? To just take it, I guess. Be kind of weird to do that, but I suppose you could do that. If I move here, that doesn't feel too good, because where can I go after that? I don't know. Okay. Could just do this, and I can just move. You can just take it. But now I'm in position to attack that. Of course, he has position on me here. I don't want to move here, because he can go here. I can't take it, and I have to move. He takes that, takes that, takes that, take that. He moves it. Not great. I also could just take this pawn later with the rook. Or I can end up trading with that sneaky move I was talking about. Unless I move there, which I can't move there, so I have to move here. He can still go here, but I don't know what the point of it would be. So he might just take this, knowing that he's protected by the pawn. I'd have to do this. He would take that. I would go here. He would protect this. I would take this. And then he's got two supported pawns. And we're in the same situation again. He'd honestly probably be willing to trade this out. He could move this to continue protecting it, but he could just be like, that's fine. You take mine, I take yours, you know? But I want him to move here, so I mean, I'd have to just take it. God damn it. Not awesome. At all. least he can't get past this, though. But he can bring the pawn to block for him. This is not how I want to end. I don't know where to move. I have to win this game. I think it might actually be better to just let him do this trade to get rid of his rook. I don't want this, but I think it might actually be better. I don't know how to... This is what I'm left with. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't get there in time. So I can't even... Alright. It's protected by the bishop. And I can't move this. God damn it. I wish he hadn't moved this pawn here. Okay, well, I am not sure what to do in this game. I shouldn't have let him get that line with the bishop. That was a bad call. What was I supposed to do, though? And if I moved here, he still would have gone here. I could have just stayed here and pushed here, I guess. I can't take it, though. And then go here. But I didn't, so... Let's at least put some music on. We'll use Smite. Let's use Smite for music.
All the time. I agree.
Whoa.
Specifically right now.
Settle down. What are you talking about?
That landslide. He's so hard.
Okay, calm down, lady. Wait a second. Interesting. Okay. There we go. Now there's some music at least. Hold on a second.
the dragon set kind of felt like it got away from you. Felt like the team really was more.
Okay. I wasn't exactly feeling that music, so we're gonna listen to this one instead. That's better. Hi, Jasmine. Yep. Yep. I know. That's how it happens. Meow. Meow. Let's look at the next game and come back to this one, because I'm not sure what to do in this one. What the hell is this game? I had 3 pawns in a row. What? Why did I do that? So I can go here? Probably, huh? Yep. I'm guessing he went there in order to attack here. Which I successfully ignored. I don't remember this game very well. Love you, Jasmine. It's true. Well, I think I did that to take with the knight, right? I don't know what I'm doing. And this opens this up. And if he hadn't taken it, then I was going to move here next. So, that's probably good that he did that. And then what? I move here. If he tries to capture knight for knight, then I've got the queen. And then he can do something like that, I guess.
For the rugged, for the rugged, for the rugged, for the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars and flipping the. All record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. All record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. All record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record. I still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Alright, well I can't just leave that like that. But I can move this. I'm not liking that idea. I think I should stick with the knight. I was trying to get fancy, but maybe I don't need to be fancy. Taking the knight would open this bishop up. I happen to get a queen somewhere on this line, not that line, this line, then when I go here, that'd be okay. Can't take it. If he does happen to move this here, I can take that with this if the queen's on this line somewhere. So, I mean... Is this an opening? Nope. Oh. That was pretty close to an opening. I mean, that's kind of crazy. That's an opening. That's an opening move. Alright. I was supposed to castle? Oh no, I did e4 instead. And he's supposed to knight b4. Oh, that's what I was expecting, actually. That's probably why I did it. Because then I was going to do... I mean, that's cool. Whatever. I think I'm just gonna take it with the knight, instead of trying to get fancy. Because if he doesn't end up pushing this, it could turn into a problem. Not really, but I'd have to take here, and then this is blocked in. So... not like a huge problem, but kind of a problem. Not something I want. So... I think taking with the knight is probably okay. He might take here. I'll have to take here. He might push. As shown in the other thing, I could move this here. I was considering this, but you can just move here or here. So that's not really what I want. So that's fine. You might try to do something like that, but it doesn't really matter. I can't move with this because that's protecting this. Eventually I'll be able to move it. Eventually I'll be able to castle. He might take it. I have to take with this. Now I can't move this. Not to here or here anyways. Once he moves here, I can go here. If I want to. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. You know what? Let's just take it with the knight. I think it's okay. I don't see any kind of craziness I could do otherwise. He castled. Oh yeah, this game. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't castle. Oh yeah, once he moved the knight back, I figured he was going to castle. I moved there, so that way I could go here, I think? I think I was going to attack the queen. I don't really remember. It's been a while since I saw this game. Okay. Hi, Jasmine. Crazy song.
Last night we had something. Tonight I'll be guessing, but I don't really have a case. You don't have to mention, you just like their attention. It's written all over your face. I don't wanna play the quiet type when I'm near you. Reading old messages on my phone every time I see you. Tell me, is this part of an act just to keep your image intact?
Okay.
If you think that strategy smart, I'm not gonna defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart. You knocked on my window and slept on my pillow, then said you had found your place. Not sure if I want this. You don't think that I notice. This isn't like giving you space. I don't wanna play the quiet type when I'm near you. Pretending that I don't know who you are every time I see you. Tell me, is this part of an act just to keep your image intact? If you think that strategy smart, I'm not gonna defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart. Talk to me, just talk to me. Talk to me, 'cause I'm not gonna defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart.
Sneaky, sneaky. I don't know what I'm doing this game. I'm kind of out of it. Shit. I have a lot of games to do. What's this move supposed to do with that? That seems kind of silly. This looks kind of good because of this right here. I could just let him take it. Yeah, that's what I was about.
I go anywhere, anywhere with you, 'cause you fill my mind, or you fill my mind. We could build a dream, start up something new. Let the old be dead, let the shadows leave my head. And the world is on your shoulders and you feel like falling over. Just come a little closer. I'll be there for you, 'cause when we are together, I know you feel the tension. Just let me in your head so I can be there for you, there for you. The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me? We do it on repeat. I could stay awake till the night is through, with you by my side, with you by my side. Though we've only met, let me dive into your ocean with my heart open. When the world is on your shoulders and you feel like falling over, just come a little closer. I'll be there for you, I'll be there for you, 'cause when we are together, I know you feel the tension. Just let me in your head so I can be there for you, there for you. The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me
Okay.
till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me?
I think this is probably the right move for this situation. I have a feeling it's going to move here, though. Which, I could work with that, but I mean... Not exactly what I wanted. Because I didn't want him to protect the bishop. I suppose I can... I don't have to attack with the knight. I could go here. Because now this is attacking this, protected by the queen. And the queen's attacking this. This is protected by this. So now the queen can't move here. If I happen to move here, I'm not going to anymore, but if I were to, which means he'll probably go here, or he'll attack the queen directly. Probably shouldn't attack the queen directly, because then I'll do that, and he'll try to get the queen, or the pawn for pawn, and then he's got a fork. He's gonna be like, shit. Okay. Let's play the right move. We'll see what he does with it. I do have to win this game also. But I mean, I have to win that other one too, so. No pressure. I like that the pawn is unsupported behind this queen. Alright, let's do it. I'm okay with this. Seven-day game. I'll write this game. Okay. Oh, I think I set him up for that. Yeah, I did. Because now I have check. He can't move this. Can't move this. Can't really do anything. He has to move the king. Which, he could move the king here to attack this. Doesn't really matter what he does. And then when I take here, he's lost his knight now. He can't take my knight, so he has to take the pawn in hopes of taking my knight. But now I can just move it, and he'll be in check again. So he loses his knight. I'd probably go here to attack this pawn. Or I could go here and put him in check. I don't know where I'd go after this, if I went here. Because he'll probably attack it, and then I have to move somewhere. I don't really want to move here or here. I don't know. This feels easier. Can't take this because of the rook. I suppose you could take this. Probably want to trade piece for piece with me right now. I've got this, I've got that. Just push this. Got that if he doesn't go there. Got lots of things, lots of options. And if I just take this, he thinks we're just trading one for one. which still benefits me, but that's not what I want to do. That's probably what he thinks we're doing, though. When did this game start? November 2021. Wow. Okay. That's a long time ago. What was I doing back then? I went to Disneyland then. First week of November. I wish I had some sort of a fork here. But I don't. Unfortunately. I wish I could go right here. Unfortunate. I guess I just let him take it. It doesn't really matter, right?
Smite fans, and welcome to another Saturday of Smite esports action. We're gonna be
Hey, we're trying to listen to music. What are you talking about? Anyways, okay. So we can go ahead with this move. Looks like a good move. I like it. I trapped his knight. I remember orchestrating this move. When I did that, I planned it. Figured he'd move there. I set him up for it, and I went there. This is all orchestrated. That's gonna suck. He's gonna be like so mad. He's gonna be like, seriously? Yup. Okay. check, bitch. He's gonna like, oh, shit. Okay. What is this? 378. Oh, it's an unrated game. Let's take another look at this game. I forgot what to do in this game. I already have to use the bathroom, so I will be right back. I'll put on my Instagram. Okay. Be right back.
For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the. On record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link no time to waste. Running through it with the young influence, adolescent presence, I'm succumbing to it. I've been giving yeses when I shouldn't do it. I complete ejected, but the moves elusive and I'm barely moving, but I'm still gon' boost 'em. I can't work on winners when I know you're losing, so I work the winners and they throw the deuces. Guess I had to pivot, shooting no bazookas for the facts. I need racks, paper, cash, fuck a tax. That's a joke. Tell 'em laugh. Uncle Sam, fuck out the bag. Brody plot, forget a whack. Contract, give me the max. I got laugh on my back. You ain't that, then it's raps. Whoa, whoa, whoa. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link no time to waste. Facts, I need racks, paper, cash, fuck a tax. That's a joke.
Alright, I'm back.
You're just like their attention. It's written all over your face. I don't wanna play the quiet time when I'm near you. Reading old messages on my phone every time I see you. Tell me, is this
My cat is so crazy. Why are you so crazy? Alright. So, fun Instagram, great. Let's try a Wordle. Hey Lucy, what are you doing? Need attention too? Nice to see you. She just crawled right up on my lap. She doesn't usually do that. Hi, BB. You wanna go outside, huh? I'm sorry. It's too hot outside, okay? Meow?
pretending that I don't know who you are every time I see you? Tell me, is this part of an act just to keep your image intact? If you think that strategy's smart, I'm not gonna defend
Point.
my beating heart. Defend my beating heart.
No?
Defend my beating heart. Talk to me, just talk to me. Talk to me, 'cause I'm not gonna defend my beating.
Hello.
Defend my beating heart.
Knock up. I need to brush you, huh? I gotta brush you. A cruel or ugly old woman. And I did the word cruel. That's funny. Crone.
Crone.
Crone. Crone.
Crone.
Lucy. She just keeps leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back. Silly. Silly goose. Oh man, you got some matted hair right here. Want me to get it out? You're okay. It's safe. Hi. You okay? You feel good? Does that feel good? You like this? Okay. I like the starting word point. That's a good one. Let's do point on this one. I like the OI. I like the P. I like getting the N in there. That's good. Okay, not this time. It's okay. Want to stop? Okay, I'll stop. It's fine. You're fine. It's okay. You okay? I was trying to get the hair out. Got these knots yet. Your long hair is knotted. I have to cut it out. That's crazy. So Lucy has like longer hair for a cat. So like in the summertime, sometimes it gets like a little matted if she can't get it all clean. It's like dreadlocks, you know, but not like, it's not like that long, but she gets like little spots of it. Sometimes I can pull it out, but this one's a little too much, huh? Too much? Hi, baby. Yeah, cutie pie. Cutie pie. To do the word cruel again? That was pretty good to get rid of the U and the to use the E but use the U also. And the L. That's fine. Do it again. Running it back. Okay. Do you think it's rusty? What if it's rusty and I don't check rusty? I just have a feeling it's rusty. I should do a different word, but it just looks like it could be rusty. Could it be other things? It could be like... You know what? I'm gonna be rusty. I think it's rusty. It's the first thing that popped to my head, and I think it could be it. So, instinctually, rusty. Go big or go home. What? Rusty bitch. Good job. Good job, Lucy. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say so. She's like, wah. Okay. I need to change the title on this stream because this is clearly no longer live SPL. I could replay it, but I think I'm going to play a game. Oh shit, I forgot to post on Instagram again. Fuck. I keep forgetting to do that. Is it too? It's like 9:15 on the East Coast. Damn it. I guess I can do it tomorrow. I was supposed to do it on the weekends. I mean, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. What was I gonna do? Oh, I gotta change the stream name. Alright, let's change stream name. Excuse me. The title, right. Alright, so what are we doing for the title? I'm so distracted, sorry. What? What? What happened? What happened? Okay. Seems more appropriate. Meow. 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 Meow, Rodma. Think so? Good. Okay. I didn't do this chest move, did I? Damn it. Jasmine, do this chest move for me, okay? Thanks. Can I put pressure on him somehow? Okay. Can't move, can't move. This is gonna happen. This is not exactly pressure. This is me sacrificing 2 pieces for 1. Or sacrificing 1 piece just for funsies. This is moving the king. None of this benefits me. I can move here, but what does that do for me? I can do that, but it takes me off position for pressure on that. This is still going to happen. I still have to move here. He's still going to trade out. Not great. And then probably bring the king forward. And then what? I can go here. And that's it. And then can't go here or here. So, so no. What? Damn it. Oh, fuck. Moving that is not the right answer. I can't move this either. I could preemptively move the king here. I can move this here, or I can move this here. Those are pretty much the moves I have. Okay. Jasmine. Jasmine? Hey, don't do that. Because I said so. I don't want you to pull it down. Come on. Get out of there. Come on. Over here. Thank you. Thank you. How's your butt doing? What's the butt doing? Meow. Meow. I have no idea what song this is. It's kind of catchy. Anyways, Jasmine. What move do I make here? If I block that line of the rook with the king, then I can move his king. Or he could put me in check anyhow and then take the pawn on b2. course, I can put my king in position. But not really. Although, if I do this and he goes here, I actually don't have to move here. Because this is kinda not awesome. Hey. What happened to this crazy song? I can keep the king locked in. Alright, so now the king can't get in here, that's great.
Smite fans, and welcome to another Saturday of Smite esports action. We're going to be kicking things off with the Smite Challenger Circuit over in the European region this time around. A little bit of a flip-flop from what our normal usual takes. My name is J Mac Tucker. I've got Trelly Relly joining me on the desk to get things kicked off for our Saturday.
This might actually be the best move. I didn't think it would be. I thought moving the rook would be better. What are you doing, silly? I think it's this, because I think he'll probably do this anyways. He could still try to trade out, which would be weird to leave this alive when he can take it. But once I go here, he still can't get past here if he tries to prioritize this. He knows I can't move this, he doesn't have to take it now. But if he waits, I could go protect it, I suppose. Of course, he could go here then. But then I can attack it with the pawn behind it. So he'll probably take it now, while he has the opportunity to do so. I want to let him put me in check and attack this, so I can go here. He could attack this anyhow, knowing that he's got this queen coming. Got that. He knows I can't move this, he can take it later. So he might prioritize saving the pawn, knowing that this is protected. That's not helpful. Nope. What if I sacrifice the rook for the bishop? Damn, he's not in the right position. I was trying to force him to move this, and I could fork with the knight, but I can't. He's not in the right place. Which means I have to move here. Damn it. That's not cool. At all. Interesting idea, though. Instead of that, what if I did this?
For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay.
Should probably just take mine.
Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars, I'm flipping the all record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. All record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. All record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record. I still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
This looks like it's either going to be a problem or it's going to be a draw. I have to win. How do I win this game that looks like it's going to be a draw? I can't go here to protect this because it's checkmate. This is just this. With that, I can go here then. Now I have different positioning. I don't think it's better positioning though. I don't think it's... I need to be on this side. Okay. You're okay, Jazz. I don't know. Maybe it is better to be on this side of the king. I feel like it's just going to take him 2 moves to do this. I can preemptively move here. But now I can't really... I need to get on this side of the bishop if I want to do that other move. I guess I can do it gradually. I can do it from here. But once he goes here, I can't get to it. So I have to follow it. draw if I do this. I don't think I can find a way to get a pawn in. I guess you could do that. Alright, well, maybe that's the best placement for this. It makes him take longer to take this piece if he wants to take it. Which gives me a chance to capture that. Kind of awkward, but I mean... This keeps the king kind of locked in. He'll probably attack this. He can move here, he wants to protect it, so he'll probably move there because he wants to protect this too. And then when I take this, he'll be like, Nani? And I'll be like, right? It's not check, but...
Last night we had something. Tonight I'll be guessing. But I don't really have a case.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't have to mention. You just
He doesn't have to take it. He probably sees what I'm planning.
It's written all over your face. I don't wanna play the quiet time when I'm near you. Reading old messages on my phone every time I see you. Tell me, is this part of an act?
perfect. Well, not perfect, but it's something.
You knocked on my window and slept on my pillow, then said you had found your place. Not sure if I want this. You don't think that I notice. This isn't like giving you space.
I have to get out of here before you can go here.
Quiet type when I'm near you, pretending that I don't know.
Which as soon as he moves his king, he can do that. Actually. You can do it right now. Shit. Very shit. Hey Asuki, how you doing? It's Asuki. I figured. I saw your name. How's it going? Shit. If he does that move, that's gonna be a big problem. Maybe I shouldn't be on this side. Could you? I'm kind of sick, but I'm okay. I'm not blowing my nose as much as I was yesterday. But I still sneeze and cough sometimes, but, you know, I'm surviving. Just dying, you know, just normal stuff. Maybe this is better. What games you got? I got chess. I normally play Smite, GTA 5, Final Fantasy 14 a little bit sometimes. Skyrim, Starbound. What else have I been playing lately? Random Amazon Prime games, which is what I've been playing the last couple of days. Oh, Lost Ark. Genshin Impact sometimes. But I've mostly been playing Smite. And Final Fantasy. And chess. Yeah, probably those. You have Rust? No, I don't know what that is. What's Rust? I don't know what the song is, but it's kind of nice. Hardcore survival PvP game. Fun but painful? Oh, I don't want to play anything painful. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've played Don't Starve before. That's pretty painful. I haven't played it in like maybe 2 years, but I used to play a little bit. Minecraft? No, I don't have Minecraft. Should I play Minecraft? Is that like... Is that free to play? I don't know if it's free or not. If it's free, then I'll play whatever. With Rust, you can lose an hour worth of work in 5 minutes. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sounds painful. It's not free, but I have extra accounts. If you want to stream, I can lend you one. Yeah, I've never played it before, so I don't know if it'd be very fun to play with, because I'd have to learn how to play. Isn't it like an account that you like build up though? Like you build like your character and stuff? So like if it was one of your accounts, I don't know how fun that would be for me to like be motivated to build it, because I'm not building anything for myself. It's just, you know, one of your accounts. No, it's not like that. What if I moved? Well, he can't go here anyhow. It's a game where you can make single-player worlds and multiplayer servers. Creative mode to build stuff, survival to try to beat the game. Oh, there's like an actual game to it? I didn't know that. I guess it's kind of like Starbound though. That's similar. Oh, I've played Terraria before as well, which is kind of like Starbound. Starbound and Terraria. What else is on my list? I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. I've played Assetto Corsa. It's a racing game. I've played Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I've played Don't Starve, Skyrim, Final Fantasy, Genshin Impact, Grand Theft Auto 5, Lost Ark, Persona 4 Golden, Red Solstice 2, which I played for like half an hour, so I don't know very much about it. RPG MO, Smite, Starbound, Terraria, and Tribes Ascend for an hour. So primarily Smite, Starbound, Terraria, Lost Ark, Grand Theft Auto, Genshin Impact, Final Fantasy, Skyrim. And Don't Starve. We can count Don't Starve. I played it for like 10 hours, I think. Yeah, 10.5 hours. When would you want to stream? And it's basically 3D Terraria. I'm streaming right now. So anytime. I don't really know how we stream together. Like, do you mean like play the game together and we both stream on our own, like our own streams, and we're playing together? Because I've never done it before. I don't really know like how people do that, where they do like the split screen thing or whatever, where you have like both people's streams on the one stream. We both stream, but we are in a Discord voice chat. Voice call. Oh. Okay. I'd have to figure out how to do that. Because I don't typically use Discord on my computer, more so I use it on my phone. But I need my headset plugged into my computer for the stream. I gotta figure something out though. In DMs? Uh-huh. I'm up for anything. Well, I'm down for anything. What do you think of that? Damn it. I think I have to move in front of the rook. Because, I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. And then I'm going to have to move here to block the king in. I was going to move here, but I can't go anywhere. So, not helpful. I lose this, block the king in. Probably attack this pawn so they can move this forward to advance it. So I'd imagine they'd move here. Could also attack this one, I guess. Sorta doesn't matter. So I have to... Alright, I guess I would attack the bishop, which is protected, so they're not going to move it. They'll take this. I have to then sacrifice the knight. If they take it, then I can go here. He's got to move. I take this. He can't get to this pawn. But he's got 2 pawns for my 1. And now I can't move off of it. I can take this one. Can't get to it. All I do is just push this though. Not awesome. And now I won't have time to get to it. So I was going to try to get here. That way I can move this, but I have to move it now. Which means either they're going to protect their pawn or take mine. Oh shit, if they take mine, I'm in check. That's a problem. Well, they can't do anything now. You'll have to teach me Terraria. I'm not that good. I don't really know Terraria very well either. I actually started playing it with somebody else because they had Terraria, and I knew how to play Starbound, and they said Terraria was similar. So it's about to learn together a little bit. I found a wiki online that was helpful. It explained how different components went together to make things, because I didn't really know otherwise how to do it. You want to? Yeah, we could do that, I suppose. I think we can communicate in the game there. So like in Smite, there's a voice chat option in the game, right? Which is helpful. Because then I don't have to worry about how to do a Discord call or whatever. Because that's kind of a problem. But, I don't remember if Terraria has a voice chat. I feel like it does. I just gotta turn it into a draw. Damn it. I need to win this game. I'm not gonna draw. How do I win this game instead of getting a draw? Because if I don't win this game, this guy has won every single game he's played, including the first game against me, which means I have to beat him in order for us to have a chance of being tied. And the only way we have a chance of being tied is if I beat everybody else, which includes this guy. So I can't get a draw, or I will definitely not advance in the tournament to the final round. Which if I did, I'd have to play this guy again, which would suck, so I mean... yeah, I'm in 4th place, actually. I'd have to play these 3. which is not awesome. Hmm. When would you want to do this? I don't know. Oh no! My music! Meow! Meow! If I do lose...
Morning, Smite fans, and welcome to another Saturday of Smite
Hey man,
Esports action. We're gonna be
I'm trying to listen to the music, not you, J-Mac. Well, this guy's already done, and if I win the other game, then I'll be at 20. So, even if I lose that game and I'm at 20 and 3 and 1. Wait, how's this guy at 19 and 3? Is he still playing? No. That's actually really crazy that... Okay. I wish I was in this group. That would have been great. Like, he timed out of a game and still got first place. Okay. Tonight, I sprained my leg today, so I can't move really. Oh, that sucks. How do you sprain your leg? Wow, this guy beat all of everybody. Wonder who he got the draw against. Beat everybody in the first round. There's a draw. Against the 4th place guy? What? Oh, that sucks. Holy crap. Oh my god. He's an exceptionally high rated player. 2,900 fighty? What? Oh, wow. Right. Jeez. Oh, that seems fair. I wouldn't want to play against him. Oh, wait. Okay, well, the draw player was still at 1,500 at least. And this guy hasn't lost anybody. Alright, well, if I lose to that guy again, which it's looking like it might happen, then I'll be 19 and 3. This adds up to 22. And there should be 24 games. So he must have had a group of only 4 instead of 5. So, but I'd still be, as long as I win one game, I'll have a higher thingy, and I'll be 23 and half, and he'd be 19, 3 and 0. So I think I would have 3rd place, but I wouldn't get to continue, which means he would go on to the next round. And I guess if he lost all the games in the final round, then I think I'd still get 3rd place. Which, against these guys, these would be the other 2 guys, he'd probably lose all the games, because these 2 guys haven't lost anybody at all. I ran into a lake and there was thick mud, so when I ran, I snapped my leg. Ow! That sounds really terrible. Do you have like a bandage on it or anything? Or like... That sounds really painful. How is this guy 11 and 9 and got 7th place? That's ridiculous. This guy's 20 and 3, got 8th place. Okay. Well, he's got 8th place right now, 63 points. He might beat me actually. Because I'd be 23 and a half also. We'd be tied. So he might move up. This guy's not going to be 7th place. He had 63. Well, 20 and a half points. I would have 20 and a half points. He'd be at 63. I'd be at... do I get 6? So I'd be at 55 plus 3? I think. So I think I'd be at 58, so I think he'd beat me. Damn, I think I'd be in 4th place. Of course, I don't know how much a draw against this guy's worth. If it's worth more than 3 points, then... I mean, I don't think it'd be worth as much of a win, though. So, anyways, regardless of all that... Wait, how do I get back to my game? No, because I can't go to urgent care right now. If you want to stream, let me know. Okay, I want to stream. Let me know when I should start Terraria. Okay. Check to see if there's like an option to communicate in the game. If there's a voice option. I know there's a typing option. I know you can like there's chat bubbles. I think there's a voice option too though. I haven't played it in a long time. Let's see when I last played it. I last played Terraria, and I think it might have just been to log in. April 17th, 2021, so over a year ago. And I think I didn't really play it. I think I just logged in to see what was going on, and then I logged out. So I think it's been more like a year and a half or something, according to Google. Oh no. Okay, so you just want to like play the game with me then? Like, because when you're talking about like streaming together, I thought you were trying to like do something like, how, I don't know how people do like split screen streaming or whatever it is. I don't know how people do it. I haven't really looked into it. There's probably some sort of option. What is casting? Start casting? What happens if you do casting? Sadly, I'm not that intelligent. That's unfortunate. I'm highly intelligent. No. Okay, stop doing this. God damn it. Okay, right now, yeah, no, I know. Refresh. Okay, refreshing. Reload. Alright, don't click on that button again. Notice the cell. Okay. Capital of Texas, you got 5 seconds. Austin. problem with this is that the king can move here. I don't want that to have happen. Like that'd be a problem. I want the king to be focused on protecting this pawn, not attacking me. That's why I can't do that move. So I have to do this, I think. I think I have to. Because what else do I have? Can't move, can't move, can't move. What's this gonna do? That doesn't help. So don't do that. Unless I want to go here for some reason to guard that. Guard that. Is that a good move? I don't think it's a good move. Because I think that's going to make him want to trade out the rooks. I don't want that. Because then, is he just going to do this? Like, what am I going to... I can't do anything. So... So I think I have to move here to bait him. He still could trade the rooks, which would suck actually if he did that. I'd be pretty upset. If you want to call on Discord, if you use your phone, it would be fine. It would be fine, except that I can't hear you. Yeah. Because my phone is such that I can't plug in headphones. I have to use the earbuds, you know? And I'm wearing a headset for my streaming. So, I wouldn't be able to have the earbuds in my ears the correct way because the headset would push them out of the way. I could have it on speaker, but then I might not be able to hear you very well if I have the headset on. But I could try it. You have Discord on PC? I'm sure I could log in on PC, but I tried to avoid straining my computer too much because of it. Doesn't handle the load very well. Been having a lot of PC problems lately. I don't know if it's like a RAM thing or I don't know what the hell's going on, but things seem to stop working sometimes. Like I already don't have my camera on because of it, so. Like programs crash and stuff. You might be able to help. I thought you said you're not intelligent. What if I went here instead? I think he'd go back to attack it, and then I went here. He'd be like, oh yeah? I'd be like, yeah. And then he'd be like, that's cool. And I'd be like, god damn it. Like, well hopefully he doesn't trade out the rooks. That would suck, actually. I'm not, but computers are a exception. I think you mean an exception. EX. Exception. Gotta tease a little bit too. This song's like kind of crazy. Whatever this song is, it's a little nutty. What are you doing? What? Are you singing along? Are you singing too? What are you doing? Oh no! You're upside down, cat. Hello. What you doing? Oh no! Wow. Wow. Look at your claws, bro. I mean, how are your claws that long? Why don't you take care of your claws? I got a cat. Gimme. I have one. His name Grizzly. Oh, cute. I have two cats, Jasmine and Lucy. Pretty. Welcome back from the ad break, potentially. She's golden, orange, long hair, 9 years old, fat as fuck. Cute. Jasmine is a short-haired calico, and she's 17. And Lucy is like almost all black with like a white patch on her tummy. And she has long hair. She's 15. And I'm holding Jasmine against her will. I am! I'm doing it! And she's very vocal. Both my cats are pretty vocal. You'd love it. You love it. Yes, you do. Why are your nails so long, though? And why are you grabbing my boob? Okay, just don't put your claws on my boob, okay? Good? Okay. I'm so conflicted about this move in this chess game. Because I'd rather have the rook be on this side of the board. However, if I do this, there's a chance that he'll still do this to trade out the rook, knowing that he has a stronger position with this pawn. Because I can't... Where am I going to put this? I can either just leave it there and make a different move, which I don't really have any other moves, or capture it. So... You have Skype or something on browser? Oh, Skype, man. I haven't used Skype in a really long time. Hey, don't knock this down, please. Thank you. I think you can put, you can do Discord on browser, so. That's probably what I would try. I don't know if that would interact with the stream weirdly or not, but that's probably what I would do. I don't remember what Discord account or Smite account. What's it called? Skype I used. No, it wouldn't. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Suki. I'm surprised you hadn't followed me already.
And remember,
hydrate
or
die.
Or die.
I choose die. No, I'll hydrate. Thanks. Thanks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That feels better. I'm probably gonna die anyways, but at least I hydrated a little bit. Alright, well, the plus side of this is that he's probably not gonna attack. He's probably going to do this because he's set up for it. Which means I have to move here, which means he can go here. Probably. If I sign into Discord, go to Suki, that's you? I didn't know that. I would have never figured that out. I had no idea that you were the same as Suki as I was already talking to on Discord in my server. I'm glad you clarified it. Sarcasm is one of my strengths, by the way. It's okay, I'm just teasing you. And then I could go here, but then there wouldn't be any motivation for him to move it. So if I went here, I could block the king in and force him to move here. Which he would probably do, which means I don't have to worry about being attacked. However, he could do this, and then I have to fuck around. Which I'd rather not fuck around. But I could fuck around. This is not helpful. Although, it Nope, I can't go here. Uh, it's not. That's not good. So I have to protect it. Damn it. Just let me know if that's what you want to do. I mean, sure. I just don't know if I feel like playing Terraria right now. Because it, I don't know. Takes a little bit of effort, I guess. I'm kind of worn out from being sick, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to do this chess game too, and I can't even think straight. But like, I could do it. I just haven't played it in a really long time. I kind of don't really remember. I don't really remember how how to do stuff. I remember putting torches on trees. That's something that stood out to me. I was like, oh, you can put torches on trees, which you can't do in Starbound. And then I think that was kind of. Oh, I think I also remember railroad tracks, or something like train cars or something like that. So we can try it if you want. That's fine. I'm just dying though. Just like a little bit of death, you know? Jasmine, stop it. Okay. What if you did this? Would I just move? I think I'd have to just do that, right? And then if you went here, then that's a problem. Fuck. I can probably get this pawn in before he can. So, dang it, I tried to subscribe. Oh, what happened? Oh, I didn't put my thingies back on. I forgot all about that. Now that you mentioned subscribing. My bank declined it even though I have enough? That's bad. Okay, no problem. Thank you though for the effort. It reminds me I forgot to put these things back on. I wonder if my old freeze frame is still on here. Nope. No, because there's no camera available. Okay. If you want to play something else, let me know. Okay, what games do you have that you'd want to play? I don't think I'm gonna make my goals. I have like 4 days, and like I'm very far from reaching my goals. And that sucks. Minecraft, Warzone, Dark Souls 3, Cyberpunk, a ton more. Oh, a ton more sounds really fun. That's cool. I haven't played any of those. Do you have any that are like free to play games that I could like download and try that are, you know, games that I should be playing. I don't know. I'm not really much of a gamer. So, like, I don't really know, like, what games people like and stuff right now. I know what games I like, and that's, like, what I play. But I haven't tried, like, a lot either, so, I mean... Tell me one you like, and I'll tell you if I have it. Okay. GTA 5. God, I don't know what to do in this game, man. Okay, let's do a Wordle, because I can't figure this out. Crone.
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 Crone. Crone. Crone.
Your mom's a...
Crone.
Anyways, I got it in 3. Good job. Let's do... Let's do guild. I've never guessed the word guild first. Okay. Let's do... Let's do... Oh, there's an N still. I was gonna do chomp, but I'd rather do something with the N. Okay, well. Let's just do chomp, it's fine. I like chomp. Fuck you, chomp. Okay, good job. Great. That kind of brings me to tears. Okay, are there letters in this word, or what are we doing? It could be the word banal. That seems, I don't know if that's like a thing that they would do here. I know a lot of vocabulary, so, but it does fit, and there's not like a lot of letters left. And banal kind of works. Let me know when you're ready. Are you hearing me? I don't know if you're hearing me when I say things. Damn it. maybe it'll make it easier. I have a 10 and 7-year-old watching TV and playing Roblox and screaming in the same room as me. Oh, okay. Because I've been like answering some of your questions and stuff and like saying things, and it didn't seem like you heard me. Hey, coffee cake. How's it going? Do you think this word is lanky? I mean, I guess it's lanky, right? That's okay, Suki. I understand. Call me when you can. Asuki! That's me calling you. Lanny, Landa, Lanok, Lane, Lanaf, Lanaw, Lanav, Lenva, Lenza, Lempa, Lena, Lenoir. I guess it's lanky. That's lame. Things are going pretty okay. I don't see anything other than lanky. That's because you're so lanky. I can't believe it wasn't banal. I had a good feeling about banal. But the 2 puzzles prior to this, I got it in 3, so it's okay. Well, I gotta go make the little ones food. Alright, Asuki. No problem. Stop by whenever you want. I'll be here probably. You're chunky, not lanky. Instead of skinny dipping, you go chunky dunking. Chunky dunk. How about we do this tomorrow? If you want to, that's fine. No problem. What was I gonna do? Chunk? I mean, this is not like a great starting word, but we're talking about chunk, so chunky. I can't do chunky. Oh, way to go, coffee. Message you when I'm available. Okay, Suki, sounds cool. You too. Good luck with the kids. Have a good night. So chunk was a failure. Coffee said to do chunk, and we failed. Way to go. All right, good night, Isuki. Chunk fails. Nope, fails because chunk failed. God damn it. Way to go, coffee, with your failing chunk. Alright, I'm actually just fucking around. I should probably do words that make more sense. Something like I'll show you a failing chunk. Oh shit. I mean, I think. I want to do fine. Let's do trope. Trope is a rarely used word. That's probably why I got 4 letters out of it. So probably something T-O probably ends in E-R. Tomer, Tober, Toder, Tozer, Tover, Toyer, Toger, Toger. Or not. Maybe it's not that. T-hour. What is that? Is that even a word? T-hour. Come on, man. You can't just make up words. Yeah, tower's a good pick. I like it. GG's. Sorry. That snuck up on me. I'm just dying. I'm just dying a little bit all the time. Enter. Fuck you, tower. Shit, you right. Wow, look how long the definition for tower is. Usually it's like 3 words, you know? They're like a building or structure typically higher than its diameter and high relative to its surroundings that may stand apart, such as a, I'm sorry, what? Campanile? I don't know that word. Or be attached, such as a church belfry, into a larger structure that may be fully walled in or of skeleton framework, such as an observation or transmission tower. Jesus.
Cower. Cower, 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 cower.
Hey Siri, what's a campanile?
Okay, I found this on the web for what's a campanile. Check it out.
Did I say campanile? I did not. Asshole. Hey Siri, what's the word campanile mean?
Okay,
God damn it.
I found this on
Edit. Okay, you're killing me, Smalls. Campanile.
Campanile means
Campanile?
an Italian bell tower, especially a freestanding one.
Specifically an Italian bell tower? Campanile? Okay. I feel like this one doesn't go in the vocabulary section of my server. Because that seems a little too specific to like one region. I don't know. Campanile. I wonder if she would understand that. Hey Siri, what's the word campanile mean?
Campanile means
Yep, she got it.
an Italian bell tower, especially a freestanding one.
Hey Siri, what's a coffee cake?
Here's what I found from Wikipedia. In the United States, coffee cake generally refers to a sweet cake intended to be eaten with coffee or tea, like tea cake.
Oh, like tea cake? Shut up, Siri. Fucking know anything. This is a wonderful definition. It makes you look up more words. I know. Usually I like that, but I mean, this one's kind of a weird one, but it's fine. Somebody asked me about my friends, like, oh, like what happened to my friends? I said, oh, what was it? Do you have a lot of in real life friends? I said, not anymore. And I said, is it because of COVID? And I said, yeah, they all died. And then I said, but no, LOL. And then she said, I meant like quarantine did it make you guys not so close anymore. I said, maybe a little, but not really. Most of my friends had already disappeared on me before COVID. And she said, oh, sorry to hear that. Why do you think that happened? I said, they all got focused on their own lives and didn't need my help anymore, so they abandoned me when I needed them. Or they all died. I don't know. BRB, God damn it. You didn't even hear me saying these things? Fuck. All right, copy. Okay. I don't know if anybody else is here listening to me, but I guess I'm just gonna stop doing things in here and try to figure out the chess game. It's just a draw. I'm just gonna go to a draw, no matter what I do, I think. Okay, well, if I move here, and this could happen, and I don't want that to happen. So, best bet is probably this move, unfortunately. Could also do this. Just feel a little weird. Because then I can't go here. Now I can. Oh, I could just take that. Okay. Anyways. All right. Let's go ahead and make this move. And good luck. Okay. Hopefully I'll make a mistake. $378. Impressive. I feel like the night feels better. Yep. Everybody else thought so too. Only 2 games. And then the queen has to move. Probably all the way back. Yep. Although, yeah, probably all the way back, because otherwise I can move here. Mm-hmm. Although you could take it, I suppose. Because even if they capture here, you can capture here. And you got a pawn for free until they move here. I don't know. Or you could just not. You could just go here and attack it. Force them to move out. I could do e4, I guess. Probably worthwhile. Anyhow, let's go ahead and make the knight move. That feels right. Mm-hmm. Oh, are you going to try to push your pawn in? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. But I think you are screwed. Okay. I'm dead. I'm deceased now. Sorry, that's me passing away. Oh my gosh. Hey Siri, set a timer for 5 hours.
Okay, your timer is set for 5 hours.
Thanks. don't feel like playing any more games. Okay, let's take a look at that one thing with the words and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? This stuff. Okay, WRC 8 is done. So I could play that. I could continue playing that one game. Then I forget what it's called now. 8 doors. 8 doors. I could try, excuse me, this one. Oh my gosh, so many games. How many Monkey Island games are there? This one is LeChuck's Revenge Monkey Island 2 Special Edition. This one is Escape from Monkey Island. This one's The Curse of Monkey Island. I feel like I saw another one. Maybe I didn't. So there's 3 of them? A lot of monkeys. What is shattered? Stand by. Oh my god. Whoa. Okay. That was intense musically. It's probably difficult to play. Like on the instrument, the musical instrument. Just something I thought of. Anyways, alright. Interesting. Should I make this full screen? Does that do anything for you? Yeah, okay, that helps. if you guys see things. The crow's eye. What's that? It's gonna be creepy. Abandoned medical university. Test your intellectual might as you unravel a 20-year-old mystery in this first-person puzzle adventure, doing what it takes to escape your fate as a human experiment at the hands of a macabre scientist. At the end, justify the means and the crow's eye. Sounds creepy.
Hello? Testing, testing. Oh, yes, perfect. Welcome once again to the beginning of the experiment.
Your life is weak. It's hanging by a thread. I can finish it off whenever I please.
You've been able to remain alive until you found me. The truth is, I didn't have much expectations placed upon you. But you surprised me. I suppose you'll have many questions, young man. And I have all the answers you could possibly need.
Okay. That sounds creepy as fuck. Yep. We'll keep it in mind. Be right back, you guys.